Chapter 571, Bluffing C. The reason why we attach great importance to the consolidation stage is because this stage is to adapt to the operation of high-level mental methods. And at the same time, it is also to understand the new effects of this level of mental methods. There is also a chance to learn new talents and skills. For example, Yu Shicheng's tiger tail that was doubled in length was an innate skill he realized. Of course, this kind of perceptive talent skill can only be obtained after entering the high level of the mental method. Although Zhu Xian has entered the newly launched 6th level, she is still in the middle level, so she does not have any natural skills. Zhu Xiaobao is also looking forward to discovering some innate skills. This consolidation period must be in an absolutely safe environment without being disturbed. That's why Zhu Xiaobao chose this place. Not only is it the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, but he can also get the protection of the Suzaku Dharma. With Zhu Rong by his side, Zhu Xiaobao believes that his understanding will never be worse than that of Yu Shicheng. Of course, except when the mental method is running. The rest of the time here is relatively relaxed. So the conversation between Zhu Xiaobao and Murong Feng is also very relaxed now.
Are you trying to persuade Yu Shiren? This is a bit risky.
Murong Feng was very smart, and immediately understood Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts.
Humph. It seems dangerous. But it's not. If I go to see Yu Shiren, I'm afraid he will be even more nervous than me. Once people know that he is in contact with me, he won't be able to explain it clearly. Let me ask you. If you and Nanzi, if the Rui Kingdom goes to war, how many people will die?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, sitting on a jade bed. This jade bed was specially moved by Zhu Rong, and is also a treasure of the Suzaku clan. Sitting on it can calm the mind and warm the meridians. It is especially suitable for him to consolidate his cultivation now.
Well, I estimate it is at least 4 million. If you include the civilians, it will be at least 10 million. The last time Yuan Feng made a coup and drove away Yu Qianrou, both sides suffered a total of 2 million casualties. The civilians, the casualties are almost 4 million.
Murong Feng knew these figures very well, and had been preparing for the attack on Nanzi Rui country for a long time. Of course, he knew the strength of each other. The most important thing about this strength was the number of troops on both sides, as well as the total population and the population of the warring areas involved.
Yes, the combined population of the northern and southern Zirwei Kingdom is only 50 million. It has suddenly dropped by 20%, and they are still young and middle-aged. This kind of loss is too great. It will take several years to recover. So this risk is still worth taking. Yes, I guess Yu Shiren doesn't want to start a war.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, he has experienced several large-scale battles. The tragic scenes are still fresh in his memory, and he doesn't want to see them again. In the age of cold weapons, victory depends on the number of people.
Okay, according to the information I have, although Yu Shiren has no ability, he has no evil deeds. I won't object if you go, but you must bring your old apprentice with you. Otherwise I won't worry.
Murong Feng also felt that worth a try. She had already begun planning post-war restoration work. But the amount of work was huge, and the cost was astronomical. If we can really regain the southern Zirwei Kingdom without using weapons, that would undoubtedly be the best. Moreover, Murong Feng knew that Zhu Xiaobao's target was not only Nanzirui Kingdom, but his eyes were now set on Daxia Kingdom, and even Shijua Kingdom. Doesn't he want to be the great emperor? After returning from the inheritance land of the Suzaku clan, Murong Feng began to recruit troops aggressively, stepped up training of troops, and actively prepared for war. The major weapons workshops are also working at full capacity to build weapons and armors. And it feels like a war is about to break out. This made Yu Xian feel very nervous. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's injury, instead of causing chaos in the northern Zirwei Kingdom, actually made him ready to start a war. It looked like a war was about to begin.
Go to court! Go to court! Go to court! You bunch of civil and military officials, with the salary of the country, do nothing all day long.
And now you can't even go to court? Where is the commander of the Imperial Guard? The safety of everyone is like this, are you slacking off?
Yu Shiren shouted angrily while sitting on the dragon chair, patting the dragon bookcase.
Reporting to your majesty, the 2 commanders of the Imperial Guard were invited by Zhu Xian to have a drink last month, and never came back. They said they were left in the forbidden area by His Highness the Second Highness.
The eunuch next to me immediately approached and laughed in my ear.
Ah? Then forget it.
When Yu Shiren heard this, he was immediately discouraged and was called by Zhu Xian. That means he had been harvested. After a month, he was probably reduced to a pile of bones. Although Yushan was extremely angry, he didn't dare to speak out, so he had to avoid the topic for the time being. Anyway, his safety was not a problem, and no one had ever come to assassinate him.
My lords, you must have known that now the northern purple country is about to take action. You should cheer up and work together to protect our southern purple country from infringement.
Yushan said with a heavy heart.
We must work together to ensure the prosperity of our Nanzirui kingdom.
Several of Yushan's most trusted civil servants immediately came out and echoed loudly.
Well, this is the pillar of our Nanzirui kingdom. Mr. Liu, you are still responsible for the supply of military supplies and ensuring the construction and reinforcement of fortifications.
Yushan finally heard some satisfactory words, and then he said by name. Now he also knows that he can't be beaten, so defense shouldn't be a problem.
Ah, Your Majesty, those fortifications have been stopped a long time ago. Now we don't have the money and necessary construction materials. The last time we built the arena, we couldn't make ends meet.
Mr. Liu hurriedly left the station and said with fear.
Then we will allocate more money. We will also recruit a large number of laborers to build fortifications. Mr. Qian, allocate 1 million taels of silver immediately.
Yushan was stunned, and then said angrily.
Your Majesty, there is not so much money left. There is at most 600,000 taels of silver in the treasury. The rest of the money has been used by the Supreme Emperor to refine elixirs.
Lord Qian also reported back with a grimace. It turns out that in order to improve his cultivation, Yu Huafeng built an elixir workshop to collect precious medicinal materials and refine elixirs to assist his cultivation. In this era, this is also a way to improve your cultivation. A bit like the medicinal wine of Master Chindu.
Then let the soldiers chop down trees and help build fortifications. General Qi, General Liu, General Fan, and General Yao. Each of you will send 100,000 people to each port to help build fortifications.
Yushan had no choice but to speak directly to several generals.
Reporting to Your Majesty, our soldiers' pay has not been paid for 3 months. This month, even the military rations have begun to be in arrears. The soldiers under my command are complaining and have a negative attitude.
There is nothing I can do. The 4 generals all looked dissatisfied. Stand up and say in unison.
Ah, how could this happen? Lord Qian, please send 600,000 taels of silver to the army first. Lord Yu, have the food supplied to the palace to meet the needs of the army first. I will think of other things later.
Yushan was very worried. He said helplessly that what he could do was to ask Yu Huafeng to go.
Thank you.
Although several generals looked down on Yushan, they also sympathized with him. These were extraordinary times, and the emperor had no choice but to send troops to help build fortifications first. Although there was a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts. These people were loyal ministers, and did not want to sit back and wait for death. Yushan was panicking, and Yu Qianrou was not at ease either. Merongfeng suddenly started a war, and the expenses required also skyrocketed. Yu Qianrou couldn't stand it anymore. Many things had to be put into her hands in the end. When she saw this expenditure, Yu Qianrou was also very excited. What made those officials even more dissatisfied was that Merongfeng was not considered an official of the Zirui kingdom. She only worked for Zhu Xiaobao. So many officials in the court were very dissatisfied. But now Yu Qianrou is no longer what she used to be. At the beginning, she only had 200,000 troops in her hands. So she still focused on appeasing these officials. Now Yu Qianrou is very confident. The British King's fiefdom alone has 600,000 troops. There are 400,000 Yu Qianrou's direct troops around the imperial city, plus the garrisons in various counties. The total number is 200,000. Now Yu Qianrou no longer needs to look at the faces of these officials. Humph. Merongfeng managed the 3 counties in the British fiefdom in an orderly manner without taking a penny from the court. Now half of the silver in the treasury is paid by the British fiefdom. Why did no one ever object when you reduced taxes and burdens in various counties?
The conscription is about to begin now. So everyone jumped out.
Yu Qianrou slapped the desk and said angrily,
But, Your Majesty, if there is a war, life will definitely be ruined. Now that our northern Zirui kingdom has just entered a stage of prosperity, it is still not appropriate to use troops easily.
Many ministers were still boldly admonishing.
If we don't fight, do we have to wait until Nanzirui kingdom recuperates and develops? Then attack us? I have made my own decision on this matter, so you don't need to say more. Letting you go out now is to give you the opportunity to make contributions. If you wait until I take over the southern Zirui kingdom, and you want to send troops and pay, you won't be able to find a way by then.
Yu Qianru said very domineeringly. There was a lot of discussion in the court hall, but many people were still hesitant. Yu Qianru didn't talk nonsense, and just said calmly, "Now the recruitment notice has been posted. If you can't finish the job in a month, yes, there is no need to go to court. Just hand over the official seal, and that's it. Retreat from the court." All the civil and military officials came out of the hall and gathered together, all talking about it. But this time, there are differences of opinion, and most people are already inclined to support Yu Qianru. Many people are still very far-sighted. They can see that the situation in Northern Zirwei Kingdom is definitely getting stronger and stronger day by day. If they don't perform well now, they will really miss the opportunity to gain an official position. In fact, Yu Qianru herself was a little uneasy, although she was very domineering in court. After the court, Yu Qianru rushed to Yingxuan County immediately to find Yu Qianru. "Sister Murong, is this okay? It seems a little hasty to start a war now," Yu Qianru asked anxiously as soon as they met. She also called Murong Feng a very strange name. Now they are sisters. It matches. "Your Majesty, please take a seat. In fact, these are the King of England's ideas. I am just cooperating with his bluff. Of course, it is too hasty to send troops now." Murong Feng still respectfully offered tea to Yu Qianru. Then he said softly, "Ah, Xiaobao, what on earth does this damn Xiaobao want to do? It's been almost a month since I came back, and you haven't seen me a few times. What do you mean by bluffing?" Yu Qianru heard what Zhu Xiaobao meant. She was immediately relieved. This brother was her biggest reliance. If it weren't for Zhu Xiaobao's rejection, she would have wanted to hand over the position of emperor to him. Although there are some voices of dissatisfaction on our side, we can completely suppress it. But Yushuren is already panicking, and everything in the court is in chaos. Besides, your Majesty can just see it from this recruitment. Who is loyal to the court, and who needs to be cleaned up. Before we fight against the outside world, we must first pacify the inside. This is what we have to do now. Murong Feng said calmly. "Kill two birds with one stone. Let's start from the inside first. Sister Murong, this is really a clever plan. Fortunately, you are by Xiaobao's side, so this bastard is so relaxed and comfortable. Yu Qianru has also been in charge for several years, and these things are not strange. I just didn't expect such a perfect plan. Cleaning up some old and stubborn families has long been what she wanted to do. Now Yu Qianru no longer allows other families to secretly oppose her. Your Majesty is so ridiculous. This matter was also Chitosa's idea. I just made a detailed plan." Murong Feng did not take any credit and shook his head with a smile. The purpose of this big fight is to make those who are guarding their own territory and self-righteous people take the initiative to jump out. Great. I feel relieved now. How is Xiaobao doing now? How long will he be in seclusion? Can I go see him? I am his biological sister? Yu Qianru said very depressed. Because Murong Feng has never let her go to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. Because Yu Qianru loves to show off. So Zhu Xiaobao is not willing to let her ruin his plan. The less definite news there is about Zhu Xiaobao, the more panic the Nanzirui country has. I'm afraid this is a bit embarrassing. You know that the consolidation period must not be disturbed. The quieter and more focused you are, the faster you will improve in the future, Murong Feng said awkwardly. Yes. He is extremely talented. We must not influence him. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianru immediately gave up her idea and went back contentedly. In the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, in addition to consolidating his cultivation, Zhu Xiaobao also had food, drink, and dual cultivation without delay at all. He was a little happy and reluctant to miss Xu. He practiced dual cultivation with Zhu Rong every day, and he even called it a good name. It's about understanding the talents and skills, but actually it's more about enjoying the joy of fish and water. Moreover, Zhu Mei also comes to visit every now and then. Zhu Xiaobao lives a very happy and comfortable life. When he had nothing to do, he even went to give some personal guidance to the female warriors, wiped some oil and touched it. But Zhu Rong just pretended not to see it. But in this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Zhu Xiaobao actually realized a talent skill called Phantom Dharma. Under normal circumstances, the true body and the white tiger Dharma are relatively independent. The true body can drive the Dharma, or they can be combined into one. However, now Zhu Xiaobao can not only condense the white tiger Dharma, but also make the true body in a short time. After transforming into a Dharma appearance, two white tiger Dharma appearances appeared at the same time, but one of them was transformed by Zhu Xiaobao.
although it could not last for a long time. It was enough to make the opponent unable to distinguish between true and false, and focus on one and miss the other. This is much better than the
lengthening the tiger tail
that Yu Shichong realized. Yu Shichong's talent skill is like a child's play. It's just that Tiger Tail's attack power is stronger.
Roar!
With a tiger roar, the white tiger pounced on Zhu Rong and threw her down on the jade bed. Then it returned to Zhu Xiubao's true form and had already taken the opportunity to pin Zhu Rong under him.
You scared me to death. You're going to die. Do you want to bully me now?
Only then did Zhu Rong pat her chest lightly and reprimanded delicately.
Hey! How are you? Are you afraid? Is my tiger powerful?
Zhu Xiaobao asked proudly. He has been practicing this talent skill for the past few days, and has been able to maintain it for almost a minute.
Humph. You're going to bully me. If you can knock Jumei down too.
Zhu Rong deliberately made things difficult for Zhu Xiaobao, and also wanted to see if this illusory form could defeat Jumei.
Okay. I was just about to give it a try. When Jumei comes tomorrow, I will attack it unexpectedly.
Zhu Xiaobao also wanted to give it a try. Now, since you have captured your prey, you can't let it go. In a blink of an eye, Zhu Rong had been stripped completely by Zhu Xiaobao, and the two of them didn't have to worry. No one could come in here at all, so they started practicing unscrupulously on the bed. But the sound was still transmitted very clearly. Go out. The next day, Jumei came excitedly, but as soon as she entered the cave, a white tiger appeared in front of her. Not to be outdone, Jumei immediately put up a turtle shield and started to fight back. But with the white tiger Dharma, it was very difficult for Jumei to deal with it. The white tiger was too fast and powerful, and even Jumei couldn't bear it. In the end, Jumei also used his own divine turtle Dharma, reversed the disadvantage. But she didn't expect that another white tiger Dharma image suddenly appeared at this time, which surprised Jumei. She thought she was being deceived, but after a closer look, it was indeed two identical white tiger Dharma images attacking her. Jumei was a little shocked, but she was not afraid. Once the golden armor hammer in her hand was released, she started fighting between the two white tigers.
Roar!
With a tiger's roar, the giant golden armor hammer flew out. He had just beaten back another white tiger, Fa Xiang. He could no longer avoid the attack of this white tiger. Zhu Xiaobao threw Jumei down on the jade bed as soon as the hungry tiger pounced on it. In his excitement, he forgot to restrain his Dharma, and actually started to move his claws to try to take off Jumei's clothes, opened his mouth, and wanted to bite Jumei's face fiercely.
Ouch! It hurts me so much! Why are you so hard?
Zhu Xiaobao yelled and returned to his original appearance, grinning. It turned out that his beautiful thoughts moved according to his heart, and the turtle's back shield turned to his chest, which made Zhu Xiaobao's little Boca suffered a big loss and almost lost his tooth.
Huh? Little pig? Why are you? What's going on?
Jumei opened her eyes wide in shock and asked stupidly.
Ha ha! Xiaobao, I admit that you won. You really knocked Jumei down.
Zhu Rong covered her mouth and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up.
Why isn't it me? Who told you to turn this turtle L to your chest?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in anger.
Oh! What should I do?
Jumei was still a little confused.
Now! Take off your clothes!
Chapter 572. Skilled people are bold, eh? Zhu Xiaobao was just trying to save some face. But Jumei was seriously following Zhu Xiubao's words, and all her defenses collapsed.
Jumei, don't listen to him. Why do you have no resistance in front of him?
Zhu Rong pulled Jumei and said angrily.
I don't know either,
Jumei said with a slight blush.
Ha ha! Did you see that my current kung fu is advanced and my cultivation is advanced? Do you feel it?
Zhu Xiaobao spread out his Mandarin duck sword and shuttled between the two women, deliberately showing off his little kung fu.
I didn't see the advanced kung fu, but your way of practicing is different from others. They all practice in the martial arts field, but you mostly practice in bed.
Zhu Rong couldn't help laughing and pointed with her finger. He said, while touching Zhu Xiaobao's forehead.
Hey, it doesn't matter where you practice, as long as you can win. That's real skill,
Zhu Xiaobao said with pride. Then he stood on the bed with his head held high and said loudly.
I declare that days 77 and 49 have arrived, and we can go back tomorrow. Ah, really? I didn't even realize that time passed by so fast. I really couldn't bear to leave.
Only then did Zhu Rong remember that Zhu Xiubao's consolidation period had come. But Zhu Rong's gains these days are also very huge. She really doesn't want to leave. If she can break through to the 6th level, she can compete with Zhu Xian. Now for the Suzaku clan. Zhu Xian has always been a huge hidden danger.
Ha ha! It doesn't matter. As long as we are together, we can practice wherever we go. Let Murong Feng deliver something tomorrow, which can be regarded as my thanks to the Suzaku clan.
Zhu Xiaobao still has a good impression of the Suzaku clan. Especially the Suzaku Dharma appearance in the place of inheritance was very tolerant to him, and did not feel sorry for him. He even received its protection here. So Zhu Xiaobao was also full of gratitude to the Suzaku clan. Murong Feng had already prepared a generous gift to express his gratitude. And this time, the Suzaku clan does not need to recruit anyone for the conscription. He still has this power in his fief. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not leave the Suzaku clan in a big way, but left in the middle of the night. His whereabouts cannot be exposed yet. Even the female warriors were silent for the time being, and would go back in batches in a few days. Of course, these are all Murong Feng's ideas. Because Zhu Xiaobao is planning to go to Nanzi Rui country next. This matter is considered a very risky event. And Murong Feng himself is a little uneasy. But seeing Zhu Xiaobao's confident look, I also felt that he should be allowed to have a try according to his own ideas. A lot of experience must be accumulated by himself in dangerous situations.
I will leave for Nanzirwei Kingdom in the evening. Don't tell my sister about this first, so as not to worry her.
Zhu Xiaobao returned to his palace, and immediately called Murong Feng over.
Yes. Any other instructions?
Murong Feng nodded, knowing that Zhu Xiaobao still took great care of his sister.
Well, what are you going to do with those people and families who have handed over official seals and are secretly fighting against the imperial court?
Zhu Xiaobao asked again. This time, most of the officials in the recruitment began to lean towards Yu Qinro. But there were still a few the official actually handed over his official seal, resigned and returned to his hometown. Correspondingly, the recruitment tasks of these counties were not successfully completed.
After handing over the official seal, the people who should be released will still come out. Otherwise, I will have an excuse to kill them,
Murong Feng said lightly. She was very decisive in this regard.
Well, try not to go on a killing spree. This can easily leave hidden dangers, and it can also lead to the annihilation of the clan.
Zhu Xiaobao also frowned a little. It was easy to kill a few people, but this kind of thing should be done with caution. After thinking about it, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly thinking of a person. He immediately said to Murong Feng,
Let's let Tao Xiqian handle these things. He definitely has enough methods and a good brain. The key is that he has a lot of experience in this field. Let Yuli follow him. Going together can also protect his safety. Also, bring along the 200 female warriors I have from the Suzaku clan, so that we can test their martial arts. Huh? That's right. Why did I forget about him? Tao Xiqian is indeed the most suitable candidate. Hee hee. Thank you, Chitos, for the reminder.
Murong Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. There is no doubt about Tao Xiqian's ability. After using it, it is definitely a good knife.
Ha ha. I hope Tao Xiqian can bring me some surprises when I come back.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a proud smile. Tao Xiqian is the best sharp knife he uses. The key is that this guy is still very loyal. At midnight, Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice quietly went out, wearing black clothes and covering their faces, and galloped on their horses. We also changed horses twice along the way. This time Zhu Xiaobao brought his old apprentice. But Zhu Mei didn't because he and the old apprentice were not here. If Yuli sent Tao Xiqian again, Murong Feng's safety could only be guaranteed by Zhu Mei. So Zhu Mei's figure and acting style are not suitable for this mission. The road became more and more remote. And finally we reached a mountain stream, which is also the natural dividing line between the two countries. There are troops stationed on both sides for defense. But it is impossible to discover Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice. The last time Yu Shichang came here with Zhu Xian and Nangong Qiqi, the garrison here didn't notice at all. After all, the distance to this mountain stream is too long. And in many places patrol officers and soldiers can only patrol once in a while. Anyway, the masters can't find it. And the low hands can't get through. This is such a situation. After finding a deserted place, where the mountain stream was about 6 feet away, the old apprentice used a rope to tie up a big tree on the opposite side, and then prepared to swing across. Even the great venerable one has no ability to fly over. But when Zhu Xiaobao saw that there was no one around, he condensed the white tiger Dharma. The old disciple was wondering what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, another white tiger appearance appeared. 2 white tiger appearances, one behind the other, jumped into the sky and jumped over a 6-foot mountain stream. Then, they gradually disappeared after landing on the ground, revealing the smiling faces of Zhu Xiaobao. The old apprentice looked a little dumbfounded on the mountain stream. What kind of kung fu is this? How come 2 white tigers appeared? How could the master just jump over? After the old apprentice also swung over through the rope, he immediately stared at Zhu Xiaobao and asked,
Master, what kind of skill did you use just now? Can you cross this mountain stream? Hey, since this is an innate skill that I learned during the consolidation period, I call it Phantom Dharma. How about it? Is it awesome? It's much better than Yu Shichang's extended tiger tail,
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly.
This innate skill is really too powerful. Not only can it disrupt the opponent unexpectedly, but it can also escape at critical moments.
The old apprentice sighed with great envy.
Yes, I think so too. With this innate skill, it is not easy to escape.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded repeatedly. The master and apprentice were not ashamed at all. The first thing that comes to mind is to run away.
Can you teach me?
The old apprentice asked expectantly.
Okay, as long as you can condense the Dharma image.
It doesn't matter, even if it's a pig.
Zhu Xiaobao, an old disciple, said happily.
Then forget it,
the old apprentice said depressedly. Zhu Xiaobao was almost a head taller than him now, hugging him and laughing. The two of them said they were not worried at all. Anyway, their senses were very sensitive, and there was no one around at all. So the two of them were very relaxed and carefree along the way. After daybreak, they finally found a village and hired a carriage. The master and the apprentice sat in the carriage, determined to rush to the imperial city. The identity tags on their bodies had been prepared long ago, and they passed through the passes of various counties along the way without any obstruction. Change carriages every time you reach a county to avoid leaving unnecessary clues. This is all the experience of the old apprentice. Zhu Xiaobao would never have thought of this. The old apprentice was also a little surprised on the carriage. In the past 2 years, Nanzirwei Kingdom seemed not only to have not developed, but also to have regressed a bit. Many places were very outdated. The most obvious thing is that the population seems to be much smaller. Is not that right? Many big families have migrated to northern Zirwei country, and now they are arresting laborers everywhere to build fortifications. So people try to go out as little as possible to avoid being captured accidentally. With this national power, you still want to fight me? Is there something wrong with Yu Xian's brain? Zhu Xiaobao snorted with a bit of disdain.
Well, I didn't expect that Nanzirwei country would become so depressed in the past 2 years. It seems that it has run out of energy. But it's no wonder that Yuan Feng and Yu Shichang didn't pay attention to national affairs at all. I think back that I was here before when Yuan Qiang was still alive. At that time, Nanzirwei country was very strong and prosperous. No worse than Daxia country,
said the old apprentice with a sigh.
We'll be arriving at the imperial city soon. Let's take a look around when we enter the imperial city. Whether you still have some energy or not, you'll be able to tell when we get to the imperial city.
Zhu Xiaobao turned over the map in his hand, pointed with his finger and said, in the past few years, he has put a lot of effort into correcting the map. Without accurate maps, it is easy to suffer losses. He and Murong Feng agreed on this point. So a lot of manpower and financial resources were spent on this aspect. Not only did he buy different versions of maps from various counties in Nanzirwei Kingdom, he also bought many maps from the military at high prices. So the maps in Zhu Xiaobao's hands are now very accurate. When we arrived at the west gate of the imperial city, the interrogation for entering the imperial city was relatively strict. The officers and soldiers on duty at the city gate were more energetic than those in the counties. Their clothes were also newer, and they all wore uniform weapons. I was a little worried at first, but there was nothing wrong with the identity tags in their hands. It was more real than real. These days, ID tags made of wood chips are too easy to be counterfeited in Mu Juni's hands. Zhu Xiaobao stood under the city wall and looked at it carefully for a while. The city wall here was very tall and made of red bricks. However, it was a bit old and it looked like it had not been painted for several years. This is where my elder sister Yu Qianro sat facing south. Is this where I started being trafficked and wandering around? When Zhu Xiaobao first came to Nanzirwei country, he was still unconscious. So this was his first time coming to Nanzirwei country. I found the most luxurious inn and asked for the highest floor. Standing in front of the window, I could see further. I have to say that the imperial city of southern Zirwei Kingdom still has some heritage. It is several times larger than the imperial city of Northern Zirway Kingdom. Moreover, the surrounding shops and homes are also very grand, and the roads are spacious and extend in all directions. These infrastructures are still it is much stronger than the Northern Zirway Kingdom. From the window on the other side, you can still see the palace from a distance. It really feels a bit resplendent, much more luxurious than the palace built by Yuchinro now. Inexplicably, the corners of Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were a little moist. Where was I born? This is the palace built by my father Yuan Qiang? Although he traveled through time in this body, he still carried some memories of the past. And he also recognized Yuchinro as his biological sister. What's more important is that behind the palace there is the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan that he must go to. Master, don't get excited. We will fight back soon. Then I will help you kill the people who betrayed you. The old apprentice stood beside Zhu Xiaobao and comforted him in a low voice. Alas, it doesn't matter whether we kill them or not. Without the hardships back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, let alone you as my apprentice. Zhu Xiaobao looked at his old apprentice gratefully and hugged him on his shoulders. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has always been a teacher and a friend to his old apprentice. Although it seems a bit strange the master-disciple combination, the relationship between the two is very deep. Hey! That's right. Master, it's time for dinner now. I'll take you to a very unique restaurant. The mutton soup there is very delicious. I came here just for this bowl of mutton soup, the apprentice said impatiently. Oh, then we have to try it. No matter what. I can't delay my old career. Zhu Xiaobao also said in surprise. I really didn't eat anything decent along the way. The meals were barely enough to fill my stomach. Now that he has arrived in the imperial city, he really wants to find some unique restaurants and snacks. I called a carriage and ran for almost half an hour before I found this mutton soup restaurant. This made Zhu Xiaobao once again appreciate the grandeur of the imperial city of Nanzirui Kingdom, which was no worse than the imperial city of Dashia Kingdom. Entering the mutton soup restaurant, the old apprentice was a little excited. 20 years passed by, and he didn't expect to be able to visit his old place again. 2 large bowls of mutton soup were served. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao tasted it, he nodded and said, It's really unique. This pot of old soup from their house is worth 1,000 gold. In the past, time-honored restaurants all had a pot of old soup. In order to replace MSG, this kind of old soup will not be changed for decades. Water and ingredients are added every day, and it is cooked continuously, passed down from generation to generation. Even if the brothers separate, the most important thing is this pot of old soup. You don't have to care about anything else. But this pot of old soup will be divided absolutely equally, and you will not give in at all. Of course, I traveled thousands of miles just for this bowl of mutton soup. Back then, I had to wait in line for 100 copper coins. The old apprentice also took a sip and said with endless aftertaste, 100 copper coins? This is a bit expensive compared to snacks. Man, how much is this bowl of mutton soup? Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect a bowl of mutton soup to be so expensive. 300 copper coins. The waiter said a little embarrassed. It seemed that he also knew that the price of this bowl of mutton soup was a bit ridiculously expensive. What? 300 copper coins? Why don't you go and grab it? No wonder there's no one in your store. The old apprentice suddenly jumped up in shock. Even though he was a great venerable, he was quite a commoner. Sometimes he was in the market. He also likes to bargain in the market. He feels that such a life is real. Sir, it's not that we want to increase the price, but the tax has increased, so we have no choice but to follow the price increase. At this time, the shopkeeper also rushed over and explained with fear. What kind of tax is it that has increased so much? Are you talking nonsense? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused. I don't dare. The villain shop has been open for 40 years. It has always been run with due diligence and no bullying. The shopkeeper explained eagerly, and then looked around. Then he said in a low voice, You are from other places, and you don't know anything. In this year, taxes have been raised 3 times. There is really no way to survive. Many capable people have moved away. Where have they moved? You can guess it even without telling me. Oh, I understand. This is 2 taels of silver. Give me 2 more bowls. Zhu Xiaobao immediately nodded with understanding, because all those so-called capable people moved to his northern Zirway Kingdom. So he was in a pretty good mood and ordered 2 more bowls of mutton soup. Ha ha. Master was considerate of me and ordered me a bowl.
The old apprentice wiped his mouth, licked his face, and smiled.
Young Mimi, I just want to know what the seasoning is in his mutton soup,
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. In fact, he was a little surprised. The reason why this mutton soup has its own characteristics is because of the addition of pepper. This kind of condiment is rarely used in this era, and is only produced in Shijua Kingdom. I didn't expect that the boss here would actually use this condiment. At this moment, several officers and soldiers came in outside the door. As soon as they entered, they shouted,
Master Yang, you are lucky today. You are the first one to catch up. This is the
war preparation tax.
That just came out. Come on. Pay it quickly. We are still rushing to collect taxes from other places. Why do we have to pay taxes again? We just paid them the day before yesterday.
Shopkeeper Yang immediately shouted with a sad face.
Look clearly. This is the war preparation tax. You just came out. We have no control over what you paid the day before yesterday. No one can escape this tax. Otherwise, just follow us to the yamen.
The leader of the official was very angry. Said arrogantly. A few people sat down, picked up the mutton soup brought by the waiter, and started drinking it. This kind of official service basically eats and drinks for free. And sometimes they have to bring some with them.
My lord, the shop has no business at all right now. Just be kind and let us go.
Shopkeeper Yang suddenly knelt down and begged bitterly.
Let you go? Then who will let me go? Now every house is closed to evade taxes. We will be exhausted looking for you all day long. Stop talking nonsense. I have to go to Lao Linda to collect taxes.
The official immediately shouted angrily.
Oh my god! I really can't live here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shopkeeper Yang fell to the ground and passed out. Chapter 573. Skilled people are bold, B. In fact, ever since these officials came in, the old apprentice noticed that something was wrong with Shopkeeper Yang. He was nervous, pale, and breathing rapidly. It seemed that he had already sensed something bad as soon as these officials came in. But I didn't expect to pass out so quickly.
Hey! Shopkeeper Yang, don't pretend to be dead for me. I've encountered this kind of thing a lot. Come here. Go to the counting house and search it for me. If you don't have the money, you can give me something to pay for it. If you don't have any money, I'll take his wife and arrest all my daughters.
The leading official seemed to have been used to this situation for a long time. And he shouted unhappily, because he encountered this kind of thing every day, and the merchants tried their best to avoid him. He was also very annoyed. He couldn't finish the errand, and it was hard to explain when he went back.
Collect a tax. Why arrest someone's wife and daughter?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in a low voice. Although he and his old apprentice sympathized with Shopkeeper Yang, they did not take action. To be precise, they were suppressed by the old apprentice. Zhu Xiaobao asked in a low voice. Bao originally wanted to stand up and speak out.
This is not simple. Just use money to redeem people. If you don't have money and can't pay taxes, you will be transferred to a brothel and sell yourself to pay off the debt. When the debt is paid off, you can come back. But as far as I know, once inside the brothel, you can come back.
The old apprentice also whispered. At this time, the officials rummaged through the boxes and cabinets and came back to report.
Chi-Chi was all over and found less than 2 taels of silver. His wife and children are not here either. The man said he had moved away long ago. Okay, you unscrupulous people. You have already asked your wife to take the money away. It doesn't matter. Come here. Take the young shopkeeper back to me. Throw him into the prison. And wait for his wife to use the money to redeem him.
The leader, the officer, shouted, a little annoyed.
Aren't you just leaving him to die? He's already like this. Besides, if you take away Shopkeeper Yang, this store will no longer be able to operate. We still won't be able to pay taxes next month.
Zhu Xiaobao said sure couldn't help it any longer, and asked with a frown.
Humph. I don't care about that. I just want to receive the money now. Huh? Who are you? Take out your ID badge and let me see.
The officer snorted disdainfully, and then suddenly saw Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice. They were all very unfamiliar, and the two of them were not afraid at all while sitting there, unlike other guests who hurriedly finished their meal and left. So he asked very vigilantly.
Ha ha! We are from Master Jinggan's house. We have just come back from a long trip.
The old apprentice said with a smile, and the identity tag in his hand was also changed. The original Jinggan who sold the female warrior has not yet before going out. Murong Feng specifically asked him about some matters in the imperial city.
Lord Jing gone? Didn't you say he was missing? You?
This official knows something about Jing Gone. He is also a senior official around the emperor. So when he saw this identity card, his expression changed and he said hesitantly,
Oh, yes. We just went to various places to inquire about my master's whereabouts. No, we have been running outside for more than half a year, and we didn't expect to encounter this when we came back,
the old apprentice said, pretending to be depressed.
Okay, you guys let shopkeeper Yam go. We'll pay for his money. You're going too far.
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw the official's face, he knew he had been restrained. After all, Jing Gon's official position is too high. Even if he disappears, his shocking power cannot be underestimated. So Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, without even looking at the official.
Yes. That's great. Lao Yan too is really lucky. You help him pay for it, which also saves us trouble. In fact, we don't want this. Hee. There are 17 taels in total. I found 20 taels of silver in his account just now. And now I only need 15 taels of silver.
The official was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect that the people in Master Jing Gon's house were rich, and they could give more than 10 taels of silver at a time. The old apprentice calmly took out 15 taels of silver from his pocket, and the officials immediately left and went to the next house to collect taxes. The old apprentice then asked the two assistants to help the young shopkeeper up, and a soundless internal force was injected into his back, and the young shopkeeper slowly woke up. After understanding what happened, shopkeeper Yang knelt down on the ground gratefully and thanked him repeatedly. This was equivalent to saving his life.
Ha. It's just a piece of cake. Don't worry, Mr. Sheep Shopkeeper. Just tell us about the recent situation in the Imperial City. In addition, warm up these 2 bowls of mutton soup for us. With all the fuss just now, the mutton soup has become cold. Come on!
The old apprentice smiled and helped shopkeeper Yang. Now that he has arrived at the Imperial City, he must carefully understand the various situations in the Imperial City, as well as the more detailed situation of Nanzarui Kingdom. Many real situations can only be understood through these ordinary people at the bottom. During the conversation with shopkeeper Yang, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't expect that Nanzirwei country had become so depressed. It was even worse than the information he had. It was originally said that the outsiders were powerful, but the inside was in trouble. Now it seems that even the outsiders are in trouble. It doesn't even matter if you are strong enough to do it. Originally this was a good thing for Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao was still very depressed. After all, this was established by his father Yuanqiang. At the time, it was the Zirwei Kingdom that could be compared with the Great Xia Kingdom. He did not expect this. In less than 10 years, it has already changed beyond recognition. Before leaving, the sheep shopkeeper asked the benefactor's name again and again in a very attentive and grateful manner. Zhu Xiaobao whispered in his ear,
My name is Zhu Xiaobao, and I am also a cook. Zhu Xiaobao? Cook? Huh? That's not it.
Shopkeeper Yang sounded a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help being shocked. He ran away with the waiter overnight. And this time, he really didn't want to leave the shop. After coming out of the mutton soup restaurant, the two got into the carriage. Not long after walking, they saw from the carriage window that the officials were walking back with a few women tied behind their horses. It seemed that they were really using people to pay off their debts. We cried and cried along the way, but the officials were still laughing and joking. And from time to time, they would take advantage and make comments.
Oh, I didn't expect that Nanzirwei Kingdom has fallen into such a situation. Yushuren is really doing nothing. But those big hotels are still brightly lit. Is their business still so good? They don't worry about the increase in taxes at all.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed. There was nothing he could do about these people who were taken away. However, he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that those big hotels were still doing business. And those brothels were also doing brisk business.
Don't you understand? Most of those big hotels are opened by dignitaries, or they have already been managed by the government. They can't pay much. The more intense the war, the more prosperous the business of these places will be. Because these people don't know what the future holds. They are all seizing the time to enjoy themselves.
The old apprentice also shook his head and sighed. He had a lot of experience in traveling around, and he had encountered this kind of thing several times.
It seems that I have to seize the time to capture the Nanzirui Kingdom. It is my duty to save all the people from fire and water.
Zhu Xiaobao decided not to waste any more time and went to the inner courtyard of the palace tonight. Yu Xian was in a good mood today. Since the launch of the
War preparation tax.
it has achieved immediate results, and he has some money. Now the tight financial situation has also eased a little, although the generals are full of complaints. But they also sent troops to help build fortifications. Yu Shiren had a bottom line in his heart. Although there was no hope of attacking, he was still confident of defending. After all, he still had a group of loyal ministers and good generals under his command. If a fight really breaks out, can those big families sit still? It's not that you have to contribute all your private soldiers. The strength of the troops will not be much worse by then. After all, defense is easier than offense, and the casualties will be much less. There were several concubines sitting around him, and a group of dancers were dancing among them. Yu Xian's life was still very comfortable. He didn't have anything else to do. He just liked drinking, enjoying singing and dancing, and fine wine and food. In his opinion, this is the greatest enjoyment in life. Moreover, he had a very good drinking capacity. Every time, several concubines would be drunk until they woke up, and the last one who could still sit down would be lucky enough to sleep with him at night. Yu Xian's way of choosing his bed partner is quite unique. Zhu Xiaobao and his old disciple thought that it would be a bit difficult to enter the palace. But unexpectedly it was very easy. Zhu Xiaobao relied on the
Phantom Dharma appearance
and jumped in. Although the old apprentice cannot be so relaxed. He has a high level of cultivation. Flying over eaves and walls, and climbing on wall tiles are his strengths. Entering the periphery of the palace, there were still many guards patrolling back and forth. There were 8 groups in total, patrolling back and forth. When we arrived at the inner courtyard, there were only 2 teams. And what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the cultivation level of these imperial guards was not very high. Many of them only had the cultivation level of a second-level martial artist. The leader was a first-level martial artist. He didn't even have a great martial artist. This made Zhu Xiaobao surprised. Xiaobao and the old apprentice were both a little surprised. Could it be that such a large Nanzi Rui country couldn't even find a few great martial arts masters? The old apprentice was a little wary. After repeated observation and sensing, he was sure that no other masters were ambush. And then he and Zhu Xiaobao entered the inner palace. Once you enter the inner house, there are no imperial guards. Instead, there are some eunuchs. These eunuchs are responsible for protecting the inner house. They have practiced martial arts since they were young and are very loyal to Yu Shiren. These people are still somewhat talented. Most of them are first-level martial arts masters. A few leading eunuchs are still at the level of great martial arts masters. They are also around 40 years old, which is the period when they are at their peak. There were actually as many as 20 people. They basically surrounded this inner house. It was really difficult to avoid them and get in.
It's all up to me. Master, come with me. We'll go in through the kitchen passage. The defense there is the weakest. It's like this in the palace,
the old apprentice said with great experience. It turned out that he often entered the inner courtyards of various palaces in order to steal food, and never failed. So he was very confident.
You are so good. You actually take such a big risk just to eat.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed sincerely. I am afraid that my old apprentice is the most fond of enjoying delicious food in the world.
Oh, it's really an aftertaste.
The old apprentice also sighed in retrospect. That kind of life was quite fun. Sure enough, there were only 4 guard eunuchs guarding the kitchen. They were not only responsible for guarding, but also followed the little eunuch who was passing the dishes inside to prevent any accidents. The old apprentice and Zhu Xiaobao were waiting at the entrance of the passage. As soon as the little eunuch passing the dishes came out, he was knocked down by the old apprentice. The guarding eunuch behind him also fell to the ground. It turned out to be Zhu Xiaobao. The force of the attack was a bit too strong, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed immediately. Zhu Xiaobao still felt a little bit regretful. The 2 of them put on eunuch's clothes and went to the room where Yu Shiren was drinking and enjoying themselves. There were 4 guard eunuchs standing not far behind Yu Shiren. These 4 people were a little relaxed and didn't pay much attention to the 2 people who just came in. When the old apprentice put the dishes on the table, he felt something was wrong. Normally, the young eunuch would kneel down and serve it, respectfully and fearfully. But this eunuch just bent over and served it to him. And when the old apprentice turned around, he actually still had a beard. The 4 guard eunuchs were about to take action immediately. Unexpectedly, the old apprentice was too fast. With a tap of toilet paper, the 3 guard eunuchs stood there motionless. The other one was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao. This time the strength was very appropriate, and it didn't cripple anyone. The 2 of them did not withdraw, but actually stood together with the 4 guard eunuchs who were standing still, looking at Yu Xian, who was more than 10 steps away. At this time, Yu Xian's banquet was coming to an end. 5 of the 6 concubines were already drunk, and the remaining one was swaying and could barely hold on.
All of you, please stand down.
Yu Shuren waved his hand to make the dancers stand down, and then said with a proud smile,
Concubine Ming, it's you again. You still have the best drinking capacity. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much for your favor. Your Majesty,
the concubine said vaguely, trying to stand up. She was very excited because she had a better drinking capacity and had been favored more than a dozen times in the past few days. If you could conceive a dragon, wouldn't it mean that you could reach heaven in one step? If Yu Shuren has not been able to give birth to a boy and a half girls for so many years, so these concubines are trying to grab the first child, who is the most powerful heir to the throne.
Okay. Turn off the lights outside. Let me go to bed. You all should go out too.
Yu Shuren waved his hand and asked the serving eunuchs and maids to go out. The guarding eunuchs outside also understood the meaning, immediately extinguished the lantern, and then stepped back to a certain distance to continue on duty, because some of His Majesty's movements and sounds were not allowed for them to hear. Although there were many maids and eunuchs in this palace, no one noticed that there were 2 more eunuchs behind Yu Xian, because they were all respectful, lowered their eyes, and did not dare to look up. When exiting the palace, I also bowed my head and exited step by step.
My dear concubine, come and help me change my clothes.
Yu Shuren has a good drinking capacity, and he is still very sober after drinking so much. Now he is helping concubine Ming to walk on the dragon bed. Arriving on the dragon bed, the light was dim, and Yu Xian was preparing to enjoy the service of concubine Ming, still muttering,
Concubine Ming, why are you so strong today? Why is your hair still stuck to your face? No. Why are you holding my hand? Stab.
With a sound, Yu Shuren felt his face was hot, and then it was on fire. Zhu Xiaobao casually found a match on his face, then lit an oil lamp, and putting it on the bedside. Jing could see it clearly this time. Unexpectedly, there were 2 people sitting on the dragon bed. One of them was an old man with a beard on his face and a smile. What's even more annoying is that there is a smiling young man sitting on concubine Ming's, but concubine Ming is already lying there motionless, drooling from her mouth. Only then did Yu Xian realize that he could no longer move. Although his cultivation was that of a first-level martial artist, his combat effectiveness was extremely low. He only relied on the talent of the divine beast bloodline to reach this point.
TSK, you are enjoying your life so much. I'm a little envious of you. I have to say that being a fool is the most enjoyable thing.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Who are you? How dare you break into the palace without permission? You will be exterminated by 9 tribes.
Yu Shuren threatened in a low voice. He couldn't speak loudly, and his old apprentice was still holding him by the neck.
Hey! Wake up! Why are you destroying the 9 tribes? I'll let you cut off your descendants first.
The kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand directly slapped Yu Shuren's face. The coolness immediately made Yu Shuren wake up. Your life is now in other people's hands.
What do you want? Take whatever you want from the palace, including these palace maids and concubines.
Yu Shuren was very generous, and even gave away the concubines.
Hey, Yu Shuren, do you know me? We are relatives. Speaking of which, I have to call you cousin.
Zhu Xiaobao grinned.
Relative? Who are you?
Yu Shuren took a closer look at Zhu Xiaobao at this time. Not to mention that they were somewhat similar. But Zhu Xiaobao was more energetic than him. And from his, I can still faintly feel the murderous aura of the White Tiger clan. And this murderous aura is even stronger than that on Yu Shichang. Although it is deeply hidden. As a member of the White Tiger clan, Yu Xian can still feel it. He couldn't help shouting in horror.
Aren't you the Yu Xiaobao? Ha ha. Let me tell you. We are relatives. And we recognized him right away. Cousin, this little brother is so polite.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, and raised his hand to Yu Shuren.
You? What do you want to do? Let me tell you. The assassination of you was not my idea. If you want to find it, go find Yu Shichang.
Yu Shuren said in panic. His mind went blank. This is simply impossible. Ah, this Yu Xiaobao is so brave. He even came to the palace.
Oh, really? Then who is the
or preparation tax
you just launched aimed at?
Zhu Xiaobao calmed down his smile lines and asked calmly.
Huh? That's what's targeted.
Chapter 574. Skilled people are bold. See, Zhu Xiaobao even knew about the war preparation tax, and it seemed that he had already entered the imperial city. Think about it. If Yu Shichang can assassinate Zhu Xiaobao, of course Zhu Xiaobao can come here. But after all, Yu Shiren was the king of a country, and he was still a little timid. He was not so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Instead, he said depressedly, "You are recruiting troops aggressively to prepare to attack my Zirui kingdom. Of course we will also be prepared. Let me tell you, cousin, who originally belonged to Nan Zirui kingdom, who built this imperial city. We are just taking back the territory that originally belonged to us." Zhu Xiaobao said with a sneer. "It's useless for you to catch me. I can't surrender. Even if you kill me, it won't do any good. At most, my father will be replaced by another emperor, or he will take charge of the government himself. Alas, I am not Yu Shicheng, and my father will not do that. He cares a lot. All he cares about is Yu Shicheng, who has pure blood." Yu Shiren said a little sadly. "Ha. I'm not here to kill you. I just want to talk to you, because I don't want the consequences of a war between the two countries with heavy casualties. This kind of consequences will take many years to gradually recover." Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He tilted his head and smiled. "You mean you don't want to attack my country, Nan Zirui? Then what do you want to do with such a big move?" Yu Shiren asked, a little confused. "Reconciliation. The northern and southern Zirui kingdoms merge into one. This is the best result. You can also be granted the title of king and fiefdom, and live your carefree life." Zhu Xiaobao nodded slightly. Ha. Do you still want me to surrender? This is impossible. Even if I don't want to fight, I am willing to reconcile. But the people of Nanzirui Kingdom admire the White Tiger clan the most. The reason why those generals were willing to follow my father, just because he is the person who has cultivated the mind to the highest level after Yuan Qiang. Now my second brother Yu Shichang has cultivated the mind to the 7th level. This is the height that only Yuan Qiang could reach back then. And my second brother is now still making progress." Yu Shiren said somewhat proudly. "Humph. Your second brother didn't tell you why he came back injured from the northern Zirui country this time? Why couldn't he kill me? Why was he so eager to kill me? Think about it again. Why did I dare you come here?" Zhu Xiaobao raised his head proudly and said, "Ah? He said that you were injured because the Suzaku Dharma minister of the Suzaku clan helped you. And also because this great sage took action." Yu Shiren said a little surprised, as if he could sense that Yu Shichang was hiding something. "Fart. I didn't go that day at all. Otherwise, that little bastard Yu Shichang would have come back alive." The old apprentice immediately shouted angrily. "Isn't this slandering him as a great venerable? He even took a martial lord. No less. Zhu Xiaobao was seriously injured. Wouldn't it be too shameful to spread the word?" Originally, the old disciple was very upset when he failed to rescue Zhu Xiaobao when he took the position. Now when he heard this, he was even more furious. Ha! Cousin, let's not talk about this for now. Let's sit down in a different place and chat while eating. What do you think? It's more comfortable than sitting on the dragon bed and talking like this. Right, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile this time. Yes, that's the best. Speaking of which, we are indeed cousins. After hearing this, Yu Shichang immediately nodded and said, "Let alone whether he can be rescued. At least it won't be so embarrassing." Half of her clothes were taken off, and her concubine was still being used as a cushion by Zhu Xiaobao. This was too ugly. After putting on his clothes again, Yu Shiren became calmer. It seemed that Zhu Xiaobao had no ill intentions towards him. Since this might be a good idea to talk about it, he was not willing to start a war. The concubine Ming was also sober at this time. She was standing behind Yu Xian, still shaking a little, and her face was even more angry and anxious. How could she not be ashamed and angry when Zhu Xiaobao sat on her, but just now? Fortunately, Yu Xian didn't mind and held her hand to express comfort. At this moment, the voice of the leader of the eunuch guard came from outside the door. He came to report to Yu Xian in fear, because there were 5 eunuch guards missing. How could he not be anxious? But unexpectedly, Yu Shiren walked out of the palace very calmly, waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I invited 2 masters, and we were about to hold night talk. You came just in time to let the imperial dining room prepare the food and wine again. Send it right away, and you can stay guard outside my palace. And the servant who delivers the food can just bring it here, and leave the rest to concubine Ming." Yu Shiren didn't make any fuss about escaping. He knew the skills of these guards, so he probably wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. There is a great venerable person watching from behind. Let's just have a good talk. It seems that he has been suppressed by Yu Shichang for too long, and he still has some rebellious psychology in his heart. And it would be best if he could not start a fight. The current situation is simply unbeatable.
Yes.
The leader of the unit guard was also a little confused. But Yushuren didn't seem to have any hints or panic. Could it be that he really invited an expert to have a night talk by candlelight? If you could enter the bedroom without anyone noticing, you must be a master. This unit guard is somewhat self-aware. The lights in the palace immediately became bright again, and the cupboards in the imperial dining room were also a little depressed. They just wanted to take a rest and were about to start working again, but they did not dare to neglect. So they all quickly got into their places, turned on the stove and lit the fire. And in the imperial dining room it's getting lively. What's even more funny is that Zhu Xiaobao, dressed in eunuch's clothes, went to the imperial kitchen with Yushuren and personally instructed the imperial chefs on how to cook the dishes. The process from chopping vegetables to pickling to cooking was an eye-opener for the chefs. It was really the first time they had seen cooking like this. The key is that it is delicious and delicious. Could it be that the emperor invited a magic chef tonight? The unit guard following Yu Xian seemed to have figured it out at this time. This emperor has no big ambitions. He just likes to enjoy. Returning to the palace, Yu Xian became more and more sure of Zhu Xiaobao's identity. This cooking skill alone was the best proof of identity. And he also started to agree with Zhu Xiaobao's suggestions. He likes the comfortable life of peace and prosperity. However, the dishes in the imperial dining room are only delivered to the outer room of the palace. And then the concubine Ming personally carries them in. No one else is allowed in. The unit guard can only stay in the outer room, and of course, listen to the conversations inside. Not there. But he was relieved. It seemed that the emperor was not in danger, but was having a heart-to-heart talk over wine.
Concubine Ming. Right. I have offended you so much just now. Please forgive me. I will give you this exquisitely carved milk silk soap. It is a small apology,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He actually brought a piece of exquisitely packaged top-quality soap with him. Even the old apprentice looked at it in a daze, wondering what other treasures he had with him.
Well, thank you so much, King of England.
The famous imperial concubine immediately took it in surprise, and couldn't put it down in her hand. She even bowed and gave it a gift. These concubines have long been famous for Zhu Xiaobao, because they all regard Zhu Xiaobao's high-end luxury goods as treasures. Ever since those big merchants moved to the northern Zirwei kingdom. Even in the palace, it was also difficult to get soap and toilet paper. Besides, the palace didn't have much money, and the prices of these items were exorbitantly high. So many concubines had run out of stock. Yushuren also looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little blankly. This guy actually came out with these things. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became less tense. Moreover, Yushuren also felt that if the northern and southern Zirwei kingdom merged, his quality of life might still be poor. It will be greatly improved.
Hey, cousin. As you can see, I am not willing to go to war. I would rather maintain a comfortable and stable life. The two countries will merge. All industries will be revitalized. The people will live and work in peace and contentment. And the national power will be further enhanced. Why not?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, and poured Yu Xian a glass of wine.
Alas, brother, it's not that I don't want to merge. To be honest, I, the emperor, feel aggrieved for blocking it. But one thing is for sure. That is, all civil servants and generals look at the White Tiger clan. Not to mention their mental skills. The highest. You also know that the southern Purple Ray Kingdom was conquered by the White Tiger clan.
Yushuren took a sip of wine and sighed.
Oh, so Yu Shichang's mental cultivation should be at the highest level now? He's only at the 7th level. Huh?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted with a bit of disdain.
What? Only the 7th level? Brother, the late Emperor Yuanqiang, who is also the 7th level, has already laid such a big foundation. Even now, those civil servants and generals still often express gratitude to the late Emperor for his great achievements.
Yushuren exclaimed a little surprised.
Is the 7th level amazing?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised when he saw Yu Xian's exaggerated expression. Although it took some effort for him to advance, it was not too difficult.
Of course. Haven't you seen that Yu Shichang is not only at the 7th level of the mind, but also has reached the martial arts level? You have fought with him. You should already know it. Right. It is said that his white tiger Dharma appearance has already surpassed Yuanqiang back then. And he also learned an innate skill. This is the first genius in hundreds of years who can understand an innate skill. Although I don't like his arrogance, I have to it's great to admit his talent. My father only sees him as his son, and I'm just a decoration. Just to help them ensure supplies. If you really want me to reconcile. Unless. Yushuren stopped mid-sentence, because he thought it was impossible, and he didn't dare to say it.
Unless what? Cousin, you have been drinking and chatting with me. What else do you dare not say?
Zhu Shibu's eyes lit up, and then he poured another glass of wine for Yushuren. Concubine Ming was also diligently picking up food for Yushuren. She was now partial to Zhu Xiaobao. To put it bluntly, with all the high-end luxury goods in place, she was already partial to Zhu Xiaobao.
Okay. Unless you can prove that you are better than Yu Shicheng. I am not talking about martial arts cultivation, but mental cultivation. The most important thing for the people of the White Tiger clan is mental cultivation. Because the White Tiger inheritance can only cultivate mental cultivation. It can only be opened when you reach the 7th level or above.
Yushuren said with determination. He had always been deeply resentful of Yu Shicheng. But now, he hopes that Zhu Xiaobao can be stronger than Yu Shicheng. Although he still doesn't like Zhu Xiaobao in his heart.
Oh! This is not difficult. What is difficult is how to prove to the White Tiger clan that I am stronger than Yu Shicheng.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, thinking about this more difficult problem. Now the place of inheritance is Yuan Feng and the people who investigated that. If he goes, the risk seems to be too great. Moreover, there is a Feng Zun who did not show up. This guy is not easy to mess with. The old apprentice can at best be tied with him.
Master, you must not be impulsive in this matter. You should consider it in the long term.
The old apprentice quickly said at the same time. He knew himself well. At most, he could help Xiaobao hold down the Feng Zun. It depends on Zhu Xiaobao alone.
Well, let's not talk about this for now. Cousin, if I can prove that I am stronger than Yu Shicheng, and much stronger, then what promise can you make?
Zhu Xiaobao looked more serious at this time. He needed an attitude from Yu Xian.
As long as you can prove that you are better than him, I will help you spread the word immediately. At that time, those civil servants and military generals will also change their stance. I am willing to open the city gate and welcome you in. Then you must take over the inheritance place as the leader of the White Tiger clan. If I depose Yu Shicheng, otherwise I will definitely not be able to feel at ease.
Yushuren thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, this is betraying his father and brother. But Yu Xian has long been filled with resentment. And now such a choice is reasonable.
Of course. There is also Yuan Feng. Neither father nor son can let go. It was Yuan Feng who drove my sister out of Nanzi Rui country back then, causing me to lose my memory and be demoted as a slave.
Zhu Xiaobao is a bit sinister, he said harshly.
No. It's not about their lives. As long as they don't threaten me, that's fine.
Yushuren quickly waved his hands and said eagerly, no matter what, he is still his biological father and half-brother. He can't do it so well.
I understand. Just destroy their cultivation and let them live the rest of their lives in peace. I understand what you mean.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly smiled and said, it seems that this Yushuren is not cruel enough. But he has a better impression of Yushuren. Such people usually don't pose much of a threat.
Also, I want to have my own fiefdom, and at least be a prince.
Yushuren immediately put forward his own conditions.
No problem. I'll give you a county and make you King Xiaoyao. Your fiefdom will be completely managed and operated by you. All taxes will belong to you, and you don't need to pay them. And all the goods under my name are supplied at cost price. So I will definitely let you. Your fiefdom has become the richest county.
Zhu Xiaobama said boldly. As long as the number of private soldiers is controlled, he can agree to everything else.
Really? That's great. If that's the case, you won't have to live in such a state of fear all day long for the rest of your life.
Yushuren said yearningly. He is a really frustrated emperor. He has no real power, and his hands are always tight. Even Princess Ming behind her looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise. Of course she knew Yu Xian's embarrassing situation, and she really wouldn't be happier than being a free prince.
Well, okay. Let's talk about this for today. Let's go back first. Remember? Don't spread today's events. Are your guards reliable?
Zhu Xiaobao received the most satisfactory promise. He planned to go back. What he wanted to consider was how to let the people of the White Tiger clan know that his spiritual cultivation had surpassed that of Yu Shicheng. This was the issue that he had to think carefully about when he went back.
No problem. Don't worry about this. These are my personal guards. They have been following me since childhood. Well, take this jade token. If you want to come to me again, just use this jade token. You can come in easily.
Unexpectedly, Yu Shiren was really considerate and gave Zhu Xiaobao a special jade plaque before leaving. But there really wasn't any problem with keeping secrets, because Yu Huafeng and Yu Shicheng didn't take any precautions against him at all. They had already given him the throne. So what else could he do? Therefore, there are no eyeliners or insiders around him, because there is no need for them at all. This time, it was good. The two of them came out of the palace grandly in a carriage, and the leader of the unit guard personally drove to see them off. The unit guard was also cautious along the way because the pressure given to him by his old apprentice was too strong. Sorry, he couldn't bear it. But back at the end, Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice had a fierce argument because Zhu Xiaobao wanted to go to the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. But the old disciple was firmly opposed. He was really worried about Zhu Xiaobao's safety.
Master, you must not be in a hurry about this matter. We have a long time to come, so there is no need to take such a big risk. If either the Great Venerable Ice and Fire or the Great Venerable Wu Wei were here, I would not object to you. But now it's just me. One person can only deal with Master Feng at most. The risk is too great. It's not worth it.
The old apprentice said very excitedly. In his opinion, Zhu Xiaobao still has a lot of time. If you have cultivated your mind to the 8th level, wouldn't that mean you could crush Yu Shicheng?
Ha ha. Okay, let's not fight anymore. Old disciple, I'm afraid you have forgotten that even great venerables like you can't get within 500 steps of the place of inheritance. Right? So if I enter the place of inheritance, Earth, Master Feng is no threat. And have you forgotten? Master Feng is nominally Yu Xian's master, not Yu Shicheng's master. So I don't think there is that much of a risk.
Zhu Xiaobao saw the old man, the apprentice, looked red in the face and felt very moved. He hugged the old apprentice and said affectionately,
That's not okay. Lord Feng is moody, and you must not take it lightly. If he is waiting for you outside the inheritance place, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Yu Shicheng alone is now a step ahead of you in martial arts.
The old apprentice still shook his head and said,
How about you go meet Master Feng first, and see what he means?
Huh?
That's okay. Give me the kitchen knife.
Chapter 575, Tiger on the Mountain A. During the day of the next day, Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice were still visiting the major shops and restaurants in the imperial city. Firstly, they tasted the local specialties. And secondly, they also listened to the conversations between dignitaries and wealthy merchants. Most of them are worried and fearful of the strong development of northern Zirwei country in the past 2 years. At the same time, they are also arguing about Zhu Xiaobao, the key figure in the process. Is he a member of the White Tiger clan? Is he really talented? Is it possible to replace Yu Shicheng? Most people still trust Yu Shicheng more.
Impossible? Do you know that the second palace went to the southern Zirwei kingdom some time ago and single-handedly severely injured that Zhu Xiaobao? I heard that life and death are still uncertain, and the northern Zirwei country is in a hurry to mobilize troops. I want to avenge Zhu Xiaobao.
A group of people were sitting in the tea house having a heated discussion. They really gave Zhu Xiaobao face. Half of them drank green tea, and the other half drank sencha.
But I also heard that His Highness was also injured. He was stabbed by the Yu Xiaobao.
Someone also raised objections.
It doesn't matter if you get injured a little. If you can go to the northern Zirwei kingdom and face thousands of troops, it is inevitable to get a little injured. That Yu Xiaobao and the Great Venerable escorted him. But they couldn't escape this disaster. So many people, they all suspect that his bloodline is not very pure. And he will definitely not be able to compare with His Highness the Second Highness.
The leader was a die-hard supporter of His Highness the Second Highness Yu Shicheng. It's no wonder that his son is Yu Shicheng's personal guard. So he firmly stands on the side of the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom, and firmly believes that the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom can withstand the Northern Purple Rui Kingdom's offensive.
Yes. I have also heard that once His Highness the Second Highness's White Tiger form is unfolded, it is 3 to 4 feet long and more than 1 foot high. The White Tiger form that Yu Xiaobao displayed was less than 1 foot long, and was used by the Second Highness. The slap flew away.
The people next to him also echoed,
Ha ha ha. Of course, the Second Highness's White Tiger Dharma is said to have surpassed that of the late Emperor. How could the Yu Xiaobao be His Highness's opponent? There are rumors now that the Yu Xiaobao said he achieved breakthroughs in cultivation in seclusion. But in fact, he has been seriously injured. Healed.
Another person said with a smile, holding up his little finger on his left hand and his thumb on his right hand, which meant that Zhu Xiubao's appearance was incomparable to Yu Shicheng's.
But since he is a descendant of the late emperor and can condense the Dharma, it shouldn't be that bad. Right? After all, he is much younger than the Second Highness.
Someone also analyzed it objectively.
If his blood is really pure, how come he is not recognized by the elders and guardians of the White Tiger clan? And I heard that he was a fool at the beginning. But then, he suddenly returned to normal for some unknown reason. So until now, the White Tiger clan didn't recognize him either. Yes. Yes. Could it be that His Highness has knocked him back to his original form this time? He has become a fool again. Ha 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 ha. He.
Zhu Xiaobao almost jumped up when he heard this. The old apprentice quickly held him down. But he couldn't help but want to smile. He knew that what Zhu Xiaobao hated the most was the experience of that second fool. But he didn't expect that it's already known to everyone.
No. I must go to the inheritance place this time. Damn it. These grandsons are confusing right and wrong. I'm afraid I'll kill them all.
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. Fortunately, he being suppressed by the old apprentice. His voice was not loud, which meant that the old apprentice could hear clearly.
Yes. Yes. Master. This must be a rumor that Yu Shicheng is spreading. Don't worry. It can't be true. And it can't be true. Then they will see if you are really a fool.
The old apprentice was also filled with indignation. Said,
Humph. Shut up. If I hear the word 2 idiots from your mouth again, don't blame my family for serving you.
Zhu Xiaobao stared at the old apprentice fiercely and snorted.
Master. What's the trick? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I still enjoy it. I just give you some medicine. And then send you 2 women to break your boyish skills.
Zhu Xiaobao said viciously.
Master. This disciple realizes his mistake. I will go find Master Feng right now.
In a flash, the figure of the old apprentice, who ran away, disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to check out and leave. He never wanted to listen to these people's nonsense again. It hurt his self-esteem too much. At night, 2 people were chased all the way from the palace. The one in front was running desperately, and the one behind was chasing relentlessly. The one running in front turned out to be Master Feng, while the old apprentice, who was making noodles, was waving a kitchen knife. Kill with enthusiasm. The 2 chased each other all the way, fighting and fighting, and even ran for dozens of miles. Finally, Feng Xuanjia stopped a little annoyed.
Ferryman, do you really think I can't beat you? If it weren't for the kitchen knife in your hand, it's too sharp. You're no match for me. Even if you win, forget it. You're still chasing after me desperately. What on earth do you want to do?
The old apprentice was also panting from exhaustion. After a while, he calmed down and said,
I remembered. I still have something to tell you. So I caught up with you. Besides, I have something to say to you today.
I think I won. I'm happy. I'll treat you to a drink. You? Invite me? Don't go. I don't have that friendship with you.
Master Feng said impatiently. He was not as happy as his old apprentice. The blast blade he had just made was cut off by his old apprentice. This weapon has reached level 9. But it still can't stop this kitchen knife. Therefore, Master Feng felt very distressed. Now the pair of diamond tiger claws on both hands are also mottled and cracked everywhere. Basically useless.
Yes. Yes. Why not? We are just friends. I'll treat you to a drink. Look, I brought everything. And the beggar's chicken I made? It's the best in the world.
But the old apprentice's face was filled with emotion. I said with a smile. He also untied the wine gourd from his waist and threw it to Master Feng.
Good wine.
Master Feng pulled out the stopper. And suddenly there was a strong aroma of wine, which made Master Feng couldn't help but praise it. And then nodded and said,
Let's go then. I'll pour it. I want to see what you are doing.
The 2 began to walk back one after another. But instead of going back to the palace, they followed the old apprentice to a very remote place, where 2 beggars were busy around the fire, and there were a large group of people around them. The beggars seemed to be watching the fun.
We're here,
the old apprentice said with a smile, and then shouted to the 2 beggars.
Little guys, have you done what I asked you to do? Master, it's all done. Look, It's been burning for almost an hour.
As soon as the two beggars saw the old apprentice, they immediately ran over with excitement on their faces.
Oh, it's been so long. Oh no, it's a bit too much.
The old apprentice shouted in surprise. Then he took out a tael of silver and gave it to the two beggars. It turns out that the old apprentice made arrangements here before leaving, and asked two beggars to help him bake two big mud balls. He also gave a deposit of 1 tael of silver. Otherwise these two beggars would be so happy to see their old apprentice. This is great. The beggars around are all swarming up, wanting to ask for some money. Master Feng shouted angrily, and then exuded a powerful aura. The dozen beggars were immediately thrown away for a long distance. And when they got up, they were all scared away in panic.
Come on! Come on! Try my craftsmanship!
The old apprentice diligently patted the mud ball away, and a strong fragrance immediately spread out. Even Lord Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In the middle of the night, the beggar chicken and the two great sages have a unique flavor. And the wine is not ordinary wine, but the aging wine that has been stored in the cave heaven paradise for 5 years. Even the Feng Venerable feels very happy.
Hey! Meat and wine! If you have nothing to do to show your courtesy, you must ask for something. Tell me, what is it? And where are the little treasures of your master?
Venerable Feng ate for a while, and then looked at Venerable Meat and Wine and asked,
Ha ha! My master has gone to the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan.
The old apprentice also said with satisfaction at this time. His goal has been achieved, and he has dragged Master Feng here. The rest is up to the little ones. It's your own treasure.
Humph! You are quite courageous. You think that by holding me back, Zhu Xiaobao can escape unscathed. Yu Shichong and Yu Huafeng will still kill him.
Master Feng didn't seem to be surprised. He just said lightly, hummed.
Ha ha! As long as he is the true heir of the White Tiger clan, he will be protected by the clan. Hee! I'm afraid even if Yu Huafeng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the guts.
The old apprentice said confidently.
Actually, I already knew that you came to the palace to find Yu Shiren. I won't embarrass Zhu Xiaobao. He is the person specially cared for by the great venerable Wu Wei, and it involves a huge secret. So you don't need to sew.
Master Feng also looked at his old disciple with a bit of fun and said,
Oh? You already knew this?
The old apprentice looked at Master Feng blankly, thinking about where he had neglected something.
You didn't untie the acupuncture points of those guards before you left. If you, a great venerable, can untie the acupuncture points of those guards, who else can do it? Why don't I do it?
Master Feng said with a smile.
Damn it! How could I have forgotten this? Alas, I haven't been outside for a long time, and I'm a bit rusty.
The old apprentice then patted his forehead. This was really a low-level mistake. Zhu Xiaobao first found Yu Shiren and asked him to draw the terrain of the inheritance place in detail. Late at night, the guard eunuch led the way straight to the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. When they arrived at the territory of the White Tiger clan, the eunuch did not dare to go any further and had no choice but to let Zhu Xiaobao go by himself. There are almost 10,000 people living here, which is almost the majority of the White Tiger clan. There are also a few who followed Yu Qianrou to the northern Zirwei kingdom. This place was assigned to the White Tiger clan when the late Emperor Yuanqiang was still alive. It has fields, schools, and shops. It is like a small village. However, it is generally not allowed to enter, because further north is the most important foundation of the White Tiger clan, the place of passing. Only when you have reached the second level of spiritual cultivation can you have the opportunity to practice in the place of inheritance, where you can understand the profound meaning of the spiritual disciplines and practice with twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the intersection entering the territory of the White Tiger clan is always guarded. As soon as they saw Zhu Xiaobao, someone immediately shouted,
Who? Don't you know that this is the territory of the White Tiger clan? You dare to break in without permission. Don't risk your life. Ha ha! Dear fellow villagers, I am a member of the White Tiger clan. We are all one of our own. Let me in!
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and clasped his fists. The cultivation of these people is too low, so it shouldn't be important. Figure.
One of our own? Who are you? What's your name?
The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, but his cultivation level was relatively poor. He was only a third-level martial artist, and he had no mental skills, because it has not yet broken through to the second level.
Yu Xiaobao? Also called Zhu Xiaobao. You should have heard of it. Right. The reason I came here this time is to visit the inheritance place, to understand the secret of the mind.
Zhu Xiaobao has no need to hide himself at this time. I knew my identity. So I simply said openly. This sentence shocked these tribesmen, and they immediately screamed.
What? Are you Zhu Xiaobao? How dare you come here? You are so bold. You dare to pretend to be a member of my White Tiger clan. That is a capital crime.
The two men next to them pulled out their swords even more aggressively, and the other one also brought 2 iron tiger claws. Zhu Xiaobao sneered, and without any nonsense, he directly condensed the White Tiger Dharma form, and the tiger roared, which immediately stunned these people. He rolled around and ran back to report to the elders. Zhu Xiaobao did not chase, but collected all the Dharma signs and continued to move forward. He knew that the elders and Dharma protectors would show up soon. Sure enough, not to mention the people below who came to report. The tiger's roar just now had already alerted all the clan members, and the elders and protectors had already hurried out, because this tiger roar must be released when the mind has reached a very high level. The person's mind is not low. There is such a genius in the White Tiger clan. Can these elders and protectors not be nervous and excited?
Stop! Was that tiger roar just made by you?
The senior elders led by the great elder came over and met Zhu Xiaobao head-on.
Well, are you the great elder Yu Sheng? I heard my third sister Yu Qinro say that Junior Yu Xiaobao has met all the elders.
Zhu Xiaobao was quite respectful in front of these elders. After all, he was only a junior. And these people are not betraying Yu Qinro. They just cannot leave the place of inheritance.
Oh? Are you Yu Xiaobao? Also known as Yu Xiaobao? Just now Ion said that you have condensed the White Tiger Dharma. Can you show the Dharma for me to wait and see?
The great elder Yu Sheng said in surprise. This is Yu Xiaobao. Didn't you say that he was seriously injured and yet to recover? Why doesn't it seem like nothing happened? But the one who can condense the Dharma should be Zhu Xiaobao. Because except for Yu Shicheng, his son, and the 3 elders, no one else has this ability. Generally speaking, it is only possible to condense the White Tiger Dharma into form when your mental Dharma cultivation reaches the 5th level.
Roar!
There was another tiger roar, more powerful than the previous one, and a powerful aura spread out. The entire White Tiger clan felt the intimidating force. Many people present even felt like they wanted to kneel down and surrender. And this White Tiger's Dharma appearance is not inferior to Yu Shicheng's White Tiger Dharma appearance, but it is slightly smaller in size. From the perspective of the great elder Yu Sheng, it can be seen at a glance that Zhu Xiaobao's mental Dharma cultivation has also reached the 7th level. But his cultivation level is slightly lower than that of Yu Shicheng. He should have just been promoted to the 7th level. But even so, as soon as this Dharma appearance appeared, the elders were all amazed and even surprised. They didn't expect that the White Tiger clan would actually have another genius. Judging from Zhu Xiaobao's age, that should be more talented than Yu Shicheng.
Yu Xiaobao. You are really Yu Xiaobao. The patriarch of the clan finally has an heir. Such a talent really makes me happy.
The great elder Yu Sheng grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's hand and was actually excited. Tears welled up in my eyes. They don't care about the battle between the 2 countries. They only care about who can open the inheritance place.
Great elder. I want to visit the place of inheritance. It's best to go in and gain some insights.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little excited. After all, these people still remembered their father, and they didn't show any hostility towards him.
Okay. 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 Good boy. Come with me.
The elder said 3 good words in a row and held Zhu Xiaobao's hand without letting go. His excitement and joy were beyond words. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the place of inheritance was not very close, and it was still on a mountain. This mountain also had a very domineering name, called Huju Mountain. The road up the mountain is very open and made of bluestone, with a total of 999 floors. This was also specially built by the late Emperor Yuanqiang when he was still alive. Zhu Xiaobao finally understood how powerful the White Tiger clan was back then. This inheritance place alone was more domineering than the Suzaku clan and the Xuanwu clan. At this time, there were not many clan members following the Great Elder. There were only a dozen or so people who were qualified to enter the inheritance place. If other disciples wanted to enter the inheritance place to practice, they must be led by Zhang Lai. Get in, or you won't get in at all. Along the way, the Great Elder was still asking about Yu Qinro's situation. Although he did not care about political affairs, he was still not satisfied with the last internal strife between Yu Huafeng and Yu Qinro. However, at that time, Yu Huafeng was indeed the highest cultivation level in the clan. People have nothing to say in place of Yu Qianrou. I just didn't expect that Yu Wanfeng would even snatch the throne.
Is Yu Shichang here today?
The great elder asked the protector beside him in a low voice.
No. He just went back yesterday. According to the usual practice, he should come in 2 days.
The Zwiguardian also said very cautiously. His voice was very low, because several of these elders are direct descendants of Yu Wanfeng, many of whom are direct descendants of Yu Wanfeng. They were trying to inform Yu Wanfeng about everything within the clan.
Oh, that's good. As long as Xiaobao is allowed in, everything else will be easy.
The elder felt much more at ease. But unexpectedly, as soon as everyone climbed to the top of the mountain and before entering the inheritance place, Yu Wanfeng was waiting there with 4 guards. These 4 main guards were also members of the White Tiger clan. They have all reached the level of a first-level martial artist. And one of them is already a great martial artist.
Great elder. Who is this?
Yu Wanfeng looked at Zhu Xiaobao and asked coldly.
He is Zhu Xiaobao.
Chapter 576, Tiger on the Mountain B. Seeing Yu Wanfeng, Zhu Xiaobao's expression was very calm. He had long been prepared to meet Yu Shicheng, but he didn't expect that he would meet Yu Wanfeng first. The great elder Yu Sheng was a little surprised and nervous. He reluctantly saluted and said,
I didn't expect the patriarch to be here. I have met the patriarch. Humph. Great elder. You don't seem very happy to see me. Does this person not want me to see him?
Yu Wanfeng's face was as dark as water, but his eyes were always staring at Zhu Xiaobao. But his words were aimed at the great elder. The elder said it.
Don't dare. This man is also a member of my clan, and he is extremely talented. So I brought him to the place of inheritance. Unexpectedly,
I met the clan leader by chance.
The great elder quickly regained his composure, because his thoughts and actions were based on the interests of the White Tiger clan, and there was nothing shameful about them. So the great elder seemed very calm.
Oh, you are gifted? May I ask who you are? Whose name is it? How can you prove that you are a member of my White Tiger clan? How can you prove that you are gifted?
Yu Wanfeng deliberately pretended not to know Zhu Xiaobao. Look, he said coldly.
Hey, Yu Wanfeng, you are quite forgetful, aren't you? We had a fight at least, and your son Yu Shicheng had an arm cut off by me. So you just forgot about it? Or are you too embarrassed to let people know?
Zhu Xiaobao grinned and said with a nonchalant smile.
How brave. How dare you call the leader of my clan by his first name? Zhu Xiaobao. Do you think I won't dare to kill you here?
Yu Wanfeng suddenly shouted in embarrassment. He accidentally called Zhu Xiaobao by his name. Out. Everyone around him looked at him in surprise.
Humph. If it were about national affairs, you would have some reason to kill me. But now, we are in the land of inheritance, and I am a member of my own clan. Why do you kill me? Just because my talent is higher than Yu Shicheng's?
Zhu Xiaobao, he immediately responded confidently. He has been to the inheritance place of the Suzaka clan and the inheritance place of the Xuanwu clan. He already knows these divine beast tribesmen very well. Compared with the divine beast tribesmen, he values the inheritance and bloodline of our sect more than anything else. All are important, which means that even Yu Wanfeng values the development of his own clan and highly qualified clansmen. In comparison, the imperial power and throne come second.
Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiaobao. How dare you say that your talent is higher than Yu Shicheng's? If you want to enter the place of inheritance and realize it, there is no need to brag. You can kneel down and beg me to let you enter the place of inheritance. For the sake of my late brother, I will still agree. As long as you go back and tell Yu Qianrou to submit to our Nanzi kingdom, the 2 countries will become one and the war will be avoided.
Why not?
At that time, the area in the north will still be under the control of Yu Qianrou, and you can come to the place of inheritance at any time to understand the secrets. What do you think?
Yu Wanfeng was talking to himself, and the more he thought about it, the more beautiful he became. He felt that this way of handling it was already done. He was very magnanimous, and did not hold Yu Qianrou and Xiaobao accountable for their rebellion.
Well, I don't object to the 2 countries becoming one. However, you are the one who surrendered to us. Don't forget that this Zirwei kingdom was built by my father. You don't seem to have made any outstanding contributions. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded and said with a smile.
You are so presumptuous. What kind of cultivation level does Yu Qianrou have now? Can she be a match for me? I decided to be accommodating for the sake of my late brother. Since you don't know what is good for you, don't blame me for being rude. You must first obtain my permission before entering the inheritance place.
Yu Wanfeng suddenly shouted in embarrassment, because as soon as Zhu Xiaobao said this, Many people looked at him, as if they were agreeing with Zhu Xiaobao's words, and some even nodded involuntarily. When the late Emperor Yuan Qiang conquered the territory of Nanzirui Kingdom, Yuan Feng had just been promoted to the great martial arts master. Out of love for him, Yuan Qiang did not let him fight in many major battles, but did some things to ensure supply in the rear. Therefore, at the beginning, Yuan Feng's prestige in Nanzirui Kingdom was not high. Later, his power became more and more powerful, because in the later period, Yuan Qiang's thoughts were spent on starting the inheritance and cultivating the mental method, and he was not able to do it in time. He discovered Yuan Feng's ambition. No. I'm afraid the clan leader is exaggerating. Our clan stipulates that as long as the cultivation of the mind reaches the second level, one can enter the place of inheritance and comprehend the secrets. Now Yu Xiaobao's cultivation of the mind far exceeds the level of the second level. The first level is qualified to enter the inheritance place. The great elder immediately stood up and said without saying a word, "Humph! The great elder is very protective of these little treasures. But don't forget, there is another rule. That is, those with low mental skills must make way for those with high mental skills. Only when the seniors come out, it is the turn of these tribesmen with low spiritual cultivation to enter. Am I right?" Yuan Feng looked at the great elder and said sinisterly, "Well, there is such an unwritten rule. But haven't you come out now?" The great elder was stunned for a moment. Does this patriarch still want to play rogue and return to the place of inheritance? Staying in there and not coming out? Isn't this too graceless? This is a critical time for Chon'er and I in our cultivation. The place of inheritance is temporarily closed to clansmen with low levels of spiritual cultivation. It will be reopened after this stage is passed. I am the clan leader of this clan. During my reign, you can use this privilege twice." Yuan Feng ignored everyone's reactions and directly passed down the clan leader's order. You, as the clan leader, how can you do whatever you want like this?" The great elder looked at Yuan Feng and protested with great dissatisfaction. Ha! Great elder, please calm down. It's not worth getting angry with a villain." Zhu Xiaobao stepped forward to comfort him at this time, then looked at Yuan Feng and said calmly, "Yuan Feng, I heard you say just now that those with low mental cultivation should make way for those with high mental cultivation. Did I hear you right?" "Yes, you heard me right. So I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time," Yuan Feng said viciously. Zhu Xiaobao just said that he was a villain, which made him very angry. But it was difficult to get angry. But he was determined not to let Zhu Xiaobao enter the inheritance place. Ha! That's easy. It seems you have no choice but to give in to me first." Zhu Xiaobao nodded, seeming very satisfied. "What? Are you talking in your sleep? Do you want me to let you go? Why?" Yuan Feng suddenly asked with a bit of laughter and tears. Was this guy really beaten back to his original shape by Yu Shichang? How come he still doesn't understand today? It is impossible to enter the place of inheritance. Why? Just because my mental skills are higher than yours? When it comes to martial arts, you may be better than me, but with your mental skills, you can't do it. Alas, it's not that I underestimate you. With your qualifications you can cultivate to the 6th level. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said with pity, "You fart. How dare you say that your spiritual cultivation level is higher than mine? Come on, let's have a test. I want you to know the price to pay for talking big." Yuan Feng was finally beaten by Zhu Xiaobao enraged. He took off his coat and strode into the middle. Not only did he want to teach Zhu Xiaobao a lesson, but he also wanted to take advantage of the competition to kill Zhu Xiaobao directly. "Are you really competing? I'm afraid that if you lose, you will be shameless as the clan leader. Why don't you leave a way out for yourself?" Zhu Xiaobao said seemingly with good intentions. "Ah, bah, you little brat. If you can defeat me, I, the clan leader, will give up my position. If you lose, surrender obediently to me. Bring Yu Qianrou to my place and surrender." Yuan Feng is also cunning, and he also has his own plans. It seemed impulsive, but he also thought it through carefully. Now it depends on whether Zhu Xiaobao dares to promise or not, because the loser has to pay a huge price. In comparison, Zhu Xiaobao's price is even greater, because Yuan Feng still has a way out. Even if he loses, there is still Yu Shichang. When Yu Shichang takes over as the clan leader, the world will still be dominated by their father and son. Okay, then it's settled. Elders, you can be witnesses. I'm afraid some people will default on their debts.
Zhu Xiaobao also rolled up his arms and sleeves, ready to take action.
Okay. I will testify with my intention. But a competition is still a competition. And you must not kill someone in pain.
The Great Elder and others nodded repeatedly. But the Great Elder also specifically told him that he still had some understanding of Yuanfeng's nature. And he was afraid that Yuanfeng had already developed murderous intentions.
Humph. Don't worry. I won't take his life yet.
Yuanfeng snorted very arrogantly. He didn't want Zhu Xiaobao's life. He already had a better idea. If he could make Zhu Xiaobao if he surrenders, then he has tens of thousands of female warriors in his hands. This is an inexhaustible training resource. So now, he doesn't want Zhu Xiaobao's life.
Okay. I don't want your life either.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded in a funny way, which made the elder and the others a bit dumbfounded. This guy really didn't want to suffer at all. Yuanfeng didn't seem to care about Zhu Xiaobao's words. Although he acted impulsively, he was still very cautious in his heart. He heard Yu Shichong say that Zhu Xiaobao's mental cultivation had reached the 6th level, which meant he was the same as him. So Yuanfeng was very cautious. But he also has two major advantages in his heart. One is that Zhu Xiaobao is definitely not as deep and solid as him. He has advanced to the 6th level for many years. Now he is at the 6th level. And he is only one step away from breaking through to the 6th level. It's 7 floors. But it still can't be sold at this step. The second is that Zhu Xiaobao has not recovered from his serious injury. Now he is rushing to the inheritance place. Probably also to recover from his injury. Therefore, Yuanfeng's mental advantage is very obvious. Putting on the 2 tiger claws, Yuanfeng's momentum was immediately released. And everyone around him took a few steps back involuntarily. Even Zhu Xiaobao nodded secretly. Yuanfeng's cultivation level was indeed not low, since it is in the place of inheritance. The cultivation of Shur-Xian Dharma is being tested. Behind Yuanfeng, the white tiger's Dharma form has also condensed immediately. This white tiger is huge in size. Although it is not as solid as Yu Shichong's Dharma appearance, it is very powerful. The fierce and powerful pressure made everyone present take several steps back before stopping. Zhu Xiaobao still looked unconcerned. He seemed to have condensed the white tiger Dharma very easily. But as soon as the white tiger appeared, everyone around him almost laughed out loud. It turns out that what the little treasures condensed was a mini tiger, which was the appearance of his mind at the 6th level. Even Yuanfeng on the opposite side opened his eyes in shock. What was this? It was so small, almost as big as a cat. But everyone suppressed their laughter, and after looking at it carefully for a while, they all began to look serious. Although Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger was very small, it was very solid and lifelike, just like the real thing, with bright fur. There are gilt inscriptions flowing on the tiger stripes. And what's even more incredible is that this mini tiger actually has a purple gold king character on its forehead. In the powerful aura of Yuanfeng's white tiger aspect, this little tiger spontaneously developed a layer of white aura all over his body, and was not affected by Yuanfeng at all. On the contrary, Yuanfeng's white tiger Dharma looked a little afraid of the little tiger. Roar! Yuanfeng's white tiger Dharma king roared, and then merged into one with Yuanfeng, turning into a fierce tiger and pounced on Zhu Xiaobao. Originally, this white tiger was a little scared, but now it merged with Yuanfeng, and it already represented Yuanfeng's fierce will, and it pounced on him with great ferocity. Snapped! Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao's mini tiger slapped him so hard that Yuanfeng staggered and rolled on the spot before standing up again. Before he could launch another attack, the mini tiger pounced directly on Yuanfeng like a bolt of lightning. When the two tigers collided, there was no earth-shattering fight. Instead, the mini tiger got directly into the big tiger. Yuanfeng's white tiger immediately screamed and jumped, and it didn't take long before it fell apart. The white tiger's appearance disappeared in front of everyone. And then Yuanfeng was revealed, standing there in disbelief. The mini tiger turned back with satisfaction, and showed Zhu Xiaobao again. He was still looking at it with a smile. With Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng is defeated now? Is this too easy? How is this possible? The great elder and those watching the battle looked at each other in disbelief. This result was so unexpected. Yuanfeng did not expect it to be so vulnerable. You have actually cultivated your mind to the 7th level? Yuanfeng asked in a hoarse voice at this time. His heart seemed to be bleeding. He didn't expect Yuanqiang's son to be so powerful. I'm afraid this kind of talent is really real. He is about to surpass Yu Shichong. From the moment of the fight, he knew that this mini tiger was a genuine 7th level cultivation. No wonder his white tiger Dharma appearance was already afraid of this mini tiger when he saw it.
Ha ha! You know how bad your qualifications are. Right. Shouldn't you make way for me now? Oh, by the way, it seems like you, the clan leader, should give way to me. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands and danced. Smile.
Ha ha! It's like the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Mr. Patriarch, it seems that you are getting old and it's time to give way to the young people.
The great elder said with a long smile at this time. Although he said it more implicitly, it was intentional. Let Yu Wanfeng give way. The surrounding elders and protectors were talking a lot. They were obviously divided into two groups. Most of them stood on a neutral position. But there was also a small group of people who supported Yu Wanfeng.
You want to be the leader of the clan, but you still want to ask me if I agree. Do you think you can challenge me after being promoted to the 7th level of mental skills?
At this time, a cold voice sounded among the crowd. Although the voice was not loud, everyone suddenly fell silent because it was Yu Shicheng's voice. Then look at a group of people approaching menacingly from a distance. The leader is Yu Shicheng. It turns out that Yu Shicheng is not at the inheritance place today, but Zhu Xiaobao's 2 tiger roars alerted him, even though he was several miles away. The ground? But Yu Shicheng sensed it immediately, so he quickly rushed over with his people. Before he arrived, he had already seen his father defeated by Zhu Xiaobao. What annoyed him even more was that the great elder seemed to intend for Zhu Xiaobao to inherit the position of patriarch. So he started making noises even though he was still far away.
Well, you are indeed here. If you don't come, I would really feel a little uneasy.
Zhu Xiaobao also turned back to look at Yu Shicheng and said lightly. The smile on his face was no longer there. The playful expression was replaced by a look of great importance.
Hey! I didn't expect you to really break through to the 7th level. But you are too impatient. If you wait for 2 years, you may really be able to surpass me. But now, you still can't. Many things need to be accumulated over time. Yes.
Yu Shicheng also squinted his eyes and looked at Zhu Xiaobao carefully. He didn't need to be surprised by Yu Wanfeng. He didn't expect that the rumors were true. Zhu Xiaobao had really been promoted to the 7th level. This person's talent is too high, and he must not be allowed to develop like this. So as soon as he arrived here, he was already ready to kill him.
Ha ha! That's your understanding. It doesn't take too long for a talent like mine, which fully illustrates the gap between the two of us. A so-called genius like you is just a piece of shit in front of me. Or is it? The very smelly kind.
Zhu Xiaobao said disdainfully.
Okay. I didn't want to kill you originally, but now I have changed my mind. Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to capture Yu Qinro and use her to practice dual cultivation. I will feel very happy.
Yu Shicheng also said viciously. He also wanted to anger Zhu Xiaobao.
Come on! I gave you an advantage last time, and you can get it back today.
Zhu Xiaobao said coldly. Since Yu Shicheng mentioned Yu Qinro, he couldn't let it go. Zhu Xiaobao also had murderous intentions. He pulled the kitchen knife out of his waist smoothly.
Wait a minute. Since it is a competition within the clan and involves the selection of the clan leader, we cannot use such foreign magical weapons. Nor can we use the kung fu of other sections. Otherwise it will be unfair.
Yu Shicheng suddenly waved his hand and said. Zhu Xiaobao immediately thought that this guy was cheating. Chapter 577, Tiger on the Mountain. See. Unexpectedly, Yu Shicheng made an unexpected request at a critical moment. That he could not use a kitchen knife. Because Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife is a magic weapon. And he has already recognized its owner. Yu Shicheng had already suffered big losses from this magical weapon twice. So he made a seemingly reasonable request from the very beginning. Although the great elder was a little surprised. He nodded in approval. After all, in the inheritance land of the White Tiger clan, what matters most is the purity of the blood and the cultivation of mental skills. If victory is achieved with a weapon, then it is indeed unfair. So the great elder nodded in agreement. Yu Wanfeng on the side strongly agreed. He had personally learned about this magic weapon. Even the 9th level magic weapon was cut into 2 pieces. It was by relying on this kitchen knife that the fair-blooded venerable got rid of the embarrassing situation of being at the bottom of the 9 great venerables. This put Zhu Xiaobao in a difficult situation. He didn't expect that Yu Shicheng was not only ferocious, but also cunning. He knew that his weapons were no match for Zhu Xiaobao. So he cut off Zhu Xiaobao's biggest support as soon as he came up. Should Zhu Xiaobao continue to despise him now? The answer is yes. If you give up the competition just because of this request, you will be looked down upon by all the tribesmen. Besides, the people of the White Tiger tribe all worship the strong and ignore the killing nature of life and death. If you back down now, you will be despised by the White Tiger clan forever.
Humph. I won't lose to you without using this kitchen knife.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yu Shichang with contempt, because only he knew that Yu Shichang just found a very grand reason. But in fact, he was afraid of this knife in his heart. Kitchen knife.
Ha ha! Since this is a competition within the clan, of course it must be fair. And I will not take advantage of you. There are tiger head spears of various sizes and weights here. You can choose one at will. They are all 8th grade or above. What a gun!
Yu Shichang said sanctimoniously, but he was very proud in his heart. Unexpectedly, this time it was Zhu Xiaobao who was seeking death. Without this kitchen knife, Zhu Xiaobao's combat effectiveness was reduced by half. Therefore, Yu Shichang was happy to be generous and even pretended to lend Zhu Xiaobao the spear. Because there are two main weapons of the White Tiger clan. The long weapon is the tiger head spear, and the short weapon is a pair of tiger claws. Zhu Xiaobao's pair of tiger claws were hanging on his waist, and everyone had already seen them. Without this kitchen knife, Yu Shichang felt that he was sure of victory. After all, Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills had just been promoted to the 7th level, more than a year behind him. This gap of more than a year was no joke. And Yu Shichang also has the biggest advantage. That is, he has always practiced the mental method in the place of inheritance. By practicing the mental method here, it can be said that he gets twice the result with half the effort. Now his mental method cultivation has reached the 7th level of perfection. It will take another year to cultivate to perfection. And then you can hit the 8th level. Yu Shichang also has an advantage. That is, after he broke through to the 7th level, he also learned a talent skill to lengthen the tiger's tail. He believed that it was impossible for Zhu Xiaobao to also comprehend the innate skill, because he realized this innate skill in the inheritance place for more than half a year. Zhu Xiaobao has never entered the inheritance place at all, so it is impossible to understand the innate skills.
No need. The main test of the mental technique is the White Tiger technique. It doesn't make much difference whether there are weapons or not. Come on! Show off your White Tiger technique.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He really couldn't use his spear skills, and he could only compete with Yu Shichang in terms of mental skills. If he were to compete in martial arts, Yu Shichang's martial arts was already at the martial master level, and he couldn't compare with him.
Disease?
Yu Shichang stopped talking nonsense and shouted loudly, and a huge white tiger immediately appeared behind him, which was even bigger than the Dharma image that Yu Wanfeng sacrificed just now. It has white tiger skin and golden tiger stripes. But unfortunately there are a few gray-black tiger stripes in the middle, and the tiger tail is very eye-catching. It is twice as long as before. There are also flowing inscriptions on the tiger's tail. Moreover, this tiger tail can be hard or soft. When it is soft, it can be used as a whip, and when it is hard, it can be used as an iron rod. But its power is much stronger than an iron rod. Wherever the tiger's tail swept, it was invincible, leaving only fragments and powder. Unexpectedly, in just less than 2 months, Yu Shichang's cultivation has improved again. Compared with the last time, this white tiger method is bigger, more solid, and more domineering. Moreover, this white tiger's appearance is ferocious and wants to kill all the little treasures. The appearance originally represents the owner's will. So one look at it, and it's clear that Yu Shichang is determined to kill.
Roar!
With a tiger roar, Zhu Xiaobao's Dharma appearance also condensed out. This white tiger was much bigger than before, but it was only 2/3 of the size of Yu Shichang's Dharma appearance. But this white tiger's appearance is more solid and powerful. The tiger stripes on its body are actually purple gold, and there are no other variegated tiger stripes. Moreover, there is a purple gold, king, character on the white tiger's forehead. It is not as fierce as Yu Shichang's white tiger, but it is full of arrogance and majesty. And there is a faint white light emitting from all over the body. But the white tiger Faxiang opposite was a little hesitant, even a little awed. What is even more surprising is that at this time, a huge white tiger Dharma image appeared from the inheritance place. This was condensed from the inheritance place. It was condensed from the remnant soul of the divine beast, just like the Dharma image in the place where the Suzaku clan inherited it. It is huge and absolutely the same as the mythical beast was back then. The great elder and everyone else knelt down in excitement and quickly. Even Yu Wanfeng did not dare to neglect and knelt down, because the appearance of the white tiger beast was not like that of the red bird beast. This is the second time in the past 100 years that it has shown its appearance. The first time was when the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang forcibly started the inheritance. That time, it was the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang who failed to start the inheritance. And Yu Wanqiang also suffered serious injuries due to damage to his central veins during the process of starting the inheritance. And he died within a few years. Unexpectedly, the White Tiger appeared again today. Therefore, the Great Elder and the clan members knelt down excitedly. But Yu Wanfeng felt a little uncomfortable. This divine beast appeared again. And it should have appeared for Zhu Xiaobao, because its appearance is exactly the same as that of all the little treasures. It also has the word, Wang, on its forehead. But its body and color are more bright and divine. The unparalleled and powerful pressure of the ancient beast makes everyone unable to if you resist. You can only kneel down and worship. However, this white tiger divine beast ignored the tribesmen present. Instead, it stared at the two white tigers quietly, as if waiting to see the result of their competition. At this time, everyone could feel that the pressure they were under had weakened a lot. Their breathing was smoother, and they could move freely. However, no one dared to move. They all focused on watching the two animals in the field. The white tiger Dharma. Although Yu Shichang and Zhu Xiaobao also saw the appearance of this huge divine beast, they were already facing each other, and did not care about the changes happening around them. They were both humans and tigers merged into one, and they were cautiously surrounding it. The opponents slowly walked around, testing each other, but no one attacked first. The two white tigers walked faster and faster. Finally, Yu Shichang's big tiger couldn't bear it anymore. He took the lead and swung his tiger tail towards the opponent's waist and slashed it down. However, Zhu Xiaobao's little tiger moved quickly and jumped forward, narrowly avoiding the attack from the tiger's tail. The two white tiger Dharma prime ministers launched their own offensive and fought together. The surrounding rocks and trees were all affected. Many trees were broken in half, and the broken rocks were scattered in all directions, and everyone around them had to retreat one after another. The two white tigers each have their own advantages. Yu Shichang's white tiger is superior because of its huge size and extremely strong strength, while Zhu Xiaobao's little tiger is quick, flexible and alert. And when Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger attacks, the tiger's claws, it also exudes a scorching red light, which is unique to the fire attribute of the Suzaku clan. When defending, there are easy tortoise lines on the back, which can actually resist the attack of the big tiger. The two of them played sticks of incense for a while, and Yu Shichang was stunned. Had he just been promoted to the 7th level of cultivation? He was actually on a par with himself. What's even more depressing is that Zhu Xiaobao's offense contains fire attributes, and his defense contains earth attributes. It is also the 7th level of the mental method, but he does not have it. Of course, he knows that this is the cultivation of the 4 phases of divine veins, and the fusion of other divine beast attributes. But Yu Shichang is also a member of the Suzaku clan, Zhu Xian, who has practiced the 4 phases of divine veins technique, but he has very little fusion. At most, his palms are a little hot and red, let alone use them to attack. They just hold them. The eggs cannot be cooked. What's even more strange is that Zhu Xiaobao's Dharma appearance also has a layer of white light protection. But he doesn't have it. It's all naked. Could this be the innate skill he has learned? Yu Shichang was so suffocated from the beating that his clothes were burned a lot, and wisps of green smoke began to appear all over his body. Although he was not injured, he was very uncomfortable. However, his attacks on Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have no effect as they were all resisted by his strong defense. Zhu Xiaobao was not very comfortable either. Yu Shichang's elongated tiger tail still made him jealous. This kind of attack between the Dharma forms would hurt the body, and once he was knocked down, part of the Dharma image would dissipate. So he had to re-expend energy to replenish and repair. In general, Zhu Xiaobao is still gradually at a disadvantage. His martial arts cultivation and mental cultivation are lower than Yu Shichang's. He can persist until now thanks to his weird footwork. Following the yin and yang of Tai Chi, the strange interweaving of pictures made Yu Shichang unable to grasp Zhu Xiaobao's trajectory. Although he suspected that this was also the work of other sects, he had no basis for it. Everyone present also saw that Zhu Xiaobao was already at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation was still far behind, and his mental skills had just broken through to the 7th level. The Great Elder was already very impressed by Zhu Xiaobao's performance. What a surprise! In time, it is certain that Zhu Xiaobao will surpass Yu Shichang. Humph! It's time to settle it! Just die! Yu Shichang snorted viciously. And then, the lengthened tiger tail suddenly grew another length and swept over. This sweep was a blow that Yu Shichang put all his strength into. Zhu Xiaobao's life is bound to be taken away.
It's better for you to die.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, not to be outdone. The Great Elder and others also saw that the two of them had reached the most critical moment, and they all had murderous intentions and wanted to stop them. But it was no longer possible. Although his cultivation level is also that of a martial master, his mental cultivation level is only at the 5th level, and he cannot get close at all. But Yu Huafeng was surprised and expected that Yu Shichang could kill Zhu Xiaobao in one fell swoop. This Zhu Xiaobao's talent is too high. If he is not eliminated now, he will definitely surpass Yu Shichang in the future. Maybe even the position of clan leader belongs to him. Everyone had different thoughts, but they all looked nervously at the two white tigers in the center of the field. Suddenly, an unexpected scene appeared. Yu Shichang's tiger tail struck with all his strength and directly scattered Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger form. But what was surprising was that at this time, another identical white tiger form suddenly appeared. This white tiger form appeared in the electric light. The flint rushed in front of the big tiger, and two tiger claws hit Yu Shichang's body hard, and also scattered Yu Shichang's white tiger Dharma image. And then the two people's true identities were revealed. Zhu Xiaobao's face was pale, but he beat Yu Shichang back repeatedly. Yu Shichang's whole body was burned and smoking, but he was in a passive state of being beaten, because this change happened too suddenly and too unbelievably. I never thought how the other white tiger came from.
You little bastard. You actually ambushed your helper. You are looking for death.
Yu Huafeng immediately yelled angrily, and at the same time, he raised a palm and went straight to Zhu Xiaobao's back. It was already too late for the Great Elder and others to stop him. But at this moment, the huge white tiger divine beast swept its tail, and Yu Huafeng was thrown away by a huge force 100 steps away. If it weren't for his martial master's cultivation, I am afraid that he died instantly. And Yu Shichang also took the opportunity to regain his disadvantage. Since he couldn't defeat Zhu Xiaobao mentally, he relied on the huge gap in cultivation to kill Zhu Xiaobao. His two stainless steel tiger claws immediately attacked fiercely. Turning around, defense turns to offense. This time Zhu Xiaobao is really unable to withstand it. Yu Shichang's martial arts is higher than Yu Li's, and his strength is much greater than him. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao condensed the white tiger Dharma appearance again. This time the Dharma appearance was very illusory, and it was obvious that he could no longer keep up with his energy and spirit. And Yu Shichang also condensed the white tiger Dharma form again. This time, the white tiger Dharma appearance no longer had golden tiger stripes, but was all gray and black tiger stripes. But it is more solid than the Dharma images of the little treasures. This time, Zhu Xiaobao really couldn't stop him, and couldn't use the phantom Dharma again. He could only run away desperately, and was chased by Yu Shichang for a while. But at this moment, two huge tiger claws fell from the sky, getting bigger and bigger, like two big mountains, shrouding the two white tigers under the tiger claws. Yu Shichang and Zhu Xiaobao both felt as if they were trapped in the mud. Their movements became slower and slower, and gradually they could no longer move. Moreover, the pressure from above their heads became stronger and stronger, and the two white tigers were both in power. He was pressed to the ground, and then gradually dissipated, revealing two figures, both of whom were pressed to the ground and unable to move. Only his hands and feet are still struggling, scratching and kicking, which looks very funny. But the Great Elder and others did not feel ridiculous, but looked at the huge tiger claws falling from the sky in horror, because the white tiger divine beast had already arrived in front of them, like a big mountain, making this group of people very small.
I won this competition! Zhu Xiaobao! You can't enter the inheritance place!
Yu Shichang was lying there still screaming, and Yu Huafeng, who was thrown far away, was even more anxious to run back and give his own son cheered.
Fart! You lost! I broke up your Dharma image first!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, not to be outdone while lying there.
Nonsense! You attracted another Dharma sign, which broke the rules of the competition.
Yu Shichang shouted angrily.
TSK! Do you understand? That is the innate skill I have learned. It is many times stronger than your extended tiger tail.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted with disdain. He was extremely proud. This innate skill was much more powerful than Yu Shichang's. It was only by relying on this innate skill that Zhu Xiaobao turned defeat into victory.
Ah? Innate skill? Is this the innate skill you have learned? How is it possible?
Yu Shichang was stunned immediately, and his voice lowered, more like mumbling to himself. Even the Great Elders were shocked. This is Zhu Xiaobao's innate skill. It is really too powerful. He can summon a second white tiger at the same time. Isn't this equivalent to 2 against 1? What about Yu Shichang? Is there any chance of winning? Yu Wanfeng had just ran back. When he heard Zhu Xiaobao's words, he immediately stood there motionless. At this time, Yu Shichang felt that the pressure on him was gradually removed, and he was finally able to stand up. But then everyone was pushed out of the inheritance place by a strong wind. While Zhu Xiaobao, it was rolled up by the huge tiger tail, like a dog being dragged to death. But it was actually dragged away by the white tiger beast.
Hey! 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 Let me go! I can walk on my own? You're dragging me so damn much. My clothes are worn out, and I've got dozens of tails of silver.
Zhu Xiaobao was still moving on the ground. That's not true. But he was shouting angrily. The white tiger beast has returned to its original size, but it is still more than 10 feet in size. Ignoring Zhu Xiaobao's dissatisfaction, it strolls back towards the place of inheritance.
The divine beast Dharma. What does it mean? Can't we go in?
Yu Shichang looked at Zhu Xiaobao being dragged to the inheritance place in shock and annoyance. But he had a very bad feeling in his heart.
Your Highness, please come back. The divine beast appears again. This is a blessing for our white tiger clan.
The great elder said with joy at this time.
No, it's impossible. I'm the one who started the inheritance, not these little treasures. No.
Yu Shichang still stood there, murmuring with great reluctance.
Well, now that the mythical beast of my clan has appeared, I hereby declare that Yu Xiaobao is the genius of our white tiger clan. No one is allowed to use methods such as plotting and assassination. Otherwise, it will be regarded as rebellion of our white tiger clan. The bloodline will be abolished. Expelled from this clan.
The great elder suddenly became very serious and said loudly. Chapter 578, Reborn. Yu Shichang stood up again with some confusion. His eyes still filled with resentment. Everyone could tell that the great elder's words were directed at him and Yu Wanfeng. As for the election of the clan leader, it will be just 3 months later. It seems that the great elder has already focused his attention on Zhu Xiaobao. Yu Wanfeng also came over and supported Yu Shichang. He had been suppressed by the discovery of the white tiger beast just now. Yu Shichang had not replied yet. His whole body was limp. He saw how far the difference between the Dharma they had refined and the real Dharma of the beast was. Just one tiger paw has already made Yu Shichang unable to move. Seeing Yu Wanfeng supporting Yu Shichang to leave, the great elder and others still bowed and saluted. No different from usual. In fact, the great elder was just out of public trust and had no preference for anyone. It was only because Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang felt uneasy that they felt that the great elder was targeting them. In anger, he returned to Yu Shichang's villa and gave Zhu Xian a slap in the face as soon as he entered the door. The slap made Zhu Xian a little at a loss and didn't understand what he had done wrong. But she had been completely tamed by Yu Shichang, and she immediately knelt down and waited for the next step.
Bitch! Why is there such a strong fire attribute in Zhu Xiaobao's offensive? We are both dual cultivators, but I only have a little bit. This fire attribute is useless.
Yu Shichang was still yelling unwillingly. Today's competition don't go too far. It's obvious that his cultivation is much better than that of his son-in-law. But the result is like this. Speaking of which, his Dharma aspect Sabay was broken up. So he should be considered a loser. It was only later that everyone focused their attention on the divine beast Dharma Prime Minister and Chairman Abio. So they did not mention this matter.
This may be because their technique of cultivating the
four phases divine veins
is complete, while ours is a fragment.
Only then did Zhu Xian understand the reason for Yu Shichang's great fortune, and had to say cautiously. In fact, since the last time Yu Shichang assassinated Zhu Xian, Xiaobao came back and said that Zhu Xiaobao had already thought about it when the beauty of the Xuanwu clan appeared next to her. But she didn't dare to say it. She was afraid that if Yu Shichang turned his attention to Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei, she would be of little value. Unexpectedly, Yu Shichang still noticed it now.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, now that you have the complete
four phases divine vein,
then get it back for me. I don't care what method you use, as long as you can get it back for me.
Yu Shichang understood immediately when I came here. I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was so lucky. Not only were there a couple of monks from the Suzaku clan, but also a couple from the Xuanwu clan. If he found another woman from the Qinglong clan, wouldn't it be the
four-phase god?
Is it possible to practice the pulse completely? The consequences are too terrible.
I can't go back now. Can I? After what happened last time. The sacred beast of the Suzaku clan has already developed murderous intentions towards me. And the clan members also want to clean up the family. I can't do it. Right.
Ju Xian was very worried. She said in panic, and looked at Yushir-chan with fear. This person was his master now, and she had no other place to go.
Humph. It doesn't matter. I will let you go back. If you can't fight alone, I can lead an army and defeat the Suzaku clan.
Yushir-chan said fiercely.
Listen to his highness.
Ju Xian said quickly to please him. But he was a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that Yushir-chan was going to lead troops to invade Beizuri Kingdom? In the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan, Zhu Xiaobao was thrown into a cave. The cave was very wide, and everywhere was illuminated by white light. This white light seemed to be unique to the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. But the White Tiger divine beast had disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao was the only one in the cave. And even his words were echoed. But Zhu Xiaobao could feel that here. The blood in his body seemed to be activated, surging and surging, as if his whole body was about to swell. He was surprised and happy, but also a little panicked, because the skin all over his body was also turning red, as if it would burst at any time. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was relatively calm, sat down in time, and started to use his mental skills. Then he began to gradually adapt to this situation. Moreover, He Faxiang, who was running his mental skills here, made the blood in his body flow faster than usual. 3 times. Even the white light in the cave is being continuously absorbed into the body. The organs and bones in the body are also undergoing certain changes. Zhu Xiaobao had just adapted to the surging feeling. But then, he felt severe pain in all his bones and organs. This kind of pain was comparable to any torture in the world. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but howl loudly. But he didn't dare to stop his mental processes. Otherwise, your body will explode immediately. In this dilemma, Zhu Xiaobao could only howl and work hard on his mental skills. Unexpectedly, when he came to the place of inheritance, he would have to endure a lot of torture and suffering before he could get any benefits. And there is no telling how long this torture will last. Zhu Xiaobao hopes that it will come to an end as soon as possible while suffering from pain. But this situation is indeed endless, and there is no intention of winning at all. The Great Elder and other elders also heard Zhu Xiaobao's screams. They also looked at each other. Now they couldn't enter the place of inheritance at all. Even if they got closer, they would be swept back by a strong energy. They didn't know what was going on inside. But the Great Elder firmly believes that since he was brought in by the Divine Beast Dharma image, it must be a good thing. Otherwise, the Divine Beast Dharma image could have killed all the little treasures outside the inheritance place. And it would still take the boss's effort to do so. What was he taking back? It's just that the screams were so terrifying that they lasted for 3 days before gradually disappearing. I don't know whether Zhu Xiaobao is dead or alive now. But the screams are gone anyway. But at this time, the place of inheritance was eerily quiet. No one knew what was going on inside. The old apprentice and Master Feng now stay together every day, drinking, smoking, and tasting tea. The relationship between the two has somewhat eased, and they even have some friendship. After all, both of them were cultivated as great venerables, and they were very lonely on weekdays, especially for Mr. Feng. It seemed like this was the first time he had someone to chat with. The two of them don't compete now. Instead, they spend time together drinking tea and drinking, and they enjoy it. Zhu Xiaobao entered the inheritance place, and they both knew the news already, because the competition between Zhu Xiaobao and Yushir-chan caused too much commotion. And in the end the White Tiger Divine Beast's Dharma took action himself. This matter had already spread. The appearance of the White Tiger Beast has only appeared twice in total, and one of them was because of these little treasures. So Master Feng also re-examined the little treasures. He didn't give anything to Yuan Feng and Yushir-chan. He was just Yuxian's master. So if Zhu Xiaobao was really the chosen one, he was not willing to offend Zhu Xiaobao. Therefore, in the past few days, Feng Zuinjin's missiles have not made things difficult for the old disciple, but have developed some friendship with him. At this moment, a young eunuch in the palace came to find Master Feng in a panic. This young eunuch was also a confidant of Yuxian and knew where Master Feng was. So he came in a panic. He whispered a few words in the ear of Master Feng, and Master Feng suddenly became furious.
That's too presumptuous. You don't take a great master like me seriously at all. Huh? I'll go back right away. Look, what does Yushir-chan want to do? I'll go with you. Let me see how arrogant this Yushir-chan is.
The old apprentice also stood up at this time and said, The little eunuch next to him was shocked, and his voice was very low. Unexpectedly, can this fat old man still hear it? With the old apprentice's cultivation level, this little eunuch could still hear clearly no matter how low he lowered his voice. What the little eunuch wanted to repay Master Feng just now was that Yu Shichang went to the palace and beat Yu Xian, which made Master Feng furious. Although Yu Shiren's qualifications were average, he was still his disciple. Master Feng. Yu Shichang dared to hit his elder brother, and Yu Shiren was still the emperor. This was too arrogant. It turns out that Yu Shichang went to Yu Shiren to ask him to send troops to the northern Zirwei kingdom. He wanted to encircle and suppress the Suzaku clan and destroy the northern Zirwei kingdom at the same time. When Yu Shiren heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. Yu Shichang didn't understand the frame at all. Now the North Zirwei country is much less sick than the South Zirwei country. Did Yu Shichang still think it was the original situation? He actually wanted to send troops to destroy the northern Zirwei kingdom? But this time it was above the court, in front of so many civil and military officials. Yu Xian was also very embarrassed. He still said with a smile, "Brother you don't know. It is too hasty to send troops now. We don't have any of this preparation. And the strength of the northern Zirwei kingdom is not weak now. What does it mean to be unprepared? If you are not prepared, then go and prepare. You actually say that Yu Qianrou, a little girl, is not weak? I think you are living too comfortably." Yu Shichang said, very dissatisfied. Standing in the main hall, he had no scruples, and even found a chair to sit on. This made the civil and military officials very dissatisfied. Although they knew that His Highness was a genius of the White Tiger clan, those officials still showed obvious dissatisfaction for being so arrogant in the court. Hee. Brother you, I'm afraid you don't know that our treasury is tight right now. It's absolutely impossible to send troops. Now I'm stepping up the construction of defenses. Should we go all out to resist the invasion of the northern Zirwei kingdom? Okay. Yu Xian cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This scene makes people feel very weird. The majestic emperor has to apologize to his brother. This is so lacking in the majesty of the king." "What? The treasury is tight? Then you still spend all day drinking and debauching, leaving this Zirwei kingdom to you. And it's like this? I think you are timid and fearful of the enemy. It's true that you don't want to send troops." Yu Shichang immediately pointed out. Yu Xian shouted angrily, "Your Highness, why are you so rude to His Majesty? This is a crime of disrespect." An old minister stood up from the court and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this?" Yu Shichang was furious. He raised his hand and slapped the veteran, knocking him to the ground. His martial arts was already at the level of a martial artist. This veteran, how could I survive such a blow? Immediately afterwards, my mouth and nose bleed, and I lost my life. "How can you be so cruel? Mr. Liu is a veteran of 2 dynasties. You are too presumptuous." Yu Shiren was also stunned by this scene and said in anger, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you a while. If the troops haven't been sent out by then, you won't have to be the emperor anymore." Yu Shichang said nonchalantly, "Huh? I don't want to be the emperor for a long time. Go tell your father that I don't have the ability. Ask him to rule by himself." Yu Shiren also lowered his face, took off the crown on his head, and put it on the long book desk. Snapped. Yu Shichang suddenly became angry and raised his hand to slap Yu Shiren. This eldest brother has always been submissive, but he dared to talk back today, in front of so many civil and military ministers? He had never taken this eldest brother seriously, and always thought that he was the one who gave the emperor to Yu Shiren. If he hadn't been obsessed with cultivation, how would Yu Shiren have the chance to become the emperor? "You actually hit someone? You?" Yu Shiren never expected that Yu Shichang would hit him without mercy, and in front of so many civil and military officials. He also felt that he was too shameless. Pointing out, Yu Shichang shivered and shouted, "I'll quit my job." Unexpectedly, all the civil servants and generals stood up together, took off their hats, and said in unison. It could be seen that they were all very dissatisfied with Yu Shichang. So they stood up together. "Do you want to rebel? You think I don't dare to kill you?" Yu Shichang also felt a little surprised. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and shouted angrily. The murderous aura in his body was looming, and he was really ready to kill. At this moment, Lord Feng arrived. When he saw the scene, he hummed with a gloomy expression. "I don't want to care about which of you becomes the emperor. But since Yu Shiren is my disciple, I, as the master, still have to pay. He delivers justice." Before he finished speaking, Master Feng took action, and he gave Yu Shichang a slap in the face without any politeness. which made Yu Shichang feel a little dazed. At this age, no one dares to hit him. However, due to Feng Zun's status as the great martial lord, Yu Shichang secretly considered that he was not Feng Zun's opponent yet.
Humph. Although Yu Shiren doesn't have the late emperor's talent and strategy, but he can still be regarded as conscientious. In the past 2 years, Nanzi Rui Kingdom has suffered from droughts and insect infestations. And you have built the arena and the elixir workshop in a big way. Most of the money from the national treasury has been spent. Isn't it all because of you that this situation is now happening?
Master Feng stood there and said coldly. He had nothing to do with these things. But she still did it for Yu Shiren. Some explanation. The civil and military officials standing in the main hall also nodded in agreement. Although Yu Shiren was not very capable, he was still very dedicated. Basically, he could not beat him. But he had no real power. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene became very tense and deadlocked, Yu Wanfeng arrived at the right time. He also heard that Yu Shichang had gone to the main hall, and he immediately had a premonition that something was wrong. Yu Shichang doesn't understand the national conditions at all, and will definitely interfere in government affairs. But unexpectedly, he came a step too late.
Great sir! Calm down! Great sir! Calm down! I am impulsive and don't know how high the sky is. Please don't care about it. Great sir!
Yu Wanfeng saw Yu Shichang's ugly look, and there were 5 fingerprints on the beam. Although he felt very sad. I felt bad, but I could only turn a blind eye at this time. And quickly said with a smile. If all these civil and military officials resigned, wouldn't he become a real loner?
Huh? Disciple, go back with me.
Master Feng ignored Yu Wanfeng and left with Yu Shiren. The civil and military officials also lowered their heads and quietly retreated. In the inheritance place, Zhu Xiaobao was waving a pair of iron claws hard and practicing diligently. He couldn't do it if he didn't work hard. His whole body felt uncomfortable, and his muscles, veins, and bones had undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now consuming all this excess energy. It had been 3 days. Although he had barely adapted to the impact of bloodline awakening, he now had to face the huge changes in his body's organs and Google. This process was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about it. It may take working hard to relieve that feeling of fullness. Just like a person who suddenly eats too much, which is completely beyond his appetite. He will be starved to death if he doesn't consume it. But this kind of consumption was still not enough. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao roared and finally condensed the Dharma. He started jumping up and down in the place of inheritance. Suddenly, the momentum in the entire cave changed drastically. As if the viewing halo became more powerful. Even Zhu Xiaobao himself found it difficult to move. Because under this white light, he seemed to be in mud, struggling, and even his own strength was suppressed and shrunk. In the inheritance place, Zhu Xiaobao was waving a pair of iron claws hard and practicing diligently. He couldn't do it if he didn't work hard. His whole body felt uncomfortable, and his muscles, veins, and bones had undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now consuming all this excess energy. It had been 3 days. Although he had barely adapted to the impact of bloodline awakening, he now had to face the huge changes in his body's organs and Google. This process was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about it. It may take working hard to relieve that feeling of fullness. Just like a person who suddenly eats too much, which is completely beyond his appetite. He will be starved to death if he doesn't consume it. But this kind of consumption was still not enough. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao roared and finally condensed the Dharma. He started jumping up and down in the place of inheritance. Suddenly, the momentum in the entire cave changed drastically. As if the viewing halo became more powerful. Even Zhu Xiaobao himself found it difficult to move. Because under this white light, he seemed to be in mud, struggling, and even his own strength was suppressed and shrunk. Chapter 579, Returning Empty-Handed? After successive battles with the magical beasts, all the little treasures were completely defeated. And they were completely defeated in a crushing manner. The gap between the 7th level mental cultivation method and the white tiger divine beast's physical appearance was still too big. In the end, relying on Zhu Xiaobao's innate skills, he was lucky enough to hit the tiger's claw of the white tiger divine beast's Dharma form. It even slightly scattered the white tiger divine beast's Dharma form. But then this bit of the Dharma aspect was immediately repaired and restored. But this is already very gratifying to this white tiger beast. And it is also very surprised by this innate skill. Because this kind of innate skills are realized by the white tiger tribe after they have cultivated their mental skills to the 7th level. Even it doesn't know what kind of innate skills it will understand. Yu Shicheng's talents and skills were very average, and he did not attract the attention of the white tiger beast. But Zhu Xiaobao's talent skill surprised the white tiger beast very much. If it could last longer, wouldn't it be like two white tigers? And the corresponding abilities would be doubled. So this talent, the skills are still very strong. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that his innate skills could be used continuously in the place of inheritance without feeling exhausted. I just don't know if this innate skill can still be used like this outside the land of inheritance. This time, the white tiger divine beast no longer discussed with Zhu Xiaobao, but disappeared. Instead, the white light in the inheritance place was dazzling, and a stone platform suddenly appeared in the empty cave. On it was a spear, which was the tiger head spear, the inherited treasure of the white tiger clan. The body of the gun is platinum in color, and there are purple gold tiger stripes on the barrel. The tip of the gun protrudes from the mouth of the tiger's head, and there is a tiger tooth more than an inch long on each side. And what is holding this tiger-headed gun is actually two tiger claws. This means that the three treasures inherited from the white tiger clan appeared at the same time. Actually, it should be regarded as two treasures, because the two tiger claws are a pair and can only be regarded as one weapon. This surprised Zhu Xiaobao. At the beginning, Zhu Mei also had two inherited treasures, the golden armor hammer and the turtle back shield, in the land of Long Pass. In the end, Zhu Mei just took away the turtle back shield, and she could not shake the golden armor hammer. But Zhu Xiaobao is full of confidence this time. His current mental method cultivation is a level higher than that of Zhu Mei. It belongs to a high-level mental method cultivation. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao is thinking in his heart, at least collecting that pair of tiger claws should be no problem. But if you want to collect these tiger claws, you must first remove the tiger head spear on them, which puts Zhu Xiaobao in a difficult position. He tried with all his strength, but the tiger-headed gun didn't move at all. At this moment, the tiger-headed spear rose into the air on its own, seemingly consciously letting Zhu Xiaobao collect a pair of tiger claws below. The white tiger beast takes great care of Zhu Xiaobao. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that he couldn't even lift the pair of tiger claws. Zhu Xiaobao tried his best, but could not shake the tiger claws. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao grabbed a tiger claw with both hands and used all his strength to shake one of them first. But what made Zhu Xiaobao frustrated was that he couldn't move even a little bit after eating the tiger's claws. All the little treasures were panting from exhaustion and sat there wanting to cry without tears. This makes no sense. Zhu Mei's mental technique can already collect the turtle shield at the 6th level. His mental technique has made rapid progress in the past few days and reached perfection. In other words, it is in sync with Yu Shicheng, and may even have surpassed it. Yu Shicheng is here. But why haven't you been able to take away this pair's tiger claws? Even the white tiger beast, who was secretly observing from the side, was disappointed. Zhu Xiaobao's physical fitness is not generally bad, and he has not practiced at all for the past 10 years, which results in his physical fitness being worse than the average white tiger clan member, although it can be regarded as a complete rebirth now. If you want to catch up with and surpass Yu Shicheng, you have to practice hard on your own. And there is no shortcut. After trying a few more times, Zhu Xiaobao was completely desperate. Even the white tiger beast was angry and released a strong wind, throwing Zhu Xiaobao out of the inheritance place. And the tiger head spear that appeared disappeared again.
It's not like this. Right. Isn't it just that you're a little weak? You're going to fall out when you say you're going to fall out?
Zhu Xiaobao got up from the ground and cursed angrily. He tried to enter the inheritance place again, but he couldn't. When he left, a strong wind blocked him back. However, the elders around the place of inheritance discovered in time that Zhu Xiaobao had come out. Although the way he came out was a bit weird, as if he had been thrown out, the elders still surrounded him excitedly.
Xiaobao, are you out? How are you? Did you gain any insights from the place of inheritance? Have you seen the treasure of inheritance?
The great elder also asked in an uncharacteristically robotic manner.
Of course, I have gained a lot of insights, and my mind has reached the 7th level of perfection. In other words, I have surpassed Yu Shicheng. The 3 treasures of inheritance have also appeared, but they are not something I can shake yet. The inherited treasure cannot be collected until the mental technique breaks through to the 8th level.
Zhu Xiaobao said with shamelessness. He couldn't say that he failed to collect the treasure and was thrown out by the white tiger beast.
Right? Oh, that's it. Xiaobao, you are really talented. You have cultivated the mental method to the 7th level of perfection so quickly.
The great elder was not much disappointed. and he was able to cultivate the mental method to the 7th level of perfection, which is already amazing.
Have you Feng and Yu Shichang been here these days?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't have much friendship with the elders of the White Tiger clan, and they didn't have a good impression. When Yu Qianrou was defeated by Yu Feng and driven out of the southern Zirui kingdom, these people did not take action and just stayed at the place of inheritance. In their opinion, the person who can improve the mental cultivation to the highest level is the one. What they need most. Starting the inheritance is their ultimate goal.
I've been here twice, but in these places of inheritance, we, including Yu Feng and Yu Shichang, can't enter. This has only happened 3 times, the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang, and Yu Shichang who was promoted to the heart the 7th level of the Dharma. This time again,
the great elder said with a sigh.
Oh, so Yu Shichang has also seen the tiger-headed spear? But he couldn't collect it?
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he immediately realized that it was not that the white tiger beast valued him much, but that it was its for every clan member. As long as you meet the requirements, you will have the opportunity to try to start the inheritance.
Yes, you are all the geniuses of our clan, so you are lucky enough to see the tiger-head spear. With qualifications like mine and mental skills still at the junior or intermediate level, it seems that this life is hopeless. But I don't know that Xiaobao, where do you plan to go?
The great elder shook his head and sighed, and then asked with great concern.
What? What does the great elder want to say?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused. Of course he is back now.
What I mean is that if you stay here, you can practice peacefully. But if you leave this Huju mountain, you will inevitably have conflicts with Yu Wanqiang, Yu Shichang and others. You know what happens outside the inheritance place. We can't interfere, so we still hope you can stay.
The great elder said a little worriedly. This is Nan Zirui Kingdom now. Once Yu Xiaobao leaves the inheritance place, Yu Shichang will definitely take action against Zhu Xiaobao. But the elders like them are helpless in matters between the 2 countries.
Don't worry. If I can come here with confidence, I can go back safely. I don't care about Yu Shichang's tricks yet.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled nonchalantly. With the protection of the Great Venerable, Zhu Xiaobao is not worried. Not to mention that now Yu Xian is wavering, but is already moving closer to him.
Okay, but Xiaobao, there's one more thing. Even though the 2 countries are fighting, it's best to show mercy. You and Yu Shichang are both once-in-a-100-year geniuses in our clan. Don't kill them all.
The great elder said a little embarrassed. He had told Yu Feng the same thing at the beginning, but Yu Feng still wanted to put Yu Qianrou to death. Now when he said the same words to Zhu Xiaobao, he felt a little sad in his heart. If the 2 countries really fought, not only would the common people suffer, but the tribesmen outside the inheritance land would also suffer a lot of casualties. This was the last thing he wanted to see.
Yes, I know. And I don't want to start a war. I have always convinced others with virtue. Don't worry, Great Elder. If Yu Shichang falls into my hands, I promise not to take his life.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, said, but Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts were even more damaging. He planned to destroy Yu Shichang's bloodline, let him become a normal person. Before leaving, all the little treasures condensed the Dharma form again, and then the human and the tiger merged into one, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the place of inheritance, his Dharma can exert its maximum power at a speed that even the Great Venerable can't match. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao wants to show his Dharma appearance is to give all the clansmen a deterrent. On the other hand, they also got rid of the spy arranged by Yu Shichang. After leaving the place of inheritance, Yu Shichang must have arranged countless spies to know the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao. But now all this has vanished into thin air. They only saw a flash of white light, and no more discoveries were made. Back at the inn, the old apprentice was very happy because Yu Shiren was slapped by Yu Shichang, and this incident had spread in Nan Zirui Kingdom. What could make Yu Shichang so angry must be that he was defeated by Zhu Xiaobao at the place of inheritance. So the old disciple was not worried at all, and felt that Zhu Xiaobao came back too early.
Master, you have changed so much. Your energy and spirit have also improved a lot.
When the old apprentice saw Zhu Xiaobao, he shouted in surprise.
Oh, what's the change? Are you more handsome than before?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked very expectantly. After catching this guy, he was not very confident about his appearance. At most, he looked ordinary. They are incomparable to King Wen, Prince Imohan and Ji Jisheng.
The appearance has not changed much, but there is an indescribable feeling, as if he has been reborn. It seems that practicing in the place where he has been inherited is really getting twice the result with half the effort.
The old apprentice shook his head and said,
Alas! Why can't I keep up with my appearance despite such a high level of cultivation? This is really depressing. And this time, I missed the opportunity to collect the inherited treasure. It's really a pity.
Zhu Xiaobao also said a little disappointed.
It doesn't matter, since there have been radical changes. As long as you practice diligently, it will be easy to catch up with the gap in the system. After all, you have been practicing for a shorter time than others. Most people have already started when they are 5 or 6 years old. You're practicing Kung Fu. Those with good qualifications started practicing Kung Fu at the age of 3. For example, I started practicing Kung Fu at the age of 3 and got up early and worked hard at night. So I achieved my current achievements.
The old apprentice began to boast again as he spoke.
Stop! 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 I'm not interested in your boyish skills. How is Yushuren doing now? Is there any news?
Zhu Xiaobao interrupted the old apprentice decisively and then asked,
Oh, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten that Yushuren sent someone to deliver a message, asking you to visit him once when you come back.
The old apprentice then remembered the business and said,
Let's go! Let's go now!
Zhu Xiaobao became more decisive and took his old apprentice out immediately. He estimated that Yuxian had begun to accept his suggestions after being slapped in the face.
Now, you have just come back, and it is the time when you are being watched most closely. I am afraid that we will be discovered by Yu Shichang's spies?
The old apprentice asked a little surprised. Zhu Xiaobao is very decisive and resolute in his actions now. This is completely different from the previous style.
Hey, you don't understand this. I just came out of the inheritance place. Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang must be in Huju Mountain to learn more about my situation. Now is the safest time. And I'm back, no one will be able to notice it at that time.
Zhu Xiaobao, and you said confidently.
Ha ha. Master, please.
The old apprentice also made an exaggerated gesture, and then entered the palace with Zhu Xiaobao. Yushuren has been really disappointed and pessimistic these days, and he hasn't gone to court for several days. It's so embarrassing. He was slapped by his brother in front of the court, which made him completely discouraged. I feel cold. I don't want to be this emperor anymore. In fact, Yu Wanfeng has also realized the serious consequences of Yu Shichang's slap in the past few days. Most of the civil and military officials have submitted their resignations. In this case, Nanzirwei Kingdom will not be in chaos. So Yu Wanfeng also came to Yushuren in person to comfort him. Only then did he remember that this son was of some use. It's just that Yu Wanfeng didn't say a word about what Yu Shichang did. He only made some promises, and gave away a few beautiful concubines. The final meaning is that since the national strength is weak, it is better to follow Yuxian's wishes, and stabilize the defense first. Then when Yu Shichang's mental technique breaks through to the 8th level, and then Yu Shichang goes out to fight in person, he will definitely be invincible by then. He still has full confidence in Yu Shichang. But Yushuren gave up completely, because Yu Wanfeng was still trying his best to protect Yu Shichang, and had no intention of apologizing to him. Moreover, he was still the one who helped Yu Shichang. Didn't you listen to Yu Wanfeng? When Yu Shichang was promoted to 8th level, lead the team to the battle in person, Yu Wanfeng still pinned his hopes on Yu Shichang. That's why Yushuren finally made up his mind to talk to Zhu Xiaobao to ensure that his own interests were not affected. Even if you fail, you should at least leave yourself a way out. When he saw Yushuren, Zhu Xiaobao almost couldn't recognize him. In less than half a month, Yushuren seemed to have aged a lot, and his hands were shaking slightly as he sat there. Now I no longer watch the performances of the dancers. I just drink to drown my sorrows. The King of England is 1,000 years old. If I cooperate with you to enter the southern purple country, what promises and guarantees can you give me? When Yushuren saw Zhu Xiaobao, he asked straight to the point. Well, I guarantee your safety. After I complete the integration, I will divide you into a county and call you the Xiaoyao King. What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao still had the same opinion as last time, but added one more thing and promised to guarantee it. Yuxian is absolutely safe. Okay, but I have one more request. When the time comes, you must teach Yu Shichang to me. As an elder brother, I must take good care of him for the rest of his life. Yushuren nodded and said he had no objection. But at the end he added one more thing. Of course this is possible. But what are you going to do? Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he saw Yuxian's resentful eyes. How much hatred is this? After all, they are also two brothers who have read through Yi Mie.
You don't have to worry about it. I won't kill him yet. I just want him to watch me live happily,
Yu Shiren said with a gloomy face.
Okay. I don't care what you want to do. Anyway, I will leave Yu Shichang to you when the time comes. Leave your contact information. Please. If I start to take action, I can notify you in time.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't bother to pay attention. The grievances between the two brothers were discussed in an understatement.
Just give me one of your places to stay in my imperial city, and I'll have someone contact you. Don't worry. A loser like me doesn't even have anyone monitoring me. It's very safe.
Yu Shiren laughed at himself. Said, "It is true that you want Feng, and Yu Shichang never monitored Yu Shiren at all. Because they did not take Yu Shiren seriously at all. Besides, how can an emperor surrender to the enemy in treason? But now this kind of thing happens." After coming out of the palace, Zhu Xiaobao and his old disciple hurried back directly. The harvest this time was huge. Now Zhu Xiaobao is also anxious to regain the southern Purple Rui Kingdom as soon as possible, because he has also tasted the benefits. Cultivating in the inheritance land is indeed half the result with half the effort. And in Jihu Mountain, when Yu Shichang heard that Zhu Xiaobao had not been able to collect any of the 3 inherited treasures, he couldn't help but be full of hope. Since Zhu Xiaobao has not been able to recover the treasure, it means that his talent is also very limited. And the key is that he can come here at any time to practice his mental skills. This is a unique advantage. But to maintain this advantage, Yu Shiren needs to be able to defend the coastal defense line and prevent the northern Zirwei Kingdom from attacking. At this time, Yu Shichang felt that his useless brother was still somewhat useful. Chapter 580 Returning Empty-Handed B. I was very familiar with the journey since arriving at Nanzirui Congress, and there were no problems along the way. Zhu Xiaobao also used this visit to Yu Shiren to collect some various maps of Nanzirui Kingdom, and also revised and summarized them, making them more accurate than the original ones. They encountered 2 groups of robbers along the way. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao tried his best to go to less traveled places, but he didn't expect to encounter robbers. However, the martial arts skills of these bandits were not enough. After 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2, they were captured by Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao did not kill them, but asked them carefully. It turns out that most of these people were forced to become robbers because taxes had increased significantly, and these people couldn't pay. Because even if you become a robber, it is better than being demoted as a slave.
Well, just hold on for a few more months. The north and south of Zirui Kingdom will be unified soon. By then, I hope you will no longer be robbers who rob families. I will let you go this time.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed. It seems that Yu Shiren really has no better way but to frequently increase taxes. This is undoubtedly killing the goose that lays the goose. And it is not surprising that there are so many bandits. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao left some money for them to help them tide over the difficulties. Because judging from their martial arts skills, they were really not that good. If they wanted to successfully rob, they could only target the poor people. Taking action is what Zhu Xiaobao least wants to see. After returning to Prince Ying's mansion, the first thing Zhu Xiaobao did was to go find Murong Feng. This plan was very successful. Yu Shiren had already turned to him. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao had a reason to show off. When Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao, she felt relieved. Zhu Mei hugged Zhu Xiaobao unscrupulously. However, as soon as the two came into contact, Zhu Mei discovered Zhu Xiaobao's strength and power. The height has increased, especially Zhu Xiaobao's strength, which has not increased by a little.
Okay, Zhu Mei, wait until I finish talking about the business first, and then we'll discuss it. Look, the military advisor is still waiting for me to hug you.
Zhu Xiaobao's mouth was still so vulgar. Being hugged by Zhu Mei, he still couldn't break away. He couldn't help but said with a wry smile. He was completely convinced by Zhu Mei now. This big girl is definitely far more talented than those so-called geniuses. Even Zhu Xiaobao may not be able to compare with her. Hack her. Because Zhu Mei's cultivation level is the same in this life. That is to say, her cultivation level has no fixed state at all, and there is no bottleneck. But she is steadily improving. Of course, there are still obvious levels in mental methods.
Go away! Ahem. It seems that Chitosa's plan this time has been completed smoothly. Did Yu Shiren agree?
Murong Feng also glared at Zhu Mei with dissatisfaction, and then asked lightly. In response to Zhu Xiaobao's words, she already have a strong immunity. Her heart is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. If she can capture the southern purple country without using weapons, it will be equivalent to saving the lives of millions of people. And there will be no post-war reconstruction work. But it saves so much financial and manpower.
Of course. Xiaobao takes action. I have the world. Yu Xian has already agreed. And his conditions are not high. He only needs a county. And he can be named the Xiaoyao King. This cousin of mine is quite a kind person. Alas, life is miserable enough. An emperor spends all day drinking to soothe his sorrows. I think it would be better to be a happy king.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. And he didn't need anyone to wait on him. He just poured it for himself. I had a bowl of tea. Then sat down and lit a cigar. Usually he would light a cigar when he was in a very good or very bad mood.
Well, congratulations to the King of England on his 1000th birthday. This is definitely a unique achievement. We can also save a lot of financial resources.
Merong Feng also said with a smile. In fact, she could only be so relaxed in her study. In the main hall, Merong Feng still behaved respectfully. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about the complicated etiquette. But other ministers saw it.
How has the situation been here in the past 20 days? Has Tao Jiqian done anything? Also, has my sister gone crazy?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked impatiently. What he was most afraid of was Yu Qianrou going crazy. Qianrou cared too much about this younger brother. So Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to tell Yu Qianrou when he left.
Ha ha! The situation here is quite good. Although some ministers objected to my approach. His Majesty suppressed it forcefully. Of course, Your Majesty is very angry about your going to Nanzi Rui country. You can explain this to her yourself. But I can't do anything. She almost ate me.
Merong Feng still said with a smile. But she was also complained by Yu Qianrou. And now Yu Qianrou does it every day, sends someone to ask if Zhu Xiaobao is back.
Oh, I know. Don't worry. I still have a way to deal with that sister of mine. How about Tao Jiqian? This guy should have some tricks.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little worried. But he still said he didn't care. Said,
Tao Jiqian is indeed a talent. He actually directly found another important figure in the Liang family. And then killed the current head of the family, and pushed this person to the position of head of the family. He used soft and hard words. Kindness and power at the same time. It didn't take much effort. Has already disintegrated the Liang family. But now the Liang family is very firmly supporting my conscription mission. Sending 5,000 private soldiers. And also donated 10,000 dan of food.
Merong Feng said with great satisfaction. Merong Feng did not expect that Tao Jiqian would act so resolutely. He had already settled the Liang family as soon as he took office. And also shocked the large and small families headed by the Liang family. These families began to follow suit and donated money one after another. The imminent riot was defused by Tao Jiqian. And the results are quite satisfactory. Now that Tao Jiqian has been appointed as the new inspector, he has begun to inspect other counties. In fact, he is to settle all the families that are still resisting.
Ha ha. Yuli must be the one who took the initiative. These two bastards are now working together perfectly.
Zhu Xiaobao also smiled a little obscenely. Don't look at it. Yuli has no idea of marrying Tao Jiqian. This is what the Lingyu female warriors always do. But she is very willing to be with Tao Jiqian. And this time Yuli also brought hundreds of female warriors with Zhu Xiaobao, who stayed in the inheritance land of the Suzaku clan for 2 months. So even though the number is small, their combat power it can be said to be quite powerful.
Well, that's right. It was Yuli who took action, and killed the 2 great martial arts masters of the opponent in 3 moves. Her martial arts are still improving by leaps and bounds. When we attack Nanzi Rui country, I plan to let her and Tong Wuxin take charge. No matter whether it's a land battle or a naval battle. These 2 are the best choices.
Merong Feng said with satisfaction. When Yu Shuang and Yu Shui arrive here again, her available people will be very rich.
Okay. Let me go to my sister's place first. Otherwise she will really go crazy.
Zhu Xiaobao said, still a little panicked. Sure enough, as soon as they met, Zhu Xiaobao was turned off by Yu Qianrou and scolded her angrily. Zhu Xiaobao grinned again and begged for mercy.
Sister! I was wrong. Isn't it okay? You should let me go.
So many people are watching. It hurts.
Although it was in Yu Qianrou's inner palace. The maids and eunuchs were all waiting on the side. Although they all lowered their heads, you could tell that they were also having fun. After the 5th prince came back, there was life in the palace. And Yu Qianrou became more energetic. No longer as sad as before.
Humph. I betrayed you. Now I don't even say H, lo. I leave as soon as I say. Do you still take me as a sister seriously? Come on. Do it as a family. I want to teach this a lesson today. Damn thing.
Yu Qianru still scolded reluctantly. She had obviously lost weight these days, and had never had a good night's sleep because she was worried about Zhu Xiaobao's safety. She was chased from Nanzi Rui Kingdom by Yu Huafeng and Yu Shichang. The scene still makes her heart beat. It was so vicious. Yu Huafeng and Yu Shichang didn't care about blood and family ties at all. They wanted to kill them all.
Your Majesty, the King of England has already admitted his mistake. Please forgive him this time. After all, he took such a big risk just to regain the southern Zirwei Kingdom. I think, Your Majesty, I would like to come here. First ask the King of England how old he is this time. How is the progress? It should be complete.
At this time, the great eunuch Yuan hurriedly knelt down and begged to help Zhu Xiaobao explain clearly. In fact, he knew that Yu Qianru was venting the suppressed feelings in his heart. A long time of anxiety and worry.
Humph. Then sit down first and explain it to me honestly. Wait. Sit next to me and tell me.
Yu Qianru then let go of Zhu Xiaobao's ears and said angrily. But finally, she let Zhu Xiaobao sit next to her. Zhu Xiaobao was really honest this time. He told everything exactly what happened and what happened in the inheritance place. Yu Qianru suddenly became nervous. Had his father, Yu Wanqiang, not forced to open the boat, he would not have been seriously injured and died in the end.
What? You dare to collect those tiger claws? You don't want your life. After the failure of the last boat ride, my father once said that if you want to collect the 3 treasures, you must have enough strength, a strong physique, and mental skills. We must at least reach the 7th level of perfection.
Yu Qianru grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's hand and said solemnly,
But I have already raised my mental skills to the 7th level of perfection. That's why I am not willing to leave empty-handed.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. He was worried that Yu Shichang was also at the 7th level. In terms of cultivation, if Yu Shichang took over the 3 treasures first, wouldn't that mean he would have a powerful enemy?
What? You have already reached the 7th level of consummation?
When Yu Qianru heard this, she was immediately surprised and happy. She quickly pulled Zhu Xiaobao to Yu Wanqiang's spiritual throne and cried excitedly,
Father, you saw it. Well, our little treasure has reached the 7th level of perfection. You can rest assured. Little treasure will definitely regain the Purple Rui Kingdom and start the inheritance.
Although Zhu Xiaobao had no impression of his father, seeing Yu Qianru so excited made him feel very touched. His eye circles were a little red, and he knelt there with her. Returning to Yu Qianru's study, Zhu Xiaobao asked about the business.
Sister, although Yu Xian intends to reconcile now, I don't know if his generals will agree. I came here to ask, let me ask. Why did these generals defect to Yu Huafeng in the first place? Is it possible that they would follow Yu Xian and join us? Well, the Nanzarui Kingdom still has 4 military generals. Shi, Lu, Fan, and Yao, in charge of military affairs. And General Qi is in charge of the navy. We fought against each other last time. And you let her go. This person should be fine. Problem. There are also Generals Fan and General Lu. They were both generals under my father's army back then. Only Yao Cheng was recommended by Yu Huafeng later. He was also the most ferocious in chasing us back then. It was necessary to kill him. Kill them with all their might.
Yu Qianru thought for a moment, and said a little angry and sad. Not only was she chased by the money box, but she also lost all the little treasures. You idiots like him. So when she thought about it, Yu Qianru became very angry with this person.
Oh, what about the other 3 generals? Didn't they also submit to Yu Huafeng?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and asked again.
You can't blame them. When Yu Huafeng suddenly attacked and took control of their family members, they had no choice but to do so. Besides, it was my lack of strength at the time, and they probably didn't think much of me. However, now in Nanzirui country as things get worse, I believe they are still willing to resolve it peacefully.
Yu Qianru said a little depressed. At the beginning, Yu Huafeng was indeed very powerful, and many people were not very optimistic about Yu Qianru. So when internal strife broke out,
they all chose to remain silent. In fact, the military commander who really took action was the 200,000 cavalry led by Yao Cheng. But even so, at the end of the fight, the losses on both sides reached more than 1 million, including the common people along the way. Almost 3 to 4 million people died in this civil war.
Well, how about asking me, sister, to write a letter to everyone you feel confident about and then see their reactions?
Zhu Xiaobao continued. Of course, this idea was not his. But it was Murong Feng who came up with it. Even though Yushuren has already expressed his intention to reconcile. If Yushuren wants to accomplish this by himself, I'm afraid it still won't work.
It's easy. Let me think about it all night. I'll write a letter to everyone who can use it.
Yu Qianruo thought for a while and said. She was secretly excited in her heart. She didn't expect that she could really do it. One day, she regains the southern Zirwei kingdom. If the north and the south merge into one, her territory will greatly surpass that of her father, Yu Wanqiang. And all this was brought about by the return of his younger brother Yu Xiaobao. Yushuren obviously thought about this problem. He definitely couldn't do it by himself. He had to communicate with the generals first. When it comes to these cultural relics officials, Yu Xian knows very well. So he also knows in his heart who can be persuaded and who should be kept secret. From the personnel arrangement, it can be seen that Yushuren still has some tricks. He arranged for Yao Cheng's troops to build fortifications in the most remote places. And Yao Cheng is also very positive, because he knew that he was the most fierce and decisive in pursuing Yu Qianruo. So he was the most active in building fortifications. He was afraid that if he was attacked, it would be a disaster. In the past few days, Yushuren has also begun to return to court as normal. Although he still has a gloomy face, he has begun to deal with various matters, especially after the dispersion of the dynasty. He also liked to leave individual officials to talk alone, including civilian officials and military generals. Yushuren did not dare to say it clearly, so he could only make insinuations and discuss the results with them. At the end of his speech, he did not forget to sigh and said,
"Oh, I really don't want to see so many people die. If we can reconcile, then the best. General Qi, what do you think there is a chance of winning in a naval battle?" "Well, there's no chance of attacking. If it's pure defense, I only have a 30% chance of winning. Their firearms are so powerful that they can't be defended by more people. What's more, we don't have enough troops now. Not as good as Princess Yu Qianruo. And the fighting power of those female warriors is even more terrifying."
Qi Tonghao sighed and said. He still treats Yu Qianruo respectfully and calls her Gong Shu. This is the name that followed Yu Wanqian back then. The name Yu Qianruo was given at that time has not changed over the years.
"If we can avoid the loss of life and the bloodshed of the soldiers, I would rather return the throne to Yu Qianruo. I really hope that she can govern the southern Zirwei kingdom, now that the northern Zirwei kingdom is prosperous. As for who will take the throne, this emperor is not very important,"
Yushuren said with emotion. But there was another meaning in his words.
"This minister is a warrior and does not understand these matters of governing the country,"
Qi Tonghao said hesitantly. How could he dare to express his position together? But in his heart, he was quite pessimistic about the outcome of the war. And there was no chance of winning at all.
"Well, you should go back first. I just want to ask you what you think. Now it seems that a war is unavoidable. I am worried."
Yushuren waved his hand with a frown. Qi Tonghao returned to his house. He was not late for dinner, and just drank a few glasses of wine. He was also worried. Once a war started, failure would be a matter of time. So what should he do? What should these families do? There were hundreds of people going up and down. And now that he has 2 grandchildren, he is even more anxious. At this moment, a letter was delivered outside the door. But the person who sent the letter did not see it, and just handed it to the family at the door. But this letter was written on writing paper, not the common brocade silk, let alone bamboo slips. It immediately reminded people of the northern Zirwei country, because most of the writing paper now is produced in the northern Zirwei country. And because of the tense relationship between the two countries, Nanzirui Kingdom rarely uses this kind of writing paper. Qi Tonghao hurried to the study room, drove all the servants away, and then opened the letter. He was immediately shocked. It turned out to be a letter written by Yu Qianruo, and the title was still the same as when he followed Yu Wanqiang. He is Uncle Qi. After reading it several times, Qi Tonghao sat in the study a little dull. After a full hour, he stood up hesitantly and ordered people to prepare their horses. He was going to visit the other 2 generals. Military. Chapter 581 The 4 Generals A. Qi Tonghao asked people to prepare horses and hurried to General Fan Ping's mansion. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the gate, General Lu Zhong's car had just stopped. Both of them were stunned. And suddenly they both smiled slightly. Knowing full well what the other's intention was, they couldn't help laughing, and walked in hand. The 2 of them were regular visitors here, and the family members also knew each other. So while sending someone to inform General Fan, they had already led the two generals to the living room.
Ha ha ha. I was just going to visit you. But I didn't expect you to come to my place first. Please sit down quickly. Come here. Serve some good tea.
Just as they sat down, General Fan Ping also strode in. And they are all military commanders. And even at home they speak and act simply and directly. But this time Chi Tonghao and Lu Zhong were very cautious and asked General Fan Ping to send the servants out before sitting down. The two of them were very straightforward. They didn't even say polite words. They both took out letters from their arms. Everyone understood immediately when they took a look, because the letters they took out were all written on the same kind of writing paper. Even the letters they took out were written on the same kind of writing paper. The envelope is exactly the same. What was even more unexpected was that General Fan Ping also took out a letter, just like theirs. The three of them couldn't help but laugh.
It seems that the two adults came here because of this letter? To be honest, when I received this letter, I had so many emotions. I didn't expect that Princess Chinro would still call me Uncle Fan regardless of her past grudges. Yeah, I didn't expect that. I thought she would blame us. At least we didn't stand up during the mutiny. Otherwise she wouldn't have been defeated so miserably,
General Lu said with a bit of shame.
But it did happen for a reason at the beginning. Who would have thought that our family would be besieged by Yao Cheng and that guy? We immediately fell into a passive position.
Chi Tonghao also said a little depressed.
Well, it no longer matters whether this matter is right or wrong. Princess Chinro also said so in the letter. And there was a reason why it happened in the first place. The late emperor did not have a healthy prince. But Yuan Feng had a genius son like Yu Shicheng. This does influence our behavior. But who would have thought that the fifth prince of the late emperor could actually return to normal? And his talent even surpassed that of Yu Shicheng.
General Fan also said a little helplessly.
Yes, not to mention anything else. This kind of letter paper is said to have been created by the fifth prince, the current king of England, Chateaus. There are also various other novel objects, all of which came from his whims. Wonderful idea. Even in battle, he can come up with extraordinary things. I'm afraid Master Qi has personal experience of this.
General Lu also nodded with deep approval.
Oh, I'm really ashamed to say it. It was the British King Chateaus who let me off the hook. It wasn't a lucky escape at all. He also saved many of my men,
Chi Tonghao said with a sigh. Since the last time after being released by Zhu Xiaobao, he has been unwilling to face the Northern Zirwei Kingdom again, let alone start a war with the Northern Zirwei Kingdom.
Ha ha! Two generals. I don't think this is a bad thing. Come on. Let's not be nervous. Let's drink 2 glasses of wine first and chat while eating,
General Fan said with a smile at this time. And at the same time immediately order your servants to prepare a night banquet. After entering the scene, the servants were sent away, and only 3 generals were left in the living room. However, to the surprise of General Qi and General Lu, what Fan Ping brought out turned out to be a top-quality burning knife and the most beautiful knife. The tobacco was good, and what was even more incredible was that the tea served this time was green tea that was easy to brew and had a refreshing aroma.
Ha ha! Don't look at me. I can't buy these things, and I can't afford them. This is from His Majesty, and it was sent a quarter of an hour before I received this letter. Don't you think it's very good? Interesting?
General Fan Ping said with a deep smile.
Your Majesty? How come he has these things? It is hard to buy these things in Nanzarui Kingdom now, even if your Majesty is of noble status and can buy these things.
There is no need to be so showy. There is no money in the treasury now. Even the palace's expenses have been reduced by half.
General Lu Zhong exclaimed in surprise.
I heard from the father-in-law who distributed the reward that these things were given to your Majesty by a Shijue trading company. And although the shopkeeper of this trading company is a local businessman, the mastermind behind the scenes is Hachitu. Zhu Xiaobao came to Nanzarui Kingdom a while ago. And now Hachitu has jumped out and directly sent gifts to His Majesty. Do you think this is a coincidence? I know Hachitu. This person is extremely shrewd and ironclad. He followed Zhu Xiaobao with all his heart. Because of his decision, his tribe has developed rapidly. And his tribe already has many affiliated tribes. And Hachitu can directly appoint the tribe leader.
Fan Ping told what he knew in detail.
Brother Fan, are you talking about His Majesty?
Lu Zhong was the simplest and most straightforward among the 3. So he asked hesitantly, but he did not dare to speak clearly.
Ha 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 ha. Have you noticed that His Majesty often leaves us alone recently? But there is no substantive content. He just laments that peace is the most precious. And he also assigned Yao Cheng to the farthest place. Recently updated, there is a legend that Zhu Xiaobao defeated Yu Shichong in the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. And Yu Shichong openly slapped His Majesty in the hall. Don't you think Your Majesty has any ideas?
General Fan Ping smiled. And then he said in a lowered voice,
Yes. 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 I also feel that His Majesty has changed from his previous depression these days. And actually feels a little refreshed. And although the military salary has not been solved in the past 2 days, a lot of meat and vegetables have been sent. At least now my men are starting to settle down. The strangest thing is that His Majesty also told me that there is no need to hurry up with those defenses. This is completely different from the previous period.
Shi Tonghao also nodded repeatedly and said,
Well, the letter also said that we should go and persuade His Majesty that the two sides should stop fighting and reconcile. What do you think we should do?
Lu Zhong also understood a little bit, but still didn't know how to deal with it.
It doesn't matter what we do. The important thing is that we need to know His Majesty's attitude. These few times we are left alone. I think His Majesty is testing us. Alas, many things are like this. Just separated by such a thin screen.
Fan Ping is the kind of military commander who is both civil and military. So he has always been the backbone of the three of them. Therefore, after receiving Yu Qianrou's letter, he was not panicked, but carefully looked at it. Consideration. When His Majesty sent the reward, he already understood a little bit.
What should we do about that fellow Yao Cheng? He is a general, and his position is one level higher than ours. Moreover, this fellow is the most annoying. The last time my house was besieged, it was he who sent his troops. I am very passive. Otherwise, I would not necessarily stay here.
General Lu Zhong said angrily. It turns out that the three of them followed the late Emperor Yuan Qiang through life and death. They were known as the 8 generals at that time. But in the end, there were only 4 left. Except for one general, Fu, who followed Yu Qianrou to the northern Zirwei kingdom desperately. They were the only ones left. All 3 of them stayed in southern Zirui country. But what makes the 3 of them depressed is that Yao Cheng is 10 years younger than them. But because he is following Yuan Feng, after driving away Yu Qianrou, Yao Cheng actually rewards them based on their merits. He was promoted to the 3rd level and became a general. Fan Ping, Shi Tonghao, and Lu Zhong were each promoted 1 level and were named generals of guards and flags, generals of chariots and generals of Wei. Their positions were actually 1 level lower than Yao Cheng. So Lu Zhong has always been aggrieved. But Fan Ping and Shi Tonghao were very calm. Yao Cheng was valued by Yuan Feng because of his outstanding performance in chasing down Yu Qianrou. They didn't want to take such credit. But they also disliked Yao Cheng very much, because Yao Cheng wanted to command all the armies. Although his position is 1 level higher, Fan Ping, Shi Tonghao, and Lu Zhong don't by his fault. They all perform their own duties and take care of their own affairs. Yao Cheng tried to intervene several times,
but was pushed back by the 3 of them. So Lu Zhong was most disgusted with this guy.
Lao Lu, there is no rush in this matter. We are just waiting to see what His Majesty wants. If you really make peace with the northern Zirwei kingdom, then we will not be polite. Yao Cheng rebelled back then, and we can put down the rebellion now,
General Fan Ping said with a slight sneer.
Okay, I'll be the first to kill him when the time comes. This guy has been so arrogant in the past few years. Not only does he have a lot of troops, he also has a lot of beauties hidden in every barracks. And he also trains female soldiers in the euphemistic name. He has also been greedy for a lot of military pay over the years. Although he has the largest number of subordinates now, he has the most resentment. I can't stand this guy.
Lu Zhong took a gulp of a bowl of wine and said loudly,
Keep your voice down. This matter needs to be kept secret for now. I think we will find out in a few days.
Fan Ping quickly suppressed Lu Zhong and said. Then the 3 veterans started drinking happily. And their moods had completely changed compared to when they arrived. The next day in the court hall, General Yao Cheng was venting his dissatisfaction.
Sir Qian, where are the cotton-padded clothes and quilts I want? Now that the weather is getting colder, if you don't send them, how will my soldiers go about their business?
Let alone building fortifications now. Reporting to the general. Now that the national treasury is tight, it is already very difficult to have enough food. This is because Your Majesty has reduced the daily expenses of the palace to ensure the food supply for the army. The rest can only be overcome first. If it is not possible, we must wear last year's cotton-padded clothes for another year.
Mr. Qian said calmly. Mr. Qian is a civil servant and is not afraid of this general. He has long heard that this guy is a treasure trove of treasures everywhere. So sending him supplies is tantamount to asking him to squander it. It turns out that the general also has a special hobby. He likes to play with those female soldiers wearing combat uniforms. According to current terms, it is uniform temptation. Not only were the guards in his general's mansion all female soldiers, but even the inner chambers were all wearing battle uniforms. General Yao likes to use whatever he wants. Sometimes, when he sees a female soldier on patrol, he will suddenly pull him aside and start fighting unscrupulously. This is no secret. All the civil and military ministers in the court know it. So most people dislike this general with unique taste. But because he was recommended by Yuan Feng, they didn't dare to say anything.
Then why did Lu Zhong's subordinates already receive cotton-padded clothes and quilts for the winter? Aren't you favoring one over the other?
Yao Cheng asked angrily.
Uh-huh. I want a general. I know this very well. General Lu loved his soldiers like his own son. He sold his property and used his own money to buy cotton-padded clothes and quilts for the troops for the winter. He is really a role model for us to follow.
Ah, Master Qian said calmly. But the eyes he looked at General Lu were full of respect.
Huh? General Lu is really rich.
Yao Cheng was speechless immediately and could only say sourly. And at the same time, he was very jealous of General Lu. Even though Lu Zhong was very straightforward, he married a very smart woman and opened several silk shops. The business was still very good in the past few years, but it has been deteriorating in the past 2 years. Therefore, among the several generals, Lu Zhong was actually the richest one.
Okay, let's not talk anymore. The national treasury is tight now. I hope all the adults can work together to overcome it and wait until spring. There is nothing to do today. Let's dismiss the court.
Yu Shuren said as usual. These words are not painful, itchy, and have no nutrition. But after the dynasty dispersed, Yu Xian kept all 4 generals and invited them to have dinner together. But Yao Cheng refused directly. His relationship with the other 3 generals was very inconsistent. So instead of having dinner together, it would be better to go back and find a female soldier to play with.
Ha ha. That's fine. General Yao. How about this? Separate some of your troops and send them to General Lu. His defenses will be tight and there won't be enough manpower.
Yu Shuren seemed to be very affectionate. And Yao Cheng walked out of the hall alone,
still giving him advice as they walked.
How can that be done? I'm very nervous there too.
Yao Cheng's biggest taboo was to use his troops, and he immediately objected.
Ha ha. I'm just thinking about it for you. I'm sending you there now, just in time to distribute cotton-padded clothes and quilts. Now that your troops have arrived, can General Lu not distribute them to these soldiers? In a few months, won't he come back again? Under your command?
Yu Shuren said softly.
Well, that's it. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll go back and make arrangements.
Yao Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this is indeed a very good idea. Although General Lu did not deal with him, he cared very much for those soldiers. By sending some soldiers there, he could also relieve the pressure on his food and salary. This time His Majesty finally came up with a good idea. Yao Cheng has always looked down upon His Majesty. He originally followed Yuan Feng to his heart's content. Unexpectedly, Yuan Feng gave up the throne to Yu Shuren after being the emperor for 2 years, while he was busy practicing. Because after becoming an emperor, I realized that all kinds of worries are not so comfortable. There are too many trivial matters, big and small. Yuan Feng felt a little regretful at the time. If he had known this, there would be no need to drive Yu Qianru away. Then Yu Shuren rewarded Yao Cheng with 200 jars of water and wine, and 100 cattle and sheep, finally allowing Yao Cheng to leave with satisfaction. When he turned around, Yu Xian's expression turned gloomy. He had long remembered Yao Cheng's disrespectful attitude towards him. But seeing the 3 wooing generals, Yu Xian still showed a kind smile.
3 generals. How about drinking and chatting with me? The officials just bought some good wine here. Thank you, Your Majesty.
The 3 generals bowed and saluted in unison, their hearts moving. It seemed that they had sent Yao Cheng away consciously just now, and they should get down to business next.
Ha ha. The 3 generals don't have to be polite. The wine is good wine. I'm just worried that some people won't be up to par. Fortunately, there are 3 old generals here, so I don't have to worry about these good wines going to waste.
Yu Shuren said with a thoughtful smile, then took the lead out of the main hall and walked towards the imperial kitchen. The 3 generals looked at each other and then hurriedly followed. Sure enough, What was served was the same top-quality roasted knife that I drank last night. And even the tea was green tea. Surprisingly, Yushan also gave each person a gift box, which contained 8 pieces of the finest silky milk soap and 2 small jars of 5-year-old soap.
Thank you, Your Majesty. But these things are too valuable.
Fan Ping and others immediately stood up and bowed their thanks, and then looked at Yushuren in confusion. In fact, they were waiting for Yushuren to clarify his words.
Ha ha! Don't thank me. I don't have these things either. They were all delivered by a shop. And the owner of the upper bunk is Hachitu.
Yushuren waved his hand and smiled.
Hachitu? Is it the rich man Hachitu stationed in Liu Mountain? Doesn't he have a close relationship with Yu Xiaobao?
Fan Ping asked, pretending to be surprised.
Yes. I believe all 3 of you have received Yuchinro's letter. Right.
Yushuren finally couldn't help but reveal the mystery first.
I don't know what Your Majesty means. I hope Your Majesty will follow your lead.
Fan Ping and others stood up quickly and said nervously, "This is the most critical moment. If Yushuren doesn't mean that, they can straighten things out right away. Didn't I say that His Majesty is the only one who obeys? This means that you have left yourself room for maneuver."
Ha ha! Don't be nervous. I also received a letter from Yuchinro. To be honest, I don't want to start a war. And once the war starts, we will definitely lose. Do you think the Emperor, feel comfortable being fooled?
Yushuren smiled a little self-deprecatingly. He smiled, drank a small glass of wine, and then casually motioned for the 3 of them to sit down.
Then I dare to ask Your Majesty, do you, the Emperor, no longer want me?
Fan Ping asked cautiously, taking courage.
Take it and read it. This is what Yuchinro wrote to me.
Yushuren was very straightforward and took out the letter directly and handed it to Fan Ping. Fan Pingqing took it over in fear. At this time, beads of sweat broke out on the foreheads of the 3 people. After all, it was a major event that changed the situation of the court. Who knows if Yushuren really doesn't want to be the emperor? The 3 of them huddled together and shivered as they read the letter. Then they looked at each other and returned the letter to Yushuren. Then they all waited for Yushuren's next words. Chapter 582, The 4 Generals B. At this time, no one dared to explain. In fact, these 3 veterans in the court were not very close to the emperor, and Yuxian's abilities were limited. These 3 people just performed their duties, and neither wanted to take credit. I won't make any mistakes. I just want to live a stable life. But I didn't expect that I would still have to make a choice in the end.
I want to abolish Yao Cheng. What do you think?
Yushuren did not dare to make it clear at once, but started with Yao Cheng. He knew that these 3 veterans were very repulsive to Yao Cheng, and Yao Cheng also wanted to squeeze out these 3 veterans and replace them with his own people.
Yao Cheng has the largest number of men. I'm afraid it won't be easy to remove him. After all, he is the person highly recommended by the emperor. And now that the enemy is facing us, I'm afraid he will attract criticism.
Lu Zhong is still relatively upright. I didn't expect that this was Yushuren's decision. It's just a word that comes out.
Huh? General Lu, do you really want to start a war?
Yushuren asked, a little dumbfounded. He had already said this, but Lu Zhong still didn't understand the meaning.
Well, I don't want to start a war. But after all, we are all generals of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. If the enemy really launches an attack, then we still have to defend our territory, isn't it?
Lu Zhong also asked a little doubtfully. He also noticed something was wrong, but he just couldn't grasp the point.
Hey! Lao Lu, you are confused. You don't even think about it. Who originally belonged to the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom?
Then Ping saw it more clearly, and he couldn't stand it anymore. The monarch and his ministers were playing riddles. You have to make your words clear. So he stood up, bowed and saluted.
My Majesty, please speak plainly. Whether it is war or peace, we will listen to you. Oh, well, I won't talk in circles anymore. I don't want to start a war. I have already talked with Yu Xiaobao. As long as he sends troops, I will let go of the defense here and try to solve it peacefully without using weapons. So the first problem now is we must get rid of Yao Cheng first.
Yushuren also felt a little impatient, so he simply explained his words clearly.
Your Majesty, we have actually made some plans. It is undoubtedly the best outcome for both sides to stop fighting and make peace. In fact, judging from the development of the Northern Zirwei Kingdom, only by allowing Princess Chinro to regulate the state affairs again can we comply with public opinion and recover quickly. National strength.
Then Ping Ping and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and finally spoke out. For a while, they felt a lot smoother in their hearts. They also hoped that the Northern and Southern Zirway Kingdom would merge into one and regain their national prestige.
Okay. That's what I mean. Let Yu Qianrou manage those trivial matters. And I can just be the Xiaoyao king. I have been tired of it over the years. I can't make my own decisions about anything. Such a puppet, your majesty. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yu Shiren also felt a lot more relaxed and casually asked the three generals to sit down again. This time I had a lot of fun drinking.
In this case, there are only two things we need to solve ourselves. One is Yao Cheng, and the other is how the two parties can cooperate. This requires careful arrangements in advance.
Fan Ping also began to consider the next operation at this time.
Master Fan, just tell me how you need me to cooperate with you, and I will try my best to meet your requirements.
Yu Shiren said sincerely. He can't wait to be a Xiaoyao king now. Yao Cheng was enjoying the meat and wine sent by the emperor to reward the three armies at this time. This time he felt that the emperor valued him. He actually went to the shop to buy the wine and meat on credit, and also sent a lot of food, which made Yao Cheng feel very satisfied. The war is about to begin, and it seems that the most important thing is to rely on your own troops. The news that Yao Cheng received was that Zhu Xiaobao had not gained much in the inheritance place. On the contrary, Yu Shichong re-entered the inheritance place and stepped up his cultivation there. And there is good news. That is, the recruitment of soldiers in the Northern Zirway Kingdom has also temporarily stopped, and the imminent situation has shown some signs of easing. Yao Cheng analyzed that this is all because Zhu Xiaobao did not get the inheritance in the land. The substantial benefits caused Northern Zirway to not dare to act rashly. After all, buying in Zirway country is still based on the White Tiger clan, and everyone only recognizes the strong. But Yao Cheng didn't notice that the wine and meat sent by Yu Shiren were only a small part. Of course, it is also understandable that it is impossible to buy a lot of such high-end things at once. Without thinking, Yao Cheng distributed all the food and wine to his 8,000 cavalry. The other troops and soldiers were not very important. They only received some coarse grains. However, those troops and soldiers who did not receive food and wine were secretly very dissatisfied. Yao Cheng trusted his 8,000 cavalry too much. In addition, Yao Cheng also set up a female barracks to compete with these 8,000 cavalry. Survival of the fittest. The winner can be promoted to his escort team, and the salary is also improved a lot, while the loser is reduced to the plaything of the cavalry troops, and then does chores to serve people. Although she is still a female soldier, she has nothing fighting ability. Yao Cheng was also proud of his elimination method. Those female soldiers worked hard during the competition in order not to be eliminated. In this way, some female soldiers with strong combat effectiveness were indeed selected. However, the results of this group of female soldiers were not much better. Although they would not become the playthings of those cavalry soldiers, they became the objects of Yao Cheng's palm. No need to avoid suspicion. They could go directly to the camp. In front of all the female soldiers, he started to use force. He especially liked the kind of force that resisted with all his strength. The more he did this, the more enjoyable he felt. The people who brought the food and wine to Yao Cheng's troops were the clerks from Hatchett's shop. They brought the things in enthusiastically, and before leaving, they loudly announced that this was for all the soldiers. Enough for each person to enjoy 3 meals a day. Suddenly, this made Yao Cheng's soldiers extremely dissatisfied, because they didn't even get a bone, let alone the good wine. But the 8,000 cavalry were full of food and drink, and there were also those eliminated female soldiers for them to vent. And in all the major camps, there is full of dissatisfaction and negative emotions. And there are many small leaders who are adding fuel to the flames, constantly expanding and intensifying this dissatisfaction. It turns out that Yao Cheng has always wanted to recruit 3 veterans, and Fan Ping and the others are not vegetarians. He has also secretly placed many people in Yao Cheng's military camp. In the past few years, they have become quite big and small leaders. Now is the time to play their role. After Zhu Xiaobao came back from Nanzirui Kingdom, he thought it would be a matter of course. Unexpectedly, Murong Feng was still making final preparations very cautiously.
You think it's that easy? Yu Shiren must have surrendered? We need to be careful in case he commits fraud. Besides, we still need to discuss the plan with him now. Well, it will take at least 2 months before we can take action. What I mean is that it would be ideal to wait until spring, because at that time the wind direction is from the northeast, which is favorable for our attack.
Oh,
I admire it. I admire it. As expected of a military advisor. He even took into account the direction of the wind.
After hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but cup his hands and said,
Humph. Did you just know that?
Merong Feng also hummed a little proudly, and then said,
You have been practicing your mental skills more intensively during this period. If I enter the Southern Zirwei Kingdom without a single blow, you will have to be there, facing Yu Shichang at the place of inheritance. No one can help you there. After all, it's all on me in the end. Why is it so hard for me to live a stable life?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted a little dissatisfied, and then said to Jumei,
Let's go! Let's go to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on myself to fight in the end. No, I will follow you when the time comes.
Jumei said seriously.
It's useless. You can't enter the inheritance place.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed, patted Jumei's face, and then got ready to set off in depression. This time he only brought 50 female warriors, because the 200 female warriors last time did not come back with Tao Jiqian. So this time Zhu Xiaobao only brought 50 female warriors. Because now Yu Shichang wants to assassinate him, it's no longer possible. Zhu Rong and Jumei were both in high spirits, but only Zhu Xiaobao was a little depressed. Originally, I went to the inheritance place and cultivated the 7th level mental method to perfection. I should be very happy. But why am I still depressed?
Xiaobao, what's wrong with you? You must tell me.
Zhu Rong asked with a little worry. Zhu Xiaobao is not only the most important person in several places now, but also the most important person like them rely on. So even though Zhu Rong has always been very calm, she is a little anxious.
Alas, I was just thinking, what are the benefits of inheriting the inheritance of divine beasts? Why is everyone trying to start the inheritance at all costs? Can you tell me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion.
I don't know about this, and I haven't thought about it. Maybe because I inherited the inheritance of the mythical beast, I can achieve immortality and immortality. Think about it. How big a temptation is this?
Zhu Rong was also confused, stayed, and then said,
Immortal? Then when everyone around me is gone, what's the point of living alone? I don't find it attractive. I just want to be happy with you. How can I be promoted to an immortal?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, not finding this result very attractive.
Your idea is really special.
Zhu Rong was also moved in her heart. It seemed that it was really like this. As long as they were together, other things were not very important. Zhu Rong jumped off the horse, walked to Zhu Xiaobao's horse, and said softly,
Pull me up. What for?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused, but he still reached out and pulled Zhu Rong on, and the two rode together. Jumei, who was following the horse, was a little envious. She couldn't do this because her figure was too strong for the two of them to ride together.
It's nothing, because I was aroused by your words. I want to hug you.
Zhu Rong also didn't shy away from Jumei, leaning softly against Zhu Xiaobao's chest and whispering,
That's right. This is the life I want. I don't care about attaining enlightenment or becoming an immortal.
Zhu Xiaobao also felt something in his heart and said loudly,
But you still have to practice hard. Whether you can stabilize people's hearts if you really enter the Southern Purple Red Kingdom will probably depend on your rematch with Yu Shichang. I heard that Yu Shichang has now entered the inheritance land again and is also working hard. You have to cultivate your mind.
Zhu Rong also said a little helplessly, It is undeniable that Yu Shichang is also a genius. She is worried that Yu Shichang will surpass Zhu Xiaobao. In that case, it will be very troublesome.
Okay, then let's cheer up and work hard to eliminate future troubles.
Zhu Xiaobao also said a little surprised. He was actually worried that if Yu Shichang was promoted to the 8th level of the mental method first, what would happen? This is no joke. With Yu Shichang's character, he would definitely kill him. After arriving at the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, I tried to use my mental method again. As expected, it was not as smooth as it was at the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. Nor was it as effective. Only Zhu Rong can practice the fastest here. So Zhu Rong is very willing to come here. But this time Zhu Xiaobao mainly wanted to do strength exercises. To be precise, to increase his strength. This time, he saw his shortcomings. Even though his talent is amazing, his lack of strength is still obvious. Yu Shichang's strength is much higher than him. Coupled with Yu Shichang's talent skills, Zhu Xiaobao really doesn't have much advantage. In terms of strength training, Zhu Xiaobao relied on Jumei to train with him. In front of Jumei, Zhu Xiaobao was still far behind.
Zhu Mei only used almost 80% of his strength. But Zhu Xiaobao was already struggling. But what is surprising is that Zhu Xiaobao's strength has grown very rapidly since he was reborn in the place of inheritance, which surprised even Zhu Mei. Now Zhu Xiaobao is turning this huge and beautiful imitation gold armor hammer with 2 hands. He can already swing it, but he still can't do it with 1 hand. This newly made gold armor hammer weighs almost 200 kilograms, which is still too much for Zhu Xiaobao. A little heavier. There are no shortcuts in strength training. So Zhu Xiaobao trained very hard this time. And he worked very hard. Even Zhu Rong looked a little distressed. But this was necessary. His opponent Yu Shichong was not idle now, and was also racing against time to practice. The final battle between the 2 people would take place in 2 months. It's time. In Yingshuan County, Merong Feng was also making arrangements in an orderly manner. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had arrived quietly with 20,000 female warriors. It is impossible to say that Nanzi Rigua was not aware of it at all. But the current information was reported to Qi Tonghao and then to Yu Xian. But Yao Cheng knew nothing about it. Tao Shiqian, a new inspector, also rushed back with 200,000 horses recruited from various places. Mainly because Yuli received Merong Feng's general order. Let her come back quickly. This time she and Tong Wuxi will be the deputy commanders in the expedition. And Merong Feng is going to personally take command and lead the troops in the expedition. Yu Qianro also sent 200,000 troops here, as well as a large amount of weapons and baggage. The general who led the team was General Fu Tiexin, who risked his life to protect Yu Qianro from breaking out of the siege. He was also one of the 8 generals around Yuanqiang, the youngest one. Fu Tiexin had a special status back then. He was the commander of the Imperial Guard. He was beside Yu Qianro every day and worked conscientiously. Moreover, his family members were near the palace, so they all ran out with him. However, during the breakout process, he still died. Got a wife and a son. It was his risking his life and seriously injuring Yao Cheng that made Yu Qianro escape the danger and escape to the northern Zirwei kingdom. However, it was later learned that all the family members and servants who stayed in the mansion were not spared, and were all killed by Yao Cheng. For this, Fu Tiexin was devastated. In addition, after Yu Qianro fled to northern Zirwei country, it was also difficult to walk. Fu Tiexin worked too hard for it, and his health was getting worse. In the end, he could only report illness and stay at home. But he didn't expect that one day he would regain Nanzi Rui Kingdom. And he didn't expect that he would also receive letters from Fan Ping, Shi Tonghao and Lu Zhong. This made Fu Tiexin suddenly energetic. In just 2 months, it turned out to be a miraculous recovery. This time, he took the initiative to lead the team on the expedition. Even Yu Qianro didn't expect Fu Tiexin to recover so quickly. And when you put on a horse and wear it, you can still have the style of the past. In fact, Fu Tiexin's body began to recover gradually more than a year ago, because he saw the rapid development and growth of the northern Purple Rui Kingdom. He relaxed and stopped worrying. Of course, he slowly recovered. Merong Feng still has considerable respect for this veteran. And the return of this veteran is so timely. With him, it will be much easier to communicate with Fan Ping and others. And more importantly, he is familiar with Nanzirwei. The geographical environment of the country is a considerable advantage once entering the southern Zirwei country. So Merong Feng went out to greet him personally. She admired such a loyal and courageous person. Even Yu Qianro was a little surprised. Merong Feng had never been so grand to her before. Fu Tiexin had heard about this female military advisor a long time ago. And when he saw Merong Feng personally greeting her, he was very touched. This was tantamount to giving him enough face. Moreover, since Merong Feng came to the northern Zirwei kingdom, he has been invincible in every battle, wiping out all external and internal troubles. He is really extremely talented. But it is also a bit regretful that Fu Tiexin did not see Zhu Xiaobao. He was extremely curious about the British King Qiantai. Various legends are related to him. The rapid rise of the northern Zirwei kingdom is also because of Zhu Xiaobao's return. It has grown to such a scale in just 2 years.
General Fu, I plan to appoint you as the coach of the second team. How about General Fu?
Merong Feng asked straight to the point after sitting down.
This old man hasn't led an army on an expedition for a long time. Now it's your young people's world. I'm afraid I'm too old to take on such important responsibilities. Please ask the military advisor to take back my life. I only want to be a vanguard and personally kill Yao Cheng.
That guy! Fu Tiexin was a little surprised and quickly stood up and said. He thought that Merong Feng was unwilling to accept the position of second marshal because he wanted to save his face.
Ha ha! General Fu is too modest.
You must be the second coach because the other team's coach is your old friend General Lu Zhong. Tell me, are you the most suitable candidate?
Merong Feng smiled. Said,
Lao Lu.
Fu Tianxin explained in surprise and joy. Among the 8 generals, he had the best relationship with Lu Zhong because both of them were very upright. When he first fled to the northern Zirwei kingdom, Lu Zhong secretly wrote him a letter. But because he had some resentment towards the 3 of them at the time, he did not reply. However, many years later, he also figured out that Fan Ping and the others had no choice. And they were too far away at the time, so there was no time to rescue them.
Exactly. I plan to send a surprise force to the mountain stream. 10,000 female warriors. To attack Yao Cheng's camp.
Merong Feng said confidently.
Subordinates take orders.
Chapter 583 The 4 Generals C. Merong Feng has adopted a strategy of tightening internally and loosening externally during this period. On the surface, he has stopped large-scale conscription, and the momentum of sending troops has also weakened, as if he is hesitating. In fact, she was secretly intensifying her training. She not only took advantage of this opportunity to integrate these people, but the most important thing was to further stabilize the internal situation of the northern Zirwei kingdom. From Merong Feng's point of view, the capture of the southern Purple Ray kingdom was already a certainty, but the focus was on the interior of the northern Purple Ray kingdom. After all, Yu Qianrou's time here was too short, and the foundation was not solid enough. Taking advantage of this integration of military power, all the families and conservative forces can feel that the northern Zirwei kingdom is now so powerful that there is no room for bargaining anymore. The only way to truly surrender to Yu Qianrou's rule is to weigh out. There are currently 800,000 soldiers in Yingshuan County, and the rest are staying outside the imperial city, mainly to frighten the major families, who are still a little unwilling. And now every time Yu Qianrou comes out, the surrounding guards have been strengthened several times. Moreover, Yu Qianrou only now feels that she is the real emperor of the northern Zirwei kingdom. Now the major families have begun to divide, and most families have begun to move towards Yu Qianrou, especially the Qin family, which is now the leader of all major families. Qin Wei of the Qin family was originally the consort, but now he is even more active. In this recruitment, the Qin family dispatched 50,000 private soldiers, and they are also very knowledgeable. It was promised that these private soldiers would never return to the Qin family as the official troops of the northern Zirwei kingdom. When the 15-year service period expires, these people can be freed from slavery and be allocated a piece of farmland of their own. So now Yu Qianrou's external military force has been directed at Nan Zirwei kingdom, and internally it is frightening all the major families and all the powers. Even the number of robbers and bandits has decreased by 80% now, because now there is a more stable way to survive, and there is no need to live a life of licking blood with a knife tip. After Fu Tianxin took over the second marshal, he rushed to the mountain stream that night, accompanied by Merong Feng. Unexpectedly, Fu Tianxin was surprised to see General Lu Zhong in the barracks here in the mountain stream. It turned out that Lu Zhong had been in contact with Merong Feng for a long time. He is the supreme commander guarding the mountain stream, which stretches for more than 10 miles. There are also 200,000 soldiers, but now they are basically useless. His most trusted generals have successively eliminated many of them. The untrustworthy generals transferred them all to insignificant places. These generals were quite grateful, because guarding here was actually quite difficult.
Old Lu, I never imagined that we would meet one day. I thought it would be a sword fight.
As soon as Fu Tianxin saw Lu Zhong, he hugged the old man excitedly. Everyone was in tears, and no one expected to meet on such an occasion.
Ha ha! General Lu has met your majesty in secret, and your majesty has put past events in the past. Now it can be said that we are 90% sure of regaining the southern Zirwei kingdom.
Merong Feng was also smiling at the same time. Said,
90%? Then what's the other 10%?
Fu Tianxin and Lu Zhong asked a little puzzled. In their opinion, they had already achieved this step. Could there be any changes?
Ha ha! Another achievement is yours. Let's see if you can take down Yao Cheng and his troops in the fastest way and at the minimum cost. As for Yao Cheng's life or death, I don't care. You can do whatever you want, deal with it.
Merong Feng's words were very meaningful. This gave several veterans a chance to make atonement. Of course, it was an opportunity for Fu Tianxin to take revenge.
Thank you, strategist.
The 2 veteran generals immediately thanked him excitedly. They both hated Yao Cheng deeply, so this was tantamount to giving them a chance to take revenge.
No need to be polite. Come! Bring the banquet prepared by King Chitos to the two generals. You two must have a lot to say, so I won't disturb you. This is the wish of King Chitos. You can enjoy it as much as you want. I'm leaving first.
Murong Fong had already made arrangements and prepared a sumptuous banquet for the two veterans, so that they could reminisce about the past. But it was rewarded in the name of Zhu Xiaobao. This is where Murong Fong is very good at doing things. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even know that Fu Tiexin had come to Yingxuan County. But Zhu Xiaobao also received a message from Murong Fong, asking him to rush back as soon as possible because Murong Fong was already preparing to take action. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly woke up. He had been living here for 2 months. These are also the 2 months that Zhu Xiaobao has been most focused on training. Zhu Xiaobao rotated Jumei's golden armor hammer and fought with Jumei inextricably. Jumei mainly focused on defense, so Zhu Xiaobao could attack unscrupulously without considering defense at all. But this also surprised Jumei. Zhu Xiaobao's strength had increased by more than 30% in just 2 months, and he could now swing the golden armor hammer with one hand. Moreover, in Zhu Xiaobao's hands, the golden armor hammer brings out a strong fire attribute. The entire golden armor hammer is as hot as burning. Sometimes Jumei has no choice but to use the turtle back shield to resist such attacks with fire attributes. Who? Zhu Xiaobao panted tiredly in the end, stopped, then collapsed on the ground and said ruthlessly, If I don't fight, I still can't beat you. You better come over on your own. Let me hit you. I don't. Jumei immediately said with a flushed face. Zhu Xiaobao's way of beating her made Jumei a little unconvinced, so she refused directly. Ha ha! Xiaobao, if you fight Yu Shichang again now, you should be able to defeat him. Right. Zhu Rong also asked with a smile. It's hard to say. I think I might still be inferior to him in terms of strength, and his innate skills are too annoying, and I'm not allowed to use a kitchen knife in the inheritance land. Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. But in the land of inheritance, your talents and skills can be used without restriction. Zhu Rong said with a smile and poked Zhu Xiaobao's forehead with her finger. Yes. How could I have forgotten this? My talents and skills are much stronger than his. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly exclaimed in shock, then spread his arms and shouted loudly. As a reward, I decided to hug you. Jumei, turn around and don't peek. Go away. Jumei, let's go take a bath in the hot spring and ignore him. Zhu Rong immediately let out a squeak, and then ran out with Jumei as if running away, standing next to the hot spring. Zhu Xiaobao was only naked, looking at the reflection in the water, and said with emotion, Oh, I can never go back to the little fat guy I used to be. I really miss my original figure. Zhu Xiaobao now has a strong and slender figure, with clear muscle lines on his body. He yin, and he no longer worries about his appearance, because he has found confidence in his strong and slender figure. What surprises him even more is that he seems to have grown taller and has reached above average height. Got it. At this time, a female warrior handed Murong Feng's letter to Zhu Xiaobao. After reading it, Zhu Xiaobao nodded. We should go out. Murong Feng is ready. In 3 days, we should go out. Entering the southern purple country. Ah, so soon? Then I should have a break with Zhu Xian. Zhu Rong also said a little surprised. She has also raised her mental skills to the 6th level in the past 2 months. So she can't do it now. No longer afraid of Zhu Xian. It turns out that with the great improvement of Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills, Zhu Rong has gained even more benefits from dual cultivation. Moreover, it is the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, so it is even more effective to practice with half the effort. Therefore, in the past 2 months, her progress is the greatest. Before leaving, Zhu Rong also succeeded as the patriarch of the Suzaku clan, because the current patriarch was originally Zhu Xian's master. After Zhu Xian came back and caused trouble with Yu Shichang last time, she felt guilty. So this time, I saw that Zhu Rong had also been promoted to the 6th level. So I simply handed over the position of clan leader to Zhu Rong. So when they left this time, the people of the Suzaku clan all walked together to see them off. But they didn't expect that just after leaving the inheritance place, they saw the great venerable Wu Wei and the great venerable Ice and Fire standing there with their hands behind their hands, waiting there. These 2 great sages can be said to be like dragons that always appear and disappear. I didn't expect that they would make a special trip to wait here today. But Zhu Rong's eyes were looking at Zhu Xiaobao, because she knew that the 2 great sages were not waiting for her, but Zhu Xiaobao. 2 great venerables. You have come here.
What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao was still smiling. He was not very awed of these great venerables. In his opinion, it's just a bit more powerful in fighting.
Haha. I'm here to see the 1,000-year-old king of England's kung fu. Aren't you going to have a showdown with Yu Shichang soon?
Great Venerable Wu Wei still said with a smile. Even so, the two great venerables, the pressure is still very strong. No one around can get close. Even Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei took a few steps back.
Xiaobao, we are worried about you. So we came to confirm with you. We are talking about your inner thoughts.
The great Lord Binghua said with great concern. That is, Zhu Xiaobao, the others, and the great Lord Binghua always cold.
Oh, if it doesn't work, won't I be allowed to recover the Nanzi Rui kingdom?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion.
No. If you can't compete with Yu Shichang, then your position in the White Tiger clan will be very embarrassing. As for your recovery of Nanzi Rui kingdom, I will not interfere. Of course, other great lords can't interfere either.
Great Venerable Wu Wei, he smiled slightly and said, that means that neither the old disciple nor Master Feng can interfere. But he really doesn't care about these mundane things in his heart. When Shui is the emperor, it doesn't matter to him at all. Of course, except Zhu Xiaobao.
Okay, then please give me some advice from the great reverend.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. If he couldn't compare with Yu Shichang, it would be really embarrassing. It would also affect Yu Qianrou's management and management of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. Fix it! Because most people in the Southern Purple Kingdom still worship the White Tiger clan and regard the White Tiger clan as their cornerstone. He said he was asking for advice. But Zhu Xiaobao was not polite at all and just chopped with his knife. He often chases after his old apprentice to chop down. So he has no psychological barriers at all when facing the number one great master. And the White Tiger Dharma appearance behind him also appeared immediately. If he doesn't use his mental skills, he has no chance of winning. His martial arts cultivation is the pinnacle of a great martial artist. You haven't entered the realm of martial master yet. It's a competition anyway. So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have to worry. However, Master Wu Wei's martial arts has already entered the realm of transformation. And he does not use weapons. Just two palms, which seem to be light and fluttery, but are like green threads, stretching layer by layer. At first, the little treasures surrounded the great Venerable Wu Wei and bombarded him wildly. But soon they became helpless. The little treasures had no choice but to merge with their own Dharma.
And they could barely resist for a while. But they were also jumping left and right, seeing his space for movement getting smaller and smaller, and being trapped by the continuous palms of the great Master Wu Wei. Zhu Xiaobao finally understood that the number one great master was indeed better than his old apprentice. Much more powerful.
7th level of perfection? Well, it's not slow to advance in mental cultivation. But the strength is still not enough. It seems that you still don't work hard in your usual cultivation.
Great Venerable Wu Wei continued to comment while fighting. The Great Lord Ice and Fire next to her was also a little dumbfounded. In her opinion, Zhu Xiaobao's progress had been very rapid. But the Great Lord Wu Wei still seemed not satisfied.
Humph! I still have some tricks that are of no use.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in anger. This was the first time someone said he was not good at it. There was always a lot of praise on weekdays. But he didn't expect that the great Master Wu Wei would beat him to the point where he was unable to fight back. So I couldn't save my face. So many people around me were watching.
Oh, I'll wait and see. Then,
Grandmaster Wu Wei was about to stop. But then he continued the previous offensive and continued to put pressure on Zhu Xiaobao. Suddenly, he saw the white tiger in front of him split into two. Two identical white tigers rushed towards him. One on the left and one on the right. Moreover, the tiger's claws became red and hot, and they were actually mixed with the Suzaku clan's flesh. The real fire turned from defense to offense in the blink of an eye, which caught Master Wu Wei a bit off guard.
Huh? What kind of kung fu is this? It's quite new. Is this the innate skill you have learned?
Master Wu Wei still calmly dealt with the two white tigers. He wanted to figure out which one was the first. Zhu Xiaobao's real body. Although its previous advantage suddenly disappeared, it still did not fall behind.
Nirvana!
Zhu Xiaobao muttered silently in his heart, and then used the Yuanyang knife's footwork to appear strangely in front of the great Venerable Wu Wei, and slashed down with the kitchen knife in his hand. I thought that the great Venerable Wu Wei would definitely retreat this time. But I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao showed his true form. And the kitchen knife in his hand was accurately clamped by the great Venerable Wu Wei's two fingers, and could no longer be shaken. The white tiger Dharma image behind the great venerable Wu Wei was also scattered by another palm. And then he looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a smile.
Huh? Old man. You win. I can't beat you.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted a little angrily. As soon as he let go, he didn't want the kitchen knife. Anyway, the kitchen knife would come back by itself. And he was too lazy to try his best to pull it out.
Come out. Well, okay. Okay. Okay.
Great venerable Wu Wei shouted 3 words of good. And then he released his finger. The kitchen knife turned into a golden light and flew back to Zhu Xiaobao. Great venerable Wu Wei twisted his beard. He smiled and said,
This should be the innate skill you have learned. But I'm afraid this innate skill won't last long. And it can't be used at will. Right. Well, now I can cast it twice in a row. As you can see, I can only cast it for so long.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He still admired the insight and judgment of the great venerable Wu Wei very much.
Sure enough, if you want to advance your mind to the 8th level, you need the 5 elements to be perfect. Now you are lacking within the 5 elements, so you can't break through to the 8th level yet. Ha ha ha. It seems that this trip is worthwhile and has confirmed my idea.
Great venerable Wu Wei was obviously very happy, and said with a smile to great venerable Ice and Fire next to him.
The 5 elements are missing wood? That's not right. Old man, I have now cultivated the 3 attributes of gold, fire and earth. But there is no water attribute. You are mistaken.
Zhu Xiaobao is a little bit asked in surprise.
I'm not mistaken. Your original constitution is the water attribute. It's just that it hasn't been stimulated,
said the great master Wu Wei, shaking his head.
I'm not a member of the White Tiger clan. Isn't the blood of the White Tiger divine beast metallic? How do you say my original physique is water-based?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused.
Of course the bloodline of the White Tiger divine beast is metallic.
But the constitution before the divine beast's bloodline is awakened is water-based. It doesn't matter. You will understand it later. When you understand the affairs of Nanzuri country. The most important thing is the dual monks who found the last attribute. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that this time it opened my eyes and made me understand a lot of things. Lord Ice and Fire. I am looking forward to this little guy more and more.
Wu Wei the Venerable smiled happily. Originally, he had always thought that the perfection of the 5 elements was a necessary condition that would only appear when he broke through the 9th level of the mind. Unexpectedly, it was at the 8th level. This suddenly made him enlightened, and he understood a lot of things.
A dual cultivator with the wood attribute? Old man, that's easy to say. Can you find it for me?
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes and hummed. He had no intention of spending all his time looking for a dual cultivator with the wood attribute. He still has many things waiting for him to solve.
Xiaobao, don't be anxious. Many things are destined by God. When fate comes, it will appear. You should go back and prepare to regain the South Zirway Kingdom. Let's leave first.
The great Lord Ice and Fire smiled. Said,
Hey, Sister Fairy. Let's chat for a few more words. We haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you a little.
Zhu Xiaobao saw the 2 great sages leaving as soon as they said they were leaving, and couldn't help but shout playfully behind them. Road.
Hee, little guy. This is a lesson for you.
The great Lord of Ice and Fire also said with a smile and waved his hand casually. A ray of fire went straight toward Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao was so shocked that he quickly turned around, and there was a green light behind him, and there were also faint tortoise patterns. It was the defensive skills of the earth attribute that barely blocked the fire. You must know that the great Lord of Ice and Fire is the strongest its fire and ice attribute attacks. When Zhu Xiaobao dodged the attack, he discovered that several more holes had been burned out of his clothes, and green smoke was still rising. Chapter 584. The door is wide open, eh? Zhu Xiaobao quickly returned to the carriage and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he become more energetic. It was not embarrassing to be defeated by the 2 great sages. He was even a little proud of being able to fight with the 2 great sages at the same time. Yes, I'm afraid there are only a few of them in the world. Let's go.
The 2 great sages have gone far.
Zhu Xiaobao helped Zhu Xiaobao change clothes in the carriage, and then said with a smile, but also asked a little doubtfully,
Xiaobao, what are you talking about? Why do 2 great sages appear at the same time? What other secrets do you have? I don't know. But I heard Master Qindu Zhengjing say that it seems that boarding a boat with a mythical beast is not that simple. It seems to involve a very important matter. But what is it specifically? Master Chip, I don't know. It seems that only old man Wu knows.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little unsure. He had always had an intuition in his heart that the so-called inheritance of mythical beasts was not as beautiful as the legend said. And it was very likely that it was accompanied by some kind of risk.
Forget it. Let's go first. Fortunately, the Great Venerable Wu Wei and the Great Venerable Ice and Fire are on our side. So we are even more confident about winning the Southern Purple Red Kingdom this time.
Zhu Rong, he said with a smile. They were the only ones in the carriage now. So Zhu Rong also leaned on Zhu Xiaobao and enjoyed the short-term warmth. Because Zhu Xiaobao had to take care of too many people now. So the two of them were really alone. We don't spend a lot of time together. Moreover, Zhu Rong now regards Zhu Xiaobao as her strongest support. She can feel that regaining Nanzirwei Kingdom is by no means the final end, but another new starting point. When he returned to his fiefdom, he didn't expect that Murong Feng and his civil and military ministers would come together to greet him. The people around him cheered even louder. These people sincerely supported the British King Chatos because here, their lives had obviously changed. Well, they even started to have some surplus food and assets. And King Chatos also encouraged the more you work, the more you get. So they all believe that as long as they work hard,
their lives will get better and better. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Ying opened the curtains on both sides and greeted each other frequently. Zhu Rong also said in a low voice,
I didn't expect you to be quite popular. Are you really not planning to take over the throne? I still thought about it. Where is the queen? Ha ha. You see, I am the King of England now. We are walking back while walking this way. It will probably take half an hour. If I become the emperor, I will probably get dark by the time I get back to the palace. Madam.
Princess, when we have this time, why don't we do something we like to do?
Zhu Xiaobao smiled and waved to the people on the roadside while still teasing Zhu Rong.
Hack you. You're not talking seriously.
Zhu Rong immediately scolded with a blushing face, but her other hand held Zhu Xiaobao's hand even tighter. Later, Zhu Xiaobao arrived at the martial arts arena and saw 800,000 horses training. This prosperous time was beyond Zhu Xiaobao's imagination. Unexpectedly, not only did the Zirui Kingdom have strong troops and horses, but the soldiers also had bright armor and dazzling swords and guns. This momentum has far surpassed that of Nanzirwei Kingdom. The only flaw is that there are still a few war horses. There are only 100,000 cavalry now. After the training, after a day of rest, Murong Feng plans to start dispatching troops for the expedition early the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, Yu Qianrou couldn't help but rush over, because Zhu Xiaobao was back. She had to meet him. Otherwise she would feel uneasy. This time Yu Qianrou also brought her bright silver tiger head spear to Zhu Xiaobao. This is considered a family heirloom weapon. Although the grade is not very high, it is completely imitated from the tiger head spear in the place of inheritance. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao feels a bit light in my hand now. Zhu Xiaobao also took the time to meet the old General Fu Tiexing. Unexpectedly, when Fu Tiexing saw Zhu Xiaobao, he said excitedly,
It really looks like. Just like the late emperor back then. No, better than the late emperor back then.
The emperor still needs to be a deterrent. Ha ha! I dare not compare myself to the late emperor. But the old general is so complimentary.
Zhu Xiaobao also said a few polite words with a smile on his face. But I'm also thinking in my heart. It turns out that my father doesn't look very good either. No wonder I can't always live up to the image of Yushu Linfeng. It turns out that I inherited it from my father. But what is a bit depressing is that Yu Qianrou and the other princesses are all very beautiful. Absolute beauties. It was said that the ordering of troops and generals would only begin the day after tomorrow. But many warships began to move the next day. And all kinds of baggage began to be carried on the warships. If 800,000 horses want to move accurately, they have to start preparing early. Murong Feng took advantage of Zhu Xiaobao's blessing and left all the important civil servants and generals under his command to have dinner together. This could be regarded as a mobilization in front of the station. What made Murong Feng a little embarrassed was that the Emperor Yu Qianrou also refused to leave, and even pretended to encourage everyone. He had no choice but to give up the top position to Yu Qianrou. Zhu Xiaobao sat next to Yu Qianrou, then Princess Zhu Rong, and Murong Feng had to settle for fourth place. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Yu also arrived with 20,000 elite soldiers, which made Zhu Xiaobao surprised and happy.
Why are you here? You are not on Princess Island. Isn't the 19th princess in danger? Humph. Of course, I came here with the princess's order. The princess said that this is a very meaningful battle. It would be a pity if I couldn't participate. So I came here.
Wu Yu was very proud. He hummed, and then consciously started to find a seat next to Zhu Xiaobao.
Sister Wu Yu, come and sit here. Xiaobao has a lot to say to you.
Princess Ying showed her generosity at this time, and smiled gently. But I feel a little regretful in my heart. I originally wanted to do something I like to do at night. But now it seems that it is impossible. I must give the opportunity to Wu Yu.
You haven't said anything yet. How is Princess 19th place? Who will protect her while you are away?
Zhu Xiaobao asked anxiously as soon as Wu Yu sat down.
Didn't I tell you? The princess has already made arrangements.
Because Eunuch Wei suddenly brought 10,000 horses to serve. Among these 10,000 horses, the lowest are third-level martial arts masters. There are dozens of great martial arts masters. Eunuch Wei is still a martial artist. Your cultivation. You should rest assured.
Wu Yu said with a little pride. Because Eunuch Wei's sudden appearance greatly improved the strength of the 19th princess. Eunuch Wei was the eunuch who took care of Princess Wu, the mother of the 19th princess. Later, he died of a sudden illness. In fact, he was hiding, waiting to one day help the 19th princess. The banquet immediately became lively. Sisters Yuli, Tong Wuxing, and Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were all trying their best to win over Wu Yu and let her follow them, because they almost know their mission. And now Wu Yu suddenly comes. Of course they all want to increase their strength, but also because Wu Yu's staff is very good, and everyone likes to fight side by side with her.
Well, I will go wherever Xiaobao goes.
Wu Yu finally made a very smart choice. She wanted to follow Zhu Xiaobao.
Military advisor. Where will I be the day after tomorrow?
Zhu Xiaobao still didn't know what mission he would be assigned, so he had to turn to ask Murong Feng.
Well, you will act with the second marshal the day after tomorrow. When you get to the inheritance place, it will be time for you to act alone.
Murong Feng said with a slight smile. Follow the second marshal? Doesn't that mean he is following Fu Tiexin? This time Fu Tiexin suddenly became a little nervous and excited. Zhu Xiaobao followed him, and this responsibility suddenly became very important. But looking at the female warriors Murong Feng sent to him, as well as the two killing gods Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, who now had another Wu Yu, Fu Tiexin suddenly felt confident. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was so casual around him. There is a woman who has the cultivation level of a great martial artist, and he couldn't see through Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level. Anyway, if he could challenge Yu Shicheng, he couldn't go wrong. On the day when the troops were dispatched, Yu Qianrou had no choice but to go back. If she stayed, it would affect Murong Feng's performance. So Yu Qianrou also went back to the palace early. During the expedition, Beishi still has to control many domestic matters in Zirui. Sitting in the Central Army's treasure tent, Murong Feng was also dressed in military uniform, looking heroic and heroic. Moreover, she had already made her plans well in mind, and ordered troops and generals in one go. All these generals bowed and took orders in awe. When Zhu Xiaobao was called, Zhu Xiaobao did not dare to neglect. He had to stand in front of Murong Feng and obey the arrangement.
The King of England is 1,000 years old. You follow the second marshal, and you are not allowed to interfere with the actions of the second marshal. When you arrive in Nanzirui Kingdom, you can make your own decisions on many matters other than war. Remember, try to avoid casualties among the poor.
Murong Feng, he said calmly, and then handed a general into Zhu Xiaobao's hands.
I have the order.
Zhu Xiaobao also said loudly. At this time, he must not embarrass Murong Feng, but rather boost Murong Feng's morale. Zhu Xiaobao understood this very well. This also made Murong Feng, who was behind the stage, a little touched. This guy was quite sensible at the critical moment. Among them, Jumei was the only one who was not happy. She was assigned to follow Murong Feng, because Murong Feng had to have a bodyguard by his side. Jumei was undoubtedly the most suitable. Anyway, the old apprentice is following Zhu Xiaobao, so Zhu Xiaobao's safety is absolutely guaranteed. As for the great venerable not interfering in these common matters, the old apprentice just pretended not to know. Besides, his current identity is Zhu Xiaobao's apprentice. The northern Zirui Kingdom had raised troops, and the news immediately reached Yushuren. Above the court, Yu Xian still seemed very calm, and said to the civil and military ministers,
My lords, the northern Zirui Kingdom has begun to invade our country. All right. Do you have any good strategies to repel the enemy? What more good strategy is there? Just stay and retreat from the enemy. We are waiting for work.
and it is not a problem to hold on. Yao Cheng saw that all the ministers were whispering, but no one had an idea, so he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. And Jumped first came out and shouted. He also wanted to leave a deep impression on Yuan Feng. Anyway, the matters above the court would soon be spread to Yuan Feng's number 2 middle school. Of course, he had to be the first to show off. Okay, General Yao is still brave and resolute. Yes, it is not that easy to break through our defense line. Now, I am also expressing my position. This time I will go on a personal expedition to boost the morale of all the soldiers. Yu Shiren also stood up and said loudly. Then waved his sleeves and shouted loudly. Dismiss the court. The Emperor is marching on his own? Damn it. You are still marching on your own? Isn't this adding to the chaos? Do I have to send people to protect you? Can't you just let me worry less? Yao Cheng suddenly felt a little stupid under the main hall. Isn't this an extra thing? But Yao Cheng has no choice. After all, Yu Xian is still the Emperor, and this starting point is still worthy of encouragement. And those civil and military ministers all looked at each other in confusion. The Emperor wants to lead the expedition in person. Will he fight? The last time he drove away Yu Qianru. It seemed that the Emperor was still busy taking concubines. Has this changed? However, these civil servants and generals could not allow them to think too much. Yu Xian had already dismissed the court and returned home. I originally thought that Yu Xian was just talking. Unexpectedly, an hour later, Yu Xian turned out to be dressed in military uniform, riding a war horse, and holding 2 swords in his hands. He really opened the gate of the palace and rushed out with his 2,000 guards. Go straight to Yao Cheng's military camp, because Yao Cheng's troops are closest to the imperial city and have the largest number. He was sitting in the center, waiting for opportunities. If support is needed there, he will send troops to reinforce it. Even though it is said to be the closest to the palace, it is still hundreds of miles away. Yu Shiren led his men and horses and ran all the way. It took him an hour to arrive at Yao Cheng's camp. Before he even got off his horse, he heard the continuous sound of cannons coming from the east. This was the legendary kind. Terrible firearm. Right? Facing Yu Shiren's question, Yao Cheng pretended to be relaxed and said, Huh? It's a small trick. Nothing to worry about. Although this kind of firearm is very powerful, our warships are all large warships. And every warship has there are 400 to 500 soldiers. And the fire is put out quickly, so there is no threat at all. In fact, Yao Cheng had never seen this kind of naval gun, so he was trying to comfort Yu Xian. And he followed Yu Xian all the way back, covered in sweat, and feeling angry and annoyed. This emperor really made him unconscious. Xian actually ran to his camp first. The war officially started here, and Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng, who were still practicing in the inheritance land, quickly received the news. Yu Shicheng didn't care at all. These things had no impact on him. Yuan Feng, on the other hand, was a little worried. He left the inheritance place and asked several of his advisors, Do you think our military strength and defense can be maintained? Don't worry, Your Majesty. General Yao is sitting in the center, and General Fan, General Lu and General Qi are defending separately. There is no chance of anything going wrong. And I heard that the Emperor is also personally conducting the expedition this time. Xiaoyao has made a difference. Ha ha ha. His subordinates, the counselors, all smiled confidently. In fact, these people have long been divorced from reality. They usually just flatter Yuan Feng. Anyway, as long as they make Yuan Feng happy. Oh. Ha ha. I didn't expect that Shiren would have such courage this time. I underestimated him. I'll go and have a look when the Second Highness's affairs here come to an end. Yuan Feng said with a surprised smile. He was also immersed in the past. In the midst of all the glory, he still didn't take Northern Zirui country to heart. The competition of national strength depends on the foundation behind them. He is confident that even if the Southern Zirui kingdom has not been doing well in the past few years, its foundation still far exceeds that of the Northern Zirui country. Zhu Xiuba's group was relatively capable, with 10,000 female warriors, plus Yu Xuan, Yu Shui and Wu Yu. And Fu Tiexin also brought 2,000 of his most proud soldiers, all of which he carefully selected. Those who came out were quite powerful in combat. He only had more than 10,000 troops along the way. When we arrived at the mountain stream, hundreds of vine ropes had already been set up. The female warriors didn't waste any time and immediately climbed over along the vine ropes. It was obvious during this climb that the female warriors were almost half the time faster than the soldiers brought by Fu Tiexin. Fu Tiexin felt a little ashamed. No wonder these female warriors were so famous.
They were indeed very powerful. Just looking at their weapons, they were basically 1/3 heavier than those of his own soldiers. They were also taller and taller. Strong, half a head taller than the average male soldier. Looking at the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they passed each other effortlessly, with the help of their respective soft whips. Only a few breaths of time had passed, and the landing was light and steady, which shocked General Lu Zhong on the opposite side. I have never seen such a well-coordinated combination. The two sisters were very polite. When they saw General Lu Zhong, they clasped their fists and said,
I have seen General Lu. Okay. You two are really good at martial arts. When I see you, I feel really old.
General Lu Zhong also quickly raised his hand and said with a smile. Hundreds of vine ropes were used to cross more than 10,000 horses. Although these female warriors moved very quickly, it took less than half an hour. In the end, Zhu Xiaobeikai and his old apprentice also grabbed the vine ropes and climbed over. He did not use the talent skill is just to see how much my strength has improved. It seems to be okay. At least not slower than those female warriors. On the other side of the mountain stream, General Lu Zhong's men started taking action early in the morning. Those who originally wanted to submit were put on the hat of the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. Those who were hesitant were placed under house arrest. There were also a few people who wanted to escape from the camp, but they had been killed by Lu Zhong's cronies. There are not many such people. There are more than 100 people in total.
Shall we go straight to the Imperial City now?
Zhu Xiaobao saw such a success, so he asked General Fu Tiexin what his next plan was.
There's no hurry. Judging by the time, the Emperor should have just arrived at Yao Cheng's camp, and Yao Cheng hasn't gotten busy yet. Let's rest on the spot for a while, and wait until the message from military advisor Murong arrives before we start taking action.
Fu Tiexin was very worried. He said calmly. He was very experienced in commanding operations. Now sitting together with General Lu Zhong, the two of them analyzed the route and time extremely comprehensively, striving to appear in front of Yao Cheng at the most critical moment. In Yao Cheng's camp, various messages came in like a revolving lantern. The areas guarded by the three generals were all attacked by locals. According to the analysis of the messages, the other party should have dispatched 1 million troops. Yao Cheng shouted angrily.
Where did Yu Qianrou get so many people?
At this moment, several more urgent messages came in hastily. Chapter 585 The door is wide open. B.
Report. General Lu's defense line is tight. Please support. Report. General Fan's defense line is tight. Please support. Report. General Qi has already engaged in a full-scale battle with the navy of Northern Zirwei Kingdom. We have lost 70 warships. Report. Shut up. Don't you have any good news? What do you do for food? Get out of here.
Yao Cheng's mind suddenly went into chaos. Although he knew that Beiziri country was very powerful now, he didn't expect the defense on his side being so vulnerable. I thought that the offensive and defensive tug-of-war would last at least 10.5 days. But now it has only been less than a day, and everything is in trouble.
General Yao, I think it is necessary to detach troops from you to support the generals. Otherwise, once the defense line is breached, the consequences will be unbearable.
Unexpectedly, Yushuren also ran in at this time and said in a panic.
Yes, Your Majesty. I know. But some time ago, I gave them 50,000 troops each. If we add more troops, I will not have enough people here.
Yao Cheng said, okay, a little helplessly. Although it was very impressive, Yushuren couldn't help but look panicked. But he still didn't dare to break the necessary etiquette between monarch and minister. What's more, now Yushuren is still diligent in his work, so he must be given some face. It is said that even Yu Wanfeng looked at Yushan with admiration this time. Although Yao Cheng felt very unhappy, he did not dare to refute directly. When the two armies are fighting, the most taboo thing is for people who don't know how to fight to point fingers.
Humph. What are you afraid of? I have ordered the troops and horses from other counties to mobilize urgently. As long as the 3 old generals can hold on for 2 days, our follow-up troops will be replenished. By then, the supplies of Beiziri Kingdom and others will be unable to keep up. Go ahead. You will definitely get into chaos.
Not to mention, Yushuren was able to make some sense. Even Yao Cheng thought it was reasonable. After all, the defensive side has a unique advantage.
Okay, come here. Let Zhang Yan lead 50,000 troops to support General Lu Zhong, and Yi Qing lead 50,000 troops to support General Fan.
Yao Cheng immediately ordered his 2 lieutenants to lead their respective troops. Go to support.
Give me 50,000 troops. and I will go support General Qi. Although General Zhao has many warships, his defensive tidal flats are too short. Once the enemy attacks the shore, it will be easy to engage in hand-to-hand combat. I will go there to help Qi.
The generals are holding the line.
Unexpectedly, Yao Cheng's generals had not been assigned yet, and Yu Shuren took over the topic again.
Your Majesty, this seems a bit too dangerous. Should I send my lieutenant to General Qi?
Yao Cheng was immediately startled. When the emperor rushed to the front line, he could still sit here. Isn't this because you want to look good? And how could Yu Xian lead troops to fight?
No need. You sit in the center of the town. If there is an emergency, you can immediately support it. Don't worry. Having the emperor personally marching will surely boost morale and defeat the enemy.
Yu Shuren waved his hand and said confidently, "Ah,
then I'd better send you a few lieutenants, all of whom are capable of fighting. They can also protect His Majesty's safety."
Yao Cheng saw Yu Shuren's confident look, so it was hard to attack him. Positivity. So he said a little helplessly. This time he sent out a few close friends. Even though he looked down on Yu Xian from the bottom of his heart, he didn't dare to let Yu Xian get hurt.
Ha ha ha. General Yao, just wait for my good news.
Yu Shuren didn't seem to notice Yao Cheng's expression at all. He said loudly and proudly, and then started to order his troops to prepare for departure. In fact, there was no emergency at all on the various fronts. On the contrary, everything was uneventful. Lu Zhong and Fan Ping's troops had all changed their flags at this time, and even the hats of the soldiers were replaced by the military caps of the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. Because there was no time to supply clothing, we had to make sure that every soldier put on the hat of Ziruigwa. As soon as the war broke out, Fan Ping immediately took action and arrested several lieutenants and generals that Yao Cheng had placed in his army. Seeing that he was still old and hot, Fan Ping had already investigated these people clearly, and not even one of their close followers had escaped. Yao Chen had always wanted to take over the military power of the three veterans, but Fan Ping and others had already taken precautions. Now that the war is over, Fan Ping and the others will take action immediately. General Qi was even more decisive. Instead of taking action himself, he sent these men and horses assigned by Yao Cheng to drive the warship alone to meet the enemy. These people didn't even know how powerful Tong Wuxin and Yu Li were, and they rushed out confidently. They were quite confident in their hearts. General Qi's main warship was only a few kilometers behind them. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they couldn't defeat them. It can also hold out until the main warships arrive for support. In fact, Qi Tonghao's naval force is what Yao Cheng is most assured of, because most of the warships of Nanzi Ruic Kingdom are concentrated here. And Qi Tonghao is also a famous naval general who rarely loses. Although Qi Tonghao came back defeated in the last sneak attack on Beizirui country, he did not suffer any big losses. This shows that direct pass is still very good. Little did he know that Qi Tonghao was released by Zhu Xiaobao and Murong Feng last time. The lost warships were eventually replenished with those obsolete old warships.
So when Murong Feng saw the warships rushing out from Qi Tonghao, he unceremoniously asked Tong Wuxin and Yu Li to bring 20 warships each to outflank them. Both of them were driving the
Black Wind Dual Sha.
This speed made the warships on the opposite side dumbfounded.
Quick! 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 Aim at these two clippers and sink them.
The leading lieutenant is called Li Shui, known as
Li Shui Ghost,
because he has excellent water skills and is also proficient in naval warfare. Yao Cheng sent him here, he just wanted to replace Qi Tonghao. But he didn't expect to encounter the legendary
Double Black Wind Demon.
As soon as the battle started, which was faster than the legendary speed. How did they do it? Li Shui already regretted it a little. The warship he led ran too fast, and was a little out of touch with the main force behind him. But Li Shui's soldiers were in trouble. They had no time to aim, let alone the catapults. Even those crossbows that were relatively lighter in size and weight could not keep up with the movement speed of the two clippers. Besides, Black Wind, Xuangsha, always maintains a distance of 150 steps. So even if the powerful crossbow is launched, the range cannot be reached. Only 20 or 30 steps away. It seems that the opponent also knows their range well. But when the position of the
Black Wind Xuangsha
was adjusted in place, the two were at an angle, and all the naval guns were aimed at Li Shui's warship. Li Shui was also a great martial artist, and his eyesight was really good. He could actually see the dark barrel of the
Black Wind Xuangsha
200 steps away. He immediately felt that something was not good, but he still felt lucky in his heart. At such a long distance, even with the most powerful catapults and crossbows. He was sure that he could put out the fire in time and retreat calmly. And there were 50 large warships behind him. It's a pity that the current wind direction is very unfavorable to me. The other party has a tailwind, but I have a headwind. This is one of the reasons why Murong Feng started to attack at this time. She had already taken into account the direction of the wind. Boom, boom, boom! The naval cannons on the two Black Wind Shuangsha fired one after another, and they saw the two quick suits spraying out fire. Then Li Shui's warship began to explode and catch fire everywhere. The hit rate was surprisingly high. At least half of the SHLs hit the target. Li Shui's warship turned into a sea of flames before his eyes. The soldiers had given up putting out the fire. Most of them jumped into the sea. There was no other way. If they didn't jump, they would be burned to death. Unexpectedly, these two soldiers from the northern Zirwei Kingdom, a small boat was so powerful. In less than half a stick of incense, the leading warship was already on fire from beginning to end, and the center of the hull was blown to pieces, and it slowly began to break from the middle. Li Shui was a little stunned. He also jumped into the water with the soldiers, because there was no place to stand on the battlefield, and there was fire everywhere. Li Shui jumped into the sea, still looking at the two Black Wind demons, blankly, and murmured, "This is not a warship. These are two devils. Quick! I want to get to other warships. Go!" At this time, Tong Wuxin and Yuli had already led their respective warships to encircle and suppress Li Shui's 50 warships. They mainly separated these 10 warships from the main force behind them. Qi Tonghao's message, it was made very clear that these 50 warships were Yao Cheng's men, and they must be wiped out. Murong Feng, who was behind, also waved his flag, and his 200 warships also spread out horizontally, forming a semi-encirclement and approaching quickly. At this time, Li Shui was still counting on the direct connection behind him so that he could come to the rescue quickly. But when he looked far away, Qi Tonghao's warship seemed to have stopped, and on the contrary, Murong Feng's main warships were surrounding him. The double Black Wind Demon, interspersed between the various warships, firing left and right, back and forth. Anyway, according to the orders of military advisor Murong, these warships were set on fire as quickly as possible. Don't skimp on the SHLs. So in the blink of an eye, most of the 50 warships led by Li Shui were on fire. Some of them were not on fire because the female warriors had already rushed onto the warships. If this kind of naval gun surprised Li Shui, then the fighting power of these female warriors frightened him. This is not a desperate fight. It was a one-sided massacre in time, and the soldiers under his command had no power to fight back. Some generals still wanted to resist, but these female warriors did not talk about reason at all. When they met those with high martial arts skills, immediately, a group of soldiers formed a siege, and a general, who was a great martial artist, was beaten to death by the group. Even before he died, he couldn't believe that these female warriors could be so vicious. Because before he died, he was cut from the waist down. Got it. Li Shui immediately gave up the idea of returning to these warships. He wanted to rely on his proficient water skills to escape by swimming. But I didn't expect that Jumei, who was standing next to Murong Feng, had already been staring at Li Shui. Didn't Murong Feng own a telescope? So Jumei had focused on him early. Because Jumei couldn't follow Yu Litong Wuxin to fight in person, she had to keep an eye on important targets. It can be said that Li Shui was unlucky, and he was spotted by Jumei as soon as he came up. Li Shui seemed to sense some kind of crisis. He dived underwater very alertly, planning to emerge again after a while. But just as he dived underwater, a huge and beautiful iron arrow was already shot from a distance of 200 steps. It shot into the water in a beautiful arc and penetrated directly from the back to the chest. Li Shui immediately choked on his saliva and surfaced desperately. Although he was hit by an arrow, it was not fatal. He was still struggling to survive. Otherwise, he would really become a Li Shui ghost. At this time, Tong Wuxin and Yuli also saw the general. They both wanted to capture Li Shui, which could be regarded as their first achievement. But they did not expect that Jumei would take the lead. The double Black Wind Demon rushed to Li Shui's side and fished him out. Tong Wuxin even raised his fist to Jumei to express his dissatisfaction. Jumei stood behind Murong Feng and smiled proudly. Even though she couldn't follow him to kill the enemy, she could still get the top spot. This is the reason why Yao Cheng and the others could hear the rumbling of artillery and fierce fighting at Qi Tonghao in the military camp. In fact, it was Qi Tonghao who used Murong Feng's power to eradicate Yao Cheng's cronies. In just half an hour, the 50 warships led by Li Shui were completely annihilated. 20 were completely burned, and the rest were brought back by the female warriors. These warships were covered with, although the prisoners of war were gathered to eradicate Yao Cheng's troops, who had been placed in Qi Tonghao's troops. Murong Feng did not go on a killing spree and basically captured them alive. Now there are almost 10,000 prisoners of war. Li Shui was escorted to Murong Feng's flagship. Jumei walked up to him, took out a short knife, first cut off the iron arrow on Li Shui's body, and then pulled out the iron arrow. Li Shui shivered in pain. Jumei was still humming.
Even if you dive 10 steps further, I can still shoot through you. Senior sister, do you want to interrogate him?
The last sentence of Jumei was addressed to Murong Feng. Murong Feng waved his hand gently and said,
Such a small character is not worthy of my personal interrogation. When General Qi comes, I will hand him over to General Qi.
That's it. General Qi? Although Li Shui was seriously injured, his ears were still sharp. He immediately looked at Murong Feng with some confusion, and then looked back at Qi Tonghao's warship. At first glance, Li Shui was immediately shocked. Qi Tonghao's warships were actually divided into 2 rows, and Murong Feng's warships actually sailed in openly. After another moment of burning incense, Qi Tonghao boarded Murong Feng's flagship with a smile on his face. As soon as he saw him, he held up his hands and said with a smile,
I've seen Murong's military advisor. It's true that magic soldiers descended from the sky. They were wiped out in half an hour.
He killed my vanguard. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. General Qi is ridiculous. These people are ignorant and have never tasted the power of our firearms.
Murong Feng also stood up with a smile, invited Qi Tonghao to sit down with him, and then poured him a glass himself. Tea. This made Qi Tonghao feel a little flattered.
Qi Tonghao, you actually surrendered to the enemy and treason. You will be punished by being executed.
Li Shui,
who was tied to the mast, suddenly shouted in shock and anger. Although this guy was seriously injured, his voice was still strong. Big.
Surrender to the enemy and treason? Think about who was in charge of the southern Zirwei kingdom 6 years ago. You were the ones who rebelled and forced the palace. Right. You also besieged my family members and others, making us bear the reputation of being disloyal and unjust. Now it's just returning to the old master. How can you talk about surrendering to the enemy and treason?
Qi Tonghao looked at Li Shui and said coldly,
What are you going to do to me?
Li Shui was immediately speechless. When he followed Yao Cheng to hunt down Yu Qianrou, he worked very hard, and even raped and killed the maids in Yu Qianrou's palace, who had no time to escape. He killed dozens of people, and 2 of them are still in his house and being kept captive by him. Moreover, when Yu Qianrou first escaped to the northern Zirwei kingdom, it was he who led the navy to invade the northern Zirwei kingdom over and over again. If the warships at that time were not too big and often ran aground, Yu Qianrou might not have survived. That's it today.
You are Yao Cheng's loyal lackey. I have no right to deal with you. I will deal with you personally after His Majesty Yu Qianrou comes back. You should think carefully these days about how to save the dog's life.
Qi Tonghao was very worried, said in disgust. Originally, there was nothing to say about each being his own master. But Yao Cheng and Li Shui were both the same type of people. Not only were they eager for quick success, but they were also greedy. They had also been greedy for a lot of military pay in the past few years. And they were also neglectful of their subordinates. Discipline. Spreading troops everywhere. Raping/plundering. Very arrogant. Zhu Xiaobao rested here for a long time, and Lu Zhong had already put on new hats and flags. He also took the time to cook a sumptuous war meal for the soldiers. Only then did I receive the letter from Murong Feng.
Ha ha! Military advisor Murong has already joined General Qi. It's time for us to set off.
After reading the letter, Fu Tieshi was overjoyed and immediately went up to dispatch troops. Even though he had brought just over 10,000 troops. Now, but there were hundreds of thousands of troops. Because Lu Zhong's troops and horses were also at his disposal. Even Lu Zhong was standing in the tent waiting for orders. Fu Tianxinmo was promoted to the generals. First Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, and asked them to lead 5,000 female soldiers to attack Yao Cheng's camp from the west. Followed by Wu Yu. He also led 5,000 female soldiers to fight against General Fan Ping's camp. The men and horses joined together, and then approached Yao Cheng's camp from the southwest. Fu Tiexin and Lu Zhong each led 50,000 troops to consolidate the counties they passed along the way, pacify the people's livelihood, and wipe out the local forces that stubbornly resisted. Zhu Xiaobao is responsible for all the baggage and ensuring supplies. To put it bluntly, he is a safe idler. However, Zhu Xiaobao can accept this arrangement. He does not want to follow Yushuang and the others on a killing spree. He does not like killing people. His killing nature only targets those masters. Murong Feng led a large army to land. Now there are not only her 300,000 troops, but also Qi Tonghao's 300,000 troops. The two sides are united and will fight a family, with a total of 600,000 troops. The momentum is extremely huge. Yu Li and Tong Wuxi became the vanguard at this time, leading 10,000 female soldiers to rush through the fortifications, and met 50,000 troops led by Yu Shiren head-on. These 10,000 female warriors all came with war horses, and now they were charging with lightning speed. Qi Tonghao was a little stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect these female warriors to be powerful in naval combat, and even more fierce in land combat. Yu Shiren also saw the female warrior rushing towards him. He raised his double sword high and shouted loudly,
"The enemy has broken through the defense line. Now you all charge with me."
Except for the 2,000 Imperial Guards brought by Yu Shiren who followed closely. The remaining 50,000 troops were hesitant. The opponent's situation was unknown, so it seemed a bit inappropriate to charge so rashly. But seeing Yu Shiren rush forward, and these 50,000 men did not dare to neglect. They still had the responsibility to protect Yu Shiren, so they had no choice but to rush forward as well. But an unexpected scene occurred. The 10,000 female warriors actually separated into two groups, leaving the middle of the group to let Yu Shiren rush in with his troops. However, these 10,000 female warriors did not attack or kill them, and Yu Xian also rushed to Murong Feng. Chapter 586 The Winner Takes All A. The soldiers who followed Yu Xian were all shocked. They didn't expect that the emperor was so fierce and rushed directly in front of Murong Feng. Although most of them didn't know Murong Feng, the handsome flag behind him was embroidered with the big word, Murong
"Is there?"
"Your Majesty, please come back."
The generals behind him were all stunned, and they couldn't care less now. "You, the emperor, have been lost. It will be a capital offense to go back." But when these people and horses hurriedly and slowly caught up, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They drove until Yu Shiren and Murong Feng bowed their hands to each other. And then Murong Feng stepped out of the way, and Yu Shiren entered Murong Feng's troops in a majestic manner. What's even more surprising is that it was Qi Tonghao who came up from behind. As soon as he saw Yu Shiren, Qi Tonghao felt relieved. The key to whether this battle could be resolved quickly was to protect Yu Shiren and make him make a statement to give way to Yu Qianrou. At this time, the soldiers and generals who followed Yu Xian also understood that the emperor was taking the lead in surrendering. These people are all Yao Cheng's subordinates, and they don't know what to do now. However, there are still some diehards who are unwilling to surrender. They were all promoted by Yao Cheng, and they have also done a lot of bad things. After calculation, even if they surrender now, there will be no good results. At most, they can save their lives, and they still place their hopes on Yu Huafeng and Yu Shicheng, especially Yu Shicheng. It is said that he has already tried to start the inheritance of the mythical beast during the meeting. At this time, the female warriors on both sides began to close the net, together with Murong Feng's large troops. They had already formed a siege. Now it was too late to turn around and run back.
"Your Majesty has decreed that the throne be returned from now on. Now I order you to lay down your weapons, dismount and surrender, and let your past mistakes be forgotten."
Qi Tonghao shouted loudly at this time, and Yu Shicheng reappeared behind him. But Yu Shiren had changed into the clothes of a prince, and behind him was a large flag embroidered with King Xiaoyao. Although Qi Tonghao's words did not have much effect on those generals, these people had been following Yao Cheng for a long time, and did not want to lose their current glory and wealth. They were also influenced by Yao Cheng, and they only trusted Yu Huafeng and Yu Shicheng from the bottom of their hearts. But the soldiers under his command are not so determined. It is of course best for them not to start a war. And now that the emperor has surrendered, who are they still fighting for? Besides, life in the military camp is not very good now. The military pay is in arrears, and the food is getting worse and worse. Now I can only eat enough. Even the whole winter was supported by old cotton clothes. Looking at the soldiers of the northern Zirwei kingdom, not to mention the female warriors, even the ordinary soldiers all wear brand new uniforms and soft armor, and their weapons are all neatly arranged. The key is that the morale of their soldiers is high, and they are full of energy. They are all eager to try and ready to rush out at any time. So many soldiers quietly stepped aside, threw away their weapons, and surrendered voluntarily. Originally, the generals wanted to kill him as a warning, But when they saw more and more soldiers throwing away their weapons, they did not dare to do it. Otherwise, it would arouse public anger, which would not be so good-looking. Moreover, there are many small bosses among them who have been inserted by Fan Ping and others a long time ago, and now they are also taking the lead in throwing away their weapons.
Why? Do you still want to resist? If you don't surrender now, you will miss the last chance.
Murong Feng urged his horse forward and said lightly,
You guys have already planned this. And you won't win without force?
The leading general is Yao Cheng's cousin Yao Jian,
who is also one of the more accomplished members of the Yao family. He is less than 30 years old, and is already a first-class martial artist. He yelled a little panicked at this time. It is impossible for Yao Jian to surrender. After all, the Yao family relies on Yao Cheng to develop. So this group of people must definitely follow Yao Cheng to the end. But facing the female warriors, who were outflanking him from both sides, Yao Jian was still terrified from the bottom of his heart. The murderous aura emanating from these female warriors was so strong that Yao Jian could feel it from hundreds of steps away.
Oh! Victory without force? Well, that's good. I won't surround you now. Let you go back and report to Yao Cheng. Let him either come out early to surrender, or prepare to fight to the death. But you can't surrender the soldiers' interference.
Murong Feng looked at Yao Jian with disdain, not taking such a small role seriously at all, and simply let him go. Because Murong Feng had thought very carefully. If a fight started now, those soldiers who had thrown away their weapons would probably not have time to withdraw and would be accidentally killed. So just let them go back. Although Yao Jian was a little unhappy, he really wanted to take all these soldiers back, or kill a group of them as a warning. But when he saw Murong Feng's indifferent eyes, he was startled, and quickly turned his horse's head to take him with him. The remnants galloped away. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were a little unhappy at first, but they didn't expect that they were already about to take action. Murong Feng let them go again. But then everyone was amazed. Unexpectedly, the number of people who followed Yao Jian back was less than 20,000, which meant that more than 30,000 soldiers chose to surrender. This was too unexpected. Originally, there were only more than 10,000 soldiers who threw away their weapons. But they didn't expect that as soon as Yao Jian turned his horse around and left, there were actually 20,000 fewer soldiers willing to follow him back. It turned out that these soldiers were also hesitant and wanted to surrender, but were afraid of retaliation. So Yao Jian left quickly with his troops. Then they threw away their weapons and stayed. Yao Jian looked back on his horse and saw that so many soldiers had defected and surrendered. He was really shocked and annoyed. But there was nothing he could do. Originally, he wanted to raise his arms and pull back some troops, but his helmet was shot off by Jumei's arrow. Yao Jian was so frightened that he never dared to look back again, and he beat the horse with all his strength and ran away. At this time, Yao Cheng was feeling quite happy, because the news he received now was all good news. The persistence of the three veterans began to withstand the opponent's fierce attack, and the opponent's casualties greatly exceeded his own. This made Yao Cheng feel very satisfied. This was the basic casualty in the offensive and defensive battle. Although the three veterans may not be convinced by themselves, they still performed well at critical moments. Of course, Yao Cheng did not say that in his letter to Yuan Feng, but exaggerated his own role. All of this was because he sent troops in a measured manner, and all reinforcements arrived in time. So he stabilized the situation. Now once the stalemate is over, there will be plenty of time to mobilize troops from other counties, to continuously strengthen the defense. In the end, so many troops in the northern Zirwei kingdom will be dragged to death. At that time, they can only withdraw their troops on their own initiative. But what makes Yao Cheng a little puzzled is that among so many messages, there is only no message from his cousin Yao Jian. According to past habits, Yao Jian will always send back the message in the most timely manner. Moreover, this time he has a heavy responsibility on his waist. And he is also responsible for protecting Yu Xian's safety. It's something that bothers Yao Cheng. Although he looked down on Yu Xian, he was also the emperor, and it seemed that he could sit on the throne safely for many years. When the bowl was half full, suddenly his soldiers ran in a panic and shouted, "General, something bad has happened. General Yao Jian has fled back with 20,000 remnants of his troops. But His Majesty is gone." "What? Gone? Died?" Yao Cheng suddenly felt a little confused and asked in disbelief. "No. The emperor joined forces with Murong Feng, the military advisor of the Zirui kingdom, and claimed to return the throne to His Majesty Yu Qianrou." His soldiers didn't know how to call Yu Qianrou, so they had to call him Your Majesty. "Oh?
Is he, he, crazy? The Emperor did not do it right, and gave it to Yu Qianru. Does this mean that the Emperor took the lead in surrender?
Yao Cheng could not believe his ears. He had never heard of the Emperor taking the lead. Rebellion? This is really hard to accept.
Report to the general. 150,000 troops are coming from the west. The leader is Fu Tiexing, and the deputy next to him is General Lu Zhong.
At this time, another recruit came in a panic to report.
Ah! How annoying. This old man dares to surrender to the enemy in treason?
Yao Cheng immediately shouted angrily.
Report. Wu Yu is leading 150,000 troops from the southwest. Less than 15 miles away from us. The deputy general beside Wu Yu is General Fan Ping.
Unexpectedly, before Yao Cheng could recover, he came again. He received a message that made him faint even more.
Nonsense! How could they all have rebelled and surrendered to the enemy? Check it out for me, and come back and report.
Yao Cheng kicked over the desk in anger and shouted loudly. It was all good news before. Why did it turn into bad news in the blink of an eye? This is incredible. At this time, Yao Jian was covered in sweat and ran in with his armor crooked. He said with a sad face,
Commander, what they said is true. Now the Northern Zirway soldiers are divided into 3 groups and have formed a siege, trapping us. Here we are. People in the city are now in panic, and many people are rushing to the city gate to escape for their lives. I understand. Yu Shuren has colluded with them a long time ago. No wonder he wants to lead the expedition in person this time. Just to save his life. It seems that this is really going to subjugate the country.
Yao Cheng sat down and said. Li was still murmuring. Now when I look for the messenger who came to report the message earlier, I can't find him anymore.
I'm going to arrest these rebellious officials and their families.
Yao Jian also said angrily at this time.
It's too late. I'm sure Fan Ping and his family have moved away long ago. After suffering once, will they suffer again?
Yao Cheng shook his head and said. But he still sent people to arrest him with a sense of luck. Fan Ping's family members.
Then what should we do now?
Yao Jian also looked at Yao Cheng at a loss. Chengdu has always been the backbone of these people, especially the Yao family, which relied on Yao Cheng to develop. So they still have a lot of people under them. A group of people who are determined to fight. In particular, almost half of Yao Cheng's 8,000 cavalry are children of the Ruo family.
Humph. I still have 300,000 troops in my hands. Even if they want to attack the city, they will have to spend some time. You start deploying defenses immediately, and be sure to defend to the death. I will send people to deliver a message to the Supreme Emperor right away. Then we will mobilize urgently. Troops from other counties are coming for reinforcements.
After all, Yao Cheng had fought in big battles before, so he was not at a loss. After his arrangements, his soldiers immediately began to actively prepare for war. Yao Cheng came to the city wall, and at a glance, he saw a dark area under the city wall. They were all soldiers wearing helmets of the Northern Zirway Kingdom. Some soldiers had not had time to change their clothes, but all the flags were from the Northern Zirway Kingdom. At a glance, there were 4 to 5 million people and horses, who had already begun to set up camp. There were endless tents. In fact, the 3 groups of people are much more than that. But they must stay behind in every county and town along the way, post notices to calm the people, and then maintain order. Therefore, troops were constantly dispatched along the way. The actual number of troops surrounding Yao Cheng was less than 500,000, and most of them were from the original Nanzi Rui Kingdom. It turns out that Murong Feng claimed to have 800,000 troops, but 300,000 of them were left in the waters of the Northern Zirway Kingdom to prevent the 36 Southeast Islands from taking the opportunity to invade. As a strategist, Murong Feng was quite thoughtful. Now that GZ has integrated the 36 islands in the southeast, his strength has greatly increased. If GZ takes the opportunity to attack, it will be a great threat. So Murong Feng left a very strong defensive force in his country's waters. But even these troops are enough now. Yao Cheng has dispatched 300,000 troops, and now he barely has 300,000 troops in hand. Murong Feng still doesn't care much about the strength of fortress. Yao Cheng was nervous and actively preparing for defense. He even captured the common people in the city to help strengthen the defenses. However, Yao Cheng did not have many heavy weapons here, because they were all assigned to the 3 men on the front line. He is a veteran, and he has less than 1,000 crossbows in his hands. Now we can only rely on our condescending advantage to defend. However, what made Yao Cheng feel a little relieved was that Murong Feng did not launch an offensive immediately. Instead, he set up camp and began to reward the three armies by killing cattle and sheep. It seemed that he planned to recharge his batteries and rest before attacking. This also gave Yao Cheng plenty of preparation time. In fact, Murong Feng and the others were waiting for Zhu Xiaobao's arrival. Isn't Zhu Xiaobao guaranteeing supply from behind? Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also had to appease people's livelihood and post notices in various counties along the way. They also punished a group of profiteers who were hoarding food and preparing to make a fortune in the future. In fact, fighting is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is appeasing people's livelihood, maintaining order, and repromulgating various laws. That's why Zhu Xiaobao arrived late. But he already felt a little bored. He, the King of England, had too many things to deal with.
See the 1,000-years-old King of England.
As soon as they arrived at Murong Feng's camp, everyone came out to welcome him, saluting in unison and singing, which gave Zhu Xiaobao some sense of accomplishment again.
Hee. No courtesy. Alas. Cousin, you don't have to salute.
Your Xiaoyao King
is on par with me.
When Zhu Xiaobao saw Yu Sahan, he pulled her at him very affectionately. He smiled and said, which made Yu Shiren a little touched. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao respected him quite a lot. Moreover, he once again explained his identity as King Xiaoyao in front of everyone, which means that he will not default on his debts in the future. After entering the big tent, Zhu Xiaobao began to complain bitterly to Murong Feng. He had to deal with too many things along the way, and there was no fun at all.
Do you think I asked you to come out to play? This is just the beginning. Once we take over the entire southern Purple Rui Kingdom, we will still be busy.
Murong Feng rolled his eyes at him and said softly,
Anyway, I don't care. You can figure it out. If it doesn't work, I'll call Duan Muqi. He is as good at managing this kind of messy situation as you are.
Zhu Xiaobao started to ignore it again.
Humph! I had expected this. Look, who did I bring here?
Murong Feng had already had the foresight to wave to the female guard at the door, and saw a man coming in from outside the tent. The man turned out to be Tao Zhiqian. Unexpectedly, this guy also came. This made Zhu Xiaobao immediately overjoyed. This guy is the best at managing various counties, and he has various methods and extremely high efficiency. It turned out that Tao Zhiqian heard that the southern Purple Rui Kingdom was going to be attacked, and he came back on his own because Murong Feng had asked to follow him. There was no challenge in organizing the counties in the northern Purple Rui Kingdom. Besides, Yuli also led troops to go on an expedition. Tao Zhiqian couldn't sit still and ran to Murong Feng to ask for help. This guy has a relatively far-sighted view of the post-war rectification, and has realized that the post-war period is the most tedious, but also the most critical period. Even Murong Feng is not as far ahead as Tao Zhiqian thought.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Old Tao, you work hard, and you will be crowned a king or something when the time comes. If it doesn't work, I will issue an order to let Yuli marry you. These female warriors are so casual. You should change your habit of looking for men.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, and even Yuli was ready to send him away.
Chateaus, I don't dare to have any delusions. You must not do this. If Yuli finds out, I will be the one who gets beaten.
Tao Zhiqian immediately shouted in shock. Regarding Yuli, he was love and fear once start using hands. It will be a real beating.
Heck! You are really worthless. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore.
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Tao Zhiqian did not dare to accept this favor. So he asked Murong Feng,
How is it? When can I get it?
Submit Yao Cheng? Several veteran generals are waiting to deal with him. I plan to start attacking Yao Cheng at noon tomorrow.
Murong Feng thought for a while and said,
Okay, but why is it tomorrow at noon?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little puzzled. Normally, today is already a bit wasted, and it seems a bit inappropriate to waste another half day.
I'm waiting for the naval guns from the Black Wind Shuangsha to be delivered.
Murong Feng said calmly.
Why did I forget this artifact? The military advisor was so thoughtful.
Zhu Xiaobao then slapped his forehead and exclaimed. The next day, just after noon, Murong Feng lined up to fight. The group advanced another 500 steps before stopping. A mecha chariot came out from behind the dwarf flag. This was improvised by Mu Juni before the expedition. This mecha chariot is more flexible, lighter and more powerful than the one in Dongtian Paradise because it has 2 naval guns installed on it. Driving under the city wall, Zhu Xiaobao lifted the top cover from the mecha and stuck his head out. He wanted to shout to Yao Cheng. Chapter 587 The Winner Takes All B. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao wanted to answer in front of the battle was to avoid casualties as much as possible. So far, the total number of casualties has been less than 50,000, which is already a quite remarkable achievement. Among them, the number of casualties here in Northern Zirwei Kingdom, it has not exceeded 10,000 yet. So Zhu Xiaobao really wants to continue to maintain this good record. He believed that even under Yao Cheng's men, there were still many soldiers who did not want to fight. These people would also be citizens of their own country by then. So it would be best to give it a try. On the city wall, Yao Cheng and his generals stood out in neat armor. These people looked a bit like defending the city. They were all focused and ready, and their armors were also bright. Behind Yao Cheng, the 8,000 elites also had murderous intent on their faces, and they had the aura to decide life and death. Is that General Yao Cheng on the city? I am Yu Xiaobao, the British king of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Zhu Xiaobao stood up in the mecha chariot, revealing half of his body, followed by Murong Feng and Zhu Xiaobao. They are also in military uniforms, but they are all soft armor. Among them, Zhu Mei also holds a golden stone bow in her hand. She is mainly responsible for protecting the safety of Zhu Xiaobao. Humph. What kind of king of England? You are the one who proclaimed yourself the king of England. We, the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom, do not recognize you as the king of England. Now you are the first to provoke a war, which has led to the devastation of life and the tragic death of innocent people. This is all caused by you. Yao Cheng stood on the city wall. They started to accuse Zhu Xiaobao and the others of their crimes. This is also a way for him to boost morale and confuse people's hearts. Nowadays, many soldiers and ordinary people are unwilling to start a war, let alone help them. So Yao Cheng takes the lead and wants the ordinary people to hear it. It was Zhu Xiaobao and the others who started the trouble. The bold Yao Cheng is still stubborn and wants to fight me to the end? What does provoking trouble mean? The founding emperor of the Zirwei Kingdom is named Yu. Right? But it's not Yuan Feng, but his father Yuan Qiang. You are the rebels and traitors. I originally wanted to give you a chance to survive, but now I have changed my mind. Everyone can be exempted, but you, Yao Cheng, must die, and you have to kill everyone in your family. Destroy the 9 tribes. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, thinking that this guy was the culprit who pursued Yu Qianrou the most. And now that he is still so stubborn to the end, Zhu Xiaobao is also angry. This is the first time that he wants to destroy the whole family. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. Do you think my troops are as spineless as Fan Ping and others? Let me tell you, I have put life and death aside for a long time. And my family members are also ready to be loyal to the past. Come on, people. Let me shoot an arrow, and I will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold for killing Yu Xiaobao. Yao Cheng also yelled extremely arrogantly. He had already thought about it. Or he would become famous. Either the body or the soul will disappear. And it is impossible to surrender anyway. And the reason why Yao Cheng is so arrogant is because he firmly believes that it will not be a problem for his 300,000 troops to defend the city. But Yao Cheng had a good idea. But the range of the crossbows on his city wall could not reach Zhu Xiaobao's current position. So those crossbow arrows all landed in front of Zhu Xiaobao's mecha chariot. Far away. Zhu Xiaobao didn't even blink an eyelid. Ha ha! Have you finished shooting? Is it my turn? Zhu Xiaobao waited until all the arrows fell to the ground, then asked with a smile. What can you do? Can you still shoot it on my city wall? Yao Cheng also said coldly. If he couldn't shoot it, of course the other party shouldn't be able to shoot it, because he still shot the crossbow arrow from a high place. It has a certain advantage. Then I will let you open your eyes. Zhu Xiaobao also sneered, and then got back into the mecha chariot. The people inside were all the most important people under Zhu Xiaobao. Yu Xuan, Yu Shui, and Wu Yu, they were all here. But they were forced to come here. Even Murong Feng couldn't do anything to them, because these women surrounded Murong Feng and begged for a long time with a smiling face, which made Murong Feng uncomfortable. Refused. But when it comes to the control of naval guns and the accuracy of shooting, no one can match these women. 2 naval guns were aimed at the wall where Yao Cheng was sitting, and they immediately fired out. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge gap was opened in the city wall, and a huge crack led directly to the base of the wall. Fortunately,
Yao Cheng was hiding behind the wall stacks. Although he was not hit by the blast, the air waves still hit him. He was knocked to the ground and fell a dozen steps away. It took him quite a while to get up.
What? What is this? It's so powerful.
Yao Cheng asked again and again, a little horrified. He really had never seen a naval gun. At most, he had heard about it. He always thought that this kind of firearm was used by it was artificially exaggerated. But now it seems that it is not exaggerated at all. It is indeed so powerful. But Zhu Xiaobao's mecha chariot also emitted thick smoke.
Ahem. How did Mu Chuanyi design it? He didn't know how to install an exhaust fan. Those who didn't know thought my mecha chariot was on fire. Zhu Xiaobao waved his palms and fanned. At this time, the door at the back of the mecha chariot was completely opened, and the smoke was being discharged as much as possible. It turns out that when the two naval guns are fired, there is a lot of smoke produced by the explosion, which is very uncomfortable in this small space.
It's okay. We still think the smell is quite good. Let's fight for a while longer.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui didn't care at all. They were still loading the SH.LS quickly, and the second round of SH. Ling began again. When the mecha chariot returned to the camp, the people on the chariot were all disgraced. Zhu Xiaobao was so angry that he slapped Yu Shuang and Yu Shui each on the buttocks. This was considered a sign of anger. Looking at Yao Cheng's side, it's okay to face a formidable enemy. Just 3 rounds of SH. Ling have already blasted out several large cracks, and 2 places have already collapsed. If the opponent starts to launch a large scale, the siege of the city is a very fatal key point. Fortunately, the opponent doesn't seem to have any intention of launching a large-scale attack, so he still stands still. This made Yao Cheng a little confused. What a great opportunity! If he led his own troops, he would definitely take the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. But before Yao Cheng could be happy for a long time, he saw a very terrifying scene. 400 to 500 female soldiers were dispatched from Murong Feng's side. 4 of them were carrying a naval gun, and someone was dragging a large wooden box behind them. 96 naval guns were set up at a distance of almost 500 steps. It turned out that Murong Feng had removed all the naval guns on the
Black Wind Shuangsha.
So she wanted to start the battle at noon just to wait for these naval guns to be in place.
General, those are powerful firearms. I didn't expect there to be so many of them.
Several soldiers who had participated in naval battles and had seen such naval guns pointed at the neat rows of naval guns in the distance and couldn't help but wonder. Cried in horror. Oh! So many! Hurry! 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 Get everyone under the city wall!
Yao Cheng also felt his scalp numb. Just a few cannons had made him fascinated. And now there was actually a formation of artillery. There are 32 doors in each row, with a total of 3 rows at the front and back. The female warriors standing on the side are all heroic, holding torches for lighting cannons, and are on standby.
Good boy. If I don't give you some clues, you don't know how powerful my Zhu Xiaobao is.
Zhu Xiaobao had already washed his face, and then stood on his horse at the front of the artillery array, holding an order in his hand. Flag. He was cursing fiercely. Then I saw Zhu Xiaobao's flag waved vigorously, and 96 naval guns started firing at the same time. The target is the opponent's city wall. With the roar of the artillery SH.LS, not many of the 96 artillery SH.LS hit the city wall. Those that did not hit the city wall also flew over the city wall and exploded in the city. Suddenly, the South City Gate and the hundreds of meters long city wall guarded by Yao Cheng were blown down by 200 meters. The soldiers above who had no time to evacuate were blown to pieces. And the strong and thick South City Gate was also blown to pieces. The door was wide open for a while, and there was no advantage to hold on to.
Quick! Quick! Line up to fight! Come with me and rush out! Don't let them attack!
Yao Cheng was desperate for his life at this time and shouted desperately. If we don't take the initiative to attack, the opponent's naval guns will hit the city. At that time, people's hearts were completely shattered.
Charge! Kill!
Yao Cheng led his 8,000 cavalry to rush out first, and the people behind him also rushed out one after another. Murong Feng was also well prepared. The 20,000 female warriors were all ready to go, and the crossbowmen under him were also ready. Before the two sides reached a certain distance, they both relied on bows and arrows to kill their opponents in large numbers. As soon as Yao Cheng rushed out, he already knew that today would probably be a bad day. The opponent's men and horses were twice as many as his. Moreover, it was a 3-sided siege. with 20,000 female warriors leading the front, and his old acquaintances on the left and right flanks. Fan Ping and Lu Zhong led the troops, each leading 150,000 troops to outflank him. The key is that the opponent's three groups are in good order and are slowly forming an encirclement. With a moment of courage, Yao Cheng's men and horses were shot back by tens of thousands of arrows just as they were halfway through the charge. Just these few rounds of arrows killed thousands of soldiers. Yao Cheng had no choice but to stop. Merong Feng, who was on the opposite side, began to command the main force to slowly move forward.
Brothers, soldiers, you all have families and young children. There is no need to work for a corrupt official like Yao Cheng. Zirwei Kingdom originally belonged to Princess Jinro, and now we are just returning to our homeland. Listen, know those who are willing to fight. Throw away their weapons. Come to me to get 10 taels of silver. Go home, buy a house and land, and live your own stable life. I tell you, under our governance, your life will only get better and better. Stop working for Yao Cheng.
Zhu Xiaobao poked his head out from the mecha battle again, still holding the big speaker in his hand, and was shouting hard. Looking behind him, Merong Feng couldn't help laughing, and almost laughed out loud. He didn't look like a 1,000-year-old king of England. He looked more like a hawker selling food on the street. However, although Zhu Xiaobao looked very funny, his words were very seductive. Many soldiers began to look at each other, and it was obvious that they were already attracted by the fact that they could receive 10 taels of silver without fighting. And if you follow Yao Cheng to fight, you may even risk your life. Besides, I am not Yao Cheng's direct army, so there is usually no benefit. Now that the opponent's troops are so large, it must be wise to surrender.
Don't listen to his nonsense. I have already reported it to the Supreme Emperor. When the war is over, everyone who participated in the war will be rewarded and promoted. I will not treat any of my brothers unfairly.
Yao Cheng was shocked and angry at the same time, and quickly promised benefits. He has already seen that many soldiers are already thinking of quitting.
Except for Yao Cheng. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you dismount and surrender, I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, look behind me. Without my men and horses charging, these 96 naval guns alone can defeat your troops will be wiped out in an instant.
Zhu Xiaobao still shouted with a loudspeaker. The men and horses behind him also moved out of the way consciously, revealing the 96 naval guns behind him.
Humph. You Xiaobao, if you want me to surrender, show some real skills. Don't just rely on these heresy. I don't want too many people to die. I have 8,000 cavalry here. Do you have the guts to challenge me? Get off.
Yao Cheng also rolled his eyes and thought of a way to provoke the general. He didn't want to be captured just like that, and he still placed his hope in his 8,000 cavalry, which he had spent a lot of effort to build and had always been his. The most proud elite teacher. This, Zhu Xiaobao was a little hesitant. He was worried that there would be casualties among the female soldiers in the process. He felt a little reluctant to let go, even if he negotiated with the female soldiers. She felt sorry for him. But unexpectedly, the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, immediately excitedly signaled to Zhu Xiaobao to agree quickly. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. And now that Yao Cheng took the initiative, it was really nice of them both. Whet up the appetite. Even Wu Yu next to her looked eager to try. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Merong Feng. Merong Feng smiled helplessly and nodded, which meant that Zhu Xiaobao could make his own decision.
Okay. As you wish. 8,000 versus 8,000.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. And then, he did not forget to shout to the soldiers behind Yao Cheng.
You all heard it. As long as we win, you will throw it away, drop your weapon, and come over quickly to collect the money. My wife and children at home are looking forward to your return.
This recruitment and surrender offensive was well thought out. The soldiers were cheering with their swords and guns raised, and some of them even looked at Yao Cheng with gratitude. This made Yao Cheng so angry that he almost vomited blood. But it was difficult to get angry, so he could only pretend not to see it. But Zhu Xiaobao's side was in chaos. The female warriors were all vying to go into battle, but there were only 8,000 places, so there was a big fuss immediately. In the end, Merong Feng shouted angrily.
Shut up! Everyone! What are you making so much noise about? Only 8,000 of you are going to fight. I will push the rest to the back, and there will be no military law enforcement officers who disobey orders.
Not to mention, Merong Feng's intimidation was still very strong, and the female warriors did not dare to argue anymore. Even Yuli was unfortunately pulled by Merong Feng and pushed to the back. She had no choice but to give in. Retreated. The opponent's team leader is Yao Jian, and his own team is led by Yu Shuang Yu Shui. Before Zhu Xiaobao retreated, he whispered,
"Be careful. Don't get hurt. And Wu Yu, don't rush. At the front. I know. It's so long-winded."
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui gave Zhu Xiaobao a disdainful look and hummed.
"I know."
Wu Yu responded softly with warmth in her heart. The 8,000 elites on both sides have advanced 500 steps, and they are less than 600 steps apart. In this era of war, we are still very trustworthy. The people behind both sides stood still, waiting for the 8,000. The result of the battle between man and horse. The starting signal for both sides was also a war drum. At the end of the war drum, a cannon was fired, and the charge began. With the sound of cannon, the 8,000 cavalry from both sides began to charge. Before they could reach the front, both sides took off their bows and used bows and arrows to clear the way. But what Yao Cheng didn't expect was that the shooting range of the opponent's female warriors' bows and arrows were all at least 50 steps farther than his 8,000 cavalry. Before the confrontation, just one round of shooting, and there were already 300 more cavalry. Lost. The soldiers behind the female warriors suddenly cheered and snored loudly, cheering for these 8,000 female warriors.
"What the hell is this? Their shooting range is so far? Are the legendary female warriors really so powerful?"
Yao Cheng also shouted in disbelief. He was originally full of confidence in the 8,000 cavalry. But now it seems you have already suffered a small loss first. Fortunately, Yao Cheng was also careful in the middle. In fact, there were 2,000 female guards following the 8,000 cavalry, which was actually 10,000 horses. Didn't he always have a special hobby? So in the past 2 years, the fittest have survived. The female guards who came down from Zhenxian are also very strong, and they have all fought hard to survive. Those who have been eliminated have become playthings in the military camp. After just 2 rounds of arrows, the horses of both sides were already knocked down in front of them, and the bows and arrows were of no use. The soldiers of both sides began to engage in close combat with weapons. But as soon as the two sides fought, Yao Cheng was a little dumbfounded. His 8,000 cavalry were no match at all. Why are those female warriors so powerful? Their strength and speed are far beyond Yao Cheng's imagination. What's even more terrifying is the $2 female generals at the head. They are 2 killing machines. Moreover, these 2 people cooperated tacitly. They were not just riding on the horse, but flying back and forth on the war horse. With a flick of the soft whip in midair, they could wrap around the person's head and neck, and then raise their hands, and the enemy would be killed. The head was missing, but the war horse was still dragging the headless body and running wildly. After the first few rounds, they could barely resist for a while, and then they gradually fell into passivity. Yao Cheng's 8,000 men and horses were already surrounded, like trapped animals waiting to be slaughtered. They were frightened and angry. Panic again. The attack power of these female warriors is too powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5,000 cavalry left. What is even more surprising is that the 2,000 female guards following the 8,000 cavalry suddenly turned back. Instead of attacking the female warriors, they launched a crazy attack on their 8,000 cavalry from behind. The hack and slash. Even the female warriors were a little confused.
"Oh? These bitches actually turned against you in the face of battle? Yao Jian, kill these bitches first!"
Yao Cheng was also shocked and angry, and suddenly shouted angrily. Chapter 588 The Winner Takes All. See. At this time, Yao Cheng's face looked ashen. He was ready to accept defeat, and even ready to fight to the death. But he didn't expect that his failure would start from within. And it would start from these women, who he thought had been completely tamed by him. He has been too proud and arrogant in these years. In his camp, he is even more happy than in the emperor's harem. No matter where you go, you do whatever you want. So he won't surrender. He would rather die than live a normal life. What's more, he also knows that he was the one who worked hardest when chasing Yu Qianrou. And he was also the one he hated the most. He fell into their hands. There will definitely be no good results. But what he saw now made Yao Cheng finally understand that there is reincarnation in the world. And the retribution for his evil deeds began to appear. Yao Jian, who was leading the team, didn't know these thoughts of Yao Cheng. He was now being attacked from both sides, and the situation suddenly became quite dangerous. These female guards were all left behind after 9 deaths. So their tactics, it's completely a desperate mode, without considering defense at all. Just fighting blindly. Even the female warriors looked a little horrified. They had never seen such a desperate fighting style before. After hearing Yao Cheng shouting, Yao Jian originally wanted to go back and kill the female guards first. He is Yao Cheng's loyal lackey and is absolutely obedient to Yao Cheng's words. He will do whatever he is told. So he is not the best in martial arts. But he is one of Yao Cheng's most trusted lieutenants. But before Yao Jian could turn his horse around, he was stopped by Wu Yu.
Huh? It's not that easy to leave. Just look at the retaliation of these female guards. And I know you don't do good things. You're looking for death. I'll kill you first.
Yao Jian shouted angrily. The weapon in his hand was a long-handled double-edged axe. You could tell at a glance that he was a powerful general. But Wu Yu is not afraid. She now has a lot of actual combat experience and is already at the level of a great martial artist. Don't look at Yao Jian turning the double-edged axe of more than 100 kilograms. His cultivation is the pinnacle of a first-class martial artist. In terms of moves and flexibility, Wu Yu could already see many flaws. Seeing an opening, Wu Yu jumped up from the horse, kicked Yao Jian with a flying kick. The horse got off. Yao Jian awkwardly got up from the ground. Because he was wearing heavy armor, it would take a long time to get up from the ground. Wu Yu smoothly knocked over another general who was charging towards him. Then she walked up to Yao Jian with a knife in hand and said with determination,
Don't say I bully you. Come again if you're ready. I'm going to kill you.
Before Yao Jian could finish speaking, he found that his head was flying high and farther away from his body. He wanted to speak, but could no longer say it. Any sound anymore.
Wu Yu, what's the point of talking to him? Hurry up and kill him. Those female guards behind are almost exhausted.
Yu Shuang put away the soft whip at this time, shouted to Wu Yu, then jumped up and ran to another. The deputy general is leaving immediately.
You? I hate it. I just want to try my special move.
Wu Yu shouted a little depressed. It turned out that she wanted to try the recently improved special move on Yao Jian. But unexpectedly, Yu Shuang flicked his hand and cut off Yao Jian's head. At this time, half of the 2,000 female guards had really been killed. After all, Yao Cheng's 8,000 cavalry were all highly skilled in martial arts. Half of them had reached the level of second-level martial arts masters. And those female guards, their cultivation level is comparable to that of a third-level martial artist. And some of them are even less than that. But just like that, these 2,000 female guards also killed more than 1,000 cavalry. And at this time, there were only less than 2,000 of the 8,000 cavalry left. Some of them were still kneeling on the ground, throwing away their weapons and praying for their lives. After all, it is better to live than die. These people usually show off their power. But when it comes to deciding between life and death, they are still reluctant to die. Yao Cheng watched Yao Jian being killed, and almost all the 8,000 cavalry were wiped out. Suddenly I felt cold all over and my mind went blank. I thought it would be at least a tie. But unexpectedly it turned out to be a one-sided situation. What Yao Cheng didn't expect was that at the moment Yao Jian was killed, more than half of his soldiers cheered. A few heartless ones were still cheering.
General Yao Jian is dead. 8,000 cavalry have lost.
Now, we can go get the money and go home.
At this time, more than half of the men and horses ran away. And the rest were Yao Cheng's tribesmen and some of his close followers. The total number was less than 80,000 people. These 80,000 men and horses gathered together, their faces pale, looking with some despair at the hundreds of thousands of people surrounding them. Murong Feng had already raised his command flag, and tens of thousands of bows and arrows were aimed at the 80,000 horses. At this moment, a roar came from behind Yao Cheng.
You Xiaobao? Don't be so arrogant. The Nanzuri kingdom belongs to the Yu clan. If you want to become king, you'd better defeat Yu Shicheng first.
Following the words, Yu Huafeng arrived with 20,000 men and horses. The 5,000 men and horses behind him were the White Tiger Guards that he was proud of. Half of them were members of the Yu clan. These people were usually responsible for guarding. It is the place of inheritance. And other things are ignored. The most important person on the other side showed up. And Zhu Xiaobao also changed his horse and rushed to the front of the team. He looked at Yu Huafeng calmly and said,
Speaking of which, you can be considered my uncle. But when it comes to doing things for others, it's not that great. So I'll skip the courtesy of uncle and nephew. Humph. Yu Xiaobao, what do you want? Now that the matter has come to an end, we can sit down and discuss it. And I can agree that Yu Qianrou will come back to power. But I must ensure that my son Yu Shicheng's qualifications to practice in the inheritance place are guaranteed. There is also a need provide us with enough training resources. As long as you agree to these 2 items, I will admit that you are in charge of the southern Purple Rui Kingdom.
Yu Wanfeng's face was gloomy. But seeing that the army had surrounded them, he knew that the situation was over. Even if other counties could mobilize some troops,
it would not help at all. So he still took the initiative to propose a reconciliation plan for her. As long as Yu Shichang can successfully cultivate in the place of inheritance, that is the greatest hope. Nothing else matters.
You think too much. The winner is the king or the loser. The loser is not qualified to raise conditions. Besides, Yu Shichang is not the most talented. There is only one person who can start the inheritance. You are a member of my clan. I won't kill you yet. But you are not qualified to make conditions with me. You and Yu Shichang can stay in the clan and get the same treatment as everyone else.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said with a bit of disdain.
Bold! Yu Xiaobao! How dare you disrespect me? Come on! Come on! Let me teach you, this unscrupulous maniac, a lesson now.
Yu Wanfeng immediately yelled angrily, and Wu Zun's aura also spread around him. Everyone was forced to give way by this momentum. But Yao Cheng was overjoyed. It seemed that he could escape unscathed today. Yu Wanfeng's cultivation level is at the peak of the martial lord. And even the great martial lord may not be able to kill him. Moreover, there are many masters behind Yu Wanfeng. Nandong Qiji and 2 other masked swordsmen in black are all of Wu Zun's cultivation.
Want to use force? Your strength is not enough. Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, Yu Li, Zhu Mei. Go and weigh them.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. Immediately, Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, Yu Li, and Zhu Mei stood up very excitedly. At this time, all the 8,000 cavalry in the fortress had been wiped out, except for the 400 people who knelt down and surrendered. There were also the remaining 800 female guards. The rest were killed by the female warriors. Now Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are still red. But the 2 of them are obviously not satisfied yet. They are still eager to try it this time. Although they are great martial arts masters, the 2 of them can definitely kill a martial master together. However, Wu Yu was a bit unsatisfied with this level of fighting. So Zhu Xiaobao did not let her fight. Wu Yu felt a little disappointed. But there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she didn't have as good a talent as Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. At this moment, there was a burst of shouting from the back of the camp.
Everyone, give way! Make way for me! Old man!
What came turned out to be the old apprentice and Master Feng. They were sitting on a donkey cart with 2 jars of wine and 2 beggar chickens on it. The 2 old men were eating and drinking while watching the fun. This battle made the old apprentice extremely depressed. He had nothing to do, so he had to take Master Feng to drink and chat with him. Fortunately, his beggar's chicken was very satisfying to Master Feng's appetite. And so did the 2 of them, watching the game and commenting at the same time. Feng Zuns came here after Yu Xian and Murong Feng met. His speed did not require any horses at all, and no one could spot him. He arrived here without anyone noticing. As for Yu Shiren's rebellion, he had known about it for a long time, and was not too surprised. He did not dare to compliment Yu Wanfeng's governance ability over the years. It was made into what it is now. Yu Wanfeng looked at the 2 great sages a little bitterly. He knew in his heart that since they used those female warriors to practice the
4 phases of divine veins
technique, they have kept Master Feng at a distance. Even though Master Feng is nothing, a good person, between good and evil, but he is still very repulsive to evil ways, because he has suffered deeply from them. At the beginning, Master Join desperately wanted to catch him and use him to practice martial arts. So he hid in the south. Ziruigwa is coming. But now, Yu Wanfeng can only make the last move. Anyway, Dao Zun cannot interfere in secular affairs. At this time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui could no longer hold back. They both jumped up and rushed towards Yu Wanfeng. These 2 killing gods were famous. Yu Wanfeng also knew that they had always joined forces to fight against the enemy. However, 2 great martial arts masters when other women came to deal with him. Yu Wanfeng was still a little annoyed and snorted.
I don't know whether to live or die. I will send you to HL.
Yu Li also rushed out and faced one of the 2 swordsmen in black. They were evenly matched, and the fight was inseparable. Zhu Mei met another swordsman in black. This swordsman in black was a bit unlucky. Facing Zhu Mei's impeccable defense, he could only dodge around Zhu Mei frequently. Otherwise he would be killed. If Zhu Mei is hit with a hammer, her bones will be broken and her tendons will be broken. But from the moment the fight started, Nangong Chiji disappeared. He was lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take action. He was famous for secretly assassinating people. In fact, among these people, Nangong Chiji was the most difficult to deal with. But Nangong Chiji was also very depressed at this time. Jumei's sensing ability was too strong and seemed to be much better than last time. He was already hidden 50 steps away, but Jumei could still detect it in time. In fact, Jumei is also very annoyed. She has to keep an eye on Nangong Chiji at all times, because neither Yuli nor Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have such strong sensing abilities as her. If she doesn't keep an eye on them, Nangong Chiji will attack the other three. If someone takes action, there will be big trouble. Because of this, the swordsman in black was able to persist until now. He was also quite embarrassed. Even though he couldn't beat him, he still had to run around with Jumei, because most of Jumei's attention was on Nangong Chiji. On the scene, Yuli has gradually begun to gain the upper hand, but it will take some time to defeat the opponent. But Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were a little passive. Yu Wanfeng's cultivation level was too high, and he was already at the peak of martial master. They were a little unable to deal with it. But it's just that they are relatively passive. If Yu Wanfeng wants to defeat them, he will still have to work hard.
No! It's too passive to fight like this. It's very uncomfortable for Jumei. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are also at a disadvantage.
Wu Yu said to Zhu Xiaobao anxiously.
I didn't expect Yu Wanfeng's martial arts to be so high. I underestimated him. The most important thing now is that Nangong Chiji is so annoying.
Zhu Xiaobao also frowned a little. But he didn't have any such a warrior-level killer. But at this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It turned out that Yao Cheng was hiding behind the formation flag, secretly raising his bow and arrows, and wanted to attack Jumei, because he also saw that this Jumei forced Nangong 72 to the point where he couldn't move at all, and Yuli had the upper hand due to the price reduction. He was also worried that once Yuli killed the swordsman, she would join forces with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui to attack Yu Wanfeng, and by then, it would not be a matter of seconds. So Yao Cheng wanted to shoot Jumei secretly. What he was most proud of was his shooting skills. Not only was he very accurate, but he also had a long range and great power. His bow was also a very famous treasure bow. He was confident that his arrow could definitely kill Jumei. Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to find an opportunity to take action, but now this is the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take action if everyone is 4 against 4. After all, so many people are watching. There are sometimes rules on the battlefield. Still have to follow it. Yao Cheng shot the arrow confidently, but it did no harm to Jumei. No, it should be said that Jumei was shocked to a certain extent. She indeed failed to dodge. But as soon as she turned around, the iron arrow hit the turtle shield behind her. But she also felt like she was hit hard. I didn't expect that Yao Cheng's bow was so powerful. Yao Cheng was a little stunned. He couldn't figure out why Jumei was safe and sound. Even a tiger had to be shot. But there was a flash of white light on the opposite side, and a white tiger suddenly flew forward and knocked Yao Cheng off his horse with one palm. But this was not the real purpose of Zhu Xiaobao. Just seeing the white tiger turn around and pounce on Nangong Chiji. The speed of the white tiger divine beast was not comparable to that of ordinary martial arts. Nangong Chiji immediately felt uncomfortable. Wonderful. Fortunately, he still has a trick to save his life. With a teleport on the spot, he just disappeared from under the claws of the white tiger. When he reappeared, he was already 30 steps away. This was Nangong 72's trick to save his life. With this distance, no matter how big the crisis is, it has been resolved. But this time, the crisis was not resolved. Just after the crisis was settled, Nangong Chiji's face turned a little pale. This was caused by the forced teleportation. But before he could recover, another white tiger, Dharma Prime Minister, had already pounced on him, and one of the tiger's claws actually held a kitchen knife.
How did you do it? Don't kill me!
Nangong Chiji was stunned. Now, he was shrouded by the blade of this kitchen knife. He could already feel the breath of death, and shouted in horror.
Can you practice?
When he reaches the realm of martial master, he still has 70 or 80 years to live. So of course, he is not willing to die like this. But it's too late now.
Crack!
With a muffled sound, Nangong Chiji's body split into 2 halves in an instant. Before the blood splashed on his body, Zhu Xiaobao had already retreated 10 steps away. This scene shocked everyone present. A martial artist was split into 2 halves. And he didn't even finish his words before he died. And just like that, the golden armor hammer in Jumei's hand flew out.
causing the black-clothed swordsman to spurt out blood. He felt that several of his sternum and ribs were broken, and he was afraid that his cultivation would also be affected by this big drop. And Yuli was also refreshed at this time. And the black-clothed swordsman, who was beating him, retreated step by step. Finally, he couldn't dodge Yuli's backhand sword, and one of his arms was cut off. He immediately fell to the ground in pain, rolling back and forth on the ground. You Xiaobao? You guys don't obey the rules. You actually attacked? Yu Wanfeng shouted in surprise and anger. Just like that, his face was caught by Yu Shuang's soft whip, and a 2-inch line was drawn. The wound was so long that the blood on his face immediately started to flow uncontrollably. Humph! Look clearly. It was your people who attacked first. I was forced to take action, Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, pointing to Yao Cheng lying on the ground. At this time, Zhu Mei strode over, picked up Yao Cheng's bow, and dragged Yao Cheng to her camp like a dead dog. This idiot! Yu Wanfeng immediately lowered his voice, and then asked with a serious face, What do you want? Well, there is no need to continue fighting now. You have already lost. I promised the Great Elder that I will not kill you. So why don't you go back with your guards? After half a month, I will come to the place of inheritance and compete with Yu Shichang. Please come. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said, Humph, let's go. Yu Wanfeng had no choice at this point. The situation was completely under Zhu Xiaobao's control. All he could do was return to the place of inheritance and help Yu Shichang improve his mental cultivation as soon as possible. 4. Wait a minute. Your 5,000 guards can follow you. But these people from Yao Cheng must stay with me, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said quietly from behind. It turns out that those people from the Yao family also wanted to take the opportunity to escape with them. But these people have long been targeted by Murong Feng. Chapter 589, Great Purple Rui Country. After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, Yu Wanfeng looked back. At this time, Yao Cheng had already woken up. Wasn't he knocked unconscious by Zhu Xiaobao's palm just now? He just woke up now. But after waking up, he realized that he was already in Zhu Xiaobao's camp, and he was tied up behind his back, and was stepped on by Zhu Mei's foot, unable to move. Humph! Although Yu Wanfeng knew that Yao Cheng was loyal to him, he was now unable to save him. And just now, it was because of Yao Cheng's self-righteousness and his desire to sneak attack on Zhu Mei that Nandong 72 was killed by Zhu Xiaobao. So Yu Wanfeng didn't bother to pay attention to this fool. As for Yao Cheng's remaining troops, forget about it. Murong Feng has already commanded 3 groups of troops to shrink the encirclement and prepare to wipe out the remaining opposition forces. So Yu Wanfeng just took a look and left sadly with his 5,000 guards. Zhu Mei didn't care that Yao Cheng was awake at her feet, and she was still playing with Yao Cheng's bow. Although this bow is not as good as my gold and stone bow, it is definitely a treasure bow that is hard to find for thousands of dollars. It is also engraved with 3 simple words. Cloud Chuan Bao. Give me this bow? Wu Yu and Yuli said at the same time. They both had excellent shooting skills, but they didn't have a good bow. When they saw this bow, they both said with a little jealousy, This time it was Zhu Mei's turn to be in a dilemma. She didn't know who to give it to, so she couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao. Then give it to Sister Wu Yu. This bow is still a bit soft for me, Yuli said immediately with a smile. No. Your martial arts skills are higher than mine, and this bow is just right for you, Wu Yu also quickly said humbly. Ha. I think I'll leave it to Wu Yu. Yuli should focus on re-leading the female warriors. What you need to learn in the future is how to lead the tens of thousands of female warriors under your command, instead of rushing to the top frontline, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. But secretly, he was still leaning towards Wu Yu. But it also gave Yuli a surprise. That is, she was allowed to take charge of the female warriors again. Compared to Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, Yuli was calmer and more aware of the overall situation. Really? Yuli's eyes suddenly lit up. She had long thought of leading the female warriors again, but because of what happened in the past, she lost the trust of the female warriors. So she has been working in a low-key manner and giving silently. Now she has finally been recognized by Zhu Xiaobao. Of course she was very excited. In fact, those female warriors had already accepted Yuli again. After all, she was still the strongest among the female warriors. Especially now Yuli has changed her past and become mature and stable. The final encirclement and suppression did not take much time. The remaining people had no fighting spirit. So except for some people who still resisted stubbornly and were killed on the spot,
The rest also surrendered. A secret book and his 72 poisonous needles were found from Nangong Qiji's arms. But Zhu Xiaobao was not interested in these poisonous needles. He was very interested in Nangong Qiji's life-saving secret. This secret book is the training secret book for this unique skill. Zhu Xiaobao was very generous and showed this secret book to Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, Yu Li and others. But they would never be able to practice this secret skill. Because not only did they need to have the cultivation level of a martial master, but they also had to cooperate only with Nangong Qiji's unique mental method can he perform this teleportation technique. So after reading it, Yu Li and others felt a little regretful and returned the secret book to Zhu Xiaobao. The old apprentice and Master Feng also looked at it briefly, but were not interested, because Master Feng's speed was already unmatched by anyone. And this teleportation skill was a bit useless to him. The old apprentice dislikes the limited teleportation distance. For great venerables like them, this distance is not enough to save lives, and it consumes nearly half of the internal energy, which is a bit unworthy. After cleaning up the mess, Murong Feng led 300,000 troops and marched directly to the imperial city. The rest of the troops were immediately sent to other counties. Now is the key to regaining the southern Zirwei kingdom and wiping out the remaining resistance forces. Period. No room for failure. Returning to the imperial city and entering the palace. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little excited and emotional. He didn't expect that he had actually accomplished a feat of changing dynasties. Although this was originally his sister Yu Qianrou's Zirwei kingdom. But Zhu Xiaobao almost regained it with his own strength. So Zhu Xiaobao still feels a sense of accomplishment. But they were so excited that they sent people to bring Yu Qianrou back. Otherwise, Zhu Xiaobei would not want to be stuck in these trivial matters. Although there were no large-scale casualties in this battle, it did not cause large-scale damage. However, there was still a tense atmosphere in the imperial city. The civil and military officials were in panic all day long, not knowing what their fate would be. Especially the officials who were promoted after Yu Qianrou was kicked out of Zirwei Kingdom. Many of them, including the whole family, are frightened, now that their mansions are under guard. Even if they want to escape, it is impossible. Besides, there is no place to escape. Some officials had already sent the apology letter in time, which caught Zhu Xiaobao a bit off guard. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not intend to argue with them about the past. After all, Yu Qianrou was not strong at that time, and many people chose to stay in Nanzirui country. This is understandable. So Zhu Xiaobao issued a notice telling those officials not to worry. The court would still retain them. However, there are also some officials who must be severely punished. Some of these people encouraged Yu Wanfeng to seize power and usurp the government. And some were corrupt officials who Yu Xian was unable to deal with. Among them, Yao Cheng was the most typical of these officials. Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that once he entered the imperial city, there would be so many things to deal with. And he was already very busy. Fortunately, Murong Feng and Zhu Rong were around. One of them was in charge of the outside, and the other was in charge of the house. They were able to handle these complicated matters in an orderly manner. Therefore, although the atmosphere in the imperial city is tense, the order is still good. The common people also know that the emperor is coming back again. Many people are very excited and happy. After all, when Yu Qianrou was in power, Nanzirui, the development of the country is quite stable. And it can be said that we live and work in peace and contentment. On the third day, Yu Qianrou was brought back by Yu Li and her troops, accompanied by many officials from the northern Zirwei kingdom. They were all here to help deal with many essential matters arising from the transfer of power. As soon as he landed, Yu Qianrou was worshipped by all the people, who happily welcomed the return of the original emperor. These people were all people who had suffered from the exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes imposed by the Nanzirui kingdom for many years. And now they finally welcomed you back with pride. Qianrou. On the way back to the imperial city from the shore, Yu Qianrou was extremely excited. She never expected that Zhu Xiaobao had already regained the lost Zirwei kingdom in just 3 years since he came back. I never imagined that I could still be supported by these people. Yu Qianrou couldn't help but cry quietly several times in her car. But she was more excited and anxious. She wanted to rush to the palace and sit on the dragon chair again. As soon as she returned to the palace, Yu Qianrou couldn't wait to rush to the back hall, where the spiritual tablet of the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang was enshrined. Yu Qianrou rushed to the back hall and took a look. It was okay. Although Yu Wanfeng usurped power and throne, he did not dare to desecrate his brother's spiritual throne, and even sent people to guard it. Therefore, the spiritual throne of the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang was still enshrined there as before.
Father! Have you seen that I have recaptured the Zirway Kingdom again? And the territory is even larger than before. Look, your fifth prince Yu Xiaobao is also back. His talent will definitely start the inheritance. I have finally waited for this day to fulfill your last wish.
Yu Qianru burst into tears in front of the memorial tablet of the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang. She fainted from crying several times. Her mood is understandable. Even Zhu Xiaobao behind him had a sore nose and shed tears. It was really not easy for his sister. And she was very strong to be able to hold on until now. Of course, the people who came here were all members of the Yu clan. Even Murong Feng did not follow. But Yu Shiren followed cautiously. He also bowed before Yu Wanqiang's spiritual throne. Now Yu Shiren's mood is quite complicated. And he is also a little worried, fearing that Yu Qianru will not agree to his requests. Now it seems that the final throne belongs to Yu Qianru, because Zhu Xiaobao has no intention of sitting on the dragon chair. After returning to the palace, Yu Qianru met Yu Shiren again. Yu Qianru had no resentment towards her cousin, and knew that he had no real power, and had not committed any evil acts against her over the years. Being able to take the initiative to reconcile this time has shown a very sincere surrender.
Brother Imperial, Xiubao's promise is my promise. This is the territory of Nanzirui Kingdom. Which county do you want? When I am in charge of the Holy Dynasty, I will tell the world.
Yu Qianru pointed at said the map on the dragon desk.
I want Wufeng County.
Yu Shiren pointed to a place on the map and said carefully. He was very practical and chose the richest and most prosperous county. And the scenery of this county was also very beautiful. It was indeed very suitable for him to become a free king there.
Ha ha! You are very discerning. You chose the richest county. Okay. Since you want this county, I will grant it to you. When do you plan to take office? By the way,
this is your fiefdom, and all taxes will be collected. There is no need to turn it over. But if you fail to develop Wufeng County well, and cause widespread resentment among the people, then I will still intervene. And your private army must not exceed the upper limit stipulated by the court.
Yu Qianru said with a smile. But finally, she gave Yu Shiren a small warning. She was afraid that Yu Shiren would be too greedy for comfort and ignore political affairs, and would ruin this prosperous county.
Yes. Yes. I understand that when I arrive in Wufeng County, I will work hard to manage it perfectly.
Yu Xian was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. But when it came to when he would take office, Yu Xian looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed, and then said in a low voice,
I'm afraid I can't take office now. Brother, you have to settle the affairs of the inheritance place first. Ah. Otherwise, my life will be in danger. Ah? Oh. I understand. I understand. The emperor is so considerate.
Zhu Xiaobao was embarrassed and didn't understand at first. But later he patted his forehead and figured it out. It turns out that Yu Shiren meant that he would have to wait until Zhu Xiaobao completely defeated Yu Shichang before he could be a Xiaoyao king with peace of mind. Otherwise, Yu Shichang would not have killed him. So Yu Xian refused to leave the palace no matter what. Just stay in the palace in the west, drinking and having fun with his dozens of concubines all day long. After being busy for several days, Yu Qianru had time to sit down and discuss the next many matters with Zhu Xiaobao, Murong Feng, Tao Jiqian and others. The most important thing is whether Zirui Kingdom should be renamed now. Yu Qianru still means it is called Zirui Kingdom because the name was obtained by the late Emperor Yu Wanqiang. So she does not want to change it.
I think it's better to make a slight change. After all, our territory has doubled now. Otherwise, we should make it the Great Purple Rui Country. This way we can retain the original name and look more majestic.
Murong Feng said to everyone. When the argument got heated, she smiled and said, unknowingly, she had integrated herself into it, and her words were filled with us. Although Murong Feng didn't notice it, Yu Qianru had noticed it a long time ago. She had always wanted Murong Feng to assist her, but Murong Feng always insisted on assisting Zhu Xiaobao.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with military advisor Murong's opinion. Let's call it Great Purple Rui Country.
After hearing Murong's words, Yu Qianru made her decision very happily. Then he asked expectantly,
Murong, you should agree to serve as an official in the court this time. Right? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to come, I will make you a national preceptor. Well, King Chatos of England should make the decision.
Murong Feng was a little surprised, then looked at Zhu Xiaobao hesitantly, and finally walked away with his hands behind his back.
What does she mean?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused.
Silly boy. You still don't understand this. She wants you to invite her in person. She is so capable. So of course she can't just come if I tell her to come. Of course she has to give her face. Silly boy. I'll take care of her first. Let me explain. No matter what method you use, you have to invite this military advisor to the court. Now I am in urgent need of such a talented person.
Yu Qianrou rolled her eyes at Zhu Xiaobao. Then a solemn warning was issued.
Isn't that true? Is this paper person so stubborn now? I think back then. She was crying and shouting to follow me.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful of my family. You go to find military advisor Murong now.
Yu Qianrou shouted angrily.
Okay. Okay. You are the emperor. You have the final say.
Zhu Xiaobao stood up and left reluctantly. In the inheritance land of the White Tiger clan, 2 White Tiger Dharma primes were fighting fiercely. However, the fight did not last long. The larger White Tiger Dharma prime dispersed the other one with a tiger tail. Relatively small White Tiger Dharma image. Yu Huafeng from behind came over with a slightly pale face. But his face was very surprised. And he said repeatedly,
Chon, I didn't expect that your Dharma aspect is so sharp now. And your father's White Tiger Dharma appearance can't hold on. After 3 rounds, you should be able to break through to the 8th level now.
Right. It turns out that these 2 Dharma signs are the condensation of Yu Huafeng and Yu Shicheng. It can be regarded as Yu Huafeng accompanying Yu Shicheng to practice sparring. But now Yu Huafeng's Dharma is not at the same level at all. It can be said that there is no threat at all. Otherwise, he would not have let Zhu Xiaobao come in so easily and did not dare to take any action. It was because he knew that his mentality is no longer comparable to that of these 2 young juniors. But he still believes that Yu Shicheng's cultivation is better than Yu Xiaobao.
Well, I want to advance to the 8th level of the mind method. But I haven't found the opportunity yet. I always feel that I'm a little behind. There should be something wrong with the
4 phases of divine veins
I cultivated. But if I want to deal with Fang Xiaobao, I still be confident.
Yu Shicheng nodded and said calmly. Of course he already knew that Zhu Xiaobao and the others had completely controlled the Nanzi Rui kingdom. But Yu Shicheng was not very anxious in his heart because of his current mental cultivation. Because he has reached perfection. Especially his innate skills have been greatly improved. Now his tiger tail is longer and more flexible. Sharp and fierce than before. For this reason, his self-confidence is also extremely swollen.
Okay. After I kill Zhu Xiaobao, I will see how Yu Qianrou can still gain a foothold in the Zirui kingdom. Then I will personally kill this traitor Yu Shiren.
Yu Huafeng said fiercely.
Humph. That loser. I didn't take him seriously at all. But what he did this time was really a bit too much. I don't mind killing him with my own hands.
Yu Shicheng snorted disdainfully. Annoyingly, I thought I had given Yu Shiren a huge favor. But I didn't expect that this Yu Shiren would take the initiative to submit to Yu Qianrou. What's even more ridiculous is that Yu Shiren actually only needs 1 county. And he is satisfied and wants to be a
Xiaoyao king. This is all a trivial matter. The top priority now is that Zhu Xiaobao will come to the inheritance place in a few days. You must not only defeat him, but also.
Yu Huafeng looked around and then made a beheading gesture. He always felt in his heart that Zhu Xiaobao was the biggest hidden danger. Only by getting rid of Zhu Xiaobao could Yu Shicheng be able to practice in the inheritance place with peace of mind. And finally start the inheritance.
I understand. If we let him continue to develop, he may really surpass me.
Yu Shicheng sighed. Although he was very reluctant to admit it. Judging from the time he spent practicing, Zhu Xiaobao's talent was already far ahead. Surpassed him. So this time is also his last chance to kill Zhu Xiaobao. On the 3rd floor of the West Palace of the Imperial Palace, you can see most of the Imperial City. It is also one of the tallest buildings in the Imperial City. Zhu Xiaobao specially set up a table of wine again and invited singing girls and dancers. He came to add to the fun. But when it was almost noon, the real host he invited arrived belatedly. It was Murong Feng. Unexpectedly, Murong Feng was wearing a long gown today, and there were 4 maids following him. They had light makeup on their faces, and behind them was a beauty wearing soft armor.
I have seen the King of England 1,000 years old,
Murong Feng said with a salute as soon as he entered the place.
Ah, Murong Feng, you and I don't need to be like this, right?
Zhu Xiaobao said a little embarrassed, not used to Murong Feng's behavior.
Well, why did you invite me here? You just wanted me to serve in the court.
Yes.
What does this have to do with the etiquette between us? Nothing can happen without rules. If even the most basic etiquette is gone, would I go to such a court?
Huh?
You mean you agreed? Almost. But there are two conditions.
Chapter 590, Promotion in Battle. After hearing Murongfeng's words, Zhu Xiaobao felt nervous, and his mind was spinning rapidly. He was afraid that if Murongfeng also proposed to marry him, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? To be fair, Zhu Xiaobao has a good impression of Murongfeng, but he has absolutely no intention of doing so. He admired Murongfeng's intelligence, but he never had any inappropriate thoughts. Although he occasionally made some erotic jokes, he never thought about getting this paper man into bed. Sister, don't be so serious. Please sit down. Today we don't pay attention to these red tapes and etiquette. It's just pure friendship. Oh, as a brother, you are also derelict in your duty. I haven't cared about you, my sister, properly.
Zhu Xiaobao enters, he changed his expression, and said with a smile on his face.
Bah! Who knew your sister? I am several years older than you.
Murongfeng also scolded. But in the end, she couldn't help laughing. She was also feeling a little depressed. She really had nothing to do with this Zhu Xiaobao. She could only work hard and worry about him.
Really? Then why do I always feel like we two are brothers and sisters?
Zhu Xiaobao also said, pretending to be surprised.
Humph. Let me talk about my two conditions.
Murongfeng was thoughtful, and he immediately thought of something, sat down and said calmly, in fact, it's not that she hasn't thought about it, but she can't tolerate Zhu Xiaobao having so many women, and she still has the shadow of Prince Emohan of the Shijua Kingdom in her heart. So she has been in a very difficult situation in the past few years. Conflicting feelings.
Well, tell me, do you want Jume to follow you? This may be a bit difficult. You know I can't live without these dual cultivators now.
Zhu Xiaobao is also worried that Murongfeng will ask Jume for help. If he goes like that, it will have a great impact on his mental cultivation.
No. I know the importance of Jume to you. And I am also a member of the Xuanwu clan. I also hope that Jume can go further.
Unexpectedly, Murongfeng shook his head, and then said,
My two conditions. First, I want Mr. Duanmu to come back, and I still need to learn many things from him. Secondly, I want Mu Chuanyi to work under my account. Oh? So it's these two conditions? But the war is over. Why do you want Duanmuki to come back?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that Murongfeng actually said these two conditions.
It's over. Are you ready to stay in the Great Purple Red Kingdom and start a comfortable life? Are you going to ignore Princess 19? Are you going to ignore Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island? And the biggest threat next is the 36 islands in the southeast. Are you going to watch Ji Jisheng get bigger and bigger?
Murongfeng asked in a rather annoyed tone. This guy doesn't have a long-term plan at all. Thinking of where he is, everything really goes wrong. You have to worry about him yourself.
I really haven't thought about this. Don't tell me. These things really seem to have something to do with me.
Zhu Xiaobao also sat down a little depressed. He didn't expect that he was already burdened with so many things. The responsibility, among other things, is to help the 19th princess fight back to Daxia Kingdom, which is a very difficult task. No wonder Murongfeng wanted to invite Duanmuqi back.
You just know it? Okay. I won't say any more. How is Mu Chuanyi's matter? It shouldn't be a difficult thing. Right. You are her master. So it shouldn't be a problem. Right.
Murongfeng was too lazy to pay attention to the others. Xiaobao, let's just ask the next condition.
There should be no problem with this. But I don't know if the old apprentice will have any objections. You know that the old apprentice has been wandering for most of his life. Apart from me, the master, the only person he cares about is this junior sister. What do you want Mu Junyi to do? She doesn't know how to fight. And he's as skinny as you. So how could he be so sympathetic to you?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little puzzled.
Go away! Who is so skinny? I am much better now. Mu Chuanyi is even more like a normal woman. Okay. I want Mu Chuanyi because I want her to help me improve those heavy weapons. With his help, can greatly increase combat power, and can also greatly reduce casualties.
Murongfeng finally couldn't help but got angry, and even cursed. Even the four maids behind him looked at Murongfeng in surprise. I didn't expect that this female military advisor was so strong that even the King of England, Chitos, would dare to scold her.
Oh, yes, yes. Strengthening the lethality of long-range weapons can indeed greatly increase combat power. This matter is not difficult. I will go back and talk to Mu Junyi. But I hope to get her a special processing workshop. And instead of following you around, only in this way can she maximize her talents.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little seriously at this time. He knew Mu Junyi's character. She didn't like the excitement, but she just liked to immerse herself in research. Moreover, her learning ability and creative ability were definitely gifted. If she were in the same era, I'm afraid Mu Junyi's performance would definitely surpass Zhu Xiaobao's. As for Duan Muqi, he can't come yet. The old guy is busy giving birth to his second child.
Yes, I know that I will definitely make the best use of Mu Junyi's talents. And I don't need her to report every day. I will only invite her to discuss it when necessary.
Murong Feng has achieved his goal. This is the end. He nodded with satisfaction and said,
Okay. Now I have completed the task of my dear sister. Come on, Imperial Master. Please. This is your favorite lotus leaf glutinous rice chicken. Processed and made by the chef myself. For beauty and beauty. Whitening skin.
Zhu Xiaobao said with relief. But this time he really put some thought into preparing such an exquisite banquet.
Huh? Are you still thinking about cooking? Do you know that in a few days it will be a crucial time for you and Yu Shichan to show off? Now it is not only the people of the White Tiger clan who are watching, but also those from the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. The common people are also waiting and watching. After all, Zerui Kingdom was built by the White Tiger clan. So only if you win can those common people feel at ease. If Yu Shichan wins, it will be very troublesome for Yu Qianrou to govern here.
Murong Feng, although I was very moved, I was also very worried, because Zhu Xiaobao acted too relaxed and completely absent-minded.
Don't worry. I don't care about Yu Shichan at all. Of course, I know the importance of this.
Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head, and then gave Murong Feng a bowl of a treasure glutinous rice chicken. Take away a chicken drumstick.
Okay. I can't help you with these things. But since you have prepared such a sumptuous meal for me, I will also give you a surprise.
Murong Feng felt a little relieved at this time. And Zhu Xiaobao became more relaxed and happy. The time is when you are more confident. So he said with a smile.
Oh, what's the surprise? Since it was the military advisor who spoke, it must be something extraordinary.
Zhu Xiaobao asked with his eyes suddenly brightening.
Ha! This is Yao Cheng's general's palace. It is located to the east of the palace. It occupies a huge area and is very beautifully built inside. I never expected that a general like him could have such a big hand. And this time from him the gold, silver and jewels found in the house are worth half of the Zerui Kingdom. 37 carriages have been loaded into it. I have already sent them to His Majesty. But this house can be used as the residence of the British Prince. I have told His Majesty. You can move in right away. I have basically left the furnishings inside untouched. It is several times bigger than your house in Yingshuan County. Huh? It is more than enough for all your princesses and concubines to move in.
Murong Feng said with a slightly joking smile. But he felt inexplicably a little disappointed in his heart. He was still alone.
Oh, that's great. I have been living in the palace for the past few days, and I always feel uncomfortable. Now that I have my own palace, it will be much more convenient.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He was a little bit in the palace. He couldn't let go of his hands and feet. And he was too close to Yu Qianrou. His sister would always come to him to either eat or drink, or discuss complicated state affairs. So Zhu Xiaobao already wanted to escape. After seeing off Murong Feng, Zhu Xiaobao turned around and told Lu Tong and Lu Feng.
Move immediately. We will live in the new Prince Ying's mansion tonight. By the way, go tell Princess Ying and Jumei that tonight I will double cultivation. Yes.
Lu Tong and Lu Feng all blushed. And it was only in front of them that Zhu Xiaobao spoke unscrupulously. But this time Zhu Xiaobao is not doing it for pleasure, but to actively prepare for the battle with Yu Shicheng. On the fourth day, which was the day agreed with Yu Shicheng, Zhu Xiaobao brought 5,000 female warriors as well as his old apprentice, Feng Zun's, Zhu Rong, Jumei and others. This time even Yu Qianrou came with him. She is also a member of the White Tiger clan. So of course she is qualified to come to the inheritance place of her clan. Zhu Rong came here this time mainly for Zhu Xian. When they arrived at the outskirts of the inheritance place, they could already see Yu Wanfeng's 5,000 guards guarding the inheritance place. However, when they saw Zhu Xiaobao, they gave a hesitant salute and then moved out of the way. And the female warriors under Zhu Xiaobao were not polite. They echoed the 5,000 guards and also guarded the periphery of the inheritance place. These were all arranged before Murong Feng came, for fear that there might be an ambush in Yuansheng. There are only a few dozen people who can actually enter Huju Mountain. When they get to Huju Mountain, the great elders of the White Tiger clan and others have already been waiting there. Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang are also dark and dignified, waiting there. This time it was Zhu Xiaobao who had a huge momentum. There were only a dozen people on the side of Yu Wanfeng and his son. Among them, Zhu Xian was also standing behind Yu Shicheng. When she saw Zhu Rong, she suddenly became furious. If it weren't for the opponent's lineup was too strong. So she rushed over.
He! Great Elder! We meet again!
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile as soon as he saw the Great Elder.
Ha ha! I have met the King of England, who is 1,000 years old.
The Elder also said with a smile. This Yu Xiaobao is indeed very interesting. He is always smiling like this, and it is easy to make people like him. But the Great Elder did not exchange too many greetings with Zhu Xiaobao at this time, but nodded to Yu Qianro behind Zhu Xiaobao.
Princess Qianro, you are back after all. I've met the Great Elder. Yes, I finally got my father's inheritance back.
Yu Qianro was very excited and saluted the Great Elder. Here, the status of the Emperor is of no use. The eldest elder only verbally addresses His Majesty and King Qiantai. But it seems very casual, and does not show the fear of ordinary people. In the place of inheritance, only the cultivation of the mind and bloodline qualifications are considered.
Okay. In this way, many clan members can return, which is also a big event for our clan.
The Great Elder said with a smile and nodded.
Humph. Great Elder, is it too early to say this now? Today is mainly the final battle between my son Shichang and Yu Xiaobao, which is also equivalent to the battle for the next clan leader. It's hard to say who will win. Yu Xiaobao, if you lose, I'm afraid you won't be able to sit still in Nanzi Rui country. Right.
Yu Wanfeng snorted a little impatiently at this retraction.
That's true. The 1,000-year-old King of England. Are you ready?
The Great Elder said a little thoughtfully. At least now Yu Wanfeng is still the clan leader. And what he said is not wrong. Today's battle between Yu Shichang and Zhu Xiaobao is also at the same time. The candidate for the next clan leader was decided.
Get ready. If I win, can I let my sister be the leader of the clan? You know, I don't have time to manage so many things in the clan. I have to seize the time to practice my mental skills.
Zhu Xiaobao said repeatedly. He said with a nod, and even asked specifically. What he fears most is that if he is asked to be the leader of the clan, that would be annoying.
Of course. As long as you win, you will be qualified to recommend the new clan leader.
The Great Elder nodded and said, just like Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang. Yu Shichang has no intention of becoming the clan leader. If he wins, in other words, Yu Wanfeng will continue to serve as the next clan leader.
Humph. You are thinking too much. You will definitely lose today. You'd better think about how to return to your northern Zirwei kingdom as soon as possible.
Yu Wanfeng said coldly at this time.
Hey! You won't know until after the fight whether you can win. Hey! Cousin! Please say something. Don't look at me like that. As if I owe you 800?
Zhu Xiaobao still said. He smiled nonchalantly and said low to Yu Shichang.
I hope you can still laugh after the beating.
Yu Shichang said coldly. And at the same time, a white light appeared on his body, and he had already started to exercise.
Oh! Do you want to start here? Are you going to the cave?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a sigh. But his body also began to emit a white halo, and the people around him involuntarily stepped back. 100 steps away, Zhu Xiaobao walked slowly towards Yu Shichang. That was the real place of inheritance, and no one else could enter.
I just want everyone to see how you were defeated by me. Let everyone in Zirwei Kingdom know who the real king is.
The people around Yu Shichang also retreated. And Yu Shichang's the murderous spirit is getting stronger. At this time, another piece of white light also covered the two of them. And the Great Elder and others quickly bowed their heads and worshipped. It was emanating from the white tiger beast in the inheritance land. Even the old disciple and Lord Feng were very afraid. This white aura made them feel a strong killing intent. If they went in rashly, even the Great Lord might not be able to escape unscathed. The two white tigers have been condensed, and they are still the same as before, with purple and gold stripes on Zhu Xiaobao's thing, and the word King on their foreheads. Yu Shichang's has gray and black stripes, although it is not as beautiful as Zhu Xiaobao's appearance. His appearance has an extremely long tiger tail, although Yu Shichang's innate skills are simple. They are very practical, and can be used as soon as he comes up with an idea. Although Zhu Xiubao's innate skills are very sharp and strange. The disadvantage is that he cannot use them all the time like Yu Shicheng. Both of them merged with Fa Xiang and rushed forward. But Zhu Xiaobao was obviously at a disadvantage, because Yu Shicheng's tiger tail was so powerful. And it had grown longer during this period. And now the fight was even more intense. It's fierce and flexible. And the attack distance is also lengthened. Just like the last fight. Zhu Xiaobao fell into a passive position. He had to keep dodging the lengthened tiger tail. This made Yu Qianruo, who was watching the battle from a distance, immediately feel extremely nervous. Her hands could not hold back. She grabbed Jumei's hand tightly. But she felt that Jumei was also struggling slightly, and worried about Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, Princess Zhu Rong of England seemed very calm. She should be the one who understood Zhu Xiaobao best. And she also firmly believed that Zhu Xiaobao would have the last laugh. But what Zhu Rong didn't expect was that Zhu Xian came over very arrogantly at this time. He didn't even look at the two great sages beside Zhu Rong, but said directly to Zhu Rong,
"The grudge between the two of us should be resolved."
"Solved. How about just going over there? Don't worry. You won't see how Zhu Xiaobao died, because I will definitely kill you before he dies." "Well, senior sister, your biggest shortcoming is that you are too self-righteous and too eager for quick success. That's fine. I will help you. Let's go."
Zhu Rong, however, did not get angry at all and said very calmly,
"Haha. You really impress me. If you want to survive, I can give you a chance. As long as you switch to the Second Highness's command, you will not only survive, but also improve your cultivation as fast as me."
Zhu Xian suddenly laughed and said confidently,
"Like you? Don't you think you are like a dog? You only wag your tail in front of the master and beg for mercy."
Zhu Rong glanced at Zhu Xian with disdain, then took off her coat, revealing a soft armor. It turned out that Zhu Rong also came prepared.
"You're looking for death. Then I'll be blamed for being merciless."
Zhu Xian suddenly shouted angrily, then took the lead in taking out the Suzaka knife and walked towards an open space to the west. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was already in danger. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao finally used his innate skills. Immediately, the white tiger's appearance was divided into two and attacked Yu Shicheng's long-tailed tiger from two directions. Yu Shicheng immediately became nervous. Zhu Xiubao's innate skill was so powerful that his combat power was doubled in an instant, equivalent to 2 against 1. He used the lengthened tiger tail to its extreme, which was as long as a tiger body and a half, and swept it with strong wind. Bang! As if hitting a solid body, one of Zhu Xiubao's white tiger Dharma images was immediately scattered. But the other white tiger had already pounced in front of Yu Shicheng, and hit Yu Shicheng hard with 2 tiger claws. The tiger's head touched Yu Shicheng's Dharma appearance, and immediately Yu Shicheng's Dharma appearance was also scattered, revealing a slightly staggering Yu Shicheng. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly stopped and saw Zhu Xiaobao looking up to the sky and roaring, not paying attention to Yu Shicheng beside him. The Great Elder and others who were watching the battle were surprised and shouted, "His cultivation level has broken through? He has been promoted to the realm of martial master." "Oh?"
Yu Shicheng was also frightened. He wanted to take advantage of Zhu Xiubao's concentrated breakthrough in cultivation and kill him. But a strong energy suppressed Yu Shicheng in an instant. Chapter 591 Abolition of Bloodline A. The first person to react was Zhu Xian, because the last time she went to assassinate Zhu Xiaobao, she was promoted in battle. That is, because the situation was urgent at that time. She failed to consolidate her cultivation in time and threw herself into the battle. Therefore, Zhu Xian's 6th level mentality is very unstable. After cultivating the mind method to the 6th level, it can become one with its own Dharma, and its power will be greatly increased. However, because Zhu Xian failed to consolidate her cultivation in time, she is still unable to merge with her own Suzaka Dharma. So when Zhu Xian saw that Zhu Xiaobao had also achieved a breakthrough in cultivation during the battle, she didn't care about the duel with Zhu Rong and jumped out of the circle. Frantically, he shouted to Yu Shicheng,
"Your Highness, hurry! Take the opportunity to kill him! Don't let him consolidate his cultivation."
This immediately reminded Yu Shicheng that he was cruel, although he knew that this would definitely cause public anger, as long as he could kill Zhu Xiaobao. No matter how big the risk was, it was worth it.
"Stop! How dare you make a sneak attack?"
The elder couldn't help shouting angrily when he saw that Yu Shicheng wanted to take advantage of Zhu Xiubao's breakthrough in cultivation. But he was too late to save him. At this moment, Yu Shichang was suppressed by a huge force of energy and could not move at all. The Great Elder immediately understood that this was the attack of the White Tiger Divine Beast, although it was only a little residual soul. Its power should not be underestimated. Yu Shichang had no power to compete with it. Zhu Rong stood there shocked and angry. She didn't expect that Zhu Xian just wanted to help Yu Shichang and didn't even care about the duel with him. Like Zhu Xian, he regarded the person in the inheritance place as his support. The difference is that Zhu Xian relied on Yu Shichang. Zhu Rong, on the other hand, was attached to Zhu Xiaobao. No one expected that such a thing would happen in the decisive battle. But the White Tiger Divine Beast had obviously intervened, and Yu Huafeng did not dare to object anymore. Moreover, Yu Shichang had already shown his murderous intention just now, and now he was suppressed by the White Tiger Divine Beast, unable to move on the ground.
Ah! Great Elder! What do you think we should do about this matter? It should be considered that Yu Xiaobao has given up defeat on his own initiative. Right.
Yu Huafeng is very shameless, and wants to determine the result immediately. In this case, even if Zhu Xiaobao wants if you want to challenge again, you have to wait until the next election of the clan leader.
What's the point? Breakthroughs in cultivation during battle are a good thing. The competition between the two of them should wait until Yu Xiaobao consolidates his cultivation to continue. Mr. Patriarch, don't you see that the Divine Beast means the same thing?
The Great Elder said calmly. Said that he is now very dissatisfied with Yu Huafeng, father and son. But now Yu Huafeng is still the team leader, so he is not easy to get angry. But his eyes towards Yu Shichang are very contemptuous. The result was the same as last time. Yu Shichang was squeezed out by this gang energy again, while Zhu Xiaobao still stayed in the place of inheritance. Yu Shichang was so angry that he wanted to study. 2 times, he was thrown out. What's the point? Does the White Tiger Beast really take a fancy to Zhu Xiaobao? But Yu Shichang was very surprised in his heart. Zhu Xiaobao didn't have a breakthrough in mental skills. Otherwise, wouldn't he be at the 8th level of mental skills? What a slap in the face. The old apprentice and Master Feng who were watching the battle on the periphery looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Of course, their eyes immediately saw that Zhu Xiaobao had broken through to Martial Master. And he had always stated that it has been a long time since I reached the realm of a great martial artist. I didn't expect that this time in the place of inheritance, I would have a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation. The old apprentice also shook his head in disbelief. Such a master who didn't work hard could actually be promoted to martial master. Is this still justified? But considering that this guy is my master, I should still be happy for him. The Great Elder also saw that Zhu Xiaobao's breakthrough was not the mental method, but he was also very happy in his heart. The promotion of cultivation level was also of great help to the combat power. Martial arts cultivation and mental method cultivation are complementary to each other. Yu Huafeng and Zhu Xian both hurried over and helped Yu Shichang up. They were relieved to see that he was not injured. But Yu Shichang's eyes were gloomy, and Zhu Xiaobao's promotion gave him a very bad premonition. But now I have to go back and wait for a few days until Zhu Xiaobao consolidates his cultivation and fights again. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's roar had just stopped, and he suddenly felt that his whole body was suddenly enlightened, as if he had entered a completely new and unfamiliar state. But this state was also very powerful, making him full of confidence. There is a feeling of swelling all over my body. Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were still a little confused, but he also knew that he would enter a period of consolidation, and his ability to consolidate his cultivation was definitely not something others could enjoy. It turned out to be the place of inheritance. Zhu Xiaobao walked slowly towards the cave and looked back at everyone. Then I saw that Zhu Rong and Zhu may have received some kind of revelation, and they followed them unconsciously. Yu Shichang and Zhu Xian, who were about to leave, were also shocked when they saw it. Even Zhu Xian was not qualified to enter this cave. The Great Elder on the side was also very confused. Could it be that the mythical beast actually allowed outsiders to enter this cave? But things just happened. Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei followed Zhu Xiaobao into the cave without any hindrance. Yu Shichang was so angry that he wanted to follow him in, but a powerful force blocked him out. Then the Great Elder twisted his beard and smiled. He immediately understood that this time Zhu Xiaobao was promoted to martial arts cultivation, and the next best way to consolidate it was of course dual cultivation. I didn't expect that the Divine Beast would be so kind to Zhu Xiaobao, even allowing him to bring in his 2 monks.
TSK! TSK! Master is master, and he is so charming even in consolidating his cultivation. What the H, I am I practicing as a child?
The old apprentice also shook his head in annoyance and sighed.
Just be content. I haven't practiced boy kung fu. But when I am promoted to martial master, I am not just hiding in a hidden place to consolidate my cultivation. Are you so easy to find a suitable Taoist couple?
The same goes for Master Feng, said very depressedly. Although there was an accident, the great elder was still very happy and warmly entertained everyone. It was just a period of consolidation. It might take 7 or 49 days outside. But in this place of inheritance, only 7 days is enough. These 7 days are still worth the wait. Murong Feng seized this opportunity and immediately sent people to spread the word throughout the Zerwei kingdom. Zhu Xiaobao had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation during the decisive battle. And now the decisive battle has been temporarily suspended. Although the following words are not said, everyone can imagine what this means. That is, once Zhu Xiaobao consolidates his cultivation and fights Yu Shichang again, his chances of winning will greatly increase. I have to say that Murong Feng's mind was spinning quite quickly. The atmosphere on Huju Mountain has become very strange. Now Yuan Feng and Yu Shichang seem to have been isolated. Basically no one takes the initiative to talk to them. Although the tribesmen are still very respectful, they seem to stay away from them and try not to get close to them. On the other hand, Yu Qianrou's side was bustling with excitement. The old apprentice began to show off his skills again. He had only learned how to cook beggar's chicken. But one skill was not as good as one skill. The beggar's chicken he cooked was still very satisfying. Welcome. At the same time, the great elder was also chatting with the two great sages. There were not many opportunities to meet the great sages face to face. But the great elder still seemed very happy. And those clan members gathered around Yu Qianrou, chatting with her about the clan affairs over the years. At the same time, they also wanted to know about Zhu Xiaobao and the northern Zerwei kingdom. Some even wanted to see those legendary firearms and the double black wind demon. What was even more annoying was that on the third day, Hatcheta came with a large group of people. As soon as he heard that Zhu Xiaobao was starting a war, he immediately rushed over from Lingyu Mountain. He was still a few days late when he hurriedly arrived. However, he was well informed and quick thinking. The news of Bao's promotion to cultivation level came immediately with people and goods. Suddenly, at night, everything on Huju Mountain was filled with the aroma of grilled lamb chops and the mellow aroma of grilled knives. Even the 5,000 female warriors at the foot of the mountain enjoyed Hatcheta's food and wine. Looking at Yuan Feng and Yu Shichang's side, it is a stark contrast. Their food is not bad, but it is incomparable with Yu Qianrou's side. Moreover, this place is very lively, with many tribesmen singing and dancing, as if it were a festival.
Is this all arranged?
Yu Qianrou took the time to ask Murong Feng in a low voice.
Well, I can only help him so much.
Murong Feng held a bunch of mutton in his hand and said with a smile,
Xiaobao should be able to win. Right?
Yu Qianrou asked nervously. Although she was also full of confidence, she was confused by concern and wanted to hear a positive answer.
Ha. Don't worry. He is not an ordinary person. Have you seen him fail since he returned?
Murong Feng was as confident as Zhu Rong. But then she frowned and said,
It's just that I'm here. I think it's best to get rid of Yuan Feng and Yu Shichang completely, as keeping them is always a hidden danger. I'm afraid this is impossible. Right. After all, this is the habitat of our clan, and the great elder will not agree, unless Xiaobao kills him in the decisive battle. But the impact on Xiaobao is not good.
Yu Qianrou, she was shocked. She also wanted to kill Yuan Feng and Yu Shichang, but she never dared to say it out loud. Unexpectedly, Murong Feng had already considered it.
Alas! So this is what worries me the most.
Murong Feng also sighed. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. At noon on the 7th day, the white aura around the cave where the inheritance was carried out suddenly dissipated. Zhu Xiaobao led Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei out with their heads held high. This time Zhu Xiaobao feels like he has truly become a man, and his temperament has become more and more calm. The expression on his face is very easygoing and calm, but he no longer has any murderous aura. This is the ultimate in kung fu training, but will return to nature. Just like the old apprentice who usually hangs out in the market. No one can tell that he is actually a great venerable person. Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei behind them both had slightly flushed faces. Zhu Rong's appearance became more beautiful and elegant, while Zhu Mei's appearance became more and more heroic.
Ha! I have seen the King of England 1,000 years old, and he is indeed as brave as a warrior.
The great elder first said with a smile.
I've met the great elder. Thank you very much for your care these past few days. Xiaobao will remember it in my heart.
Zhu Xiaobao also bowed his hands and saluted.
Xiaobao! Come on! Let me see! TSK, TSK! He is indeed the legitimate son of his father. But his talent is different. He has already reached the level of martial master so quickly.
Yu Qianruo still couldn't wait to run up and grab Zhu Xiaobao. Looking left and right, he was still talking happily.
Hey! Cousin! I have completed the consolidation now. How about we start now?
Zhu Xiaobao saw that Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shicheng were also coming over. So he said low to Yu Shicheng first.
Humph. As you wish,
Yu Shicheng said coldly, and then strode towards the center of the inheritance place. At this time, the white halo appeared again. Zhu Xiaobao had just walked out of the inheritance place. And now he walked back again. Before Zhu Xiaobao could stand still, Yu Shicheng had already condensed his Dharma form and took the lead in attacking Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao did not condense the Dharma form in time, but slapped it out with hot red light with both palms. To Yu Shicheng's great surprise, the fire attribute in Zhu Xiaobao's palm seemed to have increased significantly, and the lines of a turtle's back shield were faintly visible on his arms. He actually relied on his strong defense to resist the attack of the White Tiger Dharma Prime. However, the White Tiger Dharma is after all very powerful. In this confrontation, Zhu Xiaobao still suffered a bit and was knocked upside down. In midair, Zhu Xiaobao also condensed his own White Tiger Dharma in time. He knew that relying on his own attack power would definitely not work. This time has just begun, and the two have already entered into an extremely fierce fight. Yu Shicheng is going all out to kill Zhu Xiaobao completely, but Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem so eager. On the contrary, he was still trying his best to integrate the two attributes, as if he was using Yu Shicheng as a sparring partner. But Yu Shicheng's cultivation was quite advanced after all, and he was in a place of inheritance. So his tiger tail exerted great lethality. It didn't take long for him to gain the upper hand again. But Yu Shicheng was also secretly surprised. Zhu Xiaobao's strength and speed had increased a lot, and the fire attribute mixed in the attack was also more obvious. The blazing red light released from the two tiger claws had already made him feel uncomfortable. But what surprised Yu Shicheng even more was that Zhu Xiaobao's White Tiger Dharma image actually had faint turtle patterns. When Yu Shicheng struck Zhu Xiaobao's White Tiger Dharma image with a fierce tiger tail, he failed to hit it. Scattering it just caused the little treasures to scream and run away quickly. The area that was just rubbed was already a lot darker, and then quickly recovered.
Your master is so arrogant. At this time, you are still integrating his various attributes. But you are not going all out?
Master Feng watched from a distance for a while, and couldn't help but said to the old apprentice. He felt a little sorry for him. Zhu Xiaobao was anxious. This was not the time to meditate on the kung fu. Every blow from Yu Shicheng was aimed at killing Zhu Xiaobao.
No! No! My master has always been very measured.
The old apprentice was also sweating secretly as he muttered. But I was worried in my heart, Master. You should hurry up and use your innate skills. If this continues, I'm afraid you will be beaten to death by Yu Shicheng. That Yu Shicheng is now trying his best to kill Zhu Xiaobao quickly. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also felt that it was too much. Yu Shicheng's white tiger was now extremely ferocious and had a ferocious expression. Even the fur on his body was gray, which was more and more different from Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger. Isn't this guy starting to become obsessed? Zhu Xiaobao didn't have time to think too much, and narrowly avoided Yu Shicheng's fierce sweep, and then used his own innate skills. His white tiger split into two and crossed towards Yu Shicheng. But Yu Shicheng was obviously prepared this time. The extended tiger tail still dispersed the white tiger that attacked first, and then he turned around and pointed the tigers but towards Zhu Xiaobao, and the guard actually followed suit.
Cut!
Zhu Xiaobao showed his true form, shouted loudly, and cut off the tiger's tail. The gray tiger's magic phase cut off half of the tiger's tail, and immediately yelled and ran away far away. Then he lay on the ground and took a breath, and the broken tiger tail slowly began to recover. But it's not as long as before. It seems a little shorter. What Yu Shicheng didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger form was also condensed again. But it was slightly different and seemed to be a little smaller. The two white tigers pounced on each other again and started a fierce confrontation. What shocked Yu Shicheng was that Zhu Xiaobao could still use his innate skills. This was a bit overwhelming for Yu Shicheng. This was not equal to 2 against 1. It definitely can't be beaten. It turns out that although Zhu Xiaobao cannot use his kitchen knife in the inheritance land, there is an unexpected benefit. That is, he can use his innate skills without limit. After using his innate skill, Phantom Appearance, 4 times in a row,
Yu Shichong was beaten so hard that the tiger tail he relied on the most was half shorter. And his appearance began to become illusory and even a little transparent. This is caused by excessive consumption of the power of the divine beast's bloodline. Looking at Yu Xiaobao, it is also a huge consumption. His Dharma appearance has not become very weak, but has become smaller. Now it is only half the size of Yu Shichong's white tiger Dharma appearance. At this time, both of them have reached their limit, and everyone watching around them has clenched their fists. The final result is about to appear. Roar! The two roared at the same time and pounced with all their strength. At this time, Yu Shichong discovered in despair that Yu Xiaobao actually used his innate skill once. And two little tigers pounced from both sides. Yu Shichong couldn't tell which one was the real Dharma image, and which one was the phantom Dharma image. He could only attack the white tiger Dharma image that was coming towards him. With a dull loud noise, the oncoming white tiger Dharma image and Yu Shichong's white tiger Dharma image were heard. He gave me a hard slap. And then it was scattered and turned into nothing. But Yu Shichong did not succeed at this time, but became even more panicked. Because what was behind him was the phantom image of Yu Xiaobao. But it was too late. At this time, Yu Xiaobao showed his true form, with two tiger claws with blazing red light, smashing the butt of Yu Shichong's white tiger. And the tiger's tail was also smashed to pieces. Immediately, Yu Shichong was photographed far away, and his true body was revealed. It was seen that the clothes all over his body were full of holes in the fire, and wisps of green smoke were still rising. Chapter 592 Abolition of Bloodline B. In fact, the cultivation levels of Yu Xiaobao and Yu Shichong are similar. They are now in the realm of Wuzuan, and their mental methods are also at the 7th level of perfection. Yu Shichong advanced to martial master relatively early, and it took a longer time to reach perfection at the 7th level of his mind. But Yu Xiaobao is successful in fully integrating the two attributes, and his 4 phases of divine veins technique is complete. What's even more amazing is that his talent and skills are higher than Yu Shichong's. So in this encounter between the two in the inheritance land, Yu Shichong was ultimately defeated. He never expected that the kitchen knife that restricted Yu Xiaobao in the inheritance land would allow Yu Xiaobao to use his innate skills without restriction. Yu Shichong was extremely depressed. But now Yu Shichong has no time to be depressed. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaobao still has the energy to condense the white tiger Dharma form again. Although this white tiger Dharma form is already quite mini. But it's not something Yu Shichong can bear. Seeing Yu Xiaobao once again merged into one man and tiger, they pounced on Yu Shichong. Yu Shichong also wanted to gather the last bit of the power of the divine beast's bloodline to touch his own Dharma form. But his face turned pale, and he tried his best to condense only half of the Dharma form, which was a tiger head and 2 front paws. And the rest were all it is empty. And now he has no way to become one with his Dharma. At this time, Yu Xiaobao's mini white tiger had arrived. And with one slap, he scattered half of the white tiger image that Yu Shichong had barely condensed. And Yu Shichong staggered back more than a dozen steps again. But Yu Xiaobao has followed him like a shadow. At this moment, a huge white tiger suddenly swooped towards Yu Xiaobao. A pair of tiger palms were already in front of him. It was Yu Wanfeng who took action desperately. This caught everyone present off guard, and the great elder immediately shouted angrily, "You Wanfeng! You dare to break the rules! Stop it!" The old disciple and Master Feng were also shocked. As soon as they moved, they flew out and wanted to rescue Yu Xiaobao. However, they did not expect to be blocked by the white halo, and they were actually entering. "Don't go." "But how did Yu Wanfeng get in?" "It turns out that this white halo can block everyone, but it is ineffective against the white tiger appearance. On the contrary, the speed of the white tiger appearance in the white halo will be greatly improved. Although the great elder can also condense the Dharma, he only has the cultivation level of the 5th level and cannot combine human and tiger into one. So he cannot enter. Of all the people present, except Yu Xiaobao and Yu Shichong, only Yu Wanfeng could come in. But only when the man and the tiger were united. At this time, Yu Xiaobao was at the end of his strength, and could not block Yu Wanfeng's full blow. At the last critical moment, he managed to concentrate all the turtle marks on his chest. And then, he was forcefully attacked by Yu Wanfeng. A heavy blow from a pair of tiger palms. Boom! Like a kite with a broken string, Yu Xiaobao suddenly flew dozens of steps away, and his white tiger appearance gradually dissipated in midair. But the other, smaller white tiger appearance, was like a white light flew towards Yu Shichong. Roar! With a roar, the entire Huju mountain was shaken,
It turned out that the white tiger beast was angry. And then huge tiger claws fell from the sky and pressed Yuanfeng below. Unable to move.
Master Divine Beast, I was wrong. Have mercy on me. I just want to save my son Shicheng.
Yuanfeng also showed his true body in horror. His white tiger Dharma form had been crushed and disappeared without a trace. But this time, the white tiger beast was obviously angry. The huge tiger palm did not relax. And Yuanfeng suddenly felt that his blood was being drained. His whole body was weak. And his own cultivation level, he was also falling rapidly. And he discovered to his horror that the blood of the divine beast in his body had gradually disappeared. The people watching the battle outside also saw Yuanfeng's terrifying scene. And saw that Yuanfeng's appearance was also aging rapidly. Originally, he was a martial master. And his appearance also looked very young. As if he was 40 or 50 years old. But now, he looks like a wizened old man in his 70s or 80s. Even his hair has turned gray, and the wrinkles on his face have condensed.
Bloodline wasted?
It was also the first time for the great elder to see this situation. But he still knew it to some extent. He couldn't help but sigh and said,
Alas! Yuanfeng, you have always been narrow-minded, and it is difficult for you to become a great person. But it ended up like this in the end.
At this time, the huge tiger claw on Yuanfeng's body had been withdrawn, leaving only a shriveled old man trembling and trying to stand up. But he failed, and his current cultivation level also dropped. At the bottom of the valley, his spiritual cultivation no longer existed, because he no longer had the blood of the divine beast. If his surname wasn't Yu, I'm afraid he wouldn't be considered a member of the White Tiger clan. At this time, Yu Shicheng's frightened and desperate howling suddenly came.
You Xiaobao! You! 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 You howled at. How? How to howl?
You'll hear howling. You've heard. Destroyed my Dantian. You. 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 You have to die. You kill me. You go. 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 No one expected that Yu Shicheng, who had always been cold and arrogant, would actually lie there and cry loudly. It turned out that his Dantian was shattered by Zhu Xuba's palm. Although he still had the blood of the divine beast, it was of no use. It was tantamount to the martial arts cultivation has been completely destroyed. Although the mental cultivation is still there, it can no longer condense its own Dharma form. Because the martial arts cultivation and the mental cultivation are complementary to each other. If you want to condense the Dharma, you also need the martial arts cultivation as the basis. It turns out that just at the moment when he was hit by Yuanfeng, Zhu Xiaobao once again displayed his innate skill. Therefore, although Yuanfeng dispersed the Dharma form, the phantom Dharma form was still displayed. But this time, the phantom Dharma form had already been released. It became as big as a wolf, was seriously injured, and approached Yu Shicheng staggeringly. In order to maintain the solidity of the Dharma, all the little treasures would rather make the Dharma smaller. Yu Shicheng saw an opportunity. Although he had his appearance broken, he still had a pair of fine steel claws on his hands. And Zhu Xiaobao is now seriously injured. And even this phantom Dharma is faltering. So how can there be any threat at all? Yu Shicheng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to strike Zhu Xiaobao hard.
Bang!
As if it hit a solid body. The white tiger's appearance was immediately scattered. However, what surprised Yu Shicheng was that Zhu Xiaobao's true body did not appear. On the contrary, it appeared again under his feet. The little white tiger has always been smaller, about the same size as a cat.
How can you still use this innate skill? Spare me!
Yu Shicheng was extremely frightened and said with a trembling voice, because he had already seen that the cat under his feet actually raised its cat claws.
Hit him in the lower abdomen. At this time, Yu Shicheng could no longer dodge. Too many tiger claws hit Yu Shicheng completely on his lower abdomen. Although it looked like a mini version of the white tiger Dharma.
The power of this blow was not something Yu Shicheng could bear, and immediately felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. as if he was overturning the sea. And if he tried to improve the Qi Luck Kung Fu, it had no effect. His dantian was empty, as if it didn't exist at all. That's why Yu Shichong made such a miserable cry. He knew that he was completely finished, let alone succeeding the clan leader and defeating Zhu Xiaobao. Now he is no longer qualified to continue practicing, and he is no better than his father.
Xiaobao, show mercy.
The elder still couldn't bear to see such a good talent of Yu Shichong ruined, so he shouted hurriedly. But then he saw clearly that Yu Shichong had been deposed, so he could only murmur,
"That's it. You two, father and son, are practicing evil ways. After all, they are not the right way. It's time to put an end to it now."
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao reveal his true form. He was already unable to stand up, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The soft armor on his body was also broken by Yu Huafeng. He knelt on the ground with a pale face, looking not far away. Yu Shichong was still crying bitterly. Zhu Xiaobao grinned. He was a bit reluctant to be cruel at first, but he didn't expect that the father and son forced him to kill him, which eliminated a huge hidden danger. Everyone watching this thrilling scene was amazed. Zhu Xiaobao was able to defeat Yu Shichong in the end, not because of his cultivation, but because of his alertness and scheming. At that time, he had been seriously injured by Yu Huafeng. In fact, he was definitely not Yu Shichong's opponent when he showed his true form at that time. So he tried his best to shrink the Dharma form again and again, but also to maintain the Dharma form. Facing Yu Shichong's final full blow, he once again used his natural skills, because his current real body had no attack power. That is, his mental skills were still stronger than Yu Shichong's. So when Yu Shichong attacked, he used his innate skills again. As a result, he changed his phantom skills to look like a cat, thus defeating Yu Shichong in one fell swoop. While everyone was still immersed in this thrilling aftertaste, the matter was not over yet. Zhu Xian's screams were heard not far away. Everyone hurriedly looked back and saw Jumei striding away. In the past, he picked up the helpless Zhu Xian with one hand and walked towards Zhu Rong. When he got in front of Zhu Rong, he threw Zhu Xian to the ground and said with a smile,
"She wants to run away. I will kill her."
Caught back.
It turns out that when Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Shichong had another decisive battle, Zhu Rong and Zhu Xian also started fighting again. It was also a life or death battle between them. And it was also a decisive battle between the two most talented people in the Suzaku clan. Originally, Zhu Xian was full of confidence. Her actual combat experience and cultivation level surpassed Zhu Rong. Although Zhu Rong has also been promoted to the 6th level of mental skills, Zhu Xian is still quite confident in terms of actual combat ability. But when they fought again, Zhu Xian saw that Dharma Minister Zhu Rong's combat effectiveness had been greatly improved. This made Zhu Xian extremely surprised. Could it be that in just 7 days, Zhu Rong's combat effectiveness increased so much? The most important thing is that Zhu Rong's fighting power is mainly reflected in her Suzaku True Fire. The fiery red light on the head of the Suzaku sword in Zhu Rong's hand makes Zhu Xian very passive. Although she also has sword light and can use Suzaku True Fire, she is far behind compared to Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong entered the inheritance place this time to help Zhu Xiaobao consolidate his cultivation. Unexpectedly, their dual cultivation would reach the most perfect effect at this time, because their martial arts realms have been synchronized, and they are both at the martial master realm. So in these 7 days, not only did it help Zhu Xiaobao consolidate his cultivation, Zhu Rong's own fire attribute was also greatly improved. Even she did not expect that this short 7 days would have such a good effect. So the two fought against each other again. But Zhu Xian was at a disadvantage. Zhu Xian didn't even dare to condense the Suzaku Dharma appearance, because the main attack method of the Suzaku Dharma appearance was fire attack, and he was no longer a match for Zhu Rong. If he could condense the Dharma appearance, it would give Zhu Rong an even greater advantage. So at the end of the fight, Zhu Xian became more and more passive and embarrassed, because the soft armor and clothes on her body were riddled with holes, and many parts of her body were exposed. What made her even more embarrassed was that Zhu Rong also cut her buttocks with a knife. Although she wiped her buttocks and was not injured, a large piece of the pants on her buttocks was cut off, and the cut-off area caught fire, causing Zhu Xian to scream repeatedly, "Quickly slap your butt to put out the fire." In the end, Zhu Xian couldn't fight anymore. She had no power to fight back. Zhu Rong's Suzaku saber had a long and fierce gleam. With one stroke, Zhu Xian retreated sharply. Otherwise she would have been killed.
How can I fight if my clothes are on fire? Zhu Xian finally understood that this was the difference between the
4 phases of divine veins
that they practiced. Zhu Rong cultivated the authentic
4 phases of divine veins,
which had a huge bonus to the development and gain of attributes. And her own cultivation, there are fragments of scrolls, many of which were pieced together by myself. Although my cultivation level was promoted quickly, I have entered the devil's path. Now it pales in comparison to the real
4-phase divine veins.
The last thing that destroyed Zhu Xian's fighting spirit was the dethronement of Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng. When she saw the tragic image of Yu Shicheng, she had no fighting spirit and wanted to escape as soon as she found an opportunity. But unexpectedly, Zhu Mei hit her in the back with a flying hammer. Then she screamed and lay on the ground unable to get up. Zhu Mei's power was not something ordinary people could bear.
Ha ha! Senior sister, what else can I say this time? Should I clean up my house?
Zhu Rong smiled calmly, looking at the unrecognizable Zhu Xian on the ground. She was secretly glad that thanks to these 7 days of during the consolidation period, otherwise it would really not be possible for him to defeat Zhu Xian so easily.
Zhu Rong, let me go! I promise not to go against you or return to the Suzaku clan. As long as you let me go.
Zhu Xian raised her head with difficulty and begged. Of course she knew that if she was captured by Zhu Rong, what will happen to the Suzaku clan?
Let you go! Ha ha! Senior sister, people like you won't change. Once you find a chance, you will still come to take revenge. Well, let's do this. I don't want to kill you. Come back to the clan with me first.
Zhu Rong said with a slight smile, and then saw Zhu Xian's embarrassed look, and frowned a little. Now Zhu Xian is naked. It is really ugly. So he ordered his female guards to find some clothes for Zhu Xian to wrap up. And then Zhu Mei carried him back with one hand. At this time, the white halo that shrouded the place of inheritance had dissipated. The Great Elder and others hurried in and ordered people to help Yuan Feng up. After all, he was considered the former clan leader, and he was also the younger brother of Yuan Qiang. Since he had been deposed with the bloodline, there is no need to argue with him anymore. The Great Elder, Yu Qianrou, and others hurriedly ran to Zhu Xiaobao. Only then did they realize that Zhu Xiaobao was seriously injured this time, and could not stand up at all. In the end, he was carried away on a stretcher. Yu Qianrou was a little angry and ordered people to escort Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng back. Originally, the Great Elder wanted to say something, but after thinking about what Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng had done, it was not an exaggeration for Yu Qianrou to do this now. And the future patriarch will definitely be Yu Qianrou. So it's hard to say anything more, now that Zhu Xiaobao is seriously injured. The matter of succeeding as the clan leader has to be put aside for the time being, and we can discuss it after Zhu Xiaobao recovers from his injuries. However, Zhu Xiaobao is not recuperating on Huji Mountain. He has to return to Prince Ying's mansion to recuperate first. At this time, Merong Feng was still relatively sober, and immediately recruited Yu Shicheng's 5,000 guards. These people are all elites. Now that Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng have been abolished, the recruitment of these people is still going very smoothly. No one will work for these 2 useless people anymore. Back in the Imperial City, Yu Qianrou immediately started to search the residences of Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng. Not to mention that the father and son really didn't have much money, except for some jewelry and jades. The rest were all kinds of high-grade weapons. And there are a lot of elixirs for practicing. The processing workshop dedicated to refining elixirs for Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng was also inspected. Yuan Feng's harem didn't have many women, only about 20, and Yu Shicheng had even fewer, except for those for practicing. He basically didn't need women. At this time, Yu Shiren wore the clothes of Prince Xiaoyao and came with his family in a grand manner. He came to accept Desire and Yu Shicheng. Now that both of them have been deposed, they no longer pose any threat to him. So he plans to keeping them both in your own prince's mansion. You can finally be proud and proud? Zhu Xian was also brought back to the Suzaku clan and handed over to her master. Originally, her master wanted to kill her, but in the end, he couldn't bear it. So in the end, her cultivation was abolished, and she was allowed to live her whole life in the clan like an ordinary person. Of course, Zhu Rong can also agree with this result. She doesn't want to kill Zhu Xian, as long as there is no threat to herself.
That's fine.
Yu Qianrou now started to clean up the best friends of Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng, and then started preparing for the enthronement ceremony. Now that we are in the Great Purple Rui Kingdom, of course we have to take the throne again. But the premise is that after Zhu Xiaobao recovers, and the leader of the White Tiger clan is confirmed. The enthronement ceremony can begin. After Zhu Xiaobao had been lying down for 3 days, he was finally able to walk around for a while. He walked around the room repeatedly, thinking about something.
Xiaobao, I know what you are thinking.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong came up wearing the royal attire of the British princess.
Oh, please tell me. What am I thinking?
Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dazed. This British princess is now becoming more and more refined, elegant, dignified, and noble.
Ha ha! Are you thinking about Princess 19?
Zhu Rong smiled and helped Zhu Xiaobao back to the bed and sit down. Isn't he still in the recovery stage?
This sister understands me. How about letting me get to know a little bit about this sister?
Zhu Xiaobao was very happy. Zhu Rong was good at this. She always knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but feel he reached out to undress Zhu Rong.
Well, look. Who's coming outside?
Zhu Rong quietly pushed Zhu Xiaobao's hand away and said with a smile. Chapter 593, The Beauty of the Country. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw Zhu Rong's ambiguous smile, he immediately thought of something. He immediately stood up and ran to the hall. Sure enough, there were many people standing in the hall. Wu Yue and Jimei were chatting and laughing with the women among them. Especially Jimei, who seemed very happy. And this woman among them is the 19th princess that Zhu Xiaobao always talks about. Looking at the 19th princess again, she turned out to be wearing a military uniform. The female guards behind her were also familiar to Zhu Xiaobao, including Wu Lijia. Looking at Princess 19 again, she is still so calm and beautiful. She is very different from Zhu Rong's beauty. Zhu Rong is gentle and dignified, while Princess 19 is independent and reserved, as if she is blooming her stunning beauty alone in the valley. People can't help but feel love for her. Behind the 19th princess, Merong Feng, Yu Li and others also followed. The whole hall seemed to have become a place where all the beauties were vying for beauty. Even Mu Chuanyi, who rarely went out, also came.
Uh-huh. Princess. It's really you. I didn't expect it to show up.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little incoherently, trying to show some affection. But the 19th princess was surrounded by other girls, and he was a little embarrassed. Now that the King of England is 1,000 years old, he must be somewhat graceful.
Well, congratulations. You have recovered the Southern Zirui Kingdom so quickly. I couldn't even catch up.
Princess 19 also said with a smile. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao again, Princess 19 remembered the excitement and surprise in her heart. I was excited that my vision was right. Zhu Xiaobao was indeed not an ordinary person. Now that the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom has been recovered, the next step should be your own business. What was surprising was that Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have undergone some changes in the past few months. He had grown taller and was promoted to martial master. This kind of talent is so evil.
Ha ha! I have the right time, the right place, and the right people. So of course, it is inevitable to win the Nanzi Rui Kingdom.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little proudly.
Everyone, sit down. You don't need to worry about unnecessary etiquette here. Just feel free to do whatever you want. Come, serve tea.
At this time, Princess Zhu Rong also came out and said with a smile. Her eyes seemed to take care of it. No one makes people feel friendly. This is what Zhu Rong is best at. Everyone can handle everything just right.
Yes. Yes. Everyone. Sit down. Princess. Sit here.
Zhu Xiaobao also greeted quickly, and then enthusiastically took Princess 19's hand and asked her to sit next to him. This immediately made the 19th princess blush. This guy is still so shameless. Princess 19 thought secretly, and had no choice but to sit next to him, and wanted to pull his hand back. But it was held tightly by Zhu Xiaobao, with no intention of letting go. In fact, the 19th princess came here specially just to see what Zhu Xiaobao's strength was. After all, this is also a large-scale battle. But learn from it. But what I didn't expect was that with Yushuren's rebellion, this battle would end so quickly. The 19th princess just didn't catch up. But I was pleasantly surprised. Zhu Xiaobao actually had such strong strength, so his conquest would have a great chance of winning. Zhu Xiaobao also ordered people to arrange the tables and chairs, so that the atmosphere at the scene became more casual and relaxed, because they were all arranged neatly, and people were seated in order according to their status and official position. This made it easy for people to feel constrained, especially those with low status. Now there is no sense of restraint. Everyone sits together in twos and threes, chatting and drinking tea. Zhu Rong also had people deliver fruits and snacks, as well as a lot of snacks. This is the favorite way of leisure for these women. It's not dinner time yet, so no dinner preparations have been made.
We seem to have an agreement. Is there any result now?
Zhu Xiaobao held the hand of the 19th princess and never let go. He even leaned in front of the 19th princess and whispered,
Well, you won. Not only did you regain the southern Purple Rui Kingdom, but you also cleaned up the White Tiger clan. Don't worry. I will never break my promise.
Princess 19 also said in a low voice, the blush on her face getting thicker.
You're not leaving this time. Are you? Your Princess Island is too small. I'll find a new place for you so that you can develop and grow as much as you want. We can always be together. Okay?
Zhu Xiaobao was very happy. He asked expectantly,
Xiaobao, let's wait until the enthronement ceremony is over to decide this matter.
At this time, Zhu Rong quietly pinched Zhu Xiaobao's waist, and then said with a smile, she had thought very carefully about this. Not only to let the 19th princess settle down, but also to get Yu Qianrou's consent. After all, the 19th princess was not from the great Purple Rui Kingdom. And with so many people, Yu Qianrou definitely didn't relieved. Zhu Xiaobao would never think of such concerns. So Zhu Rong changed the topic in time.
Yes. It won't be a few days until the enthronement ceremony is over.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded again and again. The whole afternoon was spent in a relaxed atmosphere drinking tea and chatting. But Zhu Xiaobao could still feel that the 19th princess was a little absent-minded. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to host a dinner for her. But the 19th princess said she was tired from the journey and wanted to go back to rest. So she declined. There is no need to worry about a place to live. The current British Prince's palace is huge and many houses are empty. So Zhu Rong has already tidied up a yard for the 19th princess and allowed her and her entourage to live there. Sure enough, Yu Qianrou recruited Zhu Xiaobao into the palace the next day. Although she also liked the pretty appearance of the 19th princess. But as a ruler, what she immediately thought about was whether it would be a threat to herself. Once it is developed by the 19th princess, will it become more of a guest? This possibility exists. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao firmly believes that the 19th princess is just transitioning in the Zirui Kingdom, and will eventually enter the Great Xia Kingdom.
Well, let her go to northern Zirui country and lend Qibei County to her.
But the officials and guards of Qibei County must still be from Zirui country. All her operations do not need to pay taxes. But her soldiers, the horses, are not allowed to be moved at will.
Yu Qianrou said a lot of things in a strict manner, and Zhu Xiaobao all agreed. Moreover, the geographical location of Qibei County is good, with part of the coast just right for the warships of the 19th princess. There is a place to park. It's just that this county is almost the most remote and poorest county in northern Zirui Kingdom. But Zhu Xiaobao had already planned it, with products such as tobacco and shredded tobacco. Princess 19th's income should not be too bad. Besides, Zhu Xiaobao can help her secretly.
You said it would be nice for a girl to be an empress in our country. Zirui. She has to participate in some kind of battle for the right to inherit the throne. Even if she becomes the emperor, she won't have to worry as much as I do. It's not that you don't want to take over the throne. I don't want to be the emperor. How nice it would be to find someone you like. Recite poems and compose poems. And enjoy the comfort.
Yu Qianrou still sighed. She actually didn't want Zhu Xiaobao to do so, to help the 19th princess. And in the end, Zhu Xiaobao would probably have to lead the expedition himself, which she didn't want to see. It's best if your brother stays by your side.
Hey, sister, that's not what you said when the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom was recaptured. Aren't you thinking about recapturing the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom all day long? Now you're making sarcastic remarks?
Zhu Xiaobao was very dissatisfied. Cried. There were only 2 of them in the study, so the siblings didn't have any particular ideas and could just say whatever they wanted.
Okay. I don't care how she likes to torment you. Anyway, you are not allowed to leave Zirui Kingdom then.
Yu Qianrou also said very depressedly. What she fears most is that Zhu Xiaobao leaves her. Now she is already very satisfied with the situation in Zirui country.
No. Even if I am not the 19th princess, my Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island still need me to plan and develop. Don't worry. When the world is at peace, I will stay in Zirui Kingdom.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a grimace. The responsibilities on his shoulders are really heavy now, and he feels a little overwhelmed. After coming out of the palace, they found Murong Feng on the little cars and told Yu Qianrou what she wanted. Murong Feng had to arrange these things.
Murong, Why do I feel that the 19th princess is a little depressed? Am I not good enough to her?
Zhu Xiaobao actually wanted to ask the 19th princess what was on her mind, because the 19th princess was absent-minded yesterday, which made Zhu Xiaobao is puzzled.
Of course she is worried. She only has 4 or 500,000 troops now. It sounds like a lot. But compared with the first prince, Prince Ming, His Highness the 6th prince, and the 7th princess, it is far behind. Moreover, she does not have her own territory. Although her taxes are not collected here, the feeling is not very good after all. What's more, with her strength, it may not be that easy to get a piece of the pie in Daxia.
Merong Feng nodded. He nodded and said, she had already guessed why Princess 19 was upset. Now, no more than before. The first prince, Prince Ming, His Highness the 6th prince, and the 7th princess have all become so popular that it is almost impossible for the 19th princess to catch up with them in a short time. The most critical problem is that the 19th princess does not have her own territory. Although she is now in a county and no taxes are collected, it is only a county. All the income combined can at most maintain the status quo. If she wants to expand the scale, impossible.
But I will help her. When the time comes, won't it be okay if I pull out millions of people, plus the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe? Huh? I guarantee that the strength of the 19th princess is definitely not worse than any of them. Zhu Xiaobao immediately said confidently.
Why should we send troops? Who will be responsible for conquering Daxia? Can she afford to pay for our casualties?
Merong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao with disdain. This guy's idea is too naive. Always taking it for granted. But fighting will kill people.
Then you said that your condition for becoming a military advisor is to invite old Duanmu back.
And you also want to start a war. Why are you saying that now?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, very puzzled.
TSK? I said the war was to help us eliminate foreign troubles and gain some benefits. But I didn't say it was to help the 19th princess fight for the Great Xia Kingdom.
Merong Feng said with a faint smile.
Well, Sister Merong, just help her. Even if it's just a favor for me.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice. He couldn't defeat Merong Feng at all. So he had to resort to his last resort.
Ha! Now you call me sister? Didn't you always want to be a brother? Let me tell you. Xiaobao, do you like Daxia Kingdom or the 19th princess? In other words, do you love the country or the beauty?
Merong Feng suddenly felt happy. And Zhu Xiaobao also began to relent. Because he didn't have the ability to lead troops in war.
Are you telling the truth? I love beauties. What's so good about the country? I'm not willing to take over the existing emperor of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Why are you going to the Great Xia Kingdom to fight for the world?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Merong Feng, and then said honestly, to be honest, he really doesn't want to fight for the world. Although he has power, money and people to serve him, he has too many things to worry about.
The price for a beauty like you is too high. If His Majesty hears these words, I think your Majesty will faint from anger.
Merong Feng couldn't help laughing, because Zhu Xiaobao's expression was very serious, and what he said was very straightforward.
Well, don't worry about my sister. You should give her a pleasant word.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little anxiously.
Okay. I will try my best to pay attention. Once the opportunity arises, I will also remind her. But the premise is that she still has to develop on her own. It is not necessarily true that our helpers will be more than the main ones.
Right? Merong Feng sighed and said.
When will the opportunity arise? How long do we have to wait? The 19th princess is already 25 years old. You can't let me marry an old maid in her 30s.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao said, still unsatisfied.
King Chitos, do you read those letters? How much do you know about the situation in Daxia now? Who are you sending troops to fight now? No matter who you fight, the other 3 families will benefit. And the 19th princess will also be seriously injured. Vitality.
Merong Feng said impatiently. This guy didn't care about the fighting situation around him at all. So he was a bit idiotic to ask.
Okay. Then I'll go back first. Anyway, you must take the matter of the 19th princess to your heart.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt bored and left in a depressed tone. His body has not responded yet. He has been like this today. Walking around in circles is already a bit too much. After receiving the imperial edict from Yu Qianrou, the 19th princess was quite grateful. After all, Yu Qianrou did not embarrass her and lent her a county. So the 19th princess left for Qibei County immediately. It took a few days for Zhu Xiaobao to recover more than half of his injuries. He would definitely not be able to use force in a fight. But he could already practice dual cultivation. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao went to the inheritance place, and he recommended Yu Qianrou to be the next clan leader. During this period, I also made a special trip to the cave at the place of inheritance. Unfortunately, the white tiger did not appear behind me. After practicing a round of mental techniques in the place of inheritance, it seems that I have grown a little bit more, and the condensed Dharma has become more powerful and powerful. 3 days later, the grand enthronement ceremony began. This process was quite cumbersome. The various ceremonies made Zhu Xiaobao dizzy. It took a full 2 hours for the enthronement ceremony to be completed. And those officials were also beaming with joy. Many of them were officials when Yu Qianrou was in power. And now they are assisting Yu Qianrou again. Of course they are proud. And they have also been promoted. After the enthronement ceremony, Yu Shan also took Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang to his fiefdom, Wufeng County. And Zhu Xiaobao even made a special trip to see him off. In fact, the main thing is to look at Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang. These 2 people are now completely useless, sitting in silence in the carriage. And this carriage is also specially made by Yu Shiren. It looks very luxurious. But in fact it is just a prison. Without Yu Shiren's order, Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang could only stay in the carriage. Alas, the final result is quite miserable. I don't even hate them both. Cousin, don't treat them badly. It's almost okay. Zhu Xiaobao saw Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang. He looked downcast and said with a sigh, "Treat them badly? Impossible. I treat them well. Although my martial arts skills are useless. Everything else is fine. I specially assign 2 women to serve them. They usually eat, drink and entertain them. Isn't that right, brother?" Yu Shiren immediately shook his head and said exaggeratedly, and then asked Yu Shichang. Yu Shichang looked at Yu Shiren bitterly and did not answer. He no longer had the arrogance. Although he had good food and drink, he had lost his most precious thing, freedom. Zhu Xiaobao lifted the car curtain and took a look. There were really 2 dark and strong women serving the father and son. He didn't know where Yu Shiren found such 2 fierce women. It seems that Yu Shiren has deep resentment towards Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang. Yu Qianrou also came to see Xiaoyao King Yu Shiren off in person and rewarded him with many gifts. When she saw the tragic images of Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang, she was very satisfied with Yu Shiren's actions. It can be seen that Yu Qianrou also has deep resentment towards Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang. Alas, what are you fighting for power and gain? Why don't you live a good life? Zhu Xiaobao finally shook his head and left. He feels that his own way of living is the happiest. Especially when you are a cook. You feel a sense of accomplishment. Except for the first day of court. When Zhu Xiaobao went to show his face, he did not show up in the following mornings. This is his privilege as the King of England. And he does not need to go to court every day. After the injury fully recovered, Zhu Xiaobao led his people to Qibei County. He was still thinking about the 19th princess. And at the same time, he brought a large amount of food and supplies, which Zhu Xiaobao allocated directly from his own shop. So even if Yu Qianrou knew it, she would have nothing to say. When they arrived at Qibei County, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that it was even more desolate than Shiyuan City back then, with a very small population and a lot of abandoned farmland because no one came to cultivate it. The families here are all small in size and can be considered middle class at best. But when we arrived at the 19th princess's palace, we found that there was a feeling of excitement, because the 19th princess didn't need many people here for the people she brought to be effective. Just stationing here, building various infrastructures, and settling your own people, and people all require a lot of manpower, material and financial resources. Just when the 19th princess was a little worried, Zhu Xiaobao unexpectedly came with a lot of food. And as soon as they met, Zhu Xiaobao gave the 19th princess a stack of silver notes, which amounted to 1,000,000 taels. Chapter 594, Bidding. Based on the character of the 19th princess, she did not want to accept the banknote sent by Zhu Xiaobao. But Wu Yu took it right away and put it in her arms. There is no need for her to be polite to Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you don't have to be like this. I still want to develop on my own. Just like in Shiyuan City. I believe that I will be able to make this place prosperous in a few years. Princess 19 looked at Wu Yu, glanced at him, then frowned a little and said, "Hey! This is Qibei County, not Shiyuan City. The population and environment are not comparable to Shiyuan City. Besides, when will it be until you develop on your own? I'm afraid the throne of Dasha Kingdom has already been settled.
Zhu Xiaobao is also very dissatisfied with what Princess 19 said. He knows that Princess 19 is very strong and is unwilling to accept Zhu Xiaobao's favor. But this is what Zhu Xiaobao is most dissatisfied with. He actually hopes that Princess 19 the princess relies on him even more.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the beach and have a look.
Princess 19 also knew that Zhu Xiaobao was right. She didn't have so much time. Now that the situation in Daxia Kingdom had begun to change. The opportunity she was waiting for, it's probably coming soon. When we arrived at the seaside, many workers and soldiers were working hard to build a dock for warships to park. Originally, there was no dock in Qibei County. There were only some fortifications on the coastline. Warships usually patrol back and forth. After a while, there would be pass here once. Otherwise, every county near the sea would build a dock, which would be too expensive and difficult to manage.
I'm afraid these infrastructures will cost a lot of money. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao has also participated in the construction of Shiyuan City and Lingyu Mountain. And he also knows some things. These infrastructures may not look very impressive, but they cost a lot, is huge and requires a lot of labor. There are tens of thousands of people involved in the construction now. The daily remuneration paid to laborers is also a large number.
Yes, but these are necessary. My warship can only park at the port of Zirwei Kingdom now, which is very inconvenient.
Princess 19 nodded and said, these days, she feels like she has just arrived in Shiyuan City. Extremely busy. But I wasn't as excited as I was then. Instead, I was a little anxious and uneasy.
So let me tell you, the banknote I gave you was used to build these infrastructures. It is not a gift to you. I was originally going to build a port here.
Zhu Xiaobao spread his hands and said with a smile,
well, thank you then.
Princess 19 knew clearly that Zhu Xiaobao was comforting her. But she still felt warm in her heart, thinking about why I no longer have the same excitement as before. One of the reasons is that there is no Zhu Xiaobao around now. And I am doing many things alone. Now of course Zhu Xiaobao cannot stay here forever. He still has many things to do. And he does not dare to neglect the cultivation in the inheritance place. After all, his genius is attracting much attention. And all the clansmen are watching. Where is he? 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. And the time entered summer. Zhu Xiaobao once again came out of the inheritance place, feeling refreshed. But his mental cultivation has not been able to break through to the 8th level. The key reason is that he still lacks one attribute. According to the secret book of
4 phases divine veins,
the 5 elements should be gathered together to break through to the 8th level.
Ha ha! Congratulations to the King of England on his 1000th birthday. Your cultivation has improved a step further. But if you want to break through to the 8th level, you still need a chance.
The great elder said with a smile outside the place of inheritance. Although he was a little disappointed. I know that this is not a problem of Zhu Xiaobao's talent, but that the conditions have not been met. And Zhu Xiaobao is now the most accomplished person in history.
Yes, I know. Great elder. Let those tribesmen who have reached the 3rd level of spiritual cultivation go in to understand and practice. Even if they cannot accept the inheritance, there are still great benefits.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, his acting style is completely different from that of Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng. He is more willing to share the inheritance land with all the clansmen. Therefore, since Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng were driven away, the clan members now recognize Zhu Xiaobao very much. Because he is not selfish and intends to let everyone share the precious holy land of cultivation.
Ha ha! Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, King Qiantai. There are too few people in the clan who can cultivate to the 3rd level. And there are only 42 people now.
The great elder also said a little helplessly. There are very few people who can have the blood of divine beasts. That's right. There are even fewer people who can cultivate their mental skills to the 3rd level. Not all tribesmen have the blood of divine beasts. Just like Murong Feng. Her bloodline is very thin. So it is basically impossible to achieve success in practicing mental skills. Until now, her mental skills have only reached the 2nd level.
Huh? Why are there fewer and fewer tribesmen in Huju Mountain now? Where have they all gone?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised at this time. Because after coming several times, he found that there were fewer and fewer tribesmen. It's not a coincidence. There must be another reason.
Ha ha! Those tribesmen who have no cultivation qualifications have gone down to help the patriarch manage state affairs. Many of them are serving in the government. Ahem. After all, the great Purple Rui Kingdom is based on our White Tiger clan.
So the patriarch wants to use more the clan members will serve.
The great elder said with a smile as he twisted his beard. This is also a big improvement compared to when Yu Huafeng became the clan leader. Now many people are playing a role in their respective positions and showing their talents.
Oh, that's it. Well, in this way, the affairs of the Great Purple Ray Kingdom will be more stable.
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that it was his sister who was responsible for this. But this was also a very big deal. Good method. Now, after 3 months of integration and reform, the Great Purple Ray Kingdom has begun to stabilize. The people have begun to live and work in peace and contentment. And all walks of life have gradually begun to prosper. The original wealthy merchants have begun to become active again. Land prices and house prices in the Imperial City are also rising, with prices rising every day. Originally, the economic foundation of South Xirui country was better than that of North Xirui country. Now it is equivalent to a recovery of all industries. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that his chain store was so popular that people came to him to ask for a quota of 100. The franchise fee of 2 gold is simply not worth mentioning to these merchants. But this time, the method has been changed. If you want to open a franchise store, there is no franchise fee. Instead, you must open a store in Beizirui country. It turned out that this was a strategy to balance the economies of the two places and promote the development of Northern Xirui country. Moreover, the taxes in the Northern and Southern Xirui kingdoms are also different now, so that people will not flow to the Southern Xirui kingdom. This policy will last for a long time. Of course, these tactics were not thought up by Zhu Xiaobao, but by Murong Feng. This move alone made Yu Qianrou marvel. It not only promoted the development of the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom, but also promoted the development of the Northern Purple Rui Kingdom. Switzerland's economic development. Even the civil and military officials in the court had to admire this female military advisor. She was indeed extremely intelligent. There is another person here who is very admirable, and that is Hachitu. He has already planted several shops and a large number of apprentices in the Southern Xirui Kingdom. Now of course he is making a lot of money, and all the little ones are watching. Baodu is a little jealous. This guy's ability to make money is indeed unmatched. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao also had his own tricks. In order to attract attention, his first chain store was created through an auction. As a result, the atmosphere on the day of the auction was very lively. The wealthy businessmen were all red-eyed and competing for the one who raised the sign. Everyone wants to win this first chain store.
Is there anyone else bidding? 12,000 taels. The first time, 12,000 taels. The second time,
Zhu Xiaobao also personally presided over the auction. He was wearing a purple robe and an ingot-shaped hat on his head. He kept making witty remarks on the stage, which made the atmosphere very lively. Moreover, this was the first time that such an auction was held in the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom. The Emperor Yu Qianrou, Princess Ying, Murong Feng and others all came, and many ministers in the court also sat there in casual clothes and watched. The King of England's move must be exciting. Now they all believe it, because the bidding process is indeed exciting and thrilling. Now the Su family has the highest bid. The Fan family and the Lu family are a little hesitant.
13,000 taels.
Unexpectedly, Hachitu raised the sign again at this time. He had given up before, but he felt that he should help Zhu Xiaobao to cheer up again and raise the price. So he started to raise the sign again. Card. Anyway, he is not short of money now.
14,000 taels.
The owner of the Su family was an old man, and he followed up without giving in.
15,000 taels.
Unexpectedly, the Fan family, which had already died out, would raise the sign again. It turned out that the head of the Fan family also arrived and immediately realized that this was a very good opportunity, despite the huge cost. But the publicity effect it played was quite huge. So a new round of bidding was immediately launched.
18,000 taels.
Hachitu was ruthless enough and directly added another 3,000 taels. This was gold,
not silver. It was equivalent to 180,000 taels of silver to buy a quota. Many merchants present were in disbelief, and many looked at Hachitu with dissatisfaction because he was not from the Xirui kingdom. Even Zhu Xiaobao secretly glared at Hachitu. Hachitu was a little complacent. If he continued to show off like this, he would definitely cause conflicts among the merchants. Hachitu was also very smart. Zhu Xiaobao glared at him, and he immediately woke up. After all, this was not Shijue, and he was not from the Xirui kingdom. If he really got this place, he would really is not a good thing. It is tantamount to offending all the merchants in Nanzarui kingdom. So Hachitu also pretended to be hesitant. and finally shook his head regretfully, which meant that he could not compete and quit.
Humph. This Hatchet really doesn't know how high the sky is. He actually dares to compete with my merchants from the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Now you know how strong the merchants from my Great Purple Rui Kingdom are.
Yu Qianru also breathed a sigh of relief. If Hatchet really won the auction, she would feel a little bit uneasy.
Ha ha! Your Majesty. He raised the price to help Xiaobao. Not because he was determined to win. This person can be considered a figure.
Princess Zhu Rong of England whispered in Yu Qianru's ear.
Well, don't go too far. The price is already very high now.
Yu Qianru enjoyed Zhu Rong's performance very much, and also enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by stars. Every time the price was raised, the civil and military ministers would unconsciously look at Yu Qianru's expression, and those merchants wanted to leave a deep impression on the emperor. Murong Feng, who was sitting on the side, was a little dumbfounded. Although Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay much attention to governing the country, the new stuff he came up with was indeed refreshing. And the most important thing was that it was very sensational. Moreover, the current price shocked Murong Feng. It seemed that he had underestimated these wealthy businessmen.
27,000 taels. The first time. 27,000 taels. The second time. 27,000 taels. The third time.
Zhu Xiaobao called 3 times in a row, and finally got the final word.
Snapped. Okay. Congratulations to the Su family for winning the first place in the chain in the auction. Congratulations. Mr. Su. Your 27,000 taels of silver will not be wasted. Your Majesty will personally inscribe a plaque for you. On the opening day, Your Majesty and I will also be there to cut the ribbon in person.
Zhu Xiaobao's tricks in this regard are really endless, which immediately made the head of the Su family overjoyed. There were no such 2 items in the original auction notice.
Thank you so much, Your Majesty. My dear King.
The head of the Su family knelt down in excitement and thanked him. The 27,000 taels of silver were well spent.
Ha ha! Mr. Fan, don't be disappointed. Your 26,000 yuan will not be in vain. The spot for the second store in the chain will be yours. I will personally inscribe a plaque for you when the time comes. I will also be there in person on the opening day.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled again and said to the head of the Fan family, I dare not let this guy let go of the Fan family's 26,000 pieces of silver. And he plans to pocket it too.
Thank you for your 1,000 years. Your Majesty.
The head of the Fan family, who was a little depressed at first, knelt down and shouted overjoyed. Everyone knows that the prestige of the King of England is actually greater than that of the Emperor in the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. But no one just dared to say that, now that his chain store has a plaque inscribed by Zhu Xiaobao himself. This makes the head of the Fan family feel much more comfortable.
Ha ha! This auction is very successful. I hope you merchants can prosper. I also hope that all industries in our country, the Great Purple Rui, will prosper and the people of Li will live and work in peace and contentment.
Although Yu Qianru was caught off guard, she had experienced it after all. Even in a big scene, he still spoke very well. He stood up with a smile and said many inspiring words to everyone.
Long live, long live, long live!
Everyone knelt down and sang in unison. This time, the bidding was considered to be a successful conclusion. After sending His Majesty back to the palace, Murong Feng and Princess Zhu Rong quickly grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and clamored to ask him to explain how he came up with this kind of bidding. Especially the final inscription on the plaque and the ribbon-cutting ceremony in person. I have never heard of them.
Humph. Tell me honestly, have you ever seen this kind of bidding method before? You are so shady that you didn't even let go of the Fan family's 26,000 taels of silver.
Murong Feng pulled Zhu Xiaobao and said, Let him go. Still smiling.
Shoo! Keep your voice down.
What does? Black enough.
Mean? You didn't see how excited the head of the Fan family is? I regret now that if I had told you earlier that His Majesty would inscribe a plaque. Do you think the price would have been higher?
Zhu Xiaobao also made an exaggerated gesture to silence, and then asked in a low voice.
Humph. You are much more ruthless when making money than when you are fighting. Well, don't forget. Those 53,000 taels of gold will be turned over to the National Treasury.
Murong Feng suppressed a smile and said seriously.
Ah? Hand it over to the Treasury? Leave nothing for me. I plan to use it to support the 19th princess.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted unwillingly.
Stop dreaming. Your Majesty is also short of money now. Building bridges and roads doesn't cost anything?
Murong Feng said politely.
Yes. Your Majesty knows this money, and must not send it to the 19th princess.
Zhu Rong said softly next to her. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao was not just talking casually. He really wanted to help the 19th princess. 9th princess.
Alas! How is the 19th princess doing now? Why did I hear that the development is not going very smoothly?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little worried at this time.
It's not that good. Their relationship with the local people was tense. There were several small-scale conflicts. Fortunately, the 19th princess was more tolerant and endured them all. She even suffered a small loss.
Murong Feng also sank. Face said.
Then what should we do? How about letting Tao Zhiqian go to Qibei County? He is very good at regulating these counties.
Zhu Xiaobao became even more worried.
It's useless. Even Tao Zhiqian can't do anything in such a poor place. On the contrary, it is counties with certain economic strength such as Huiwen County and Taohua County that he can use his skills with ease.
Murong Feng shook his head and said,
I understand. Unruly people come out of poor mountains and harsh waters. This is the situation in Qibei County. So what should we do?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said. At this moment, a female guard under his command ran in and reported.
Qian Cui Qi. Mr. Duanmu is here. Oh? This old man is here so soon? Has the second child been delivered yet?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted with joy, and ran out happily without caring about Zhu Rong and Murong Feng. I ran outside the door, and saw that it was Duanmu Qi. Behind him were Zhao Shenhu and Zhao Shenbao. But the other members of Duanmu Xilong were not seen.
Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. You miss me so much. Is your second child ready? Boy or girl?
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw Duanmu Qi, he rushed towards her and gave her a bear hug.
Hey! 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 Xiaobao! Be gentle. Be gentle. My old bones can't stand the torment of your martial master cultivation.
Duanmu Qi hurriedly begged for mercy. He had already received the news about Zhu Xiaobao's promotion to the martial master. The message was sent. But when it comes to the second child, Duanmuki is somewhat regretful because it is a girl again, which means another female warrior has been added to the Lingyu tribe. Although Duanmu Qi was a little disappointed, the mother-in-law Yu Qianhe was beaming and praised Duanmu Qi for being very capable. Zhu Xiaobao enthusiastically invited her to his Prince Ying's palace. And Zhu Rong even served tea in person, which even made Duanmu Qi a little flattered. Zhu Rong is now the princess of England. But the happiest person is Murong Feng. Duanmuki arrived just in time and came out again because of Murong Feng's request. Moreover, Murong Feng was very direct. Without saying a few words, he told Duanmu Qi the situation in Qibei County in detail.
Ha ha! Military advisor Murong. What do you think we should do in this situation? I already have a plan. But I just don't know if it's appropriate. Well, you don't have to say anything first. Let's all come down and see if we have the same idea. Good.
Chapter 595. Suppression by Force A. Zhu Xiaobao was also very interested in Duanmuki's suggestion. He said excitedly,
Okay.
Let's see if the hero has the same idea. I'll write one too.
Duanmuki twisted his beard and smiled, agreeing readily. So Princess Zhu Rong of England brought pens and paper to each of the three people. Then he smiled and hid aside, watching what kind of clever ideas the three wizards wrote. Our real heroes seeing the same thing. After all three of them have finished writing, they put it on the table and unfold it. Duanmuki and Murong Feng wrote exactly the same thing, both with 4 big characters, suppression by force. And what Zhu Xiaobao wrote was, move them all away.
Why? Haven't we always focused on reforming and appeasing them? Even the Li family and the Yu family didn't kill them all. Now the 3 elders of the Yu family are still thinking behind closed doors. And Huiwen County is also it's going very well.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted unconvinced. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Qi and Murong Feng had the same idea, and his good strategy was completely different from theirs.
Ha ha. Xiaobao. It was back then. At that time, our strength was not good, so we could only focus on appeasement and influence. It is different now. We have recovered the southern purple country and opened up the great purple country. Our strength has greatly increased. Of course, there is no need to accommodate them anymore. Instead, the time has come to establish authority. Let the major families who still think they are right understand that now that the imperial power is at its peak, the only way to survive is to surrender willingly.
Duanmu Qi said with a slight smile. But in his heart, he was worried about this. The brother-in-law is really a little disappointed. This guy is really not the material to be the emperor. Moreover, Duanmuki could see Zhu Xiaobao's little thoughts at a glance. He wanted to move all the local people away so that the 19th princess could develop without any scruples. Obviously, this is a bit whimsical.
Humph. That's what you mean too. Is there no merit in my strategy at all?
Zhu Xiaobao snorted and looked at Murong Feng again and asked.
That's right. Mr. Duanmu said exactly what I thought. And your strategy won't work at all. If you move these people to other counties, it will only make other counties uneasy. And many people will also fight, for they will follow suit for their own selfish interests. Then it will be very troublesome to rectify it.
Murong Feng nodded, and then explained the disadvantages of Zhu Xiaobao's strategy.
Humph. You two have a good understanding of each other. When the time comes, people will say that we killed innocent people indiscriminately. Who will be responsible for this crime?
Zhu Xiaobao still hummed unconvinced. But the words,
heart to heart,
made Duanmu Qi and Murong Feng a little embarrassed. They had similar ideas and sympathized with each other, but they had no other meaning.
Ha ha. It all depends on how you say it. If you suppress a group of rogue mobs, you will be a British king. If you kill innocent people indiscriminately, you will be a tyrant. Isn't this simple?
Duanmu Qi smiled slightly again.
Mr. Duanmu is really smart, and the little girl is deeply impressed.
Murong Feng's eyes lit up for a short time. Even she didn't expect this. It seems that she still has a lot to learn from Duanmu Qi.
Now I finally know why you brought this old guy here. He is a thief when he is too old to die. And this is the old man.
Zhu Xiaobao whispered in Murong Feng's ear. The voice was not loud, but Duanmu Qi can also hear clearly.
Ahem. This 1,000-year-old king of England is ridiculous.
Duanmu Qi suddenly smiled awkwardly and said, Zhu Xiaobao's evaluation was a bit excessive.
What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Duanmu is the real wise man.
Murong Feng rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said to Duanmu Qi respectfully,
Mr. Duanmu, as a national teacher, I don't dare to try my best. So I'd better ask Mr. Duanmu come to sit in the great purple Rui kingdom. And the little girl wants to be a book boy for her husband. He. Military advisor Murong is so humble. You are indeed talented. There is nothing wrong with your current status as a national advisor. On the contrary, it is me who, because of my special status, is inconvenient to serve in the great purple Rui kingdom. Let's do this. I would like to go to Qibei County to see if I can help the 19th princess.
Duanmu Qi said with a smile and waved his hands. Duanmu Qi does have a special status. He is the son-in-law of Lingyu Mountain. Moreover,
if he served in the great purple Rui kingdom, it would affect Murong Feng's performance. So Duanmu Qi had already thought about going to the 19th princess. Originally, he came out of the mountain just for Zhu Xiaobao. But now Zhu Xiaobao is trying his best to please the 19th princess. So Duanmu Qi goes along with the flow to help her. More importantly, if he really wants to enter the great Xia kingdom, the 19th princess must come forward. So Duanmu Qi chose the 19th princess to stay here after careful consideration. When Zhu Xiaobao heard that Duanmu Qi was willing to go to the 19th princess, he immediately smiled and hugged Duanmu Qi very affectionately.
Brother-in-law, how about we be brothers-in-law? You see, we thought of getting together. You tell me how many troops and horses you need, and I will send them to you right away. If that doesn't work, there's no problem for me to personally lead the troops to quell the rebellion. I'm just going to kill a few unruly people.
Princess Zhu Rong and Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao blankly. Just now they were thinking about not killing innocent people indiscriminately. But now they actually want to conquer it themselves? He cared so much about this 19th princess that even Zhu Rong felt a little sour in her heart.
Ha ha! It's definitely not appropriate to send troops to me. If I go to help the 19th princess, I will be regarded as one of the 19th princess. Of course, this matter must be arranged by military advisor Murong.
Duanmu Qi quickly broke away from Zhu Xiaobao, hugged her affectionately, and then said with a smile,
Then we will send troops immediately and march directly to Qibei County.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said impatiently, His fiefdom is in Beiziru Kingdom, and a considerable number of troops are stationed there. If he wants to send troops, it's really a piece of cake.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Let them make a bigger fuss. Publicize the various atrocities of these mobs first, and then we will send troops. This way, we will be famous.
Old God Duanmu Qi smiled. Road. Murong Feng next to her also nodded frequently. Many of Duanmu Qi's ideas were indeed very sophisticated and worth learning from her. Another thing that also surprised Zhu Xiaobao and Murong Feng was that this time Duanmu Qi brought Zhao Shenhu. He meant to let Zhao Shenhu take over as the governor of Qibei County. Zhao Shenhu broke one of his palms. Although he received a stainless steel claw, it was always inconvenient. So Duanmuki deliberately asked Zhao Shenhu to find a more stable job. What's more, Zhejiakan is not far from Chibei County, and he can completely bring everyone in Zhejiakan migrated to Chibei County. It seems that Duanmuchi has already planned this time. With the help of Duanmuchi and Murongfeng, Zhu Xiaobao was completely relieved. He believed that the 19th princess's trouble would be solved soon. So Zhu Xiaobao took matters into his own hands and prepared a table of sumptuous dishes for Duanmuchi to receive and wash away. Of course, Zhao Shenhu and Zhao Shabao also joined the table. And Tong Wuxin also arrived at the same time. She is also a member of Duanmuxilong. So of course she was very excited to see Zhao Shenhu and Zhao Shabao. At the same time, Tong Wuxin's heart still ached when he thought of Zhao Shenlong. However, the final murderer of Zhao Shenlong has not yet been identified. Although it is basically certain that the 7th princess plotted against Zhao Shenlong in revenge for Duanmuki's defection. There is no evidence. This time Tong Wuxin took the initiative to lead troops into battle. She also wanted to do something for the people of Zhejiakan. Speaking of which, the tens of thousands of people in Zhaojia village live in poverty. If they can move to Chibei County, their lives will be greatly improved. What's more, Zhao Shenhu is still the future county governor. Out of etiquette, Duanmuchi also visited Yu Qianrou. Yu Qianrou also tried his best to retain this powerful man and wanted him to serve in the court. But Duanmuchi politely declined. His meaning is very clear. He doesn't hold any official position. He just helps Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, he couldn't say that he was going to assist the 19th princess. In that case, Yu Qianrou would not be able to jump up. But Duanmuki's appearance alone has already caused a sensation in the world. He is a world-famous think tank, and his sudden appearance in the Great Purple Rui Kingdom has caused all forces to study the deeper meaning of this move. The civil and military ministers of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom are also in high spirits, which shows that the Great Purple Rui Kingdom is now strong and the heroes are gathering together. In the 19th Princess Mansion in Chibei County, the 19th Princess was having a fierce argument with Wu Yu. Wu Yu shouted angrily, "Princess, these people are so arrogant. They come to rob every now and then. Now I'm confused. There are more and more people. These people no longer work. They just steal from us all day long. Now they are blatantly driving donkey carts to load goods. Do you really think I dare not kill them? Well, Wu Yu, please be patient and let them go ahead. I will make my own arrangements." Princess 19 said calmly, clasping her hands behind her back and looking out the window. "Princess, how long do you want to wait? The county guard is also colluding with those unruly people, grabbing them by the front foot and then letting them go. So these unscrupulous people are becoming more and more bold. Do you know that a few days ago, 2 of our female soldiers went to chase the war horse that they had snatched, but was caught by them and raped by those people?" Wu Yu couldn't help shouting. "These 2 female soldiers were sent when I came back. I was already in a terrible state. Now I am still lying on the bed, terrified. It is obvious that I have been greatly stimulated and my mind is no longer normal." "Alas, I already know this. Have you written down all the leaders? And what is their relationship with that county guard?" "Wu Yu, don't worry. I am also very heartbroken. But now the purpose of my forbearance is to catch them all, once and for all." Princess 19's face turned a little pale, but she still maintained her composure. She knew that only she could deal with these matters rationally now. And the reason why the 19th princess is so determined is because she has received Zhu Xiaobao's secret letter. Let her collect evidence and lists. So the 19th princess has secretly excluded many people, and is secretly recording them. The reason why Wu Yu was not told was because her temper was too straightforward. In the magistrate's mansion of Chibei County, the magistrate Wang Taiyan was eating and drinking with several people. They had been living a relatively comfortable life recently, enjoying almost all the good wine, meat, and all the newly arrived supplies. Wang Taiyan, the county guard, inherited his father's legacy. His father Wang Zheng followed Yuan Qiang to conquer the world. Later, he was sent to Chibei County to be the county guard because of his injury. At that time, Beizuri Kingdom did not belong to, however. Yuan Qiang had already intended to march to the northern Zirwei Kingdom, so he sent a lot of troops. However, because of Yuan Qiang's sudden death, these troops had no direction and no supplies. Some people returned to the southern Zirwei Kingdom, and some fell into trouble and became bandits. Since Chibei County was vast and sparsely populated, Wang Zheng married a wife and had children there, and continued to govern Chibei County with his 20,000 men. In the past few years, after Wang Zheng died, Wang Taidian inherited the position of county governor. Later, when Yu Qianrou was defeated and retreated to the northern Zirwei kingdom, Wang Taidian also suffered a setback. Yu Qianrou was unable to care about this remote county at that time, so she acquiesced in Wang Tian's status as the county guard. In fact, with the development of Beiziri Kingdom later, Yu Qianrou had tried his best to take care of this county, reducing and exempting taxes, and Wang Taidian still had a good salary. But for a long time, he had been colluding with bandits, and he was used to being domineering in the fish and meat village. This time the arrival of the 19th princess made him a little worried, so he tried every means to drive away the 19th princess. But after several conflicts, Wang Taidian found that the 19th princess was weak and could be bullied, and she could also get a lot of benefits. Wang Taidian changed his mind and wanted to get more benefits from the 19th princess.
Zheng Qian, Mu Hui, Chen Laosi, please get some more food and good wine. TSK. This 19th princess really knows how to enjoy herself. They are all good things. Now even my wife and concubine, everyone has switched to this kind of toilet paper. I don't even care about using the square leaves in the past. Ha ha ha,
Wang Taidian said with a smile. And there were two maids beside him helping him fan himself. Isn't it summer now? Wang Taidian was very fat, so he kept sweating and had to be fanned by someone.
Yes. But the spy I planted there came back and reported that another batch of food and wine came. But this time they changed places. They must be afraid that we will go to grab food again.
Zheng Qian nodded and bowed, said,
Ha ha ha. In Qibei County, she can't escape my eyes even if she changes places. Find out immediately when the food will arrive. Shopkeeper Liu is still waiting.
Wang Taidian laughed loudly. I bet he was not only trying to meet the needs of his men, but also reselling the stolen food. This was tantamount to a business without capital. So Wang Taidian was in a very good mood recently, with a lot of money flowing into his pocket every day.
Come here. That's right. It would be nice for a down-and-out princess like her to have a place to stay in Qibei County. The little food we have now is what we should have. When we get here, we have to act according to the rules of our county guard. Hee. Not to mention, those two female soldiers are really hacking exciting, and their flesh is so strong. I heard that there are many female soldiers responsible for escorting the food this time. Lord Sheriff, you can enjoy it again, that's it.
Mu Hui also flattered him from the side.
But I heard that this 19th princess is the woman that King Chitos of England likes. Will this offend King Chitos of England? This King of England, Chitos, is a more powerful person than the current emperor?
Chen Laosi was standing aside, said a little worried.
TSK, that's just Chitos, the King of England, just wanting to have fun. Can't you see? The current Holy Emperor doesn't want to care about her at all, so he arranged her here. Besides, it's me, Qibei County, who is showing up now. The people in my government did not take action. Moreover, they helped catch many unscrupulous people who were robbing food. I said, Chen Laosi, were you not so timid when you played with those two female soldiers? You are the best, work hard. I insisted on playing 6 times in one night, and I ruined the two female soldiers.
Wang Taidian said with a disdainful smile.
Hee. I'm just saying casually. Your Lord Sheriff's work is prudent. Of course it is impeccable. Don't worry. I have made arrangements for tomorrow. When the time comes, a few dead pigs and sheep will be placed in the middle of the road, and it will be said that it is them he was killed. When the time comes, we will be outnumbered and take advantage of the opportunity to rob the food. Hee. And the county guard. We still need to borrow a few of your capable men. Otherwise we will really fight those female soldiers. But
when Chen Laosi thought about what those two female soldiers felt like, he immediately became excited again.
Well, I know. I will arrange it. But don't go too far. We have to let this 19th princess live for a long time. Only in this way can we have a steady stream of benefits coming in.
Wang Taidian also pretended to be serious. In fact, he was also thinking about those female soldiers.
Don't worry. We know what's going on. You'll enjoy the captured female soldiers first. I promise not to spoil them this time,
Chen Laosi said, patting the horse. Everything he snatched back is king's. Taiguan decides. They just drink some soup. But this has already brought them a lot of benefits. Among those unruly people, the 3 of them were quite prosperous, and they even started to have servants at home. Zheng Qian even planned to marry a concubine. Mu Hui wants to buy a big house. Chen Laosi is the most economical. He plans to not send back the female soldier he snatched this time, but to say that he is missing and take it for himself. This will save a lot of money. At the 19th Princess Mansion, Wu Yu was actively asking to take over the food sent from Yingshuan County. She was afraid that she would be robbed by those unscrupulous people again. These people were really rogue, but they were not good enough to kill them. Because once things get serious, tens of thousands of people are likely to come to protest against them. So the 19th princess repeatedly asked Wu Yu to be patient. But today, the 19th princess suddenly changed her attitude. And she was dressed in military uniform and seemed to be taking action. Wu Yu couldn't help but feel a little confused.
Princess, are you going to take over the food yourself? That would be too dangerous. It's better for me to go. Ha ha.
No. Wu Yu, we don't need to take over today's food. Let them grab it. We are going to the governor's house now.
Princess 19 suddenly smiled confidently.
Why are you going to the sheriff's mansion? That Wang Tai-Dan has a sinister smile on his face and is covered in fat. I get angry just looking at him. Moreover, this guy is secretly supporting those unruly people.
Wu Yu immediately frowned and said,
So, I'm going to replace this county guard.
Princess 19 said with a smile.
Ah? Change it. How do you change it? Who?
Wu Yu became even more confused. At this moment, a person strode in from outside the door. It was Zhao Shenhu, who had not seen him for a long time. He laughed loudly and said,
Wu Yu, what do you think about me becoming the county guard?
Chapter 596, Suppression by Force B. Zhao Shenhu was wearing the newly remodeled official uniform of the Great Purple Roy Kingdom. And there were 4 attendants behind him. Of course, there were also official servants brought by him outside the princess's house. These were assigned to him by Murong Feng, and they were all from the northern Purple Rui Kingdom. The soldiers are all those that Tong Wuxin has repeatedly selected, who are capable and perform well. In addition, there are some selected from Zhaojia village, some of whom are undoubtedly young youngsters with flexible minds.
Brother Zhao, why are you here? It's so unexpected. You are so beautiful in your official uniform. Do you really want to be a county guard?
Wu Yu immediately shouted in surprise. She and Zhao Shenhu were also very familiar. The 3 brothers of the Zhao family even taught her martial arts. It's just that now, the 2 have the same cultivation level. They are both the cultivation level of great martial arts masters. The difference is that Zhao Shenhu is missing one hand. Wu Yu was now surprised by the official uniform Zhao Shenhu was wearing. It seemed that what the 19th princess said was true. Zhao Shenhu is really going to take over the post of governor of Qibei County.
Ha ha. Yes. This is what the master meant. And the master, Mr. Duanmu, is also here this time. I believe he will be of great help to you.
Zhao Shenhu said proudly. In his eyes, as long as Duanmuki takes action, then it will definitely allow the 19th princess to develop smoothly.
Let's go. It's good time for us to go now. If you have anything to say on the way.
Princess 19 also said in a rare and a little haste. In fact, she has been suffering during this period and has been looking forward to this day for a long time. After leaving the princess's residence, Wu Yu asked a little doubtfully,
Are we going to bring troops? Just the 200 men from the second brother? Of course not. Speaking of which, these are internal affairs of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. We will definitely attract criticism if we take action.
The 19th princess only brought 16 female guards with her, but there was no trace of it on her face. I don't see any concern.
Ha ha. Don't worry. Wang Qichui's county governor's mansion only has 200 officers. And the troops guarding Qibei County will also be taken over by someone. The master has already arranged these things.
Zhao Shenhu said with a smile. Had he come too? On the small road leading to the princess's mansion, a group of grain trucks was moving slowly. There were actually 2,000 people responsible for escorting the 2 trucks, which was twice as many as before. But Zheng Qian and the others don't care. So what if there are many people? Do they dare to take action here? This is the territory of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom, and the 19th princess and the others can only swallow their anger here. This time Zheng Qian and the others brought 5,000 people. It turned out that they were also greedy and planned to rob the carriage transporting grain this time. The value of this was much higher than that of a cart of grain. Of course, it was impossible to snatch them all, so they also prepared a lot of carts and donkey carts. Anyway, they were preparing for a big fight this time.
Hey, why are there so many new faces leading the team? But this group of female soldiers seems to be more beautiful than the original ones? Chen Laosi, Did you see that today we are going to have both wealth and wealth?
Mu Hui also said with salivation. Then turned back to the two officers behind him and said,
Two eldest brothers. Just deal with the leading women when the time comes. We can handle the rest.
It turned out that Wang Taitang was afraid that Zhang Qian and the others were not good at martial arts. So he sent his close bodyguards here to make it easier to rob people. Of course, these two people are now wearing casual clothes and wearing face coverings. Not to mention that the martial arts of these two people are still somewhat good. And they are both at the level of great martial arts masters. No wonder Wang Tietue thinks highly of them. Of course, these two boys have done many bad things following Wang Tietue. When the grain transport convoy reached a mountain col, suddenly a lot of people appeared in front of them. It could be said that they were swarming in. This formation was really a bit unprepared.
It's them. They killed all our pigs and sheep. And you still want to run away?
Zhang Qian took the lead and shouted loudly. And then a large group of people blocked the road in front. Everyone's face was full of excitement. Wow. It's time to make a fortune again.
Who are you? And why are you blocking our way? Get out of the way. Don't you know this is a government grain truck?
The leader was Tong Wuxin. She was really shocked by these people. She didn't expect this. There really is such a bold thing happening in this place.
What government? If it was a grain truck in official uniform, our county guard would have known about it a long time ago. Stop talking nonsense. You killed all our livestock. And we have to pay compensation according to the price. Otherwise we can't even think about getting over it.
Zhang Qian shouted arrogantly.
Huh? We came from Yingjian County. And we didn't even see any livestock along the way. How could we kill your livestock? I think you want to rob it?
Tong Wuxin glanced at Zhang Qian and others indifferently. Then waved his hand. And the female guards behind him all displayed their weapons at the same time.
Huh? Today, someone who knows nothing about heaven and earth is here. Want to have a hard time? Okay. That's what we like. Come on. Come on. I want to see if you dare to kill me.
Zhang Qian and Mu Hui the others immediately grinned. As long as the other party dares to take action, this matter will become a big deal. And the consequences will be even more interesting.
Yes. Come on. Come on. Do you dare to kill me?
One of Zhang Qian's younger brothers, named Riley too, was originally a gangster, cheating and stealing everywhere. But now he actually has a butcher's knife. Zhang shouted, and he even walked up to Tong Wuxin, stretching his neck and shouting. The reason is to show off well in front of Zhang Qian. Anyway, these people don't dare to do anything to the people of the Great Purple Ray Kingdom.
Humph. What an arrogant and unruly man. If he dares to rob the government's grain transport truck, he will be killed without mercy.
Tong Wuxin immediately followed Bian and shouted sternly.
Okay. Come on.
This Riley was really desperate, stretching his neck and shouting wildly, and proudly showing off to the gangsters behind him, which shows how courageous he is. Crack. Unexpectedly, Tong Wuxin actually raised the knife and cut off Riley's head with one blow. The head rolled far away, and his eyes were still confused. Why did he act like a hero and rush to the edge of the knife today?
Huh? 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 You dare to kill people? Brothers, the army of the Great Xia Kingdom killed our people of the Great Purple Roy Kingdom. Don't let them leave. Without an explanation today, you can't even think of leaving.
Zhang Qian waved his hand, and a group of people gathered around him. But what happened today was a bit unexpected. The female guards led by Tong Wuxin did not give them a chance to get close at all. They drew their swords and guns out to kill one by one. In the blink of an eye, they killed more than 200 people. This time Zhang Qian they panicked. But they also became even more angry. They rolled and crawled away for a long time, then turned around and yelled viciously.
Don't run away. I will bring someone back right away to settle the score with you. Humph. How dare a group of shameless people be so arrogant? Give me the order and keep moving forward. Well, send a signal to military advisor Murong. It's time to close the net.
Tong Wuxin was even a little disappointed. There were only 2 of them in the group. He was considered to have good martial arts skills. But one of them was captured by them,
and the other one was killed. It turns out that in order to ensure Tong Wuxin's safety, Murong Feng also sent a team of female warriors to Tong Wuxin. Among them are the super powerful Yu Dahong and Yu Qing. These 2 female warriors have now been promoted to the level of great martial arts masters. Their combat effectiveness is slightly worse than Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, but not as good as Wu Yu. After all, The physical talents of the Lingyu female warriors are quite strong. At the sheriff's mansion in Chibai County, Wang Taidan was slowly enjoying the tiger whip soup that had just been served. He was preparing for a good thing in the evening. He was quite confident in the 2 capable bodyguards he had sent out. But the only thing that made him a little dissatisfied today was that the weather was too hot. And the sun was shining brightly. Everything was covered with white flowers, which felt very dazzling. Wang Taidan always has a bad feeling in his heart. Could there be any surprises in this operation? Impossible. According to the news from the British King's fiefdom, the British King Zhu Xiaobao has not made any move at all. Moreover, it is said that a powerful Duanmu Qi has come to the court now. It seems that everyone is busy receiving this Duanmu Qi. At this moment, the housekeeper ran in a panic and shouted to Wang Taidan.
Master! Master! It's not good! There is a man outside the door. He is wearing official clothes and claims to be the new county governor. He has broken in.
Bastard! How is this possible? I haven't resigned yet. So why is there a new one? Someone must be cheating. Get it. And put him in jail.
Wang Taidan immediately became angry and gave the butler a slap in the face. Mouth. Although I am located in a remote location, I am still very well informed about the news in the DPRK. In this regard, Wang Tiechui is still willing to spend money. Firstly, he is afraid that his evil deeds will be exposed. Secondly, he is also looking for opportunities to climb up. Now that the Great Purple Roy Kingdom has just been integrated, there will be a lot of vacancies, and it is entirely possible to upgrade to another level.
No need. It's not certain who will go to jail. Wang Taidan accepts the order.
Before Wang Taidan could finish speaking, a man strode in from outside and said loudly. Immediately, 2 more people followed behind him. There are more than a dozen guards, all wearing newly remodeled official uniforms. The person who came was holding a roll of yellow brocade silk high in his hand, which was an imperial edict.
Ah, Your Majesty. Wang Taidan respectfully welcomes the imperial edict.
Although Wang Taidan was still a little doubtful, he still knelt down in fear. Zhao Shenhu opened the imperial edict and read it loudly, which made Wang Taidan immediately tremble with fear. The imperial edict listed all his evil deeds over the years, and the last sentence was to leave it to the King of England to deal with it. That means Zhu Xiaobao directly decides his life and death, and the lives of the whole family.
I don't accept it. Some people are slandering me. I want to see the Holy One and restore my innocence.
Wang Taidan took the imperial edict and read it several times. After confirming whether it was true or false, he was still making the final struggle.
Meet the Holy One? You are so generous. Even I haven't met the Holy One. Wang Taidan, come with me now. I also happen to be familiar with the environment of the prison. I heard that you are in and out of the prison. It's very easy.
Zhao Shenhu said with a sarcastic face. His subordinates were about to step forward and take action.
Wait. The one you are waiting for. I don't accept it. I am a county guard recognized by His Majesty. And I have an official seal. Do you have one?
Wang Taidan was still quibbling. He wanted to buy time and find a chance to escape. He knowing these crimes of his own. I'm afraid I can't save my head. But he felt he still had a chance. There are 20,000 troops stationed here, and quite a few of them are direct descendants of their own. As long as they can escape, when he gets to the military camp, he will have a chance. At worst, he could become the king of a mountain, or he could go to sea and become a pirate.
Ha ha ha. Your official seal is from the previous dynasty, but it has been changed a long time ago. Not only do I have the official seal here, but also the documents of office. Are you waiting for your 2 bodyguards to come back? I tell you. Will they come back? Here it comes. Zheng Qian, Mu Hui and Chen Laosi can't escape either.
Zhao Shenhu said with a smile, and his official officer immediately brought out an official seal the size of a fist, which was almost as big as the official seal Wang Taidan brought out. Twice as big.
Then can you please let me tidy up a little bit? After all, I am also a county guard.
Wang Taidan said with a pale face. But he was also wondering in his heart, why were all his official servants gone? Supposedly, they are all his cronies. If he goes to jail, it will not be of any benefit to them. Right. It turned out that the officials of the county governor's office had already been taken down by the people brought by Zhao Shenhu. And they did so without any effort. These people spent their whole day drinking, and they had no fighting power for a long time. And once he saw that Wang Taidan was about to collapse, who would be willing to work for him again? Many people surrendered early.
Okay. Just give me a stick of incense. Go and clean it up.
Unexpectedly, Zhao Shenhu agreed generously.
Thank you, Lord Sheriff.
Wang Taidan was a little surprised and couldn't help shouting in surprise, and then hurried to the inner house. This new county guard is still a little too green, and he was fooled so easily. Wang Taidan became more and more anxious when he saw that Zhao Shenhu's people were everywhere in the county governor's mansion. After entering the inner house, 2 official servants following him were waiting outside the door. After all, this is an inner house. Wang Taidan entered the room of a concubine in the inner house, immediately ran to the bedside, turned the mechanism, and at this time, a tall opening slowly opened on the floor. Wang Taidan looked around, then quickly got in. Not to mention the figure that is so scary. It is actually very flexible. Then the tall entrance slowly closed again. Wang Taidan ran another 100 meters, and then a basement appeared. The door was a heavy iron door. Only Wang Taidan himself had the key. Entering this room and lighting the candles, it can be said that it is magnificent, with all kinds of jewelry, gold and silver ingots shining brightly. But it was too late for Wang Taidan to collect these jewels and gold ingots. He hurriedly found a pure gold box and broke the lock. It was full of silver notes. There were hundreds of them, each of which was at least its also 10,000 taels. This is what he can take away now. In addition, he also wore his sidearm, 2 pure gold iron bladders. After pocketing the banknote, Wang Taidan did not go out. Instead, he took a ladder, climbed to the ceiling in the corner, pushed hard, and opened another exit, from which he could escape directly. Wang Taidan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could still escape this disaster.
TSK. TSK. I can't find these treasures of yours. Are they all hidden here? Wang Taidan, you are really good at gathering so many treasures.
At this time, a high-pitched voice said to Wang Taidan. There was a sound behind him, and Wang Taidan's heart suddenly sank, knowing that he had been fooled. It turns out that Zhao Shenhu deliberately let himself into the inner house because he wanted to find his stolen money and stolen goods.
Who are you? How dare you follow me?
Wang Taidan had no choice but to jump down again and asked with a gloomy face.
Hee hee. My name is Zhao Shenbao. I don't know if you have heard of Duan Mu Shilong. I am ranked 3rd, so everyone calls me Third Brother.
It was Zhao Shenbao who came. His tracking and concealment skills are amazing. First class. Wang Taidan didn't notice it at all.
You are actually Duan Mu Shilong? No wonder the name of the governor just now sounds familiar to me. It turns out to be you. Brother, as long as you let me go, all the treasures in this house will be given to you. I will never say a word to anyone.
Only then did Wang Taidan realize that this time he was in trouble.
Duan Mu Shilong
is so famous. I think back then, it was the most powerful organization under the 7th princess, and their master was Duan Mu Qi.
Haha. It's easy to live without money. Taking these things will put a burden on me. I really don't dare to ask for them.
Zhao Shenbao said with a smile.
That means not giving Mr. Wang a way out? Well, I want to see how capable you Duan Mu Shilong are.
Wang Taidan's face was gloomy. He took out the pure gold iron gull and started violently.
Got it. 2 iron balls flew towards Zhao Shenbao, but Zhao Shenbao easily dodged them. Wang Taidan is now in a state of confusion. Not even half of his usual level. And his martial arts is only a first-class martial arts master. Compared to the experienced Zhao Shenbao, he is incomparable. When his father was still alive, he would urge him to practice martial arts. Later, after his father Wang Jing died, Wang Taidan basically didn't practice much. He usually enjoyed it too much.
Ha ha ha! Your father was known as General Taiyan back then, and your skills really embarrassed him. Wang Taidan, I'm giving you a chance to capture him without any effort and save yourself the hardship.
Zhao Shenbao said. At this time Wang Taidan had already turned around and said with a smile.
It's not that easy. Look at the sword.
Wang Taidan threw 2 iron eggs and pulled out a dagger. This dagger also had a pure gold handle. I don't know why this guy likes to make it with gold so much. Weapon.
Then I have to give you some blood.
Zhao Shenbao also pulled out a short knife. This was tailor-made for him by Zhu Xiaobao. Now it has become Zhao Shenbao's most convenient weapon. It is not only extremely sharp, but also there is also a compass. And the back of the knife is serrated. So this knife is very versatile. After Zhao Shenbao said that, he surrounded Wang Taidan and started a dazzling attack, which made Wang Taidan dizzy. His body was fat, and could not keep up with Zhao Shenbao's speed. It didn't take long for a wound to appear on his body. Then the second one. The third one.
Stop! Stop! Stop fighting! I surrender!
Wang Taidan couldn't hold on anymore. He had already received more than a dozen wounds on his body. Although they were not fatal. They were all bleeding. Wang Taidan had collapsed on the ground at this time and shouted desperately. Chapter 597, Suppression by Force C. When Zhao Shabao dragged Wang Tiechui up, Wang Tiechui was already in a miserable state, with blood all over his body, mixed with sweat, snot, and tears. When he saw that Zhao Shen, who had gathered all his family members in the yard, Wang Tiechui was so disappointed that he peed his pants again. He was frightened. When he thought about his whole family being executed, he could no longer stand and lay there crying.
Wang Tiechui, you can be considered as the queen of the general family. But you have so much courage? But you are very courageous when you are greedy for money. And you are also very fierce when you bully men and women.
Zhao Shen, who looked at Wang Tiechui, who was shaking into a ball on the ground. I looked down upon his bear-like appearance. So he waved his hand disdainfully and said,
Come here. Give him a little cleansing. So you don't have to wait for the little treasure. No. It's the 1,000-year-old king of England. This behavior is too ugly. And he smells like urine.
Ah? The 1,000-year-old king of England has arrived in Qibei County? How is this possible?
Wang Tiechui was still listening. When he heard that Zhu Xiaobao had arrived, he asked in horror. He secretly complained in his heart. It seemed that the legendary King Chitos was really protecting the 19th princess. If he had known this, he might as well have taken the initiative to show his favor to the 19th princess. Maybe you can get promoted and make a fortune.
Yes. You caused such a big mess that King Chitos of England had to come to quell the chaos himself.
Zhao Shen nodded and said,
Quiet the chaos. No. 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 Mr. Zhao. Those things have nothing to do with me. The most I am guilty of is dereliction of duty. I never participated in the riot.
Wang Tiechui's mind started to spin at this time. Even if he couldn't save his head, and also wanted to save the lives of his family, including his 6 children.
Go and talk to King Chitos about these matters. Now I will just take over the affairs of the county governor and Qibei County. Come and put him in jail and keep him under strict supervision. No contact with anyone.
Zhao Shen waved his hand and took him away. Wang Tiechui was taken down. At this time, a large group of troops came from the next county, with flags waving. 3,000 cavalry, followed by 20,000 infantry. The leader was none other than Zhu Xiaobao, under the banner of the King of England. Zhu Xiaobao was also dressed in military uniform, with a stern look on his face. He really looked like a king. Next to him was Duan Muqi,
who was riding a horse. They came from the neighboring county in order to arrest the owners of several shops that were doing business with Wang Tiechui. This action can be said to be quite thorough, and everyone related to Wang Tiechui must be completely eradicated. In the garrison camp in the south, veteran General Fu Tiexin also brought 20,000 troops and horses, and Merong Feng's command arrows, directly took over the military power, and also put Wang Tiechui's so-called confidants under house arrest, and waited until the end deal with. When Fu Tiexinma went up to the account number, he discovered that the so-called 20,000 troops were actually only a little more than 10,000. The others were all false reports. In order to defraud military pay, Fu Tiexin also shook his head, thinking that although Wang Zheng was not the most important general, he was still a loyal minister. But his son had become so greedy. Fu Tiexin felt secretly sorry for Wang Zheng. Save yourself such a cheating son. On Tong Wuxin's side, after walking less than 5 miles, a large number of mobs appeared in front of him, armed with pickaxes and hoes. They rushed over shouting and shouting. And the number of people was really large. At least more than 10,000 people. Tong Wuxin was also secretly surprised. The mob in this county was so arrogant. Without Wang Tiechui's secret support, who would dare to be so arrogant? No wonder the 19th princess is struggling here. It is indeed difficult to deal with such a situation. Zheng Qianmuhui and Chen Laosi were actually riding war horses and waving weapons. Their equipment had been stolen. Now, with their arrogant wisdom and more than 10,000 people, they rushed towards Tong Wuxin's grain transport convoy. But after charging for a certain distance, I felt something was wrong. Tong Wuxin's 2,000 troops seemed to have increased in number. And they also spread out their formation and came towards them in an orderly manner. A group of mobs were shouting in a chaotic manner. And there was no order. They just rushed forward in a chaotic manner. Anyway, Zheng Qian and the others had said that the other party would not dare to take action. Little did they know that more than 200 people had been killed just now. Of course, Zheng Qian and the others will not tell the truth about these things. They need these mobs to build momentum. These people are all scoundrels from other villages and counties. They are usually just sneaky people. But now they have gathered under Zheng Qian's command. Because following Zheng Qian and the others, they no longer have to sneak around, eat and drink, and don't have to worry about being caught and beaten up. Of course, they originally intended to live such a life. So many people still came from faraway villages. It can be said that all the gangsters from Qibei County gathered here. But this time they obviously miscalculated and met a truly powerful character. After rushing for a few hundred meters, they saw large groups of people appearing from both sides. They also spread out their formations and attacked them from a flank. The one on the left is Yuli, who leads 10,000 female warriors. The one on the right is Murong Feng, who also leads 10,000 horses. She is also accompanied by Ju Mei, who holds a gold and stone bow and has already set the bow in arrows. Whoosh! The golden stone bow shot an iron arrow through the heads of 2 people, and finally nailed the other gangster to a big tree. 3 people were killed with 1 arrow. Oh! Stop! 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 What's going on? Where did so many people come from? And they are still flying the flag of the Great Purple Roy Kingdom? Isn't this wrong? Zheng Qian was frightened as soon as he saw this miraculous shooting skill. He was stupid, and when he saw clearly the flags of the troops coming from 3 directions, he already realized that something was wrong. But it was too late now, and it was impossible to retreat. The armies on the left and right sides were closing in quickly, forming an encirclement. And those gangsters who rushed in front were also shot dead by arrows coming towards them. Hundreds of them. And they all started running around in fear. Didn't he promise not to kill anyone? Why are you so vicious? And these are not the troops of the 19th princess at all. They are all the elites of the Great Purple Roy Kingdom. Immediately, many gangsters began to regret it, threw away the guys in their hands, and knelt there crying and howling. They were originally bullies and fearful of the strong. They came here just to check for bargains. Now that they haven't picked up the bargains, they may still be there. His life was on the line, so he was panic-stricken. Throw away your weapons and kneel down on the spot, or you will be killed without mercy, Tong Wuxin shouted coldly, and at the same time raised the knife in his hand again, preparing to start the next round of shooting. More than 10,000 gangsters were surrounded by 30,000 elites. How could they resist? They didn't have the ability. So most of the gangsters threw away their weapons, knelt on the spot, and surrendered without mercy. But Zheng Qian and the others did not want to just sleep with his assistant. They whipped their horses and whips and ran while shouting, "We are from the sheriff's mansion. We are from Sheriff Wang. You have beaten the wrong person." Humph. That's right. It's you leaders who are being arrested. Murong Feng snorted and waved his hand. Ju Mei took action again. This time she did not use her golden stone bow, but rushed out quickly, seeing that the distance was almost the same. The golden armor hammer in her hand was used up, and she immediately hit Mr. Qin, who was soaking on the edge. Xi's horse was smashed and fell to the side. Chen Laoxi screamed and fell off the horse. Before he could stand up, Ju Mei was already beside him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Chen Laoxi like a chicken. Got carried away. When Zheng Qian on the other side saw the scene, he hit his horse with all his strength and whipped up his whip, trying to escape, but was caught by a soft whip. He was pulled directly from the horse by a cart and fell heavily on the horse's lap. At his feet, sitting immediately was Yuli, and Tong Wuxin on the front was not to be outdone. Seeing that both Yuli and Ju Mei had succeeded, she was a little anxious. Speaking of which, these female generals were also competing with each other. Tong Wuxin was the main general on the front, so of course he did not want to fall behind. Got it! She raised her hand and fired an arrow, hitting Mu Hui in the back. Mu Hui screamed and fell off his horse, and was captured by Tong Wuxin, who arrived immediately. The next thing is to tie up these mobsters one by one and take them to the county magistrate's house. At this time, Zheng Qian and others were a little dumbfounded. They never expected that they would recruit so many troops. And they were also legendary female warriors. They were secretly complaining about Wang Qidan's lack of information. Not that the King of England Chitos has no time to interfere with things here. Zhu Xiaobao also arrived at the sheriff's mansion, got off his horse, and walked in with everyone. When he saw Zhao Shenhu, he couldn't help but smile. Second brother, your sheriff's mansion is not bad. Chitos,
You should call me Shenhu. Or an official.
Zhao Shenhu said, a little embarrassed. So many people still have to pay attention to etiquette.
Ha ha. Well, privately you are still my second brother. Governor Zhao. How is Wang Tiechui doing now?
Zhu Xiaobao also understood what Zhao Shenhu meant. So he smiled and changed the subject.
Already put in prison. But there is something. You should take a look first.
Zhao Shenhu said seriously immediately. Then Zhu Xiaobao and others followed Zhao Shenhu into Wang Tiechui's secret room. They looked at the gold and silver treasures in the room. Although there were not as many as Yao Cheng's, they still amazed everyone. Qibei County could not complete its taxes every year. It is a poor county with so much wealth. It has to be said that it is surprising that Wang Tiechui can still amass such wealth.
Check it out and register it. Give all the silver checks to my old sister. Leave these gold and silver jewels to the 19th princess. As compensation for them. Wang Tai boldly said that all the properties and shops should be handed over to you. By re-auctioning. Can also develop the economy of Qibei County.
Zhu Xiaobao came out of the secret room and said to Zhao Shenhu. Then he remembered something and immediately added.
By the way, if there is someone named Hachitu, if you want to bid for these shops, you must not sell them to him. Yes.
Zhao Shenhu responded immediately. But he was a little strange in his heart. Why couldn't he sell it to Hachitu? Sitting down again, Zhu Xiaobao sat in the middle. Duan Muqi and Murong Feng were on the left and right sides. And Princess Jijiu set up a seat on the other side, looking at Zhu Xiaobao with a complicated expression. Now Zhu Xiaobao is already looking up to him. At this time, Fu Tiexin also came back to give orders. He had already rearranged the garrison in Qibei County. As for the original soldiers and generals, Murong Feng had to deal with it. Then Zheng Qianmui and Chen Laosi were escorted in. As soon as they saw this formation, the three gangsters were immediately frightened. The person sitting on it was King Qiantai of England. Next to him was Murong Feng, the new national advisor of the Zirui Kingdom. It was she who commanded the troops to recover Nan Zirui Kingdom.
Your Majesty, Imperial Master, please forgive me. We are just eating along for the ride. We haven't done anything bad.
The three of them had a tacit understanding and began to clean themselves up as soon as they came up. They thought that there was no evidence anyway, so they just followed the booing.
Zhang Qian, on the 3rd day of May, he led his men to rob 2 carts of grain. He also injured 6 people. On the 16th of May, he led his men to break into the warehouse belonging to the 19th princess and rob 72 packs of tobacco and 4 pieces of shredded tobacco. More than 100 kilograms. He also wounded 4 soldiers on guard and took away 2 swords and 2 spears. A shield.
Murong Feng looked at Zheng Qian indifferently, and then read in an orderly manner. Zheng Qian's crimes alone, where he wrote 3 large pieces of paper, which made Zheng Qian's legs weak. He didn't expect that everyone would write down everything he did. The more the 3 gangsters listened, the more frightened they became. They had never imagined that they had done so many bad things. Before Murong Feng finished reading, the 3 of them knelt there and shouted eagerly.
Master, we are also under the influence of others.
We were instigated by the governor, Wang Tiechui, and all the stolen goods were given to the governor. We didn't earn anything. Please keep an eye on it. Fart. I don't know them at all. My people have never participated in the robbery. They are framed.
Unexpectedly, Wang Tiechui's voice came from behind. It turned out that Wang Tiechui had been brought over just now, but he was kneeling behind and was not noticed. Now when he heard that the 3 gangsters were blaming everything on him, he immediately became anxious. Even if he could not avoid death, he still wanted to save his family. Listening to the 3 gangsters and Wang Tiechui in the hall arguing fiercely, they didn't look like county guards. Murong Feng looked at Wang Tiechui with disdain and said,
Wang Tiechui, do you think you have no evidence if you don't come forward? Look, these are the confessions of several shopkeepers who did business with you. Do you want to bring them here too? Confront you face to face. Ah? Do you know this too?
Wang Tiechui suddenly collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. This time he couldn't let it go.
Humph. The bold Wang Tiechui, who took bribes and perverted the law, preyed on the common people, and also incited these mobs to gather to cause trouble, vandalize and rob, and raped a civilian girl and 2 female soldiers. His crime is worthy of execution.
Murong Feng slammed the table and shouted loudly. Although Wang Tiechui, she was not a big official, but the things she committed were very bad. Everyone present was filled with indignation. Even the 19th princess sitting aside was very angry.
No. No. I have never raped civilian girls. That was on their own volition. I have never raped a female soldier. This is a false accusation against me.
Wang Tietue is still struggling to death. As long as this is missing, it is possible that he will not need to be full of family members. Beheaded because raping a female soldier is a serious crime.
Humph. I still want to quibble. Although you are covered. The red spots on your legs have been noted down. Someone, bring them up.
Merong Fong sneered, then waved his hand and brought up two people who had been the female soldiers who had been raped by Wang Tietue, and others had their faces covered. But when they saw Wang Tietue, they immediately pointed at him with excitement and anger and said,
"That's him. He has a red spot the size of a copper coin on his left leg. And there are disgusting red hair, even though his face is covered. We will never forget his fat figure. How about it, Wang Tietue? Do you want to take off your pants for verification?"
Merong Fong asked lightly.
"I don't need it. I plead guilty. I am willing to be executed. But please consider my father's military exploits to spare my mother and child."
Wang Tietue immediately withered, and finally moved out of his father, wanting to ask for a little bit of life. Of course, this little bit of life was not for himself, but for his mother and children.
Huh? What do you think of this 1,000-year-old?
Merong Fong was also a little hesitant. Although Wang Tietue deserved death, his mother was Wang Ning's first wife, so killing her seemed a bit too harsh. So she turned around and asked Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, she was asking Guan Muqi.
Well, let's spare the old lady. In addition, after Wang Tietue died, the court gave her 5 taels of silver every month, which can be regarded as letting her spend her old age peacefully. You can take care of the rest.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said, in fact, he didn't want to kill everyone, because he thought it was too bloody, but he didn't want to ruin the code. So he talked about the old lady's support, and didn't get involved in other matters. The behavior of foreign banker Wang Tietue is indeed abominable. These people around me also benefited from it, and it is not an exaggeration to be punished.
Ha ha. 1,000-year-old wise man. I think so. Since we have just arrived in Chibei County, it is not advisable to kill too much. Wang Tietue's family, except for a few culprits, has been demoted to slavery. The men will be forced to work as coolies for life, and the women will be slaves. Send them to Qihong Garden. Military Advisor Merong. What do you think?
Guan Muqi also twisted his beard and smiled.
That's good. It's a bargain for this dog official.
Merong Fong nodded and said, King Gongyuan is a brothel run by the government. It is a very common practice to send the female relatives of criminal officials here, although they do not have to die. The result is also very tragic. Few of these young ladies and wives from official families can persist here. Many of them die within a year, and less than 20% survive for 5 years. The next step is to post advertisements to inform the world of the crimes of Wang Tietue and others, so that everyone in the Great Purple Rui Kingdom knows the reason why the British king took action this time, as well as the outcome of the incident. Sure enough, as Duan Muqi said, although thousands of people were beheaded this time, the effect was indeed very good. Not only did no one think that the killing of King Chitos was too heavy, but everyone felt tight in their hearts. It seemed that the Emperor and King Chitos were the next step is to rectify the officialdom. This is a sign that the Great Purple Rui Kingdom will become stronger. 15 days later, a viewing platform was set up at the martial arts arena in Chibei County, and ordinary people were allowed to come and watch. There were actually as many as 50,000 people who came from various villages and towns. Many people came not to see Wang Tietue beheaded, but to see the gangsters they hated most being beheaded. There were such people in every village and town. Unexpectedly, the local ruffians were wiped out this time. So the people were very happy. Many people even kowtowed to Zhu Xiaobao and others on the viewing platform. It turns out that most people still want to live a peaceful life. They don't want to get something for nothing. They need a stable living environment. Chapter 598, All-Out Help. This time Zhu Xiaobao dispatched a total of 80,000 troops. For a mere remote Chibei County, there are already heavy troops. This time he not only wants to control the administrative power of Chibei County in his own hands, but also wants to wipe out the surrounding bandits and bandits. He also plans to eliminate the small groups of pirates who have been causing trouble for a long time at sea. So this time, he will use water and land to moving forward. Tong Wuxi not only brought food and supplies, but also brought 20,000 naval troops and 200 warships. Supervisor Zhao Shen who loudly read out the various crimes committed by Wang Taidan and others, and then threw out the parts. Wang Taidan and others were escorted to the execution platform. And the people watching cheered. Whether an official is good or not, the people know best. Wang Tianan's face turned pale, and he could not stand up. However, he did not beg for mercy at this time. He just closed his eyes tightly and did not dare to look at the people around him. For him, this kind of treatment was already very lenient. At least his mother could still live a guaranteed life. And although his family was demoted to slavery, at least their lives were saved. He felt more at ease. Zhang Qianmui and Chen Laosi no longer looked as arrogant and domineering as before. And they were still complaining desperately. They did not expect that they would end up like this. Let alone that retribution would come so quickly. It seemed that they had not lived enough. And the gangsters who followed them were even more aggrieved. They had eaten a few good meals and got some small money and property. But now they were about to be beheaded. These people were even more miserable than Zhang Qian and the others. Some of them were it was already full of shit and urine. It was basically dragged away. A total of more than 400 people were beheaded, all of whom had committed heinous crimes or had long-term harm to the village and had long been famous. There were nearly 10,000 people who followed in the riots and were demoted to slavery and sent to the quarries to do hard labor for life. This is also a newly developed place by Duanmuki, which can not only mine stones, but also prevent these prisoners from being raised in vain. This old man has so many tricks. Even Zhu Xiaobao has to admire him. When these gangsters go to the quarry, it's basically their final destination, and they don't have to go on a killing spree. Although these people should be killed, Zhu Xiaobao still felt that killing them all was a bit too cruel. Zhu Xiaobao sat on the viewing platform and just watched Wang Tiechui, Zhang Qian and others being beheaded, and then got up and left. This kind of scene was really not worth watching, although the old Baishan around were cheering and excited. But Zhu Xiaobao got up and left anyway. As soon as they saw Zhu Xiaobao leaving, many people followed him. Now they are all centered on Zhu Xiaobao. Princess 19 and Murong Feng also immediately stood up and left. Murong, I really want to thank you this time. I didn't expect that you sent so many troops and resolved the matter so thoroughly. Princess 19 walked side by side with Murong, and she said very gratefully, "Ha ha, this is not what I meant. This is what our King Chitos meant. When he heard that you were in trouble, he was furious. 80,000 people is still too few. Of course, we also did a lot in the early stage. It took a lot of time to work and collect the evidence of Wang Tiechui, Zhang Qian and others. This was also thanks to Mr. Duanmu. His subordinate, Duanmu Shilong, was very efficient and collected a large amount of evidence in just a few days. The evidence includes Wang Tiechui's eyes and ears in the court. So only then can Wang Tiechui and others be caught in one catch." Well, I know. I'm really happy this time. I didn't expect that Mr. Duanmu would condescend to come to me. Princess 19 said very happily. Duanmu Qi will stay in Qibei County to help her. She and Wu Yu was very excited. Duanmu Qi was such a powerful person who had assisted the 7th princess. So, you have to thank our King Chitos properly. Everything is related to him, including your future march into Daxiak Kingdom. Well, with your current strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to intervene in Daxiak Kingdom on your own. If you want to achieve something, I'm afraid you have to rely on his power. Murong Feng pouted at Zhu Xiaobao, who was walking in front of him. I know. Of course Princess 19 knew the meaning of this, and immediately bowed to Murong Feng, and then chased ahead. Wu Yu originally wanted to follow, but was held back by Murong Feng. Xiaobao, thank you so much this time. I don't even know what to say. Princess 19 said a little at a loss as she caught up with Zhu Xiaobao, and her heart was still beating wildly. Hee hee. Needless to say, let's do something practical and make a promise. How about it? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but said with a smile as soon as he saw the 19th princess walking side by side with him. There was a little unnaturalness on his face. You're talking nonsense again. Princess 19 glanced at Zhu Xiaobao angrily, and then sneered. Hey, princess, what I said is true. I won the bet between us. Now that you are so moved, is it not too much to agree with me? Zhu Xiaobao looked at no one around him and said. He also held the hand of the 19th princess and said in a rogue manner, regaining the previous feeling of taking advantage. It felt really good, but it was a bit unenjoyable. Okay, if you want it, I'll give it to you, Princess 19 said with her face flushed, almost inaudibly. Oh? This sounds forced, doesn't it? Zhu Xiaobao pulled the 19th princess tightly and stared into her eyes. You're bullying me. And I'm a girl. So what do you ask me to say?
Princess 19 suddenly whispered angrily. At such a critical moment, unexpectedly, a person walked towards him. He shouted as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao and hugged him.
My brother! I finally found you. You guys, the store really doesn't know how to do business. I paid a high price, and they refused to sell to me. They also said it was you who said it. Brother, are these guys talking nonsense? I guess they want to sell to their own people. You have to take good care of it. Get out of here. I said it. Why do you always show up to cause trouble at critical moments?
Zhu Xiaobao angrily threw Hachitu away and cursed. Then turned around and said to the 19th princess,
What did you say? Let's continue. How about I come to your place tonight?
Seeing Hachitu looking at her with a lewd expression, Princess 19 shook off Zhu Xiaobao's claws and replied harshly,
Get out!
When Hachitu saw this, he quickly shook his head and said with fear,
This is none of my business. How did I know you were discussing such an important matter?
It's over. There was still some hope at first. But after what this guy said, there was no hope at all now. And the 9th princess ran away as fast as she could. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Hachitu with resentment and crossed his fingers.
Come here! Come here! Get closer! Get closer! My brother! Why am I a little scared?
Don't scare me. Hachitu cautiously got closer. And then got closer. The closer he got, the more scared he became.
I'll hacking chop you to death. I'll chop you to death. I'll chop you to death.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly pulled out his kitchen knife and chased Hachitu to chop him.
Brothers! We are brothers!
Hachitu howled as he ran. Not to mention that since he was promoted to martial master, Zhu Xiaobao has mastered the strength of his hands very well. And his speed is extremely fast, and his sword skills are precise. In less than half a stick of incense, all the clothes on Hachitu's body were in pieces, and scattered in all directions. Only the key parts were left tightly covered by this man. He held his legs between his legs, and looked at the people in horror. Xiaobao, I can't run away now.
Humph! If you dare to ruin my good deeds again, I will chop off the remaining fabric of yours.
Zhu Xiaobao picked up the kitchen knife, let out a breath of anger, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Fortunately, Hachitu was very popular, so 2 servants immediately brought him a fig leaf, which finally covered his white fat body. He was able to approach Zhu Xiaobao casually because the guards all knew him. Otherwise, how could he have seen Zhu Xiaobao so easily? Sure enough, at night, Zhu Xiaobao secretly went to find the 19th princess. But he didn't see her, because the 19th princess went out to sea to suppress bandits with her troops. It is said that she received the news temporarily, and hurriedly took Wu Yu out. Zhu Xiaobaohan suspected that Princess 19 was avoiding him consciously. In the next few days, Zhu Xiaobao was not idle either. He sent out several teams of troops, and wiped out all the large and small cottages in Qibei County, as well as several famous bandits. In addition, I also took the time to visit the people in Xiaojiao village. When these people saw Zhu Xiaobao, they all thanked him in unison. This was equivalent to giving them a stable and comfortable living environment all of a sudden. And many young people in the village people have also entered the government and worked as errands. Zhejiakan suddenly experienced earth-shaking changes. What's even more surprising is that Zhao Shenhu is planning to get married. The bride is the original Miao Hanyu. In fact, after Zhao Shenhu rescued Miao Hanyu, this girl secretly promised her. Now that Zhao Shenhu is back. Of course, it is a matter of course. This is what Duanwuqi meant. It's time for Zhao Shenhu to get married and start a business. Although he was missing one hand. With his cultivation as a great martial artist and his status as a county guard, he was completely worthy of Miao Hanyu. Besides, Miao Hanyu didn't care about Zhao Shenhu's disability at all. Zhu Xiaobao was surprised, but also a little disappointed. Looking at their speed, I looked at myself. After working for a long time, I couldn't even see the shadow of the 19th princess. This gap is not that big. Zhu Xiaobao prepared a large number of gifts, which were relatively affordable and could be used in daily life. However, they did not give much money, because Zhao Shenhu did not need a too luxurious life. This is what Duanwuqi meant too. The wedding day is set for 7 days, and now everyone is busy working for Zhao Shenhu, especially Tong Wuxin. Because of her relationship with Zhao Shenhu's eldest brother Zhao Shenlong, she was very enthusiastic about this marriage. This can be regarded as compensation for her regret. Murong Feng, Yuli and others did not leave either. This was their first time attending such a wedding. Moreover, Murong Feng stayed in Qibei County mainly because he wanted to learn more experience in governance and development from Duanmuqi. Duanmuqi is already quite experienced in this aspect, and Lingyu Mountain is now very prosperous due to him. Just the day before Zhao Shenhu's wedding, they were almost ready. Zhu Xiaobao and Tong Wuxin sat together, both feeling a little disappointed. Tong Wuxin felt lost for herself. She originally longed for such a life, but she didn't expect that Zhao Shenlong would be killed. So this time when she saw that Zhao Shenhu was getting married, she was very enthusiastic and hardworking. However, now that she has some free time, she feels a little disappointed. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, is depressed because the 19th princess avoids him.
Sister Wuxin, actually you can find another suitable person,
Zhu Xiaobao said while lying on the turf with a piece of grass in his mouth.
No, I don't need it anymore. I've just taken good care of Shenhu and Shenbao in my life. Even if it's complete. This is what I promised Shenlong. And I will definitely do it. But you and Princess 19, since we are already in love, why are we still hiding?
Tong Wuxin shook his head and said,
Really? Have you all seen it? Well, I do want to merge the two into one. But am I asking for reward for putting an end to the chaos? It seems a bit unjust,
Zhu Xiaobao said distressfully.
Haven't you always been a rogue? Why are you so arrogant now? You should show off your rogue courage and chase and fight.
Tong Wuxin smiled and thought of himself again. He and Zhao Shenlong couldn't help but said sadly,
Since we truly love each other, don't hesitate. Don't think that I, like Shenlong, got nothing in the end and only have a lifetime of regrets. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Sister, you can see clearly. I know what I should do.
Zhu Xiaobao also shouted with his forehead suddenly awakened. Then he immediately regained his energy and ran away with joy. Tong Wuxin was left alone, still thinking deeply, looking melancholy at the crowd in the distance, who were happily preparing for the wedding. The next day, Zhao Shenhu's wedding began, and Duanmuqi was invited to preside over the wedding for Zhao Shenhu. The wedding was not held in the county magistrate's mansion, but in the newly designated Zayajiakan. Zhao Shenhu and Miao Hanyu both wore new bright red clothes, looking particularly festive. Zhao Shenhu's face was also smiling from ear to ear. He was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he now have a stable official position, but he also married a very virtuous woman. Miao Hanyu was also literate and could be regarded as a scholarly family. Second, because her father is the teacher in Zayajiakan. Due to their high status, Zhu Xiaobao and the others were at separate tables, and most people would not disturb them. Murong Feng and Tong Wuxin watched Zhao Shenhu and Miao Hanyu worshipping heaven and earth. They were both a little distracted and thinking about their own thoughts. Tong Wuxin thought of the past, while Murong Feng thought of Prince and Mohan. In fact, which woman don't you yearn to stay with a person you like forever? Zhu Xiaobao was looking around. He was looking for the 19th princess. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess hadn't come yet today. It was supposed that a letter had been sent to her long ago. The 19th princess also replied, saying that she would definitely come. When I came back, I didn't expect that the wedding ceremony had already begun, and the 19th princess hadn't arrived yet. Jumei was the only one here who ate the most happily. She was still eating heartlessly. Anyway, she was sitting next to Zhu Xiaobao, so she didn't have to worry about anything.
Jumei, didn't you see that there is no wine in my wine glass? You just know how to eat. Pour me some more quickly,
Zhu Xiaobao said a little impatiently. In fact, it was not directed at Jumei, but because the 19th princess did not have it. He was a little unhappy when he arrived on time.
Oh, you told me not to care about anything, just to see if the 19th princess is here or not,
Jumei also said a little unconvinced. But she still diligently filled Zhu Xiaobao's wine, and then whispered,
Little pig, I heard they are already here. Oh, why didn't I hear it?
Zhu Xiaobao said a little doubtfully. It is said that he has reached the level of Wuzun now, although he is still a little lacking in strength. His ear power should be no worse than anyone here. Could it be that Jumei's cultivation still far surpasses her own? But it turns out that Jumei's ears are indeed very sharp. After a while, Zhu Xiaobao heard the voices of Princess 19 and Wu Yu. The two seemed to have rushed back in a hurry, with expressions on their faces. Sweat, hair a little messy. This is very rare for the 19th princess, because she always pays great attention to her appearance. Not to mention that today is such a grand event. The 19th princess knew etiquette very well. She first said hello to Zhao Shenhu and Miao Hanyu, and then gave her own congratulatory gifts. Then he and Duanmuqi whispered, Finally, he looked around, seemingly looking for his seat. But Zhu Xiaobao was seen dancing and waving to her, which meant that the 19th princess should sit next to him. Princess 19 seemed to hesitate for a moment, then walked to Zhu Xiaobao's side with a smile, sat down gracefully, and said apologetically,
"When we came back, we unexpectedly ran into a group of pirates, which delayed us for some time. Are you sure you're not avoiding me?"
Zhu Xiaobao reached out and grabbed one of Princess 19's hands and asked eagerly,
"Avoiding you? Why are I hiding from you?"
Princess 19 asked in surprise.
"Then after you met Hachitu, you hurriedly went to sea. Aren't you avoiding me?"
Zhu Xiaobao said, a little annoyed. He was still angry with Hachitu. Hachitu has been in the past few days. He was so guilty that he surrounded Zhu Xiaobao all day long, apologizing and giving a lot of property. But Zhu Xiaobao ignored him. This time, Hachitu also worked hard on Zhao Shenhu's marriage, and Zhao Shenhu was so embarrassed. They were all a little embarrassed because he didn't have a particularly deep friendship with Hachitu.
"Really not. It's because Wuxin, Jiumei, and Yuli have all made great achievements. So I thought about getting some achievements. Otherwise, I won't be underestimated by them."
Princess 19 is still red, said with a face.
"Uh-huh. So that's it? So what was the result of your battle? Are there any casualties?"
Zhu Xiaobao was finally satisfied, and then asked,
"Well, Wu Yu was slightly injured and was shot by an arrow. But we also gained a lot, because on the way back we caught a pirate leader. She turned out to be the sister of the great pirate Yang Beatty, named Yang 5 Emeralds."
Princess 19 said excitedly at this time. After catching Yang Wu Jade, you can know the whereabouts and gold mine of the great pirate Yang Beatty. So the 19th princess still feels a sense of accomplishment. The results of this battle are definitely no worse than Tong Wuxin Yuli.
"Oh, but I haven't gained anything yet."
Zhu Xiaobao was not interested in Yang Wu Jade, and he stared at the 19th princess with eyes wide open. At this moment, Zhao Shenhu and Miao Hanyu walked to Zhu Xiaobao's table hand in hand, preparing to toast everyone present. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to let go of Princess 19's hand. Chapter 599, the fourth attribute. Facing Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess, Zhao Shenhu didn't have any problems because he had always been familiar with these two people. Although there was a huge gap in status now, he didn't feel any pressure. However, his newlywed wife Miao Hanyu was. "I'm a little at a loss. Zhu Xiaobao's reputation is now at its peak, even more prestigious than Yu Qianrou. And the 19th princess's pure and beautiful temperament also made her afraid to look directly at her. Of course, a common man at the lowest level would be nervous when he saw so many dignitaries at once. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't have the airs of a prince, and he stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Shenhu and had 2 drinks in a row. When Princess 19 saw the newlyweds, she was also very touched. And suddenly, she also longed for a destination. Over the years, I have been facing everything alone, and I always feel that I am missing someone to rely on. But now I also have a very strong support in my heart, and that is Zhu Xiaobao around me." Thinking of this, Princess 19 also followed Zhu Xiaobao, drank 2 drinks, and couldn't help but reached out and took Zhu Xiaobao's hand. The temperament and appearance of these two people immediately overshadowed today's protagonists and attracted everyone's attention. Wu Yu opened her mouth wide on one side, but no sound came out. She was sitting with Murong Feng just now, talking happily about the capture of the female pirate Yang Wu Jade. But she didn't expect that in just such a moment, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 would already become the focus of everyone's attention.
"Okay, don't make such a fuss. You don't know. This will happen sooner or later."
Yuli stretched out a hand, turned Wu Yu's head around, and said calmly, "In the eyes of these female warriors, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were already too procrastinating. If it had been them, they would have already cooked the rice." At this time, Zhao Shenhu and Miao Hanyu had already bowed their thanks, and then went to toast several other important figures. Zhu Xiaobao still held the hand of the 19th princess, and then the two sat down again. Zhu Xiaobao smiled softly and said,
"Good performance. They cooperated well. She is absolutely talented and beautiful. Stop talking. Everyone is watching."
Princess 19's face was blushing at this time, but she was quite proud in her heart. Just now, she really seemed to be the protagonist of the wedding banquet because she was so good to Zhu Xiaobao. That kind of it still feels very exciting.
"Hey! Everyone is looking at the bride. Who will notice us? Hey, do you dare to wait for a while and the two of us sneak away? Anyway, you won't be interested in the wedding ceremony or anything like that. Zhu Xiaobao asked softly. Well, I dare you if you dare? Princess 19 was actually extremely nervous. But she also felt very excited and said in a low voice. Okay. Let's find an opportunity later and sneak away quietly. Zhu Xiaobao said overjoyed. The grand scene was full of laughter and laughter. The people in Jiaojiao village had not been so happy for a long time. So this wedding scene was quite lively. Many people got a little drunk. No one really noticed that Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were missing. The defense around Jiaojiao village is actually very tight. And there is no point in relaxing. But the strange thing was that Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 ran out holding hands. And not a single guard was seen. The two of them just reached the stables hand in hand, rode together, and galloped away with a whip. At this time, Yuli and Wu Yu were revealed from behind the stable. It turned out that many people had noticed the behavior of Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess. And Yuli and Wu Yu also noticed it. Merong Feng even whispered a few words to Yuli. And then Yuli forced Wu Yu to make arrangements. To your place or to mine? Zhu Xiaobao was still asking on the horse. From time to time, waves of fragrance came from the 19th princess in front of him, which made his mouth dry. Come to your place. No. 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 Come to my place. No. 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 That's not possible. That damn girl Wu Yu entered my room too casually. Let's come to your place. Oh. You are a man. You make the decision. Ah. Princess 19 snuggled tightly against Zhu Xiaobao's chest and said incoherently. Finally, he pinched Zhu Xiaobao hard. Yes. I am a man. I am the King of England. What should I be afraid of? Just come to my place. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao puffed up his chest and shouted loudly. And the BMW under his crotch went straight to his temporary residence. Isn't this in Qibei County? So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have his own mansion. He currently lives in a mansion owned by Wang Tichui, and is surrounded by 2,000 female soldiers guarding him. Open the door! Open the door! I want to practice my martial arts. You should all step up guard and no one can disturb me. Zhu Xiaobao shouted at the top of his lungs before he even reached the gate. The female warriors were all a little surprised, because Zhu Xiaobao also brought a girl back. The key is that he rushed into the house on horseback, got to the backyard, got off the horse, and carried the girl inside. Room. When they arrived at the dormitory, Zhu Xiaobao was more relaxed. Lu Tong, Lu Feng and the others also went to attend Xiao Shenhu's wedding today. Princess Zhu Rong of England did not come with her this time. And this house is a temporary British palace. There are no other servants. And now they are the only two in the room, which is really suitable for doing some bad things. As soon as they entered the door, the two kissed passionately, feeling that the temperature in the room was also rising. Zhu Xiaobao finally pushed the 19th princess to the bed and lit a small oil lamp. The atmosphere in the room suddenly seemed hazy. Under the dim light, the 19th princess closed her eyes. With her eyes open, she let Zhu Xiaobao help her undress and take off her belt. After a stick of incense, the 19th princess completed the transformation from a girl to a young woman. She was still leaning delicately on Zhu Xiaobao's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat of Zhu Xiaobao. Well, Xiaobao, why didn't you say anything? Are you happy that you finally got what you wanted? Princess 19 said with a bit of resentment. I'm so happy. So happy. I didn't expect that we entered the bridal chamber before them. Didn't I want to write a poem to commemorate this great day? Zhu Xiaobao hugged the 19th princess tightly and said lovingly. It felt so good. Like a piece of gentle jade. I never expected that the 19th princess could be so passionate. Not as reserved as she usually does. Make a poem? What kind of poem? Read it, and let me listen. Princess 19 enjoyed the feeling of being held in Zhu Xiaobao's strong arms. She had really found someone she could rely on. Ha ha! Listen carefully. You can't wake up from your spring sleep. You can hear birds singing everywhere. You can hear the wind and rain at night. And you know how many flowers have fallen. Zhu Xiaobao shamelessly plagiarized a famous poem once again. Moreover, he pointed at the dots of red on the sheets and looked at Princess 19. I hate it. I want to take this bedsheet away. Princess 19 immediately blushed and scolded, then carefully reviewed the poem just now, and exclaimed in surprise. This poem is really... You did it? Great. I'm going to copy it when I get back. Huh? Is there anyone? They are all back? What should we do? At this moment, unexpectedly, Merong Feng,
Yuli Jime and others all came back. And Wu Yu was also anxious to go to the princess mansion. Neither of them knew where these two people had gone. But as soon as he came back and listened to the guard's report, Merong Feng smiled empathetically and said,
"Let's do this. Lu Tong and Lu Fong, you two go prepare some food. Jiumei, go and boil some water." Lu Tong and Lu Fong were a little confused at first. But when they entered the room and smelled the delicate fragrance mixed with a very familiar smell, they immediately understood. The two of them were very well behaved and immediately said in unison,
"Congratulations, young master and princess. We will wait outside the door."
Princess 19 suddenly panicked and responded,
"Yeah. Okay. I got it. You two go out first. Hee hee. It's better for you two to be sensible. Go and boil some water. Then bring the bathtub in. Remember, don't make any noise."
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said with a smile. Lu Tong and Lu Fong were his chamberlains. There is no need to be taboo at all. For 3 days in a row, King Chitos and Princess 19 disappeared together and were never seen again. Merong Feng and Duan Muqi were not in a hurry. Tushio was doing their own things in an orderly manner. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were not so greedy for bed that they forgot about it. Of course, they were quite excited in the first 2 days. But on the third day, Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to find that he had many attributes. Godwood property. Although it is far from as strong as metal, fire and earth attributes, it is definitely there. The 19th princess also let out a whistle on the morning of the third day. Her cultivation level actually broke through to the realm of a great martial artist. Her cultivation level has not improved much over the years, and she has fallen far behind Wu Yu. But this time, he was promoted to the great martial master without any hesitation. Sister princess, you seem to have a lot of secrets that you haven't told me. You can let me fuse the wood attribute. You should be the heir of the last divine beast bloodline.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile while being surprised.
Well, it's not that I want to hide it from you. I have a hidden bloodline, and it has never been activated. I didn't expect that this time I tried the
4 phases of divine veins
technique, and it actually activated the Azure Dragon bloodline in my body, and also helped I have broken through to the great martial arts master. If I had known, I would have done it.
19th Gonghu said with joy and a bit of annoyance.
If you had known earlier, you would have practiced dual cultivation with me earlier. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao also said a little annoyed. But he is still very excited now. There will be a lot of things to do next. Can the 4 attributes make his heart happy? Can you go further in your legal cultivation? Since the 19th princess is of the bloodline of the Qilong clan, where is their inheritance? No wonder the Great Venerable Ice and Fire and the Great Venerable Wu Wei have been frequently appearing around the 19th princess. It seems that they know something about it.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I must enter Daxia Kingdom. The inheritance place of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast is in Daxiangwo Temple. Therefore, if I want to practice my mental skills quickly, I must go to the Imperial City of Daxia Kingdom. Find the place of inheritance. Otherwise, my mental Dharma cultivation will progress very slowly.
The 19th princess said with longing and fascination. She also wanted to be able to condense her own Dharma like Zhu Rong. But she had to go. How easy is it to create your own inheritance?
Don't worry. I will take care of this matter. If you dare to hinder my wife's practice, will I kill her?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said viciously.
Damn you. No one in Daxiangwo Temple will stop me. But if you want to enter the Imperial City, the current situation is really complicated.
Princess 19 couldn't help laughing and poked the little one's Bao's forehead, then said slowly,
Ignore this for now. You have just been promoted to cultivation level, and it will take some time to consolidate. I still have a lot of secrets here. You can see which ones you need, or which one is more suitable for you.
Zhu Xiaobao excitedly said to himself at this time when he opened the box. He found not only the training secrets of Yuanong sword, but also many very practical martial arts skills that he had collected over the years. You must learn the Yuanong sword. That weird footwork is definitely a super skill to save your life and kill the enemy. The reason why the 19th princess has never learned the Yuanong sword is because this sword technique requires a man and a woman to practice together. The 19th princess has always been single, so she cannot practice this sword technique. What also makes Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised is that the weird teleportation technique left by Nandong 72 was actually chosen by the 19th princess. And after practicing it, he gained some experience, which made Zhu Xiaobao very surprised. Only then did I understand that the characteristic of the wood attribute is that it is good at concealing one's own aura. Another characteristic is that it has strong vitality, and its vitality can be restored at twice the speed. Even if it is injured, it can recover much faster than ordinary people. In the following 7 days, the 19th princess did not leave this temporary British prince's mansion, nor did she go out. She only practiced sword skills with Zhu Xiaobao in the yard. The rest of the time, she was practicing mental skills and dual cultivation for 2 people. Unexpectedly, in just 7 days, the 19th princess's mental skills have broken through to the 2nd level. This shows that the 19th princess's bloodline is quite pure. As for the Qinglong Heart technique, you will be able to sense it after activating the bloodline of the divine beast. It does not require any secret book, let alone someone to teach it. On the 10th day, Princess 19 finally went out. She still had many things to deal with, and she also wanted to go to her own princess mansion. Otherwise, it would be like a bird occupying a dove's nest here. Jiu Mei, Lu Tong, and Lu Fang were both eager to see her. Looking at it. Moreover, Wu Yu has come several times, and it can be seen that Wu Yu is also quite excited. She has known the nature of the 2 of them for a long time. And before that, Wu Yu had secretly learned about the 19th princess's experience with men and women. It was taught to her. As soon as they walked out of the gate, they saw a luxurious carriage parked outside. It turned out that it was specially built by Duan Muqi. It was also a little tribute to the 2 of them. Zhu Xiaobao helped the 19th princess up without any hesitation, and then reluctantly said goodbye to the 19th princess, because he would immediately rush back to the inheritance place of Nanzurui Kingdom to see if he could put his heart into it. Cultivation to the 8th level. When the 19th princess returned to the princess mansion, Wu Yu and others were already waiting at the gate, with some expressions of surprise and jealousy on their faces. After all, once the relationship between Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess broke through, they stayed together for 10 days, which made Wu Yu a little jealous. She didn't enjoy this treatment. The 19th princess understood Wu Yu's thoughts. After getting off the carriage, she hugged Wu Yu very affectionately and murmured in a low voice. Wu Yu then asked in surprise, "Really? Then aren't you and Princess Ying, are they as beautiful as giants? No wonder the 2 great sages came here so quickly." "What? 2 great sages? You mean the great venerable Ice and Fire, and the great venerable Wu Wei?" Princess 19 suddenly understood. "Well, I've been here for 3 days. Wu Yu nodded and said, "Take me to see the 2 great sages quickly. It should be related to the place of inheritance." Princess 19 said immediately and eagerly. As soon as he saw the 2 great sages, it turned out that they were here for the 19th princess's divine beast bloodline. The great Lord Ice and Fire was very excited and took the 19th princess back to the boudoir and took a look at her back in person. Sure enough, a green dragon pattern seemed to be alive and lifelike. Originally, this green dragon pattern was vague and mysterious, but now it appeared in bright colors on the back of the 19th princess. Coming out of the boudoir, the great venerable Ice and Fire nodded excitedly to the great venerable Wu Wei. "It is a very pure Qinglong bloodline. Otherwise, he would not have broken through to the 2nd level of mental cultivation in just 7 days. Later, we should take her to the inheritance place next. Hee. Okay. As expected, I was not disappointed. Her Azure Dragon bloodline was finally activated. It's a pity that Princess Wu's Azure Dragon bloodline has never been activated. I have always regretted it. Now, it has finally been activated in you." Master Wu Wei nodded happily and said with a smile, "Do you know my mother? Eunuch Wei was also sent by you to protect my mother?" Princess 19 asked excitedly. "Well, it's a long story. It was indeed me who sent Eunuch Wei to protect Princess Wu. But I didn't expect that she would pass away so early. Later I asked Eunuch Wei to protect you, until you went to the Imperial City. Then he was asked to report his illness and return home." Venerable Wu Wei simply said something. What he was most concerned about now was the situation of Zhu Xiaobao. After hearing that Zhu Xiaobao had rushed back to the inheritance place, he sighed with hope. "I hope this boy will not disappoint me and can successfully break through to the 8th level." 3 days later, at the dock of Nanzurui Kingdom, Princess Ying and everyone were welcoming Zhu Xiaobao's return. Of course, she received a letter from Fei Gu. This time she stayed in Nanzurui Kingdom mainly for cultivation of mental skills, and also because of some jealousy and unwillingness to meet the 19th princess in person. That's why I didn't go to Qibei County with me. But now Zhu Rong still feels a little sour in her heart. because she didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would succeed if she didn't go. Wouldn't this mean that she had created an excellent opportunity for Zhu Xiaobao? As soon as she saw Zhu Xiaobao and heard that he had another attribute, Zhu Rong's jealousy immediately disappeared. This was a great good thing. No wonder Zhu Xiaobao was in a hurry to come back and pass on the legacy land. This is another opportunity to break through in cultivation.
But how can we let her go to the inheritance place?
Zhu Rong couldn't help but asked worriedly when she thought of what Daxiao was doing.
What's the problem? I will destroy anyone who dares to stop me.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao snorted very domineeringly. Chapter 600, the 8th level of mental technique. Back in Nanzirui Kingdom. Although Zhu Xiaobao didn't make any publicity, everyone was still paying attention. And even Yu Qianrou couldn't sit still. This time Zhu Xiubo's trip to Qibei County has greatly shocked the great Zirui Kingdom. And many county guards and magistrates have begun to take the initiative to pay back the taxes owed. And those who originally had illusions about Yu Huafeng began to take the initiative to apologize to Yu Qianrou, which was considered a chance for leniency. Yu Qianrou immediately summoned Zhu Xiaobao, holding a stack of silver notes, confiscated from Wang Qichui's house. Yu Qianrou felt happy. Now the great Purple Rui Kingdom is renovating and expanding its infrastructure. And it is precisely with money. It was a better time than a huge sum of money. But she was also very emotional. She never thought that the governor of such a poor county could amass so much wealth. It is conceivable that other corrupt officials may be even more corrupt than Wang Qiechui. But after Yu Qianrou heard about Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess, especially when Zhu Xiaobao also added an attribute, Yu Qianrou has no time to sigh. She was immediately filled with surprises.
Xiaobao, so it is possible for you to break through the mental skills to the 8th level? This is a height that no one has ever been able to achieve. Even the father only has the 7th level of mental skills. Cultivation. That's right. That's why I rushed back. I just want to go to the inheritance place to practice my mental skills and see if I can break through to the 8th level.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. And he was also very excited in his heart. I look forward to what kind of surprises breaking through to the 8th level will bring to me.
Well, it seems that this 19th princess is really destined to be yours. I have told you a long time ago that the person my little treasure has chosen will never be wrong.
Yu Qianrou said a little boastfully.
Well, I will meet with you first when I come back this time. I will probably practice in the inheritance place for a while. If anything happens during this period, you can let Murong Feng handle it. In addition, I have already arranged the garrison in Qibei County. They have all been removed. Anyway, the 19th princess is one of our own now. So let her troops work part-time for defense.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little depressed. When did you say such a thing? You still think that the 19th princess is stationed in Qibei County? Don't worry. However, Zhu Xiaobao also realized that his elder sister was such a person. In fact, people are not bad. But they have become a little swollen recently. After returning to Prince Ying's mansion and resting for 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao came to Huju Mountain in high spirits. This time he came alone, without Zhu Rong and Jimei, because breaking through the mental method does not require them, but requires an absolutely quiet environment. The great elder was also a little surprised, but he didn't know much about the cultivation of the mind method than Zhu Xiaobao. Some of his experiences were only learned one after another when he followed Yuanqiang, and the rest was not very clear either. But when Zhu Xiaobao said that he wanted to achieve breakthrough in seclusion, the great elder was also very surprised. This is definitely the most exciting news. So they immediately dismissed all the clansmen in the inheritance land and set up a forbidden area, allowing Zhu Xiaobao to practice in seclusion in a cave alone. In Qibei County, Tong Wuxi was the last one to leave. She wanted to bring all the troops back, and also arrange for Wang Tietue's troops to be properly resettled. Almost only the ordinary people remained, and the others were dismissed. But just because he left a few days late, Tong Wuxin unexpectedly got a piece of news. That is, the person behind the murder of Zhao Shenlong was the 7th princess. It turned out that this time Princess 19 and Wu Yu met Yang Wu Jade on the way back in the colorful boat. She was also very happy to see it. She had never seen such a fast boat. Relying on their very familiarity with the geographical environment, they lurked behind 2 rocks. Princess 19 and Wu Yu were so eager to return home that they didn't even notice that they were outflanked by 4 pirate ships of Yang Wu Jade. But Yang Wu Feisui didn't expect that this was the famous, colorful ship with naval guns on it. Moreover, the speed she saw was only an ordinary speed. When Wu Yu and the others all struggled to shake the joystick, the speed actually doubled again. and he just rushed through the middle of Yang Wu Jade's pirate ship. Then in turn, the pirate ships still surrounding them launched an attack. At that time, Yang Wu Feitsue regretted this in her heart. But she had no choice. If she abandoned the other boats, she could still escape. But she couldn't let go of the other 3 boats. Although she is Yang Batty's sister, there is no deep relationship between the two of them. They both do their own things. And it is rare for them to meet each other when they get together with the eldest sister. They usually do their own business. Their family is all pirates. And they are a pirate family for 3 generations. In the end, 2 of Yang Wu Jade's 4 pirate ships were blown up by Wu Yu. And the remaining 2 were also on fire. Wu Yu also rushed to Yang Wu Feichui's boat and started a fight with Yang Wu Feichui. Unexpectedly, Yang Wu Jade's martial arts skills were also those of a great martial artist. And he used 2 thick and long iron chains. This kind of weapon was very rare. And it was both soft and hard, making it very difficult to adapt. Wu Yu was actually at a disadvantage. This Yang Wu Jade is tall and strong. Although not as powerful as Jumei. She is half a head taller than Wu Yu. And she is also a powerful shrew. When these 2 iron chains were swung, Wu Yu's sword kept cutting because they were too thick. In the end, Wu Yu relied on her weird footwork to find an opportunity to use her nirvana. And then she put the short knife on Yang Wu Jade's neck and captured her alive. It turns out that although this Yang Wu Jade is powerful and ferocious, her movements are still a little clumsy, and she is not as smart as Ju Mei. And Ju Mei is also much faster than her. After capturing Yang Wu Feichui, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were locked away for 10 days because they were busy with Zhao Shenhu's marriage. It wasn't until Zhu Xiaobao and others left that Wu Yu remembered to interrogate Yang Wu Jade. Because he was a pirate, Wu Yu also invited Tong Wuxin to interrogate him together. Because Tong Wuxin was also a pirate. When he saw this Yang Wu Jade, Tong Wuxin was also surprised. This woman was so strong, with dark skin, and she looked pretty decent. But she had a fierce aura.
I know you. Aren't you also a pirate? I think your father Tongji beat us back then.
Unexpectedly, Yang Wu Feitsue recognized Tong Wuxin as soon as he saw him and said with disdain,
So what? I have reformed my evil ways now. Since you know me, you should also know that I am now a military attaché of the Great Purple Roi Kingdom. And it is my job to destroy pirates like you. Tell me, how many more do you have? Gang? Where are they operating? And where is their base?
Tong Wuxin said calmly. She didn't like her identity as the daughter of a pirate, so she usually avoided this topic.
Humph. Stop dreaming. I'll die anyway. If you want to kill, just kill him quickly.
Yang Wu Feitsue was not stupid, and he didn't intend to explain. He was going to die anyway.
That's not necessarily the case. If you can tell the details about Yang Batty and the person behind the last assassination of Zhao Shenlong and Zaya Jiakan, maybe you can be spared.
At this time, Duanmuki's voice came in from outside the door, and then saw Duanmuki walking in with a cigar in his hand and a smile.
Who are you? Why should I believe you?
Yang Wu Feitsue glanced sideways at Duanmuchi and hummed.
My name is Duanmuchi. I was the one who killed the pirate copper dragon back then.
Duanmuchi sat down and said with a smile.
Are you Duanmuchi? Are you the Duanmuchi who assisted the 7th princess?
Yang Wu Feitsue asked a little surprised.
Yes. It's true. I've heard a little about what you did. Although you are a pirate, your strength is limited, and you don't do much evil. If you can tell the truth, maybe I can let you live.
Duanmuchi said to Yang, this group of pirates at home have some understanding that without Yang Beatty, they have nothing to do. And sometimes Yang Beatty gives them some jobs to help them out.
I will not tell you the whereabouts of the other brothers and sisters in our family. I will not betray them. But I will not interfere with you. Just like when you killed Yang Lutong.
I don't blame you. But if you want to kill Yang Beatty, I am willing to help you.
Yang Wu Feitsue pondered for a while, and suddenly said something very surprising. She actually wanted to kill Yang Batty? It turned out that Yang Wu Feitsue had also received the job of assassinating Zhao Shenlong and others. But she did not take it because Zhao Shenlong was Duanmuchi's disciple. And she was still very afraid of Duanmuchi. So later Yang Lutong took over the job. But Yang Lutong died because of this job. But after this incident, Yang Batty did not treat Yang Liudong's family well, and even took several of Yang Liudong's women as his own. Yang Wu Feitsue went to Yang Beatty to discuss this matter. But unexpectedly, he was drugged by Yang Beatty and dedicated to Ji Jisheng. Ji Jisheng's taste is getting more and more sophisticated now. and he likes this kind of black and strong Yangwu jade. So in his excitement, he accidentally let it slip that the person behind the assassination of Zhao Shenlong was the 7th princess. Of course, this is not the most surprising thing for Yangwu Feisui. What surprises her even more is that GZ can now control 2 great sages. Later, there was a time when Yangwu Feisui wanted to take revenge on GZ. But she didn't expect that she couldn't beat GZ. Ji Jishin's own martial arts had also reached the realm of martial arts. So he was knocked down by Ji Jishin again. In front of 2 great sages. She was raped again. If it weren't for Yang Badi's sake, Ji Jishin would have killed Yangwu Feisui. So in the final analysis, Yangwu Jade still hated Yang Badi, the instigator of this incident. Of course she also hates GZ. But now she feels that there is nothing she can do against GZ. Going to Ji Jishin to seek revenge will only bring humiliation to oneself. After listening to Yangwu Feisui's story, everyone couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that there would be such grudges between the brothers and sisters of the Yang family. And they didn't expect that Ji Jishin was so strong now. Alas, it seems that I have neglected Ji Jishin. I thought that he only gained the favor of the 7th princess by flattering her and doing what she wanted. But I didn't expect that he could control 2 great lords. It's really unbelievable. Know how he did it. Duanmuki originally didn't take Ji Jishin seriously. He was originally imprisoned because Ji Jishin was the instigator. But Duanmuki still didn't take him to heart and thought he was a villain. The reason why he was able to win the favor of the 7th princess was because the 7th princess had some special hobbies in sexual intercourse, which Duanmuchi knew a little bit. But I didn't expect that Ji Jishin not only had a huge increase in strength, but also controlled the 36 islands in the southeast. He was even worshipped as a general. And his power in the southeast county was second only to the 7th princess. This put Duanmuchi in a bit of a dilemma. Originally, the best plan for him to assist the 19th princess was to capture the 36 southeast islands first, and then take advantage of the situation to directly capture the southeast county. But now it seems that this plan is not feasible. Mr. Duanmu, what should we do now? I didn't expect GZ to be so strong. If Yu Shuang and Yu Shui hadn't arrived last time, we almost suffered a big loss. Wu Yu asked worriedly. I'm going to kill this bitch. Tong Wuxin was gnashing her teeth and secretly feeling cruel. She didn't pay much attention to GZ. Her thoughts were all on the person behind the scenes. Once the person behind the murder of Zhao Shenlong was identified, it was the 7th princess. And Tong Wuxin was furious. She wanted to lead troops to conquer the 7th princess right away. Well, let's take Yangwu Jade down first. Duanmuchi frowned and waved his hand. Hey, Duanmuchi. You said you wouldn't kill me. I want to kill Yang Badi and Ji Jishin with you. Unexpectedly, Yangwu Feisui turned back and looked at Duanmuki and shouted dissatisfied. I won't kill you. But if you want to serve in our army, it's not possible now. I will consider it when you show enough sincerity. Duanmuchi suddenly smiled and said, This Yangwu Jade is a bit like Jume. She has an upright and simple temperament. But she is a rare warrior. After taking Yangwu Feisui out, Duanmuchi hurriedly said to Wu Yu, Hurry up and tell me the story of your last fight with Ji Jishin. In addition, invite the 19th princess here immediately. At the place of inheritance, Zhu Xiaobao has been practicing for a month. It is late summer and early autumn outside, but Zhu Xiaobao is still unaware. At this time, he has entered a state of trance, paying no attention to the things around him. Pay attention! And in the cave, at the place of inheritance, the white halo filled the entire cave again, and it was more intense than before. In this unique environment, Zhu Xiaobao's mental methods also ran extremely smoothly, and correspondingly he also began to release a white halo. And the white halo in the entire cave formed a strange pentagonal pattern. Even the Great Elder and others who are observing outside the cave every day are getting more and more excited, because the white light emitted from the cave is getting more and more dense, and many tribesmen can spontaneously feel the blood in their bodies. It surges, and the mental method naturally starts to work. This is a rare state of cultivation. Many people are sitting cross-legged and working on the mental method. It had been 30 days since Zhu Xiaobao entered the inheritance place. In the evening, when the Great Elder and the others wanted to go back to rest, suddenly a heart-shaking tiger roar came from the cave. Followed closely by a white tiger dharma, it sprang out of the cave. It was bigger than any other dharma form I had ever seen before. And the word, King, on its forehead was clearly visible. At a glance, I knew it was the white tiger dharma form of Zhu Xiaobao. the white halo in the cave, and outside the cave was completely absorbed by the white tiger Dharma image. As the white tiger Dharma image ran around twice outside the cave, it then returned to the cave.
Such a huge Dharma image? Has King Chatos of England broken through to the 8th level?
Several elders recovered from their shock and asked the great elder.
Well, he should have broken through to the 8th level. And the next step is the consolidation period. I don't know if he wants Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei to serve him.
The great elder was also a little at a loss. No one has ever broken through to the mental method. On the 8th level, he didn't know what Zhu Xiaobao needed now. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao did not ask Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei to accompany him in dual cultivation and spin the consolidation period. Instead, he stared blankly at the stone platform in the cave. 2 inherited treasures appeared again. It seems that the white tiger beast has recognized Zhu Xiaobao's strength and once again revealed the stone platform.
Should we be able to collect a treasure this time?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the 2 inherited treasures on the stone platform. 2 tiger claws count as 1. And murmured, his heart filled with excitement. Expect. But he tried hard to shake a tiger claw. But it still remained motionless. This was really embarrassing for Zhu Xiaobao, who was still at the 8th level of cultivation after all. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to use his mental skills again, and first cultivate and consolidate his own mental skills. Moreover, the white tiger beast did not seem to be surprised at this time, and the stone platform did not disappear. Instead, the cave was filled with white halos again. But this time these white halos did not last long and were all absorbed by Zhu Xiaobao. For 3 consecutive days, these white halos released by the white tiger beast were all absorbed completely by all the little treasures. On the 4th day, Zhu Xiaobao roared again, jumped up, and once again tried to recover the inherited treasure. This time he moved the 2 tiger claws slightly, but he still couldn't pick it up. But Zhu Xiaobao put his 2 hands into the tiger's claws and tried to forcefully collect it. However, although he could move it, the weight was still too heavy.
The Dharma comes out.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted loudly, and the white tiger Dharma image behind him immediately condensed. And the 2 inherited treasures happened to be placed on the 2 front paws he found. Suddenly a dazzling white light flashed, and the white tiger Dharma image jumped up. The 2 tiger claws on its front paws also emitted 2 rays of light, and then merged with the Dharma image. After putting the Dharma away, Zhu Xiaobao looked at his hands with some surprise. There was no difference from before. But as soon as he thought about it, 2 tiger claws appeared. It turned out that they were the same as the giant turtle back shield. It has been integrated into my body, and now I don't feel its weight at all. Zhu Xiaobao immediately became greedy and wanted to take advantage of the situation to collect the tiger head spear.